Chapter 1 The Beginning is Devouring God Body. In the Dacian dynasty, within the city of Gwangyang, Thotismal citiism Watremot, its proximity to the Black Forest, teeming with myriad beasts, has rendered it a bustling hub frequented by merchants and mercenary groups, thereby exuding an air of prosperity. A this moment, outside the Elevishokshan house within the city, an old, creaking carriage, accompanied by a jarring creak sound, swayed its way to view. Inside the carriage, a polite Dayunman propadis forward with a handan sat up, his gaze a sweeping gay across his surroundings, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Have I crossed over? Gufan Loaredished, noting the Thuaskladina flowing groby of moonlight blue, with a dependent tathis waist shimmering fond like lira indication of he tyriofan insient noblemen. However, open observations, which appeared withered like those of an elderly individual, hefel to notity wash over him. Before him, in an ancient mirror, reflected of not marathans of entinaritina sofage, was a complexion boreas eclipular, yethishan seemed far too emaciated for an isung. Moreover, a shellifted hiskermans, he discovered that his arms and theskin covering his entire body were riddled with decrepit trinkles, resembling a personeering themed of their days. What is themianing of this? As this query formed in Gufan's mind, a rush of chaotic memory surged into his consciousness. Xuantian continent. Xinjiang domain. Dacian dynasty. The Gu family of the royal city. Clan leader. Elders. Thessal descendant of the main lineage. A waste. Fragments of memorias flickered through Gufan's mind like a fleeting dream. He gradually came to comprehend the naturifed world in which he now found himself. Xuantian continent. The Caesarial whereath a strong reign supreme a fantastical world teeming with myriad races. Here the mightiest can reach the heavens above and suppress the beast below of an amaran of iskinship mountains, shatterstones, and redirect drivers. Furthermore, the Xuantian continent stretches infinitely, spanning uncountable billions of miles. The stone of its domains surpasses the entirety of earth he inhabited. And Gufan? He currently resides within the Dacian dynasty, located in Xinjiang domain. His identity is that of a direct descendant of Gu family, on oft his event prestigious familias in the royal city. Moreover, he's the sole hero of the main lineage. Among the younger generation, he stands as the representative of the main bloodline. Bearing unforeseen events, when the aging clan leader passes a century hence, he will undoubtedly become the Masilga Timothy hero of the entire Gu family. Is this surprising? Gufan's gaze deepened, recalling the depths of his memories. From the moment this body was born, it possessed an insatiable appetite. Yet, such a prodigious appetite is indicative of exceptional talent in this world. As a result, the entire Gu family placid their hopes in business and life, yearning for him to excel and aid the family to continued prominence within the Dacian dynasty. The day of his birth had indeed sent shockwaves through the Gu family and the entire royal city. On that day, celestial phenomena occurred. Thunder rumbled in daylight, earth erupted with lotus blooms, and event the heavens above manifested auspicious killing. Such extraordinary events undoubtedly signified that Gufan was destined for greatness, with a promising future ahead. From that day forth, all hopes were impinged upon him with Gu family. Precious elixirs, rare materials, and treasures real dedicated to nurturing his body, in anticipation that on his 12th birthday Gufan will astonish him. However, as the time approached for his awakening at the age 12, the Gu family was met with joy, but with shock. The devouring God body. This peculiar constitution was revealed through testing Stontabolt. Though its name is formidable, capable of devouring Javan deities. The entire Dacian dynasty was acutely aware of what a wretched constitution the devouring God body truly was. Fourth devouring God body cannot awaken a failure to awaken men's a failure to cultivate, rendering only a waste. Moreover, it is even worse. The devouring God body incessantly consumes the host's essence, energy, and spirit, continuing until the thesterolit the host. In other words, no to like in Gufanit cultivate, tis also doomed to be devoured bith devouring God body, leading to his demise. 12 years of high hopes culminating in such a ludicrous outcome? In response, the entire Gufamoli felt profound disappointment. Additionally, over the years, the Gufamoli had invested a tremendous amount of resources into Gufan. Now, having invested so much on little fine detail in vain, many within the family naturally felt immeasurable rage. Consequently, from that day forth, the cold shoulders and oppression from various elders and the younger generation began to rain down upon Gufan. The elderly clan leader said little. Gufan could still feel the heavy disappointment reflected in his gaze. From the pinnacle to the depths of despair. Having endured the vicissitudes of human sentiment, Gufan did not succumb to despair. He was exceedingly unwilling to accept this fata force's years, had come through ancient texts, seeking town-covered secrets of devouring God-body. Yet, time and again, he was met with nothing but unanswered questions. Moreover, deprived of the nurturing resources, the devouring God-body began to consume his essence, energy, and spirit. In 6 years, his body had become like a in line the wind, nearing the brink of extinction. However, in this dire predicament, Gufan stumbled upon it from an old bagar, uncovering the true nature of devouring God-body. From the ancient texts, he learned that this constitution was indeed as domineering as its name suggests. All things in the world fell within its consuming grasp once caught in its devouring force, they become mere fodder for nourishment. And Gufan? Due to the lack of free materials, he was soon doubtedly ensnared within the consuming force. If no external resources were provided, the awakened Gufan would be devoured by this force, leading to his demise. Toriver Seth's fate, the only solution lay in awakening the devouring God-body with an immense powerful treasure, thereby becoming its master. Elated by this revelation, Gufan was endued with cold water. Upon returning to the Gu family, he received edict to be exiled to Theramotisa of Guanyang. This decision was unanimous among the elders, so thought Heklan leader vehemently opposed it. He could not withstand the overwhelming might of the powerful elders. As for with the elders collectively targeted Gufan, it was because in no month the family competition would commence. That is to say, the dato confirmed the selection of the Malaysian patriarch. Although Gufan could not cultivate as the sole hero of the main lineage, he was perceived as a turn on their side. The most effective course of action was to drive him out of the royal city, casting him to this remote town to await his demise. Thus, the reason Gufan found himself waking up in Guanyang city became clear. Reflecting on these thoughts, Gufan could no help but sig, what can be done? Awakening devouring God-body requires powerful spiritual items, namely precious elixirs and rare materials. And 'tis demands at least 4th-tier treasures. 4th-tier treasures. Even within the royal city, they are scarce, let alone in this remote Guanyang city? Despite the formidable nature of devouring God-body, without awakening he would face the threat of being devoured to death. Todi Yansuas already if it had endured must the facade thane wafter crossing gover? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the carriage jolted slightly, coming to a halt. The auction house had arrived. Chapter 2: The Auction Return System. As Gufan lifted the curtain, he squinted at the auction house before him. The sign above bore 5 gilded characters: Schwanten Auction House. Schwanten Auction House. Onoft Hatrimajor Auction House of Dacian Dynasty, it boasts formidable strength and as branches throughout the entire Dacian. Naturally, it is also enough to subordinate for soft Gu family with that dynasty. Gufan's purpose for this visit was precisely this place. Although Tildershade exiled him to Guanyang city to Awaithazand to maintain appearances, they had ostentatiously appointed him as the manager of Tifa Malais auction house in Guanyang city. Shaking his head, had dismissed sucked hots. With the support of Fubo, the carriage driver, Gufan elated from the carriage. His frail body required assistance even for walking. The Twathan prepared to head into the auction house. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached from within the auction house. "May I inquire if you're young Master Gu?" The middle-aged man slightly bowed, clasping his fists in greeting. "I am Gufan," he replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man lifted his to scrutinize the pulled Gufan, furrowing his brow slightly. Nevertheless, Heeson spoke, young Master Gu am ju wai thestuward off I's auction house. I have been informed of your appointment test the new master of the auction house some days ago, and I have been awaiting your arrival. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, please, don't mind. Ju wai stepped aside, allowing Gufan to enter. Gufan nodded then, with Fubo's assistance, stepped inside the auction house. Behind them Zhuguo followed closely, continuing I's introduction, young Master Gu, this is the frontal of the auction house, use it to receive visiting guests. Beyond the grand doors aheadly is the main hall for the auctions Ishala Penthadorferia. Ash spoke, Zhuwei moved past him, advancing to push up in the grand, intricately carved dragon door. Yet, Asha turned back to look at Gufan and Fubo, Hanatist. Gufan had suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed deeply. This was because, at that moment, a cold, mechanical whistle resonated within Gufan's mind. Ding, system is activating. Ding, auction tenfold return system successfully activated. A system? A golden finger? Gufan was momentarily taken aback. However, the system's voice soon echoed again in his mind. Note the action return sistemelos t host or cva certain multiply of thetum's value after the auction is completed, with a maximum of 10,000 times. Note the sistemelos for the return of 10 designate auction items on separate, and the returned items cannot be compounded for multiple returns. Note as this is the host's first soft T system, the host is rewarded with 10,000 times return on the first auction item. Following these three system notifications, Gufan quickly grasped their implications. The auction return system. As the name suggests, upon the completion of the auction for the designated items, the system will return to Gufan even more precious treasures, multiplied by the value of the auctioned items. For instance, if Alograd cold irons were successfully auctioned, the system will return a treasure multiplied by a certain factor. This factor is not fixed. It can be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Regardless of the multiplier, it is all free of charge. The Thames auction in the auction house serial entrusted Beothers for sale. This means that the system returns 7 more valuable treasures to Gufan beside any Thames auction Beothers. Moreover, he has the opportunity to designate it an auction items and Sede. However, Gufan was somewhat disheartened to realize the thought that treasures return at the system could not be compounded for multiple returns to him. This essentially blocked a dispute to rapid ascension. Otherwise, if Gufan were to auction off that treasures returned to him, wouldn't they quickly accumulate 10th grade extraordinary treasures? Casting aside this dangerous thought, Gufan's attention was drawn to the list note of the system. Designated auction items. An enemy 10,000 times return? Gufan couldn't help but breathe heavily. 10,000 times. What kind of precious treasures would the yield? Even mundane items would like live at least 4th or 5th grade, wouldn't they? Does this not imply that treasures capable of awakening the god-devouring body are within reach? The god-devouring body. The Shadun's Benelli threatening constitution, leading Gufan to believe that the system was limited. However, now, an intense desire surged within him. The god-devouring body had tormented his flesh for so many years, yet its essence was that of a divine body. A divine body? Gufan, who had traversed from earth, certainly understood the weight of those words. It signified the panaclea of physical constitutions, one thought mightn't emerge in Saint a million or event on million years? Andy. I any of them. Furthermore, he now had a very confidence in awakening jit, to become the master of god-devouring body. Because he possessed Damadis and Ulpul gifted of him as clan leader before his departure. A first grade is superior grade pill 4 symbols pill. Ultimate 4 symbols, boundless creation. This pill, even among the numerous first grade pills, is among the most valuable. And if it were returned to 10,000 times, what kind of precious pill would it yield? 5th grade. Or even 6th grade? Itis known the Tevin 4th grade pilsery exceeding Lyra 9th great Jin dynasty. Such a precious treasure would undoubtedly suffice to awaken the god-devouring body. However, Alof Thishingson holding the action. With this thought Gu fan quickly commodus tumultuous motion san geist bright liathestuer de Zhu. Zhu Weiwei's initiale puzzledesto with a tormain motionless. Justasuous Abato inquire Hanada said that the seemingly flickering Gaon master had suddenly unveiled as Lin Jayastats honey like bright stars. In that instant Zhu Wei instinctively felt a tremor in his heart. Steward Zhu, how long until the next auction at Schwantian auction house? Gu fan inquired, his viscerati antwismal. His star-like eyes flickered momentarily, but after a brief breath, there returned to state of numbness. Zhu Wei quickly composed himself fond replied truthfully. Young Master Gu, there are still 23 days until the next auction. 23 days? Indeed. Why such a long wait? Gu fan's brows furrowed deeply. He was soon certain if he could survive for it had long perhaps bethin, a mound would have already formed of a risk rav. Young Master Gu, the action is Sheldon C. month. This is because I take us to meet a prepare the auction items, and just 7 days ago, the Schwantian auction house had its last auction. Is that so? Gu fan was momentarily taken aback, but then his gaze turned resolute. 23 days sistola Neidman to see the action held today. Today? But young Master Gu. There is no room for negatiation. What consequence marise I, Gu, shall bear? Gu fan's words were decidedly domineering. For the first 12 years he had been the Kilanath Gu family, cultivating an exceedingly tyrannical disposition. Although he last 6 years had brought various forms of suppression and neglect, it the donlike tempora disnaturato be relatively more restrained. Yet, relatively restrained. Yais young Master Gu, ishall prepare immediately. Zhu Hu was taken aback by Gu fan's commanding words. The Gusername, Toim, Weizak into a decree from the heavens. With a flustered expression, he read off ito warts the storeroom of auction items.
Chapter 3 The auction commences. Preparing for an auction is an intricate affair, particularly considering that the Shention auction house had conducted an auction merely 7 days prior. In such a short span, gathering items for auction is nothing short of unrealistic. After a haphazard collection, the auction house managed to assemble a meager 4 items for sale. Among these was a rusted bullion knife discovered in a corner. At this moment, Zhu Huai stood behind the auction house, staring blankly at this ordinary rusted blade, his mind echoing with Gu fan's intention to include this mundane sword in the auction. At that moment, his face turned a distinct shade of green. Fortunately, Gu fan refrained from raiding the market for trivialities to pad the auction inventory, as the system does not endorse such antics that contradict the essence of an auction. Nonetheless, aside from the 4 assembled items, Zhu Huai was relieved that the young Master Gu had taken a first-tier premium elixir from him, which could barely qualify as the 5th item for auction. It is crucial to note that a first-tier premium elixir is an exceedingly rare treasure in the small city of Guangyang. With this elixir, the auction might not appear so dismal after all. Yet, despite this, Zhu Huai felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Miao family head, this is the hero's invitation from our esteemed auction master, the Miao family, one of the 3 prominent families in Guangyang City. Received a formal invitation from a maid of the Shention auction house. The head of the Miao family solemnly accepted the invitation. The Shention auction house has a presence throughout the entire Deqian dynasty, making it a formidable force. Even a mere maid was treated with respect, receiving a personal reception. Upon receiving the hero's invitation, the Miao family head's lips twitched slightly. Hero? What hero could possibly exist in this Guangyang city? However, he refrained from speaking further and inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Might I ask, dear lady, what business does your auction house undertake this time?" "Honorable Miao family head, it is thus, our auction house's new master has arrived from the royal city, and thus the management has arranged a grand reception to honor him, hoping that all the prominent families of Guangyang City will grace us with their presence." The maid mechanically recited the words drilled into her by Gu fan. Her eyes devoid of any spark. This lengthy speech, comprising several hundred words, was precisely what Gu Fan had instructed her to memorize. The essence was to highlight Gu Fan's stature as a distinguished individual from the royal city, subtly urging the smaller families to recognize their place and attend tonight's auction at the Xiantian auction house. Though the meaning was clear, the phrasing was remarkably polite and tactful. Indeed, upon hearing that Gu Fan hailed from the royal city, the Miao family head's eyes brightened. "May I inquire, is this esteemed master from the Gu family of the royal city?" "Indeed, Honorable Miao family head." "Excellent. Please convey my regards to Master Gu. I shall surely attend tonight." With that, the Miao family head clapped his hands in delight, readily agreeing. A person from the royal city would undoubtedly ensure that this auction would be a grand affair. Surely, the items up for auction would be of exceptional value. With these thoughts, the Miao family had begun preparing to bring ample spirit stones to acquire some treasures tonight. The events unfolding at the Miao family were echoed throughout the various factions of Guanyang City. The three prominent families, two major auction houses, and the city lord's mansion were all in attendance. Besides these, numerous smaller factions, including mercenary groups, were dispatched by Gu Fan's orders to distribute heroes' invitations widely. With so many people coming for his sake, surely the rusted Baolian knife would not go unsold. As time flowed like water, Guanyang City was soon draped in the veil of night. The exterior of the Xiantian auction house sparkled with lights. At the entrance, people streamed in and out while grand steeds and carriages pulled up, making their way towards the auction house. "Miao family head, you have arrived. Ha ha ha. Lord City Master, please do come in. May I ask where Master Zhou has gone?" "Why is he absent?" "Master Zhou has gone to the royal city. Currently, Master Gu is in charge." "Ok, I see. Then, where might I find Master Gu?" "Just inside. The master has already taken his seat, awaiting your presence." A lively conversation ensued at the entrance as several clan leaders exchanged pleasantries before following the maid into the opulent auction hall. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld a resplendently dressed young man seated in the central position at the forefront. The young man had his eyes slightly closed, his brows sharp like unsheathed blades, exuding an air of formidable intensity. Contrasting this fierce demeanor was his remarkably tranquil countenance, though his complexion was pale. He radiated an extraordinary presence. The clan leaders thought to themselves as they approached behind the city master. "Might I inquire, dear nephew, are you from the esteemed Gu family of the royal city?" Upon opening his eyes, Gu Fan noticed several elegantly attired middle-aged men standing beside him, some gazing at him with fervent anticipation, while others displayed subtle respect, yet one among them remained composed, smiling as he regarded him. "Ah, the city master, indeed. My apologies for the oversight." Gu Fan forced a smile and offered a slight bow. His smile was rather perfunctory. After a courteous exchange, he turned away and ceased to engage further. This demeanor caused the previously jovial expressions of the group to stiffen momentarily. However, before long, their gazes turned even more fervent towards Gu Fan. This aloof demeanor, this coldness, was precisely the bearing expected of someone from the royal city. If they could establish a connection with him, a mere hint of favor could elevate their family to unprecedented heights. Just as the clan leaders contemplated further flattery, Zhu Huai, the harried manager, finally arrived to oversee the proceedings. Throughout the afternoon, he had observed Gu Fan seated there, motionless, and given his pale complexion, he surmised that the new master likely harbored unspoken concerns. Thus, he hurriedly approached the assembled individuals to engage in pleasantries. After considerable effort, the guests reluctantly withdrew their lingering gazes from Gu Fan, following the maid to their respective seats. In addition to these prominent figures of Guanyang City, representatives from the two major auction houses, various small families, mercenary groups, and curious onlookers had gradually filled the hall, eagerly awaiting the auction's commencement. It could be said that tonight, nearly all the noteworthy individuals of Guanyang City had gathered at the Xiantian auction house. Observing this scene, Zhu Huai stood silently at the back, nearly brought to tears, with so many distinguished guests, if they were to discover that the items up for auction were of inferior quality. Would the reputation of the Shention auction house not be utterly destroyed? Chapter 4, Tenfold Returns. The Golden Elixir of Fortune. The Shention auction house was abuzz with excitement, throngs of people filling the hall to capacity, their voices buzzing with discussions about the upcoming auction. This event was truly a rare spectacle in Guanyang City, as the city master, the two major auction houses, and the heads of the three prominent families and four mercenary groups were all in attendance. The reason for their presence stemmed from Gu Fan's widespread distribution of heroes' invitations. At this moment, Gu Fan sat in the prominent position observing the unfolding scene with satisfaction. He then turned to Zhu Huai, whose face was etched with worry, and nodded slightly. In response, Zhu Huai gritted his teeth, his expression grave as he shattered a jade talisman. With a crack, a graceful woman strode confidently onto the elevated platform. As she ascended, the crowd gradually fell silent, understanding that the momentous auction was about to begin. Welcome to the Shention auction house, esteemed guests. I am Xiang Yin, responsible for the affairs of this auction. With a visage reminiscent of a beguiling fox, Xiang Yin spoke melodiously. She followed the customary introduction before smiling and stating, "This auction features 5 carefully selected items, and we shall now proceed with the first item." As her words fell, a maid approached the stage, cradling an ancient wooden box. Upon witnessing this, the audience's excitement surged, a thrill of anticipation coursing through them. Many faces lit up with barely contained exhilaration. It is known that auction houses typically present 10 items for sale. The fact that only 5 were prepared under the management of someone from the royal city suggested a discerning eye for quality. Each of these 5 items must surely be remarkable treasures. With this in mind, several influential figures felt invigorated, their eyes fixated on the maid bearing the ancient wooden box. As the maid reached the platform, Xiang Yin turned to the audience and smiled. "We shall now commence the auction for our first item, presented personally by our esteemed Master Gu, a first-tier premium elixir, 4 symbols elixir." Gasp. A first-tier premium elixir. One capable of cleansing muscles and marrow, enhancing one's realm. The auction commenced with a first-tier premium elixir. What audacity from the auction house! Bid, bid, we must secure this item. I have not seen such an elixir in Guanyang City for years. And acquiring it would allow me to purify my grandson's body. As Xiang Yin's words resonated, they reverberated throughout the entire auction hall. A first-tier premium elixir is an exceedingly precious treasure in the modest Guanyang City. Here, alchemists capable of concocting even a first-tier inferior elixir are regarded as significant figures. One can only imagine the overwhelming impact a premium elixir would have on the assemblage. Patriarch, it is a first-tier premium elixir. I am aware. Who would have thought that Master Gu would be so bold as to auction such a valuable elixir? In the seats, the head of the Miao family was equally agitated. In his 40s, he had only ever consumed a single first-tier high-quality elixir, and that was a rather inferior gathering chi pill. The far more precious 4 symbols pill was something he had never dared to even contemplate. This was because only a second-tier alchemist could confidently concoct such a potion. If he were to successfully ingest this 4 symbols pill, he might just break through the barriers and enter the ethereal realm of the spirit sea. A state that was exceedingly hard to control. If the clan leader felt such excitement, one could only imagine the fervor in the hearts of the others. I must secure this. With it, my son will surely gain entry into the sect. The 4 symbols pill. The Shanti auction house rightfully holds its title as the premier auction house in Guanyang City. The very first item up for bid is a first-tier high-quality elixir. I have not come in vain. This time I shall broaden my horizons. The entire auction house was filled with a cacophony of voices clamoring to secure the 4 symbols pill, with some nearly rushing the stage to seize the elixir. Of course, there were those who remained resolute, particularly representatives from the other two major auction houses. At this moment, the two auction masters were deeply furrowed brows, feeling a palpable sense of crisis engulf them due to the change in leadership at Shanti Auction House and the audacity of starting the bidding with a first-tier high-quality elixir. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm," Xiang-yin maintained her smile, attempting to quell the tumult before continuing. "The starting bid for the first-tier high-quality 4-symbol spiel is 1,000 inferior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 100. 1,000. As soon as Xiang-yin's words fell, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was the head of the Lu family from one of the three great families, standing in a purple robe, proudly calling out his bid. This declaration was a clear assertion of his intent to acquire the 4-symbol spiel. However, his declaration was swiftly followed by another bid. 1,100 inferior spirit stones. The head of the Miao family, exuding an overwhelming presence, had also placed a bid. This was only the beginning, as the third and fourth bids soon followed in rapid succession. 1,200 inferior spirit stones. 1,003. Such stinginess! Do they even possess the grandeur of the three great families? The Mad Wolf mercenary group bids 2,000 inferior spirit stones. This declaration silenced the auction house momentarily, as all eyes turned to a middle-aged man, his face displaying an air of defiance, who raised two fingers while casting a cold smile at the clan leaders. "Enough said," the Miao family head, with a stoic expression, halted the elder's words and turned back to Xiang-yin, stating, 3,000 inferior spirit stones, an increase of 1,000, 4,000. The leader of the Mad Wolf mercenary group did not hesitate and raised his bid. "My Lu family offers 5,000 inferior spirit stones." The Lu family head would not be outdone. 6,000. The fierce competition among these prominent figures left the other attendees in a state of eager anticipation. Although the incremental bids of 1,000 spirit stones might make them seem insignificant, the reality was that even a powerful family like the Miao family could only manage an annual revenue of about 10,000 inferior spirit stones across all their enterprises. And that was considered a prosperous year. Furthermore, this figure did not account for the family's various expenditures. It was exceedingly difficult for a family to save even 1,000 inferior spirit stones in a year. Given the immense value of spirit stones, the escalating bids within the auction house were a testament to the excitement of the onlookers. The atmosphere in the auction house was reaching a fever pitch. Yet Gu Fan, seated in the prime position, found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. "I can barely stand this," and they keep shouting. In truth, he was indifferent to the final price. It was merely a first-tier high-quality elixir. Of course, it held value for him, but as long as the item sold, the system's tenfold reward would surely surpass the worth of a first-tier high-quality elixir. Amidst such agonizing anticipation, Gu Fan finally had the delightful announcement. "Congratulations to the head of the Huang family, you have secured the 4-symbol spiel with a bid of 13,000 inferior spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan quickly expelled the thought from his mind. Soon after, the system's voice echoed in his consciousness. "The auction of the first-tier high-quality 4-symbol spiel has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, on triggering a tenfold critical return, earning a 5th-tier supreme elixir, Creation Golden Peel." Chapter 5, Critical Hit, Critical Hit, Critical Hit. The system's announcement sparked an overwhelming sense of joy in Gu Fan. The 5th-tier elixir, Creation Golden Peel. What did this signify, even in the royal city, after 18 years of life? He had never heard of such a grade of elixir. This indicated that such elixirs were exceedingly rare even in the royal city, and nearly impossible to find. Moreover, it was a 5th-tier supreme elixir, nearing the 6th-tier Creation Golden Peel, and all of this was obtained through a single first-tier high-quality 4-symbol spiel. Gu Fan focused his mind and beheld a dazzling golden elixir slowly swirling before him. This was the creation golden pill. Just a glance made him feel rejuvenated, as if his weary body had been graced by celestial dew, filling him with a deep sense of comfort. Furthermore, he could even sense an overwhelming greed emanating from within him. An intense desire to devour the creation golden pill. This only further cemented Gu Fan's belief in his divine body. However, it was not yet the time to consume the creation golden pill. The awakening of the divine body would undoubtedly attract significant attention. He resolved to wait until the auction concluded before retreating to his secret chamber to awaken his divine body, as Gu Fan reveled in the joy of acquiring the creation golden pill. The auction for the first item drew to a close. The head of the Huang family was now filled with satisfaction, believing that with this for symbols pill, his chances of breaking into the spirit sea realm had significantly increased. This was made possible by his usual emphasis on frugality, which allowed him to narrowly outbid others at the price of 13,000 inferior spirit stones, however, in stark contrast to his elation. The faces of the other bidders were less than pleasant. Wealth, it all boiled down to wealth. It was financial inadequacy that allowed the head of the Huang family to seize this opportunity. Had their financial resources been sufficient, they would not have let their chance slip away. Master, there is no need to be upset. The first item at the Shanti auction house was so precious. Surely the subsequent items will be even more valuable. With our strength, securing one should be no issue. Indeed, that Master Gu has remained unperturbed. I believe the most valuable treasures will be at the end. Let him bask in his moment of triumph. A low murmur of discussion arose among the Miao family members. Similar conversations echoed through the various factions present. They were convinced that the true competition would commence later. With this thought in mind, the anticipation for the auction of the second item began to swell. Next, we shall proceed to the second item for auction, an inferior first-tier beast core, the yellow tiger core. Provided by an anonymous patron, the starting bid is 10 inferior spirit stones, with each subsequent increment to be no less than 1 inferior spirit stone. Xiong Yin's voice remained melodious, yet those with keen ears detected a hint of awkwardness. However, unexpectedly, as soon as her words fell, the calling for bids erupted. 11 inferior spirit stones. The head of the Miao family initially bid with confidence, but halfway through, he glanced at the stage in confusion. His eyes seemed to question. An inferior first-tier beast core. In response to his bewilderment, Xiong Yin stiffly nodded. A wave of astonishment swept through the auction house. Is this a mistake? An inferior first-tier beast core? Am I hearing this correctly? Just moments ago, it was a first-tier high-quality elixir, and now it has turned into an inferior first-tier beast core. No mistake. Perhaps there is some hidden depth to this. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, everyone regarded Xiong Yin with skepticism, particularly the prominent figures who believed that someone descending from the royal city would not dare to mock them. The most plausible explanation, they thought, was that there must be some hidden intricacies. With this in mind, the bids began to rise energetically. I bid 200 inferior spirit stones, 201, count me in, I bid 300. Ultimately, the inferior yellow tiger core was secured by the head of the Miao family for the price of 3,000 inferior spirit stones. Master, we have succeeded. Indeed, do not be overly astonished. The Miao family head maintained an impassive facade, though internally he was quite exhilarated, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiong Yin's expression was rather peculiar. The look in her eyes seemed to suggest she was regarding a fool. Congratulations to the head of the Miao family for acquiring this inferior first-tier beast core, the yellow tiger core, for 3,000 inferior spirit stones. As Xiong Yin's awkward announcement concluded, the maid on stage promptly opened the box to reveal a rather ordinary beast core, the yellow tiger core. It was utterly unremarkable, commonplace. This was the immediate impression of everyone upon seeing the core. The Miao family head's eyes widened in disbelief. With his extensive experience, he quickly discerned that this was merely an ordinary yellow tiger core. Even if he saw a real yellow tiger, it would merely flee with its tail tucked between its legs. Yet, this should not be the case. May I ask, Miss Young, is this truly just a yellow tiger core, with no other option? The Meow family head stood to inquire. Yes, Master Meow, it is merely a yellow tiger core. Xiang Yin awkwardly confirmed with ANOD.AS. This exchange concluded. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Even the masters of the other two major auction houses could not contain their laughter. Scoffing at the spectacle before them, was this truly all? They had anticipated a grand display from the Shention auction house, only to discover it was merely a trivial matter, just a yellow tiger's inner den. Humph! In response to the ridicule, the head of the Meow family merely snorted coldly before returning to his stoic demeanor. This time, he had genuinely made a significant blunder. Tomorrow, the entire city would likely revel in the tale of his folly. A yellow tiger's inner den worth no more than 10 inferior spirit stones had been purchased by him at an outrageous price of 3,000. What a fool! Amidst the uproar, Gu Fan's mind was filled with the system's voice. One inferior grade inner den of a first-tier low-level demon beast, the yellow tiger, has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 20-fold critical return, obtaining a second-tier low-grade violent wonder tiger's inner den. Now, let us proceed to the auction of the third item. Xiang Yin's voice continued. A first-tier low-grade Qingyu flower. The starting bid is 10 inferior spirit stones, with each increment not less than 1 inferior spirit stone. As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the auction house. The Qingyu flower, a first-tier low-grade treasure of heaven and earth, possessed invigorating properties, proving beneficial during martial arts training. However, despite its esteemed classification, who in their right mind would come to an auction house to bid on such a thing? Would it not be far more sensible to gather a handful from the streets for a mere 100 inferior spirit stones? Yet, within this peculiar atmosphere, the Qingyu flower was ultimately claimed by a guest for the price of 10 inferior spirit stones. The auction for the first-tier low-grade Qingyu flower has concluded. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 20-fold critical return, obtaining a second-tier low-grade treasure of heaven and earth, Qingyu wonder flower. At this moment, Gu Fan's mind was once again filled with exhilarating news. Chapter 6, Amassing Wealth in Silence. Listening to the system's voice, a grin spread across Gu Fan's lips. If first-tier superior elixirs stirred up such fervent bidding, how much more chaos would the second-tier treasure he had just received incite? As far as he knew, that second-tier violent wonder tiger's inner den alone could propel a peak body refinement practitioner into the long-desired spirit sea realm, and among those present were the heads of the 3 prominent families, all of whom were peak body refinement experts. However, Gu Fan had no intention of putting them up for auction. Both they and he had an urgent need for them. Nevertheless, as Gu Fan listened to the jeers echoing around him, he furrowed his brow. The consecutive auctions of 2 first-tier low-grade treasures had already begun to irritate many attendees. When the ordinary 100 refinements blade was brought forth for auction, surely some would feel offended. Right, master of the auction. At this moment Zhu Huai had quietly approached Gu Fan, speaking urgently. We cannot proceed any longer. The reputation of the Shention auction house is truly in jeopardy. He did not explicitly mention it was about to be ruined. Yet even with his euphemistic phrasing, Gu Fan detected the subtle blame in Zhu Huai's tone, and rightly so. Aside from the initial excitement generated by the first-tier superior 4 symbols elixir, the subsequent items were merely mundane wares found on the streets. With such offerings, the long-standing reputation of the Shention auction house was nearing its demise due to Gu Fan, their little ancestor. If the next 2 items were also lackluster, there was no doubt that the auction house's reputation would plummet. However, Gu Fan was unwilling to let the auction conclude just yet. Each successful auction yielded a reward from the system, and if it ended, what would become of those rewards? Moreover, Gu Fan had come to appreciate the benefits of reputation. Simply because he hailed from the royal city, all the notable figures in Guanyang City had gathered to support him. What would happen if they felt mocked and chose not to return? The system offered returns 10 times a day. if the auction house's reputation fell, he would have no place left to reap the rewards. Thus Gu Fan resolved to endure the discomfort this time and select the least valuable item of the rewards to mend the wounded pride of his esteemed guests. Of course, even the least valuable would undoubtedly surpass the first-tier superior for symbols elixir. Zhu Huai was once again shooed aside dejected. He had just made every effort to persuade Gu Fan, yet the latter stubbornly refused. Naturally, the auction continued. However, Zhu Huai now felt as if he had sentenced himself to death in his heart. Should the auction house's reputation decline, someone from the royal city would undoubtedly seek a scapegoat for punishment. And Gu Fan, being from the royal city, would surely escape unscathed, but he would not be so fortunate. Contemplating this, Zhu Huai gazed at the auction hall filled with derision, his expression one of despair. Now, let us proceed to the auction of the fourth item. A first-tier low-grade spirit fruit, starting bid 100 inferior spirit stones, with each increment not less than 1 inferior spirit stone. Xiang Yin's voice rang out on stage, compared to the previous awkwardness. She now exuded a hint of confidence. The spirit fruit was a valuable item that could enhance one's realm, particularly beneficial for the younger generation. Thus, shortly after Xiang Yin's announcement, a sparse yet budding chorus of bids began to echo throughout the auction house. After a moment, congratulations to the head of the Lu family for securing this first-tier low-grade treasure of heaven and earth, the spirit fruit, for 500 inferior spirit stones. With the auction of the first-tier low-grade spirit fruit concluded, the system's voice chimed once more. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 20-fold critical return, obtaining a second-tier low-grade treasure of heaven and earth, spirit pattern jade fruit. The spirit pattern jade fruit, its significance was immense. It was widely acknowledged that as one's realm increased, the difficulty of advancement escalated. This spirit pattern jade fruit could assist a practitioner of the spirit sea realm in breaking through a minor realm. Given that even Spirit Sea practitioners could advance a minor realm, one could only imagine how a peak body refinement individual would fare upon consuming it, surely crossing into the Spirit Sea. Gazing at the translucent spirit pattern jade fruit, Gu Fan pondered whether he should put this treasure up for auction. The auction for the fourth item concluded, yet the attendees in the hall felt utterly fatigued. Aside from the 4 symbols elixir that had briefly stirred their emotions, the subsequent 3 items were a mere waste of their time, naturally, if it were not for the presence of the distinguished Gu Fan. Many would have already begun to live in disdain. Nevertheless, even so, some had resolved never to return to the Shention auction house. In their eyes, the remarkably striking Gu Fan was nothing more than a prodigal son from the royal city. Perhaps he had stirred up trouble in the royal city and was dispatched by his family to the insignificant Guanyang city to hide away. One must wonder what worth could a mere playboy, incapable of making waves, hold for such esteemed individuals to deign to support him. As the major factions entertained their varying thoughts, the auction for the 5th item commenced. Xiang Yin too sensed the peculiar atmosphere within the auction house. She forced a gentle smile and struggled to speak. We shall now unveil our 5th item, a common, ordinary 100 refinements blade, starting bid 1 inferior spirit stone. As her words fell, the entire hall fell into a state of shock. They stared blankly at Xiang Yin on stage, unable to comprehend, yet soon after, expressions of disbelief erupted in a cacophony of astonished exclamations. 100 refinements blade, why is this mundane weapon up for auction? With a mere finger I could pierce a great hole through it. Has the auction house made a mistake? The final item is an ordinary 100 refinements blade. Is the Shention auction house truly in decline? Even if they are, they should not toy with us like this. Heavens, it's even a rusty 100 refinements blade. Everyone was engulfed in disbelief. So it turned out that aside from the opening 4 symbols elixir, all the subsequent items were utterly worthless. To present such a rusty broken blade, not even the average person would want it, and yet they brought it to such an extravagant auction. Ha ha ha, what a splendid self-sabotage. I must have overestimated that new auction master, causing me such undue worry. The two auction masters of rival houses reveled in schadenfreude. Naturally, they wished for the downfall of their competitor, the Shention auction house. In an instant, the auction house was filled with a clamor of discontent, devoid of any bidding voices. Was it possible that it would go unsold? Esteemed guests, the ordinary 100 refinements blade starting bid is 1 spirit stone. Seong-in, sensing the situation was dire, quickly forced another smile. As her words fell, a mocking voice interjected, Miss Seong, how about we offer 2 inferior spirit stones just to show our support? The speaker was one of the masters from a competing auction house. And his words were clearly intended to ridicule the Shention auction house, which had just made a significant blunder. Then, congratulations to Master Shah for acquiring this ordinary 100 refinements blade for the price of 2 inferior spirit stones. Seong-in, still striving to maintain her smile, was about to sigh in relief and announce the conclusion of this auction. Esteemed guests, thank you very much. Wait, an interjecting voice rang out. Seong-in turned in astonishment to see Zhu Huai rushing over. Clutching a long box, his expression brimming with excitement. Chapter 7, the 6th item, the Crimson Flame Blade. As the ordinary 100 refinements blade was sold for 2 inferior spirit stones, Gu Fan's mind was once again filled with the system's voice. The auction for the ordinary 100 refinements blade has concluded. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 50-fold critical return, obtaining a second-tier low-grade magical artifact, the Crimson Flame Blade. The Crimson Flame Blade. Upon hearing the completion of this announcement, Gu Fan immediately focused on the vision within his mind. He beheld a long blade faintly ablaze with fire swirling gracefully. Observing this blade, Gu Fan's heart leaped with joy. He had initially believed that with previous crits being merely 20-fold, the ordinary refined blade would not yield anything of significant value. To his astonishment, however, the final strike resulted in a staggering 50-fold crit. Coupled with the rewards from the previous 4 returns, Gu Fan now possessed a second-tier low-grade chaotic tiger inner dan, a second-tier low-grade clear feather wonder flower, a second-tier low-grade spirit pattern jade fruit, and a second-tier low-grade crimson flame blade. Gazing upon the array of second-tier treasures, Gu Fan found himself lost in contemplation. Could it be that the system's guaranteed rewards are all second-tier low-grade, or is it merely a matter of randomness? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as futile. Besides these 4 returned rewards, there was, of course, the most crucial item, a 5th-tier Supreme Elixir, Creation Golden Pill. This particular pill was intended for awakening the Devouring God Body. Once the Devouring God Body was awakened, consuming a few other treasures would undoubtedly lead to a dramatic surge in his realm. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to restore the reputation of the Shention auction house. Master of the venue, you called for me. Zhu Huai quietly stepped forward, his tone respectful, yet his gaze remained vacant. Gu Fan cast a glance at his face and instantly discerned his thoughts. With a smile and a shake of his head, he retrieved a rectangular wooden box from the system space. Master of the venue, what is this? Zhu Huai instinctively accepted it, albeit in a state of bewilderment. This is the 6th auction item, a second-tier low-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Flame Blade. Gu Fan replied with a subtle smile. What? Upon hearing Gu Fan's words, Zhu Huai's pupils constricted sharply, and he stared incredulously at Gu Fan. A second-tier low-grade magic weapon. He could scarcely believe his ears. Such a weapon was something he had never even laid eyes on. The only instance he had heard of was the clan treasures belonging to the 3 prominent families, which were indeed second-tier low-grade magic weapons. However, these families would not deploy them unless in dire circumstances. Aside from their clan leaders and elders, the majority had never even seen them, and now he was holding a second-tier magic weapon. Observing Zhu Huai's stunned expression, Gu Fan could not help but shake his head. Go on now, Seong-in can barely hold on any longer. Prompted by Gu Fan, Zhu Huai quickly regained his composure. However, he hesitated, saying, Master of the venue, are you truly going to auction such a precious weapon? indeed, Gu Fan nodded, then gestured toward the stage. Zhu Huai followed his gaze and saw Xiang Ying about to announce the end of the auction. Realizing the situation, he quickly excused himself and excitedly sprinted toward the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Wait, Xiang Ying turned around, surprised to see the new steward rushing onto the stage, notably holding a rectangular wooden box in his arms. Steward Zhu, what is this? Xiang Ying inquired, puzzled. Do not end it yet, there is still a sixth auction item. The sixth? Xiang Ying frowned. She recalled that this auction was only prepared to feature 5 items, all of which had already been sold. How could there be a sixth? For some reason, every previous auction had been a delight for her, yet today, all she felt was dread. Thus, when Zhu Huai proclaimed there was a sixth item, her first thought was one of deep apprehension. The commotion on stage caught the attention of everyone below, who were just preparing to leave the thoroughly disappointing Shention auction house. However, seeing the new steward ascend the stage caused them to instinctively halt. Frowning as they pondered what was unfolding, Steward Zhu, haven't we already concluded the auction? Xiang Ying murmured. This is the sixth item brought forth by the master of the venue. Master of the venue. Xiang Ying's eyes brightened. She distinctly remembered that the 4 symbols pill, which had incited frenzied bidding, was also presented by the master of the venue. Indeed, Zhu Huai's next words made her expression exuberant, even causing her breath to quicken. This is the Crimson Flame Blade, a second-tier low-grade magic weapon. Zhu Huai handed the wooden box to a nearby maid, offering Xiang Ying an encouraging glance before swiftly descending from the stage. Meanwhile, Xiang Ying and the maid gazed greedily at the rectangular box. Inside this box was a second-tier low-grade magic weapon. Xiang Ying's breath quickened. Fortunately, having honed her composure over many years, she took a deep breath and turned back to reveal the brightest smile of the evening. Addressing the crowd below, who were still frowning now, ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the grand finale of this auction. Another auction. Weren't there only 5 items? What is happening? A last-minute addition. The grand finale, it won't be something as mundane as the refined blade again, will it? Ugh, just wasting my time. The hall was filled with murmurs of discontent. Even the prominent figures present frowned instinctively, casting displeased glances at Xiang Ying. Amidst such discontent, Xiang Ying's voice continued to resonate throughout the hall. The final auction item, a second-tier low-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Flame Blade. As these words echoed, all complaints vanished without a trace. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, every eye fixated upon Xiang Ying on stage. Some individuals gaped, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, utterly astonished. But second-tier low-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Flame Blade, how could this be possible? Such a precious treasure, how could it be brought to the auction house? Is it possible I misheard? A second-tier weapon, a weapon of slaughter. Such a precious treasure is up for auction. Could it be a fake? After all, it is second tier. There are hardly any in Guanyang City, to my knowledge. Although the city lord has reached the Spirit Sea realm, he does not possess a second-tier magic weapon. Does he? Truly extravagant. The silence within the auction house did not last long. Soon, the entire hall was abuzz with excitement. Everyone stood in disbelief, craning their necks to gaze at the stage. Even those prominent figures had forgotten their earlier displeasure, exchanging glances before raising their eyes wide with amazement as they focused on Xiang Ying, the center of attention. Miss Xiang, may I inquire if you truly mean a second-tier low-grade magic weapon? Amidst the astonishment, the head of the Miao family inquired earnestly of Xiang Ying. The latter smiled naturally, responding, Master Miao, I would not dare to speak carelessly, for this is an offering from our esteemed master of the venue. Upon hearing Xiang Ying's words, everyone turned their gazes toward the front, where Gu Fan stood, his appearance strikingly distinguished. For reasons unknown, as they looked at his slender silhouette, they felt an overwhelming sense of stature, Infused with an air of mystery, truly he was a figure of significance who had descended from the royal city. Those aware of Gufan's identity found themselves involuntarily reflecting, just imagine, this was a second-tier weapon of slaughter. Only 3 prominent families in Guanyang City were known to possess such treasures. This meant that on the surface there were only 3 second-tier low-grade magic weapons in the entirety of Guanyang City. Such rarity and value underscored the immense shock within the hearts of those present at the prospect of a second-tier magic weapon being auctioned at the Xiantian auction house at that moment. Xiang Ying instructed the maid to open the lid of the wooden box, revealing its contents for all to see. Inside the rectangular box lay a long blade, subtly glowing with flames, observing its sleek surface and the faint emanation of willpower. It was evident that this was indeed a genuine second-tier low-grade magic weapon. Moreover, it was of exceptional quality. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, "I must acquire it, no matter the cost. I shall secure this crimson flame blade." A second-tier magic weapon. With this our family might rise to become the 4th prominent family in Guanyang City after several years of effort. This is truly a weapon of slaughter. With it in my possession, I could surely defeat that injured second-tier demon beast. Consuming its inner dawn would propel me into the spirit sea realm. It is entirely feasible. Indeed, the reputation of the Xiantian auction house was well deserved. Everyone's eyes gleamed with fervor. Some impatiently looked towards Xiang Ying, as if urging her to commence the auction without delay. Judging by the intense glances, one might suspect that had this not been the Xiantian auction house, there would have been individuals brazen enough to attempt a robbery. Amidst this anxious atmosphere, Xiang Ying parted her red lips and smiled. The starting bid for the second-tier low-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Flame Blade, is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, the head of the Miao family proclaimed with resolute authority. His expression was grave, determined to acquire the Crimson Flame Blade, for if the Miao family secured this weapon, they would essentially claim the title of the foremost family in Guanyang City. The unseen advantages of such a status were incalculable. As his bold declaration resonated, many in the hall found their faces falling in disappointment. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was an unattainable figure for them. 11,000. The next bidder was the head of the Huang family. His face contorted with pain, for he had just conferred with the elders accompanying him, agreeing to liquidate their assets to secure this treasure, possessing the 4-symbol Dan, should one break into the spirit sea realm, and additionally wield 2 second-tier magical treasures. It is likely that even the city lord would not stand a chance against the Huang family. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones, the head of the Lu family has also entered the fray. 13,000, the defiant leader of the Mad Wolf mercenary corps spoke coldly. 14,000, 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. This bid left everyone in the hall gasping in shock. 20,000, they could hardly fathom it. The one calling out the bid was none other than the head of the Mao family. At this moment his eyes were bloodshot, resembling a gambler who had lost all restraint, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goal. Such an abundance of spirit stones would require him to liquidate at least a tenth of his family's assets to gather. 21,000, the only one still bidding was the head of the Lu family. As for the head of the Huang family, he had already slumped in despair. After all, securing the 4-symbol Dan had left him financially constrained, and to master another 20 or even 30,000 would truly cripple the Huang family. One misstep could lead to complete ruin. 22,000, the head of the Miao family glared at the head of the Lu family, his anger ignited by the bidding. 23, 24. The head of the Mao family gritted his teeth as he spoke. This was nearly his limit. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly resonated. Gentlemen, this Crimson Flame Blade has truly captured the city lord's interest. The city lord of Guanyang City interjected. I will bid 30,000 spirit stones. Wow! His words instantly ignited the already boiling atmosphere. in the hall everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily voicing their thoughts. The city lord has made his move, 30,000 spirit stones, in all my years in Guanyang City. I have never witnessed such a grand transaction. This is a second-tier magical treasure. It has been at least a century since one was last auctioned off. The Shention auction house truly deserves its reputation as the premier auction house in Guanyang City. You are mistaken, the most enigmatic figure is still that esteemed auctioneer. Let us not forget that both the 4-symbol Dan and the second-tier magical treasure were presented by others for auction. Indeed, I have heard that he hails from the royal city. The murmurs of astonishment echoed throughout the hall, all marveling at the grandeur of the scene. However, the expressions of the heads of the other 2 auction houses darkened like a pot's bottom. They had previously jested about the Shention auction house being a mere flash in the pan, yet it turned out that they had swiftly begun auctioning second-tier treasures, leaving them far behind. Nevertheless, no matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do about it. Second-tier magical treasures were beyond their reach. The auctioneer truly is a paragon of wisdom. At the back of the hall, Zhu Huai gazed in awe at the slender figure before him. It was impossible to ignore that from start to finish, Gu Fan had only spoken a few words that were as golden as they were profound. And merely by presenting 2 treasures he had nearly incited a brawl among the prominent figures of Guanyang City. Such a turn of events undeniably elevated Gu Fan's stature to monumental proportions. Moreover, even now he remained unfazed, his eyes gently closed, unaffected by the cacophony around him. It was as if he possessed complete mastery over the situation, with no surprises to contend with, and yet he had previously entertained thoughts of reproaching Gu Fan. How utterly foolish! With this realization, Zhu Huai could not help but lightly slap his own face. Chapter 9, The Perfect Conclusion of the Auction. Congratulations to the City Lord for successfully bidding 30,000 low-grade spirit stones for the second-tier low-grade magical treasure. The Crimson Flame Blade. On stage, Xiang Yin announced enthusiastically the acquisition of the Crimson Flame Blade. Upon hearing her words, both the heads of the Miao and Lu families sank into despondency. 30,000 spirit stones. They could muster such an amount, but their families would undoubtedly suffer greatly as a consequence. Moreover, the opponent was none other than the City Lord of Guanyang City. Provoking him was no trifling matter. Yet, a second-tier magical treasure, the thought of such a precious item slipping through their fingers filled their hearts with regret. Perhaps such an opportunity would never present itself again. Sigh, both sighed in unison. Congratulations to the City Lord for acquiring a precious artifact. Congratulations. With a hero wielding a sword, the City Lord now possesses the second-tier low-grade Crimson Flame Blade, truly enhancing his already formidable prowess. As the auction of the Crimson Flame Blade came to a close, the surrounding crowd eagerly congratulated the City Lord, who was the only cultivator in Guanyang City to have reached the Spirit Sea realm. Now, with the addition of a second-tier low-grade magical treasure, it seemed unlikely that anyone in Guanyang City could rival him. Therefore, any flattery directed at him was undoubtedly worth the effort. At that moment, a keen-eyed individual suddenly noticed a slender figure slowly making his way to the stage. It was the esteemed auctioneer. He was going up. Could it be that there are more treasures to auction? Hist! Quickly sit down, a murmur spread through the crowd. Soon, everyone in the auction house turned their attention to the mysterious auctioneer as he stepped onto the stage. The prominent figures present brightened at the sight. Quickly sitting up straight, they believed that this esteemed figure had more items to auction. Moreover, anything that warranted the auctioneer's personal appearance must be extraordinary. Many shared this sentiment, and by the time Gu Fan had settled himself, the auction house was utterly silent, all eyes fixed upon him. Observing this, Gu Fan shook his head with a smile, then spoke. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you for gracing the Shention auction house with your presence. Due to the hasty preparations, some items may not have met your expectations. I wish to express my sincere apologies. as he spoke he slightly bowed, performing the utmost courtesy. Such humility cannot be allowed, if even a second-tier magical treasure fails to satisfy us. Does that not imply that we are overly ambitious? Upon witnessing Gu Fan bow, the city lord's expression shifted, and he quickly rose to wave his hands, even as the city lord of Guanyang City. He could not bear to have a descendant of the Gu family from the royal city bow to him. Seeing his reaction, those unaware of Gu Fan's identity were left astonished. They had never seen this prominent figure in Guanyang City exhibit such deference to anyone. In fact, there was an undercurrent of respect among them. Despite this, most still felt a pang of disappointment. From the auctioneer's words, they grasped that there would be no further items. Auction.it seemed unlikely that another grand auction event would occur in the future. Naturally, items as precious as second-tier magical treasures would seldom appear at the Shention auction house. Many believed that the auctioneer had only offered the second-tier magical treasure out of necessity, otherwise why would he introduce an additional item at the last moment? With this thought, several prominent figures shook their heads in regret. City Lord, please take your seat. Gu Fan smiled slightly, and after the city lord sat down, he surveyed the entire hall and solemnly announced a new regulation for the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, henceforth the commission for items auctioned at Guanyang City's Shention auction house will be revised from the previous 5% commission to a mere 1% commission within the three major auction houses. Any items brought for auction would traditionally incur a 5% commission fee, which constituted a significant source of income. For instance, in the Shention auction house, 70% of its revenue stemmed from these commissions. One can imagine that reducing the commission from 5 to 1% would lead to a considerable decline in revenue. Perhaps it might even result in a deficit. However, the benefits were glaringly apparent. Guanyang City was in proximity to the Black Forest, where mercenary groups and adventurers frequently acquired treasures. If they could not utilize or needed money, they would choose to auction their treasures at the auction house. And if the Shention auction house only charged a 1% commission, who would they choose? Compared to the 5% commission charged by the other two auction houses, their choice would undoubtedly favor the Shention auction house. Gu Fan intended for the more treasures he acquired, the better. His system could select items for return 10 times a day. If he were to gather only 4 or 5 items in a week, he would suffer significant losses. Only by auctioning 10 items daily could Gu Fan ensure a profitable venture. As for the concern that such a short time frame would lead to an abundance of items flooding the market, Gu Fan would utilize the rewards from critical returns to showcase to Guanyang City's populace what it meant to be wealthy beyond measure. As Gu Fan's words reverberated through the auction hall, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A mere 1% commission. If they brought their treasures to the Shention auction house for auction, would they not receive 4% more than at the other two auction houses? Do not underestimate this difference. If an item was worth 1,000 spirit stones, they would only receive 950 at the other auction houses, but at the Shention auction house, they could secure 990. That additional 40 low-grade spirit stones would cover a trip to the royal city aboard a treasure ship. Among those present, the leaders of several mercenary groups appeared the most elated. They spent more than half the year in the Black Forest, making it easy to imagine the plethora of treasures they could acquire. The combined value of those treasures was incalculable. If the Shention auction house only charged a 1% commission, they would undoubtedly opt for it. Esteemed auctioneer, can we take your words at face value? A member of the Mad Wolf Mercenary Corps immediately stood and inquired. Indeed, you can, Excellent, the leader of the Mad Wolf Corps boisterously declared. Settling back down in delight. No one was foolish. They would naturally choose where the profits were greater. However, while some rejoiced, others were filled with discontent. The heads of the two other auction houses were expressions of deep displeasure. One individual abruptly rose to his feet, addressing the auctioneer. "What you are doing is simply unacceptable. You have adjusted the commission to 1, but what are we to do with our 2 prominent auction houses?" In response to this inquiry, Gu Fan shrugged nonchalantly and innocently remarked, "In business, one must embrace ruthless competition. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to keep up. The two were utterly exasperated by Gu Fan's audacity. The Shentian auction house was already the premier establishment in Guanyang City, relegating them to the 2nd and 3rd positions. Now, they faced the even greater insult of a commission set at 1. How were their auction houses to survive? Madman, the commission of 1, such a paltry sum. I am eager to see how long your Shentian auction house can endure this. There is no need for your concern, Gu Fan replied with a faint smile. Then turned to the crowd, proclaiming once more, "By the way, everyone, the Shentian auction house's rule of holding auctions once a month has also changed. From now on, the Shentian auction house will hold auctions daily. As for the items for sale, I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Upon hearing this, the attendees of the auction house stood in stunned silence. Chapter 10, The Awakening of the Devouring Body. Do you think the owner of the Shentian auction house has lost his mind? Daily auctions, where will he find treasures? He is merely too young. Having just arrived in Guanyang City, he is already making such grand gestures. I suspect he is merely a young master here to gain experience. Hoping to manage the auction house effectively, however, with his approach, even abundant treasures would be squandered under his management. I have never witnessed an auction house auctioning off its own treasures. Just wait and see. It won't be long before that owner has to revert the rules. Outside the Shentian auction house, a throng of figures poured out, murmuring in hushed tones, although Gu Fan's final words had left them astounded. Once they regained their composure, it became evident that behind each of those rules stood a young master from a family eager to make a name for himself, inside a luxurious carriage by the roadside. Several prominent figures of Guanyang City instructed their driver to return home. However, their gazes toward the Shentian auction house were laden with inscrutable meanings. Daily auctions, will they not disappoint us? I am eager to see what tricks you can conjure. The 2 auction house owners exchanged cold smirks. Inside the auction house, the crowd had long since dispersed, just as Gu Fan was about to return to the secret chamber to awaken his divine body. He was intercepted by Zhu Huai. "Master, you have acted foolishly," Zhu Huai exclaimed, his face flushed. He had managed to restrain himself previously, but this time he could no longer hold back. Lowering the commission to 1 would indeed lead to the auction house's financial ruin. While this may attract more individuals seeking to auction their treasures, it ultimately amounts to a losing venture. Even the Shentian auction house, no matter how vast its resources, cannot withstand such reckless behavior from this young master. Furthermore, holding auctions daily, where in this small Guanyang City could so many treasures be found for sale, in the end, they would only be left with mundane items, tarnishing their reputation. It was clear that Gu Fan was acting foolishly. "Zhu Huai, trust me," Gu Fan replied, his expression devoid of anger or joy. Although Zhu Huai's words were harsh, his concern for the auction house was evident. He was a responsible individual, unlike some opportunists who merely flatter. Gu Fan would have replaced such people long ago. After encouraging Zhu Huai, he made his way towards the training chamber. After a night of turmoil, had it not been for the arrival of the creation golden pill, he would have long since been unable to endure, let alone deliver that spirited declaration on stage. With the auction concluded, he was filled with anticipation for awakening his devouring body. Upon seeing him depart, Zhu Huai could not help but sigh. In the secret chamber, Gu Fan sat cross-legged on a mat with a thought. A shimmering golden pill materialized in his hand. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire chamber was enveloped in a rich fragrance, tantalizing to the senses. Simultaneously, an overwhelming hunger surged through Gu Fan's body, causing his eyes to gleam with insatiable greed. This was the 5th-tier supreme pill, the creation golden pill. A treasure that even the Gu family in the royal city had never possessed. As for the effects of this pill, Gu Fan was not entirely certain. However, given that it was a pill obtained through a critical return from the Four Symbols pill, it was likely inclined towards refining the essence and enhancing the body's core. Licking his lips, Gu Fan swallowed the fifth-tier supreme pill in one gulp. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a silky liquid that flowed into his body. Gu Fan could not suppress a gasp of pleasure. The liquid was incredibly gentle, and as soon as it entered his body, it split into strands that surged into his limbs and meridians, nourishing the long-decayed channels and ACU points. In just a few breaths, Gu Fan felt his spirit rejuvenated, as if his once exhausted body had been revitalized, filling him with vitality. As his perception gradually returned, Gu Fan also noticed that the liquid, now transformed into countless strands, was relentlessly dashing towards unknown destinations. Wherever they traveled, it was as if they were breaking through layers of stubborn membranes, striving to reach the deepest recesses of his being and unleash his utmost potential. During this process, Gu Fan felt an incredibly terrifying devouring power emanating from every acupoint in his body. No, it was every single acupoint in his body that was radiating boundless devouring power. This was the awakening of his devouring body. Each time the liquid transformed from the creation golden pill pierced through a membrane, Gu Fan sensed that devouring power growing stronger. It was as if it sought to greedily consume the entirety of this vast world within his small body. At the same time, a deep, insatiable hunger suddenly engulfed him. Gu Fan felt as though he had not eaten for days, yearning to devour the very secret chamber itself to satiate his hunger. Moreover, as the devouring power intensified, this notion began to take root in Gu Fan's mind: buzz. The walls of the secret chamber suddenly emitted a sound. Gu Fan focused his gaze and was astonished to see the thick walls sprouting spiderweb-like cracks. Fragments of the walls began to fly towards him under the increasingly terrifying devouring power. Gu Fan's brows furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated that the awakening of the devouring body would create such a commotion. This was merely the beginning. Based on his conjecture, once the devouring body truly awakened, the entire street housing the Shention auction house would be consumed by the expanding devouring power, including people. This cannot continue. Gu Fan's expression turned grave. Then, with a thought, an egg-sized inner pill appeared before him. It was the inner pill of a second-tier low-grade demon beast, the violent Wonder Tiger. In the next moment, the devouring power seemed to have found its target. Locking onto the inner pill. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy inner pill of the second-tier demon beast was enveloped in layers of cracks, and with a resounding pop, it shattered completely. Buzz, a faint black light burst forth, causing Gu Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment. He felt an immensely fierce power being drawn into his body. However, this discomforting aura was swiftly dissolved by the devouring power, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed into his acupoints. The second-tier low-grade demon beast, when transformed into a human cultivator, corresponds to the spirit sea realm. At that moment, Gu Fan was merely an ordinary person. Thus, this vast power ultimately caused the devouring power to momentarily subside. At the very least, it no longer targeted the secret chamber in which he resided. Just then, Gu Fan was surprised to discover that an ancient scripture had inexplicably appeared in his mind. The scripture was exceedingly intricate, yet he found himself strangely able to comprehend it. Devouring scripture, Gu Fan murmured softly. Chapter 11, Devouring Scripture, Perfecting the Body. The devouring scripture, revealed alongside the awakening of the devouring body, was a cultivation text. However, Gu Fan was unaware of the scripture's true level. At present, the only cultivation methods manifesting in his mind were those pertaining to body refinement and the spirit sea realm. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Gu Fan speculated that perhaps his mind could not accommodate the cultivation methods beyond this scripture, which is why only the first two realms were revealed. He believed that once he reached the spirit sea realm, The subsequent passages would become apparent. With this thought, Gu Fan instinctively began to operate the devouring scripture. As the scripture circulated, the spiritual energy within his acupoint surged forth, flowing through his meridians. 1 Complete cycle. 2 complete cycles, 3 complete cycles. Pop. With a crisp sound, Gu Fan opened his eyes, his gaze radiating with brilliant light. He had made a breakthrough. He had ascended to the first level of body refinement. From an ordinary person to one capable of cultivation. Although he had only reached the first level of body refinement, this step had pried open the door to cultivation. Moreover, with the devouring body, nothing could escape his grasp. As long as there were resources, he could devour them infinitely like a glutton. This meant that as long as Gu Fan continued to consume, he could grow ever stronger, perhaps even become a formidable being capable of shaking the heavens. As for resources, with the auction refund system, as long as he remained in the auction house, he need not worry about them. With this realization, an unprecedented sense of ambition surged within Gu Fan. With a thought, 2 items appeared before him, a second-tier low-grade Chinyu Wonder flower and a second-tier low-grade Lingwen jade fruit. Devour, devour, devour. In the secret chamber, Gu Fan, overwhelmed by greed, unleashed his devouring power, enveloping the Chinyu Wonder flower and Lingwen jade fruit in its depths. Suddenly, an influx of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged into his meridians, tempering his physique. The first stage of body refinement reached completion, the early stage of the second stage of body refinement, the mid-stage of the second stage of body refinement, the third stage of body refinement, the fourth stage of body refinement, the fifth stage of body refinement. Time passed unmeasured. In the pitch-black chamber, a pair of piercing eyes quietly opened. The ninth stage of body refinement. A state of perfection, Gu Fan murmured, seemingly unable to believe it. He felt as if he had consumed the inner of the, followed by an even greater surge of spiritual energy pouring forth from his limbs, continuously reinforcing his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself at the pinnacle of body refinement, just a step away from entering the coveted realm of the spiritual sea. This was truly terrifying. The patriarchs of the 3 great families had spent 4 to 5 decades in their cultivation merely to achieve the same level of body refinement, yet he had effortlessly reached their level through mere consumption. Without any adverse effects, he believed that with sufficient resources, Gu Fan could continue to break into the spiritual sea realm, becoming the second greatest practitioner of the spiritual sea in Guanyang City. The god-eating body, indeed terrifying beyond measure, rising to his feet, he moved his body slightly, then quietly felt the surging power within him. It was overwhelming. Gu Fan clenched his fists. At this moment, with just a slight exertion, the air around him could resonate with a sonic boom. Even the solid walls of the chamber he was confident he could shatter with a single punch. This was a transformation from the previous frailty of his body. A complete metamorphosis. Subsequently, Gu Fan acclimated to his newfound strength within the chamber. Only after he could control it with ease did he open the door to the training room and make his way to the auction hall. Time in cultivation felt timeless. He still had no idea how much time had passed outside. If several days had gone by, disrupting his auction plans, it would be disastrous. In the auction hall, Zhu Huai had just seen off a guest who had brought items for auction. Turning around, he immediately spotted Gu Fan striding in with a vigorous gait. Oh, Zhu Huai exclaimed softly, looking at Gu Fan. He sensed something different about him. If previously he resembled a debauched young master who indulged in pleasure, now Gu Fan appeared more like a spirited youth. Moreover, he was even more handsome. At least in all of Guanyang City, Zhu Huai had never seen anyone more striking than Gu Fan. Zhu manager, how long has it been since the last auction? Gu Fan inquired upon seeing Zhu Huai. Master auctioneer, it has already been the second day. In another 2 hours, the second auction will commence, Zhu Huai replied. Hearing this, Gu Fan let out a gentle sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not missed the auction time. Knowing he had not missed it, Gu Fan then asked the crucial question, how are the items for sale prepared? Has anyone come to entrust us with their treasures for auction, Master Auctioneer? At this question, a bitter smile immediately spread across Zhu Huai's face. Upon seeing Zhu Huai's expression, Gu Fan's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Could it be, even after lowering the commission to 1, those individuals still chose not to use the Shanty auction house? Soon, Zhu Huai continued, as of now, the auction house has gathered 8 items for sale, all of which were brought in after hearing about yesterday's auction. 8 items, Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. With 2 hours remaining until the auction began, they had already gathered 8 items. It was likely they could reach 10 by the start. However, seeing Zhu Huai's expression, it was evident there was more bad news. But Master Auctioneer, these items that have been brought in, they are truly, Zhu Huai lamented, his face contorted in despair, unable to find words to describe the 8 items. Just then a young man strode in from outside. He glanced at Gu Fan and Zhu Huai in the center of the hall and announced, "I have come to auction something." Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Just when he had mentioned needing to gather 10 items before the auction, here came another one. "Zhu manager, please go take a look," Gu Fan instructed. "Yes, Master Auctioneer." Zhu Huai stepped forward, and the young man promptly removed a wooden box from his back. Opening it before Zhu Huai, due to the latter blocking his view, Gu Fan could not see what was inside the box. After a while, Zhu Huai, crouched on the ground examining it, finally uttered, "An ordinary iron sword. Not yet sharpened, likely just forged recently." He looked at the young man with a forlorn gaze, incredulous that someone would dare bring such an ordinary iron sword to the first auction house in Guanyang City. It was simply audacious. Even Gu Fan couldn't help but frown. This sword was inferior to a 100 refined blade. At least the 100 refined blade was a military weapon, whereas this iron sword was merely an ordinary weapon forged in a small workshop. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing. "Zhu manager, accept it and include it in tonight's auction, Master Auctioneer." All right, Master Auctioneer." Zhu Huai lowered his head, feeling wronged, and turned to close the wooden box. However, his gaze toward the young man resembled that of a spurned lover. The young man felt a chill run down his spine. He had come precisely because he heard that the Shanty auction house had auctioned 100 refined blade last night for 2 spiritual stones. Spiritual stones? The young man had never even seen one. In his world, he had only dealt with mundane currency. Therefore, upon hearing that the 100 refined blade had successfully sold, he had brought his newly forged iron sword to give it a try. To his surprise, it had indeed been accepted. Before long, he was led by a maid to a side room for some record-keeping. Following that, Gu Fan accompanied Zhu Huai to the room where the auction items were stored. Inside this spacious room, protected by various defensive measures, Gu Fan beheld the 8 items that had been prepared earlier. He soon understood why Zhu Huai had been wearing a sorrowful expression, because, upon a cursory glance, most of these auction items were mundane. There were even red, which Gu Fan had often snacked on. This was a common fruit renowned for its delicious flesh, widely sought after in the Dacian dynasty. "Master Auctioneer, this simply won't do," Zhu Huai nearly cried out. No one knew the despair that filled his heart. The first auction house of Guanyang City was auctioning off mundane items, a farce of epic proportions. Gu Fan could not console him and could only feign a serious expression, as if deep in thought. Although he was somewhat disappointed with these items, what could one expect from a small city? Having something was certainly better than nothing. At the very least, his system could still return rewards, and as long as there were no unsold items, it would be a victory. However, Gu Fan was still puzzled. "Zhu manager, why are all the items brought in today mundane? By rights, the previous night's auction of second-tier magical artifacts should have significantly raised the Shanty auction house's reputation following this newfound fame. Those in possession of treasures should have immediately considered entrusting them to the Shanty auction house. What had gone wrong that they had received only mundane items?" He was engulfed in confusion. Master Auctioneer, it's currently being circulated outside that the Shanti auction house can auction mundane items, but only in exchange for spiritual stones, so some individuals have attempted to bring in mundane items for auction. Zhu Huai explained, gritting his teeth. Gu Fan stroked his chin deep in thought. He speculated that someone must be sabotaging them, spreading these rumors throughout Guanyang City. Moreover, such gossip would naturally spread like wildfire among the common folk, making it known to all. How, thinking of this, Gu Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This behind-the-scenes manipulator surely intended to use this tactic to undermine the Shanti auction house's reputation, yet they were unwittingly promoting the Shanti auction house's fame. Who were the most numerous in Guanyang City? Certainly, it was the common people. Now that they all knew about the Shanti auction house, in the future, whenever outsiders inquired, these people would naturally mention the Shanti auction house. Furthermore, the news of last night's auction of the second-tier magical artifact would surely spread among the cultivators as well. And this way, the Shanti auction house's reputation would undoubtedly surpass that of the other two auction houses. The more he thought about it, the more Gu Fan felt that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, thus, he decided not to dwell on it further. In this auction, aside from some mundane items, there were, of course, good things as well. For instance, in the corner lay a snake hissing and flicking its tongue, a low-grade first-tier demonic beast, Black Snake. Besides the Black Snake, there was also a tattered sword manual, according to the appraiser of the auction house. This manual must have originally been a second-tier martial technique when complete. However, as for its exact level, the appraisers in Guanyang City could not ascertain. Nonetheless, even so, this tattered sword manual held the power of a mid-grade first-tier sword technique. A mid-grade first tier, Gu Fan finally wore a satisfied smile. This martial technique was something only elders in the three great families could practice, highlighting its preciousness, and he decided to use this tattered sword manual as the opening item. Gu Fan concluded. By selecting the tattered sword manual as the opening item, he also aimed to create a successful start. Yes, Master Auctioneer, Zhu Huai responded weakly. As night fell like ink, the second auction of the Shanti auction house commenced as scheduled. Outside the door, a throng of people surged, continuously entering the auction hall. As the figures outside dwindled, the prominent leaders of various factions in Guanyang City sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Initially, they had no intention of attending. As leaders of significant powers, their days were filled with relentless busyness, leaving little time for cultivation. However, the mere thought of the crimson flame blade from the previous night ignited their curiosity, compelling them to come. After all, it was only a matter of an hour, and should the esteemed auctioneer from the royal city present another treasure, their absence would indeed be a considerable loss. Thus, the auction hall soon buzzed with activity once more. Compared to the previous night, today's auction, while not as grand, boasted an even greater turnout. Various discussions echoed in the air, and Gu Fan, seated at the forefront, felt his ears nearly blistering from the cacophony. Master Gu, we have come to disturb you once again today, greeted the city lord of Guanyang along with several clan leaders, clasping their fists in salute. Gu Fan cast a slight glance at the individuals behind the city lord, a smirk forming on his lips. Unlike yesterday, while these clan leaders wore smiles, the respect in their eyes had notably diminished. Perhaps they had realized he was not a figure of the highest caliber, thus extinguishing their ambitions to align with him. Nonetheless, these were trifles. Gu Fan maintained a courteous smile and exchanged pleasantries with them. Before long, the city lord and the clan leaders returned to their seats. The second auction at the Shention auction house commenced swiftly. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Shention auction house for tonight's auction. Xiang Yin's voice was melodious, her smile sweet as she announced from the stage. As she began to speak, the auction hall gradually fell silent, all eyes fixated on her, eagerly anticipating the first item for bid. Among the crowd, the masters of the two major auction houses exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable danger. Not far away, three men adorned with conical hats exchanged discreet looks before turning their attention to Xiang Yin, instinctively tightening their grips on the weapons at their waists. We now commence the auction for the first item entrusted to the Shention auction house by an anonymous patron, a mid-tier martial technique of the first rank, the incomplete sword manual, Seong-in announced loudly. At the same moment her attendant opened a wooden box, revealing an incomplete sword manual that faintly emanated a sword aura. A mid-tier martial technique of the first rank. Hiss, but why does it still exude sword aura? Remarkable, this martial technique, in its complete form, must undoubtedly be of second rank or higher. Although it is incomplete, its residual sword aura suggests that its techniques may rival those of a superior first rank martial technique. Secure it. I truly did not come here in vain. Upon hearing Seong-in's words, the hall erupted in a stir. A mid-tier martial technique of the first rank, especially a sword technique, mastering such a treasure could allow one to cultivate a mid-sized family with time and effort. Moreover, it could potentially be among the more prominent ones. For techniques like this incomplete martial skill, the most powerful move within could very well rival a superior first-rank martial technique. It was crucial to note that superior first-rank martial techniques were the closely guarded secrets of prominent families. Even the leaders of various factions wore grave expressions at this moment. It was fortunate they had come. If this incomplete sword manual were to fall into the hands of another family, it would undoubtedly pose a new threat. Seong-in observed the crowd's reaction keenly. She then elaborated, this incomplete sword manual comprises 7 techniques, each more formidable than the last. Our auction house's appraisers estimate that the 7th technique possesses power equivalent to that of a top-tier first-rank martial technique. A top-tier first rank, wow! At this revelation, the auction hall was momentarily engulfed in shock. Even the most elite techniques of the 3 major families were merely superior first-rank martial techniques, and those were just ordinary martial skills. If someone else were to master this, they could swiftly establish a power rivaling the 3 major families, particularly among the mercenary groups. Eyes glinted with greed. Their lagging behind the 3 families was due to the latter monopolizing the benefits of Gwangyang City. They had no choice but to linger in the Black Forest, relying on its resources to sustain their current factions. However, if they obtained this incomplete sword manual, would the 3 families dare to refuse them a share of the profits? Aside from them, the city lord of Gwangyang and various small factions gazed at the incomplete sword manual in the attendant's hands with avarice. This was indeed a genuine treasure. The Shention auction house lived up to its reputation as the foremost auction house in Gwangyang City. Gu Fan's eyes slightly narrowed, his expression betraying no emotion. Although the final technique of this incomplete sword manual reached the level of a top-tier first-rank martial technique, the requirements for cultivation were exceedingly arduous. In his view, no one in Gwangyang City could master this final technique, but why should he care? The auction house was meant to elevate the perceived value of items, enticing guests to bid fervently. Soon, Seong-in smiled and announced the starting bid for the incomplete sword manual is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones, 11,000, 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. The incomplete sword manual is a must for my Crazy Wolf mercenary group. 13,000. As Seong-in's words fell, the auction hall erupted like a powder keg. Voices of fierce bidding ringing out. The 3 major families, the 4 major mercenary groups, besides them several smaller factions began to bid with fierce expressions. Martial techniques are of utmost importance to cultivators. The strength of martial techniques determines whether a cultivator can survive through countless conflicts. Even the 3 major families thrived in Gwangyang City due to their superior first-rank martial techniques. Whoever masters a top-tier first-rank martial technique, especially a renowned sword technique, in time, could rise to become the foremost faction in Gwangyang City. It is worth noting, even the city lord cultivates a superior first-rank martial technique. It must be secured. I already possess the 4 symbols pill. If I cultivate this sword manual, stepping into the spirit sea will be a certainty. The head of the Huang family was filled with wild enthusiasm. We cannot allow others to acquire the sword manual, otherwise, our Lu family, already at a disadvantage, will never find peace. The head of the Lu family's expression was grave and stern. Humph, last time I was humiliated, this time my Miao family must reclaim the incomplete sword manual. The head of the Miao family clenched his fists, regarding yesterday's humiliation as a great disgrace. With this, my Crazy Wolf mercenary group will undoubtedly become the most powerful faction in Guanyang City. The leader of the Crazy Wolf mercenary group's eyes glimmered with greed, and the other mercenary groups wore similar expressions. Meanwhile, in a corner, three hooded figures whispered among themselves, "Brother, should we intervene? This is a treasure." "Indeed, brother, the top-tier first-rank martial technique. Our remuneration for coming to Guanyang City is only 10,000 spirit stones. Patience is key to great plans." "Wait, did you not hear those two mention? The owner of this auction house is a fat sheep. Once he presents all the treasures, we will make our move." 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Your Huang family can still produce 20,000 spirit stones. The Lu family, offer 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. 22,000. You two need not compete. This treasure belongs to my Miao family. Unabashed. 25,000. Hiss. The bid of 25,000 low-grade spirit stones made the entire auction hall collectively gasp. It is noteworthy that the second-rank treasure, the Crimson Flame Blade, was only 30,000 spirit stones. This incomplete sword manual, after all, is merely a mid-tier martial technique of the first rank. Who is so audacious? Everyone turned towards the voice, and there stood the leader of the Crazy Wolf mercenary group. Defiantly dropping his bidding card. Just moments ago, it was he who called the bid. "Crazy Wolf, do you possess such wealth?" The head of the Miao family cried out in exasperation. The sheer amount of spirit stones made his heart bleed. How could a mercenary group, which was even less affluent than the three major families, have such resources? Head of the Miao family, Crazy Wolf, do not possess the vast wealth of your Miao family. 25,000 is merely a trifle. Crazy Wolf spoke with an air of grandeur, making everyone realize for the first time that mercenary groups could also be so affluent. Head, shall we continue? Continue, we'll all be left to starve. The head of the Miao family slumped back into his seat, his expression grim. To think that a martial technique rivaling a top-tier first rank would fall into the hands of a bloodthirsty mercenary group. Guanyang City would undoubtedly not know peace henceforth. 25,000 spirit stones. First time, 25,000 spirit stones. Second time, Xiang Yin, beaming with joy, raised her hammer twice on stage. Below, there was utter silence. The expressions of the three major families were grim. Such a sum of spirit stones exceeded their limits. To bid further would drain their family's vitality, resulting in greater harm than benefit in the short term. As for the city lord, having just acquired the Crimson Flame Blade, he lacked the resources to contend for this incomplete sword manual. Thus, after a brief pause, Xiang Yin brought down her hammer for the third time. Congratulations to the leader of the Crazy Wolf mercenary group for securing this incomplete sword manual for 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Gu Fan's mind. Chapter 14, The Bright Moon Sword. Record the auction of the incomplete sword manual, a mid-tier martial technique of the first rank, was successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Receiving a top-tier third-rank sword technique, the Bright Moon Sword record, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Then Gu Fan's expression froze in disbelief. A 1,000-fold critical return, a third-rank, top-tier sword technique. Surely he had not misheard. He had indeed triggered a 1,000-fold critical return. In the previous auction, consecutive occurrences of staggering multiples had led Gu Fan to believe that this time would mirror the last. However, to his astonishment, he was rewarded with a 1,000-fold return of a top-tier sword technique of the third rank. It is worth noting that to Gu Fan's knowledge, even within the Gu family of Wangqing, such martial arts did not exist. As a direct descendant, he was privy to many family matters. For instance, the current head of the Gu family was cultivating a third-rank upper-grade martial technique. If even he was limited to such. The younger generation was even more dismal, with most possessing only first-rank or second-rank lower-grade techniques, yet here he was in the remote city of Guanyang, having acquired a top-tier sword technique, the Moonlit Sword Manuscript, that even the Gu family of Wangcheng lacked. What delighted Gu Fan even further was that it was obtained through his white girlfriend. The incomplete sword technique had been entrusted for auction by someone else, and he had essentially gained it through her favor. With this thought, Gu Fan couldn't help but flash a grin, as Gu Fan reveled in the joy brought by the Moonlit Sword Manuscript, the sounds of congratulations for the Crazy Wolf Brigade leader, who had secured the incomplete sword technique, echoed throughout the auction hall. Congratulations, Crazy Wolf leader, on acquiring a treasure. Congratulations, its power rivals that of a first-rank exquisite sword technique. Brother Crazy Wolf, it won't be long before the name of your esteemed mercenary group spreads throughout Guanyang City. The surrounding crowd looked on with envy. Even the leaders of several other mercenary groups gazed at the Crazy Wolf leader with faces full of admiration. A complete version of the incomplete sword manuscript was indeed a second-rank martial technique. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Crazy Wolf mercenary group, leaving them to watch helplessly as the technique was secured. In response to the chorus of congratulations, the Crazy Wolf leader beamed with delight. A sword technique with the power of a first-rank exquisite martial art was truly unique in Guanyang City. Once he completed the training of this incomplete sword manuscript, his prowess would undoubtedly set him apart among the many cultivators in Guanyang City. However, it was likely that other factions were harboring similar thoughts, and they might resort to underhanded tactics against him. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. A flicker of contemplation crossed the proud visage of the Crazy Wolf leader. He resolved that once the auction concluded, he would lead his brothers into the Black Forest. With the first item auctioned, the hall fell into a hush after a flurry of discussion, all awaiting the second item for bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the second item, Xiang Yin announced from the stage as a maid led a restrained black serpent onto the platform. Upon seeing the serpent, which was as thick as an arm, the crowd furrowed their brows. Is this a first-rank lower-grade demon beast? The black serpent. How has it become a first-rank lower-grade treasure? The black serpent, while its venom is potent, its agility leaves much to be desired. One blow from me could easily crush it. Whispers of discontent began to circulate, yet Xiang Yin seemed to hear nothing, maintaining her smile as she continued. The starting price for the first-rank lower-grade black serpent is 100 lower-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1 lower-grade spirit stone. As her words fell, the crowd exchanged glances, none willing to bid, curious to see which fool would purchase the black serpent. Such a creature could be bought for merely a few spirit stones in the outside trading market. Who would be foolish enough to start bidding at 100? Yet, unexpectedly, a fool did emerge after a brief silence. 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see who had made the bid, only to be left dumbfounded. The bidder was none other than the Lord of Guanyang City. With a smile on his face, he found the first-rank lower-grade black serpent to be just right for preparing snake soup that evening. The City Lord truly has exquisite taste. Indeed, the City Lord possesses a discerning eye for demon beasts. May I ask, City Lord, would you like me to fetch more black serpents for you? I can bring you one from the Black Forest every day. No one dared mock the Lord of Guanyang City, instead showering him with flattery. After all, the City Lord was a practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm. Using a first-rank black serpent for soup was hardly unusual. With someone bidding, Xiang Yin's smile became genuine as she stated, the City Lord has bid 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Are there any other bidders? 100 spirit stones. Going once, 100 spirit stones. Going twice, then 3 times. congratulations to the city lord for acquiring this first-rank lower-grade demon beast, the Black Serpent, for 100 lower-grade spirit stones, congratulations." As the gavel fell, smiles adorned the faces of those present. Showering the city lord with well wishes, the auction hall was filled with sounds of congratulations, yet, at that moment, Seong-in on stage felt troubled. If even a first-rank lower-grade demon beast elicited such complaints, what would happen with mundane items? Would anyone storm out in anger? It was crucial to note that the remaining 8 items for sale were all mundane items. She simply could not fathom why the venue master insisted on holding an auction every day. Gripping her communication talisman, Seong-in felt her palms drenched in sweat. As time passed, the hall quieted once more, all eyes turning to Seong-in on stage. However, most attendees had already lost hope regarding the upcoming items. Just like the last auction, aside from the opening item, the subsequent 4 were all common first-rank lower-grade treasures. This time, there was likely to be no exception. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the third auction item. A common red milk fruit, starting bid of 1 lower-grade spirit stone. Each subsequent bid must increase by at least 1 lower-grade spirit stone. What? Upon hearing the auction item, a guest clutching a red milk fruit gasped in disbelief. As others processed the information, they too stared at Seong-in in shock. A common red milk fruit, did I hear that correctly? I remember purchasing some just this morning at the trading market. 1 spirit stone, this is daylight robbery, absolutely insane. A cacophony of protests erupted. They had already deemed the Shanty auction house desolate for auctioning common items like the 100 refinements blade, but now, upon hearing the auction of the red milk fruit, they felt the Shanty auction house was shattering their lowest expectations. At least the 100 refinements blade was a military-grade weapon of decent quality, but the red milk fruit, it was a common item that could be bought in bulk with mundane currency. Chapter 15, Feeling Deceived. The masters of the 2 major auction houses couldn't help but burst into laughter. More mundane items, the Shanty auction house was truly courting disaster. In every auction, the items at their disposal were never less than first-rank middle-grade treasures. Even the worst of the lot would be first-rank lower-grade, yet the Shanty auction house was attempting to auction merely 1 first-rank middle-grade sword technique this time. While this incomplete sword technique could indeed be considered a first-rank top-tier sword technique, as peers in the industry, they were well aware of the auction house's penchant for mediocrity, yet perhaps it was for the best. Having an inexperienced Gu-fan as the auction master was surely preferable to the cunning old master returning. At this moment, the 2 were already anticipating how long it would take for this newcomer from Wangcheng to run the Shanty auction house into the ground. 1 lower-grade spirit stone, just 1 lower-grade spirit stone, and you could have this delectable red milk fruit. On stage, seeing no bids, Seong-in continued to maintain her smile. However, her words were met with a chorus of boos from the audience. They could easily acquire a handful from the trading market using mundane currency. Why waste precious spirit stones? Seeing this, Seong-in felt a wave of despair wash over her. Just as she was about to announce the red milk fruit as unsold, a voice broke through, bringing her unexpected joy. 1 lower-grade spirit stone, it was a bidding voice. Seong-in turned to see the head of the Miao family raising his paddle. He had noticed her gaze and smiled back at her before directing his attention towards Gu-fan at the front. Coincidentally, Gu-fan had also turned to look at him. Their eyes met, and the Miao family head immediately displayed a sincere smile. Gu-fan nodded slightly, acknowledging him. He was genuinely surprised. He had thought the red milk fruit would go unsold. It was crucial to note that only successful auction items would trigger the system's rewards. If it went unsold, there would naturally be no rewards returned. Thankfully, at this critical moment, the Miao family head had come to the rescue. At this time, those in the hall who had noticed the Miao family head's actions suddenly realized. It turned out he was bidding on the red milk fruit to curry favor with Gu-fan. The newcomer from Wangcheng, after all, this Gu Fan was indeed a person of significant influence, and the benefits behind him were immense. By using just one spirit stone, the Miao family head had made a good impression on Gu Fan. Some attendees felt a pang of regret. Oh, how could they have overlooked such a cheap opportunity to draw the attention of the venue master? They had missed out on a significant opportunity. Congratulations to the Miao family head for acquiring the red milk fruit for one lower-grade spirit stone. Xiang Yin hastily struck the gavel, and then she addressed the audience once more. We shall now proceed to the fourth item for auction. Entrusted to the Shanti auction house by an anonymous patron, a common iron sword, the auction house fell into silence. Everyone stared at Xiang Yin, their faces devoid of expression. At this moment, they seriously suspected whether this auction house was treating them as fools. First, it was the red milk fruit, and now a common iron sword. What purpose does this object serve aside from the needs of ordinary people? Do the cultivators utilize it for slicing meat or perhaps for trimming their nails? What is even more exasperating is the possibility that should excessive force be applied, this ordinary iron sword might simply snap with a crack. Nonetheless, amidst this hushed atmosphere, the head of the Huang family spoke up. Declaring one low-grade spirit stone, he did not even inquire about the bidding increment and commenced calling out his offer directly. It is merely an ordinary iron sword, a trinket easily purchasable with mundane currency. And to buy it with a spirit stone is to pay a premium. The attendees in the hall turned their gazes toward the head of the Huang family, after announcing his bid. He immediately shifted his attention to Gu Fan, who, to everyone's astonishment, reciprocated the gesture with a nod of greeting. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the auction house was instantly filled with excitement. For a single spirit stone, one could exchange pleasantries with a prominent figure. What a lucrative transaction! Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded in the Shentian auction house, the fifth item up for auction, entrusted by an anonymous patron. Was an ordinary object, one spirit stone. I bid 3 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing the item with 3 spirit stones. As Xiang Yin's congratulatory words faded, the guest beamed with delight. Exchanging nods with Gu Fan, after their greeting he maintained an expression of sheer joy, his elation palpable. Those around him were equally envious. Subsequently, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th items were all successfully auctioned off, with guests reveling in their interactions with the distinguished figures. Gu Fan too felt a profound sense of joy, for with each successful auction, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. First-tier low-grade monster, Black Snake, successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 20-fold critical return. Obtaining a second-tier low-grade monster, Black Snake, ordinary item, red milk fruit, successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 20-fold critical return. Obtaining a first-tier high-grade heavenly material, Qingyan fruit, ordinary item, iron sword, successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold critical return. Obtaining a second-tier top-grade magical weapon, Huanshin sword, ordinary item. However, at this moment, within the auction hall, although every item had been successfully sold, some guests began to grow increasingly impatient. They cared little for exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed Gu. For what they sought were treasures. Did they not enter the auction house with the intent to bid on precious items? Therefore, when Xiang Yin announced that the 10th item for auction was yet another ordinary object, their sense of betrayal erupted entirely. What a farcical auction house! How many items have gone by and still they present mundane items? What use have I, a cultivator, for such trifles? The disappointment was utterly overwhelming, living in such a grand auction house. The so-called premier auction house of Guanyang City, to auction off mere commonplace items. It is a misnomer. Departing, is it to be so? Not so fast. What if a second-tier treasure is auctioned later? A second-tier treasure Who could possibly bring so many second-tier items for auction? Do you think they are cabbages? Humph, what a waste of my time. Amidst a cacophony of irate individuals in the hall began to rise in indignation. Making their way toward the exit, some who had been quietly observing followed suit, shaking their heads as they left. The auction of mundane items was of no interest to them, with someone leading the way. It was only natural for others to join in their exodus. Chapter 16, the grand finale, commencing auction. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait. Upon witnessing the angry departure of several guests, Zhu Huai, the manager, felt a surge of panic. This was the first time he had seen such a mass exodus. What did it signify? It indicated that these individuals were utterly disillusioned with the Shention auction house, prompting their hasty exit. Moreover, once they had reached such a state of disillusionment, it would be exceedingly difficult to entice them back. This is disastrous. Zhu Huai felt as if the sky were falling, instinctively stepping forward in an attempt to retrieve these departing guests. However, such efforts were destined to be in vain. Soon, everyone had vacated the auction house. Observing this scene, Zhu Huai's expression darkened considerably. The commotion also caused those still seated in the hall to shake their heads in dismay. Those who left would undoubtedly not return to the Shention auction house, even they might not come back next time. What attracts guests to an auction house? It is, of course, the allure of precious treasures. Yet, with 8 consecutive items being mere mundane objects, all present had grown impatient. Were it not for Gu Fan's presence, the hall might have already been devoid of attendees. Nonetheless, even so, they were fervently anticipating the swift conclusion of the auction for the 10th item. Eager for an early departure, ordinary item, redwood, starting bid, 1 spirit stone. Just as Xiang Yin announced the auction item and was about to declare the starting bid, voices of bidding erupted throughout the hall. She glanced over to see a guest already rising, seemingly poised to leave at any moment. Observing this, she sighed in resignation. Then, congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing the redwood for 1 spirit stone. This auction, just as she was about to declare the auction concluded, Xiang Yin despaired upon noticing that 2/3 of the guests in the hall had ceased to heed her words and were instead joyfully making their way toward the exit. Some murmurs reached her ears even from the stage. Finally, it's over. What a torment this has been. This was the remark of a nearby guest. Such sentiments echoed throughout the entire hall. The 2 main auction house proprietors watched with gleeful anticipation as they observed Gu Fan seated at the forefront. However, in that moment their expressions abruptly stiffened, for they beheld Gu Fan opening his eyes and summoning Zhu Huai over. Upon witnessing this, both proprietors were gripped by an ominous premonition. Could it be that this distinguished figure from the royal city was about to unveil yet another scheme? They watched as the visibly disheartened Zhu Huai approached Gu Fan, only to suddenly be filled with an expression of joy, yet, curiously, there seemed to be a hint of fear in his gaze. Just as the two pondered this, Manager Zhu, as if tethered to something, trembled as he walked toward the stage. As he ascended, the 2 proprietors discerned what Zhu Huai was leading. It was a black snake. They voiced their confusion. Not only them, but the entire audience preparing to leave also caught sight of Zhu Huai taking the stage alongside the black snake he was holding. In an instant, bewilderment swept over the crowd. A black snake? Why is another black snake being brought to the stage? Could it be that it is to be auctioned? If memory serves, this seems to be the 11th item, correct? Are we still leaving? Leaving? Wait, this is not a black snake. In the hall, as the crowd engaged in their discussions, one individual suddenly exclaimed in shock. His loud cry drew the attention of all present. Initially perplexed, his expression swiftly morphed into one of astonishment, followed by an overwhelming disbelief. At that moment he stammered incredulously, "This is not a black snake, it is not a black snake. If it is not a black snake, then what is it?" someone asked in exasperation. "It is definitely not a black snake. This serpent is slender and does not possess the length of a black snake. Moreover, it exudes an incredibly potent aura of malice. This clearly corresponds to the entry in the Beast Compendium. The Blacksha snake, the individual exclaimed with fervor, tinged with a hint of fear. What? This is the Blacksha snake. Hiss. The Blacksha snake, how could it possibly be here? What on earth are you all talking about? What is this Blacksha snake, brother? The Blacksha snake, a second-tier low-grade monster at the Blacksha snake, comparable to a cultivator at the Spirit Sea Realm. Hiss. Spirit Sea Realm. Upon hearing this, the entire auction house fell into a stunned silence. A beast on par with a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator is on the stage. No wonder manager Zhu appeared so fearful, his complexion so dire, leading a Spirit Sea Realm monster as if it were a pet. Should the creature happen to devour him, it would be catastrophic. Moreover, it is worth noting that only the city lord of Guanyang possesses the Spirit Sea Realm cultivation. This implies that if the city lord is absent, this Blacksha snake could very well decimate Guanyang city, and now, such a terrifying beast, it appears that the Shention auction house intends to auction it. Are they dreaming, or is this auction house simply extravagant beyond measure? At this moment, these thoughts raced through the minds of everyone present. Zhu Huai, Xiang-yin gazed in astonishment at the approaching Zhu Huai, her attention drawn to the black snake he was leading. Yet another black snake. Witnessing this scene, Xiang-yin quickly comprehended that he intended to continue with the auction. However, even a first-tier mid-grade monster would be of no use at this point. Xiang-yin. We are auctioning this Blacksha snake, Zhu Huai stuttered as he uttered these words, handing the Blacksha snake to her, before swiftly retreating down the stage with a nimble gait. The speed of his departure left Xiang-yin utterly stunned. However, she soon regained her composure and, shaking her head in resignation, muttered, "Alas! Another auction of a Blacksha snake." Xiang-yin suddenly shrieked, her face a mask of terror as she gazed down at the slender black snake coiled at her feet. After years of experience in the auction house, she was acutely aware of the nature of the Haisha snake. This beast was unmistakably a second-tier inferior-grade demon beast, the Haisha snake, the creature capable of swallowing her whole in a single bite. The thought sent her nearly to tears. Being alone on the stage with such a terrifying creature was nothing short of a death sentence. Fortunately, after a moment of trembling, she noticed that the formidable beast lay quietly on the ground, behaving in an unexpectedly docile manner. After a while, she managed to regain her composure, recalling the words spoken by Zhu Huailin before his departure, to auction this second-tier demon beast, the Haisha snake. Auctioning a second-tier demon beast, the absurdity of it struck Xiang-yin, yet simultaneously, a thrill of excitement coursed through her. Just yesterday, she had auctioned her very first second-tier magical artifact, the Qian blade. Today, she was to auction another second-tier demon beast, the Haisha snake. For someone like her, this was an exhilarating opportunity beyond compare, and she knew precisely who was responsible for this. Turning to gaze at Gu Fan, who occupied the foremost seat, she observed him with his eyes half closed, a serene expression on his face, seemingly indifferent to the presence of a second-tier demon beast. This demeanor only served to accentuate his extraordinary presence. Chapter 17, the second-tier demon beast, Haisha snake, and the frenzied bidder's welcome. Everyone to the grand finale of the Shention auction house, Xiang-yin proclaimed, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Having learned that a second-tier demon beast was to be auctioned, any previous awkwardness had vanished. On the contrary, she now exuded confidence. For nearly a century, no second-tier treasures had graced the auction block in Guanyang City, and yet the Shention auction house had managed to auction second-tier treasures consecutively. As the auctioneer, she felt a profound sense of pride. She then announced loudly, "We shall now commence with the 11th item for sale, the second-tier inferior-grade demon beast, the Haisha snake, without a doubt." Her precise words sent a wave of excitement rippling through the auction hall. "It truly is the Haisha snake, the demon beast of the Spirit Sea Realm. My heavens, a second-tier demon beast. Whoever secures it will be invincible in Guanyang City." While they may have once been invincible, the city lord now possessed the Chien blade. You clearly do not comprehend the terror of a second-tier demon beast. Even the city lord cannot guarantee victory over this creature. The hall buzzed with chatter. All who had prepared to leave instinctively returned to their seats, staring blankly at the menacing Haisha snake on stage. Not only them, but those who had already exited the auction house were also drawn back by the commotion. Returning to their seats with dazed expressions. A second-tier demon beast, even a common person possessing such a beast could stride confidently through Guanyang City. The three prominent families would treat them with the utmost respect. Fearful that a mere command could see their entire clan devoured by the second-tier demon beast, who could remain calm in the face of such fervor and dread? Master of the house. It is a second-tier demon beast. Can you believe it's really a second-tier demon beast? An elder from the Miao family exclaimed, his beard quivering with excitement as he grasped the shoulder of the Miao family head. I know, great elder, I am well aware that it is a second-tier demon beast, the Miao family head replied, his speech somewhat disjointed. The significance of this second-tier demon beast was simply too immense. It was no exaggeration to state that should the Miao family acquire it, they would become the foremost power in Guanyang City. Even the city lord would have to treat them with deference. Did you not see how the other families were also in a frenzy of excitement? However, the Miao family had quickly regained his composure, turning to the great elder and inquiring, Great elder, tell me. If we were to go to any lengths, how many spirit stones could the Miao family produce, at any cost? The great elder pondered gravely for a moment, yet he soon spoke with unwavering resolve. Master, in that case the Miao family could muster up to 110,000 spirit stones, but it would require some time. The Miao family head's eyes flickered. This would necessitate selling off all of the Miao family's assets. He felt a pang of regret, even entertaining the notion of resorting to banditry to seize the second-tier demon beast on stage. However, the Shention auction house was not so easily robbed. Quickly suppressing his dangerous thoughts, the Miao family had begun to calculate whether 110,000 spirit stones would suffice to secure the second-tier demon beast. The acquisition of such an important asset could allow him to boldly declare that the power dynamics of Guanyang City would be entirely reshaped. Aside from the Miao family head, the other two prominent families' mercenary groups, the city lord, and all present in the auction house were fixated on the Haisha snake, their eyes alight with fervor and intent. As if they wished to claim the beast for themselves at once, Sun Xiangyin announced the second-tier demon beast, Haisha snake. The starting bid is 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, 30,000. The city lord of Guanyang City was the first to speak boldly, surveying the room with a smirk. This second-tier demon beast shall serve as my mount, having secured the Chien blade just yesterday. It would be better for us to acquire this beast. No one was concerned about giving the city lord face this time. The Miao family head was the next to rise and declare. The Miao family bids 31,000 spirit stones. Is 1,000 spirit stones all you can master? The Huang family head stood, exuding confidence. The Huang family bids 40,000. The Lu family head quickly followed suit. The Lu family bids 50,000. The cacophony of bidding reverberated throughout the auction hall, sparking frustration among those who had intended to bid but found themselves utterly powerless. The staggering pace of the bids was astonishing. Nearly unparalleled in the history of Guanyang City. As the excitement mounted, the Lu family had called out 50,000 for the Lu family. The Miao family shall not fall behind. 60,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The Miao family head's expression was cold as he spoke loudly. Witnessing this, the city lord of Guanyang City shook his head and sighed, sitting down in disappointment. He was merely a city lord. How could he compete with the financial might of the three prominent families? It was a pity for such a second-tier demon beast. Alas, Miao family had 60,000 spirit stones. are you willing to forsake the Miao family itself? The Huang family had taunted, bidding, after all, involved not only financial competition but also verbal sparring. Upon hearing the Huang family head's remarks, the Miao family head's expression darkened. 70,000, the Lu family head called out. 80,000, the Huang family head followed suit, though internally he was anxious. This sum of spirit stones was all that the Huang family possessed. Could it be they were truly about to miss out on the Haisha snake? 90,000, the declaration rang out, leaving the Huang family head's face ashen. In that moment, as the Shentian auction house echoed with increasingly fervent bids, the expressions of the two auction house proprietors darkened. 90,000, inferior grade spirit stones. This amount is nearly equivalent to what our auction house would earn over an entire year, they thought, aghast at the sheer magnitude of the bids. Their gazes turned towards Gufan, recognizing that all of this chaos stemmed from the presence of this young man. As they contemplated, their expressions shifted to one of grim determination, exchanging knowing glances before focusing on the three figures in the corner. Clad in hats. In an instant, a mocking laughter resounded through the auction hall, chaotic as a powder keg. Ha ha ha, thank you all for the gift to my three brothers. This Haisha snake shall be graciously accepted by us. Chapter 18, the terrifying second-tier demon beast. Ha ha ha, thank you all for the gift to my three brothers. This Haisha snake shall be graciously accepted by us. A voice brimming with arrogance echoed throughout the auction house. In that moment, every eye turned toward the source of the sound, revealing three figures in black cloaks, their hats obscuring their faces, as they brazenly pushed aside anyone who dared to obstruct their path. Striding forward with an unmistakable intent, their appearance, coupled with their audacious words, left no doubt regarding their sinister intentions. They were here to robbing within the Shentian auction house. As one of the most prestigious forces of the Great Chen dynasty, how could such audacious individuals dare to commit robbery? Countless spectators stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the trio. However, for the Miao family head, who was on the brink of securing the Haisha snake, the three cloaked figures were nothing short of repulsive. With the second-tier demon beast almost within his grasp, their emergence at this critical juncture felt like a slap in the face. Grimacing, the Miao family head glared at the intruders. Who dares to disrupt the peace of Guanyang City with such brazen audacity? As his words fell, the three cloaked figures turned their gazes toward him, smirking. Brother, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. One of the cloaked individuals spoke languidly, and in an instant, three formidable auras erupted from their bodies. A tempest of energy surged forth. An invisible gale erupted around the three individuals, forcing those caught off guard to shield their eyes with their hands and retreat in terror. Their expressions frozen in shock. The realm of the Spirit Sea cultivators, and three of them, the overwhelming force of the energy wave sent a pallor across the faces of all present. When did three unknown Spirit Sea realm cultivators appear in Guanyang City? Among them, the expression of the head of the Miao family was the most grim. Not only had he just offended these three with his words, but they were also intent on seizing the second-tier demon beast, the black shaman snake, that was rightfully his. The most troubling aspect was that he was no match for these three. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the trio in conical hats paid him no heed and swiftly approached the high platform, their eyes greedily fixed on the hissing black shaman snake above. One of them then turned to the city lord nearby. Smiling as he spoke, my lord, we shall take our leave once we have acquired the auction items. However, should you meddle, my brothers and I may find it amusing to pay Guanyang City another visit. This was an overt threat to the city lord. Within the auction hall, only the city lord was a Spirit Sea cultivator who posed a threat to them. The implication of that statement was clear: if the city lord interfered, they would wreak havoc throughout Guanyang City. Conversely, if the lord turned a blind eye, they would live peacefully after taking their spoils. As the city lord of Guanyang, if the city suffered, he would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, upon hearing the words of that man, the city lord's expression darkened instantly. 3 Spirit Sea cultivators, and even with the red flame blade in hand, he had no confidence in overcoming them. Observing the city lord's demeanor, the three figures in hats exchanged glances and chuckled before preparing to leap onto the high platform, poised to easily seize the coveted second-tier demon beast, with the city lord too intimidated to act. Was it truly possible that the black shaman snake would fall into their hands? How infuriating! This was a treasure of Guanyang City, to be brazenly snatched away in broad daylight. Was there no law? Alas, we should consider ourselves fortunate that the 3 Spirit Sea cultivators aren't intent on slaughtering us all. That would be a narrow escape. Then what of the auctioneer? Would he simply stand by as the treasure was stolen? The crowd in the hall murmured quietly. The situation was glaringly clear. The three figures in hats were all Spirit Sea cultivators, and if the city lord was powerless, how could the other competing factions hope to resist? Thus, it seemed inevitable that the precious second-tier demon beast, the black shaman snake, would be seized by the trio. Even the auctioneer was likely at a loss in this matter, just as the three figures leaped onto the high platform. Greedily advancing toward the black shaman snake, a voice suddenly rang out in the quiet auction hall. Do you three intend to take something from my Shentian auction house so easily? The familiar voice echoed, causing everyone to turn in unison to look at the auctioneer. There sat a lean figure in the foremost position, his starry eyes now wide open, gazing at the three with a smile. His words stirred uncertainty among the crowd. They feared that Gu Fan might provoke the trio, risking the safety of everyone present and potentially leading to a massacre in the auction hall. It was well known that, apart from the city lord, no one else had the ability to confront the 3 Spirit Sea cultivators. In the midst of such trepidation, the three figures halted, turning to face Gu Fan. This time they no longer bore the previous air of confidence, but were expressions of grave concern. Auctioneer Gu, are you truly going to act against us brothers? This statement left the crowd in disbelief. These three had been so disrespectful toward the city lord. How had they suddenly become so cautious in front of the auctioneer? Gu Fan smiled slightly, refraining from anger. There was no need for confrontation. He merely wished to advise them that the items at Shentian auction house were not so easily taken. The three figures scoffed. Of course, the items at Shentian auction house are not easily taken. But we have our own backing. Thus, they dismissed Gu Fan's warning and resumed their approach toward the black shaman snake. Just then, a sharp hissing sound pierced the air. The crowd gasped in horror as they witnessed the diminutive black shaman snake enveloped in a thick aura of malice. This dark aura quickly spread, obscuring half the high platform, rendering it almost impossible to see clearly. The sudden change caused the expressions of the three figures to shift, and before they could react further, a massive, menacing snake head emerged from within the dense black mist, swiftly swallowing the stunned trio whole. The turn of events unfolded in mere moments. As the three figures vanished into the snake's maw, the packed hall of guests erupted into shocked gasps, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the monstrous snake head, which was nearly half the size of the high platform. Hiss! The sound of collective breaths being held echoed throughout the room. Chapter 19. The curtain falls within the auction hall. Everyone struggled to comprehend the scene that had just transpired. 3 Spirit Sea cultivators, each equivalent in strength to the city lord of Guanyang, had been so dramatically dispatched by a single, fearsome snake head in mere moments. They now understood that this snake head was indeed the second-tier lower-grade demon beast, the black shaman snake. But how could this demon beast possess such terrifying power? Even the city lord stood stupefied, unable to regain his composure. He knew he would likely be no match for that bite, as the crowd continued to stare in horror at the snake head. The auctioneer Gu Fan stood up with a calm smile, waving at the fearsome creature. Instantly, everyone watched as the terrifying black shaman snake flicked its tongue, drawing the dark aura into its body. Simultaneously, the massive body coiled beneath it became visible to all. The snake was immense, even coiled, its height nearly reached the ceiling of the auction hall. If it were to unfurl, it would likely dwarf this opulent auction house. This sight once again left the gathered guests utterly speechless. However, after absorbing the dark aura, the enormous serpent's body began to shrink, reverting to its diminutive state, only as thick as a finger, before swiftly darting onto Gu Fan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his face. In this appearance, had the horrific scene not been witnessed by all, one might have thought the black shaman snake quite endearing. Gu Fan gently squeezed the small snake on his shoulder, his smile unwavering. Although the black shaman snake was a second-tier lower-grade demon beast, it could certainly be considered a creature of the third layer of the Spirit Sea realm. How could the three Spirit Sea realm cultivators possibly contend with such strength? Moreover, Gu Fan had warned them that the items at Shention auction house were not easily taken. To attempt to do so would be to court death. Gu Fan lightly tapped the snake's body. The black shaman snake reluctantly waved its tail, but upon seeing Gu Fan's serious expression, it promptly darted toward the head of the Meow family with a swift motion. The head of the Meow family was still reeling from shock. However, he soon felt something slippery and icy cold on his shoulder. As he touched the black shaman snake on his shoulder, he thought to himself, but almost immediately, his face turned a ghastly shade of green as he jumped back in fright. A snake, the voice of the head of the Meow family rose to a pitch sharp as a woman's in that moment. No matter how he jumped or shook, the black shaman snake remained unperturbed. Its emotionless eyes fixed on him, the scene was reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. The black shaman snake, for heaven's sake, get it away from me, it's coming, the snake has gone berserk. Run, Meow family head, don't come near me. The onlookers around him turned ashen. They had witnessed the snake's terrifying power firsthand. Now, with the creature that had just devoured three Spirit Sea cultivators so close, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, Gu Fan spoke up at that moment. Everyone need not panic. Since the head of the Meow family successfully bid for the black shaman snake, it rightfully belongs to him. As these words fell, the hall fell silent, the crowd staring dumbfounded at Gu Fan. This fearsome demon beast was simply being handed over to the head of the Meow family. Such a trivial matter. That was a creature capable of swallowing Spirit Sea cultivators whole. With it, wouldn't the head of the Meow family be invincible in Guanyang City, even the city lord himself unable to stand against him? As they observed Gu Fan's calm demeanor, the guests in the hall came to a profound realization: the audacity of this auctioneer. What they considered a priceless treasure, he seemed to regard as merely an ordinary beast. Otherwise, how could he so readily pass the black shaman snake on to the head of the Meow family? As they beheld the slender black shaman snake, the leaders of the various factions sighed in regret. A moment too late, it was precisely this moment that allowed the head of the Meow family to seize a great opportunity. From this moment forth, the foremost powerhouse of the entire Guanyang city shall no longer be the esteemed city lord, but rather the master of the Meow family. The reason for the latter's ascension to such heights is entirely due to the patron of the Shention auction house. At this thought, the expressions of several individuals immediately flashed crimson, their eyes brimming with excitement as they hurriedly approached Gu Fan. Patron Gu, might I inquire when the next auction at the Shention auction house is scheduled? Will there still be rare treasures such as the black shasa snake? Rest assured, Patron Gu, I will ensure that spirit stones are readily prepared at home. Indeed, if there are treasures like the black shasa snake, I kindly request that you inform me in advance, or I would be eternally grateful. The prominent figures of various factions spoke in tones suffused with utmost respect. Even the other patrons within the auction house gazed eagerly at Gu Fan, hoping to hear a definitive answer from him. Gu Fan naturally responded with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Dear guests, please rest assured, as long as I remain in Guanyang City, the Shention auction house shall conduct auctions every day. As for the treasures up for bid, such as the black shasa snake and the crimson flame blade, my Shention auction house will have them available daily. I eagerly await your esteemed presence." Upon these words, a wave of cheers erupted within the auction house. Particularly among the various factions of Guanyang City, the expressions of the prominent figures were overtaken with joy, and if not for their shrewdness, they might have leaped up in celebration. They had made a decision. Starting tonight, they would prepare to liquidate their assets, hoping to acquire treasures within the Shention auction house, just like the master of the Miao family, and soar to new heights, for these individuals were well aware that the value of the second-tier demon beast, the Black Shasa snake, far exceeded a mere 90,000 spirit stones. Just imagine, could 90,000 spirit stones cultivate a spirit sea realm cultivator? Certainly not. Thus the Shention auction house represented a land of opportunity for them. For the majority, the Shention auction house in Guanyang City was indeed a place of fortune. However, for the other two auction houses, it was a nefarious den of sin, an auction featuring second-tier treasures every time. How could that be possible? But what if it were indeed true? The three spirit sea realm experts they had summoned from the county city were originally intended to rob the Shention auction house to undermine its reputation. But unexpectedly they were devoured by that very Black Shasa snake. No one knew the terror they felt upon witnessing that scene. If Gufan were to discover that they were the culprits, would he command that Black Shasa snake to consume them as well? Fortunately, that terrifying demon beast now belonged to the master of the Miao family, otherwise the two would be in a constant state of fear even while they slept at night. Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of the two auction house masters, they were unaware that Gufan had already deduced that they were the masterminds behind it all. However, he deemed them too insignificant to target. It was akin to an elephant ignoring an ant beneath its feet. Chapter 20. Stepping into the spirit sea after a raucous uproar within the auction house. The guests, their faces flushed, gradually took their leave. Soon after all transactions were finalized, the hall fell into a serene silence. What a bountiful harvest! Once no guests remained, Gufan, seated in the prominent position, could scarcely contain his joy. This evening a total of 11 items had been auctioned, 10 of which had received a critical return from the system. Since the Black Shasa snake was a reward from the system, it did not fall under the category of returns. Aside from the auctioned Black Shasa snake, there were currently 9 items of critical returns within the system space: 2 first-tier superior treasures, 5 second-tier inferior treasures, 1 second-tier exceptional treasure, and 1 third-tier exceptional sword technique. Gazing upon these rewards, Gufan's expression turned fervent, and he swiftly made his way into the secret chamber. He was preparing to step into the spirit sea. Within the training chamber, Gufan sat cross-legged upon a mat. With a mere thought, orbs of faint light appeared before him, each radiating a soft glow: Qinyan fruit, Wushin sword, Haoyue sword record, a total of 9 treasures. Subsequently, Gufan's gaze settled upon the Haoyue sword record. The piercing sword aura lightly pricked his skin. Rather than frowning, Gufan felt a surge of joy. The sharper the sword aura, the more formidable the sword technique. Even before opening this sword record, it was already capable of pricking the skin of Gufan, who had achieved peak physical refinement. Without a doubt, this sword technique ranked among the finest within the third-tier exceptional martial arts. Having only embarked on his cultivation journey yesterday, Gufan had yet to practice any martial techniques. Now, with the Haoyue sword record in hand, he finally possessed a means of attack. Furthermore, among the rewards received was a second-tier exceptional Wushin sword, perfect for practicing the sword technique. With this thought, Gufan promptly stored the Haoyue sword technique and Wushin sword within the system space, while turning his attention to the remaining 7 rewards. Among these treasures were rare materials, elixirs, and, of course, magical items. However, the devouring god body could consume anything, and these rewards were no exception. Without further deliberation, Gufan activated the devouring god technique. In an instant, his body's acupoints radiated a profound glow. unleashing a tremendous force of absorption that enveloped the treasures before him. Bang, 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 the sounds of shattering echoed as the treasures cracked one after another under the force of absorption. Moments later, they transformed into a rich essence of spirit energy. Being absorbed into his acupoints, Gu Fan involuntarily gasped. The spirit energy contained within the 7 treasures was immense, and upon entering his acupoints, he felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness within his body. Yet, as the spirit energy continually flowed into his meridians and circulated through his major cycles, Gu Fan gradually adapted to this sensation. Moreover, such a domineering act of absorption further expanded the spirit energy within Gu Fan's dantian. As if it might burst the dantian itself. However, this was a good thing for a cultivator. The necessary step to transition from physical refinement to the spirit sea realm is to expand the dantian with copious spirit energy, thus transforming it into a vast spirit sea. This undoubtedly requires an immense amount of spirit energy, which is also the reason why many peak physical refinement cultivators struggle to enter the spirit sea realm. Yet, for Gu Fan, these were mere trifles. Among the 7 treasures, 2 were first-tier superior and 5 were second-tier inferior, which were entirely sufficient for him to step into the spirit sea realm. It might even allow him to expand the spirit sea from the very start, gaining an advantage over others of the same realm, and this was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye 7 days had passed in Guanyang City. Within the secret chamber, a round moon reminiscent of the duality of yin and yang gradually rose. This moon was half as pure as clouds, and half as deep as mist, embodying an extraordinarily violent aura of slaughter. Gu Fan gazed contentedly at the moon, having spent several days to finally cultivate the first sword technique of the Haoyue sword record, the crescent moon sword. The Haoyue sword record comprised 9 sword techniques, and the first, the crescent moon sword, not only contained terrifying power of slaughter but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, it was exceedingly difficult to practice even with Gu Fan's awakened devouring god body and unparalleled talent. It had taken him 7 days to comprehend the duality of yin and yang within. However, even so, Gu Fan remained unaware of its true power, for within this chamber, even merely revealing the crescent moon sword caused the surrounding walls to tremble violently, as if they might collapse at any moment. Thus, he needed to find an opportunity to practice it in an open space to truly understand its might. Additionally, 7 days prior, Gu Fan had successfully stepped into the spirit sea. His spirit sea, due to the immense spirit energy consumed during the process, had reached a staggering distance of 365 miles. To Gu Fan's knowledge, even the head of the Gu family, upon stepping into the spirit sea, had only reached a mere 8 miles. Comparing 8 miles to 365 miles was akin to comparing a firefly to the bright moon. There was simply no comparison. Thus, this also indirectly illustrated the extent of Gu Fan's terrifying talent. Besides Gu Fan's advancement into the spirit sea, during these 7 days, the Shentian auction house had held 6 auctions as usual. Each auction attracted prominent figures from Guanyang City, and even strangers from the Black Forest hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Moreover, due to the growing reputation of the auction house, the number of items auctioned remained consistently at 10 each day, allowing Gu Fan to reap 10 rewards from system returns daily. Although most of these auctioned items were mundane, the rewards returned by the system consistently included first and second tier treasures, which left Gu Fan quite satisfied. Naturally, the guests attending the auctions were equally pleased, for the grand finale of the Shention auction house always featured the 11th item, a second tier treasure. This arrangement ensured that everyone left in high spirits. However, what left Gu Fan feeling slightly dissatisfied was the slow pace of his current cultivation growth. Despite consuming treasures daily to enhance his cultivation, after 6 rounds of absorption he had only managed to progress from the initial stage of the first layer of the spirit sea to the perfected stage of the second layer. This was not only due to the vast spirit energy required for his 365-mile spirit sea, but also because second-tier inferior treasures no longer had as significant an effect on him. Or rather, their impact had diminished compared to before. The devouring god body could consume treasures without limit to grow stronger, and thus Gu Fan yearned even more for rarer treasures to devour. However, more precious treasures are often elusive, and Gu Fan could only hope that tonight's auction would feature one or two valuable items. With this in mind, he promptly opened the door to the training chamber and stepped out. Chapter 21 The vortex of the Black Forest. Time rewinds to an hour prior. In the Black Forest, before a cave reeking with a foul odor, a fierce battle unfolds. The sound of a sword being drawn resonates through the air. A young man clad in a white outfit, marked by a fragment of a star on his chest, swiftly unsheathes his long sword and charges forward. In the distance, a colossal bear radiating a pale glow lets out a roar and charges at the young man with all four limbs. Moments later, they collide. The youth is knocked back by an overwhelming force, blood involuntarily spilling from the corner of his mouth. Cursed beast, he curses, but soon a cold smile graces his lips despite the internal injuries he sustains. He manages to carve a gory wound across the bear's neck. The injured bear, seemingly enraged by its injury, its eyes turning blood red, charges at the young man once more. Yet, just moments later, this first-tier perfect demon beast succumbs to the shattered vitality within it. Collapsing to the ground, the young man exhales a breath of foul air. Then, using the sword sheath for support, he steps cautiously into the foul-smelling cave. The cave is dimly lit, but the young man soon spots the treasure guarded by the beast, the Spirit Heart Lotus. The Spirit Heart Lotus, a second-tier low-grade treasure, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's talent, comprehension, and deepen one's realm. This is the very object of his quest. Spirit Heart Lotus, at last I have found you. The young man's breath quickens, but he swiftly becomes vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Before his departure, his master had cautioned him about the dangers of the Black Forest. Here, murder and theft are all too common, with even minor disputes leading to tragic confrontations. Thus, after ensuring no one is around, he approaches to pluck the precious plant. However, at that moment, a haughty voice resonates from behind him. Spirit Heart Lotus, this treasure belongs to the Mad Wolf mercenary group. As soon as the words leave the speaker's lips, the young man spins around to face him. The speaker is none other than the leader of the Mad Wolf group, accompanied by over 100 of his mercenaries. Surrounding the cave, upon witnessing this scene, the young man's expression shifts, sensing impending doom. Indeed, the Mad Wolf leader then sneers, "I've been guarding this beast for 2 days, only to have you intercept me, so tell me, how do you intend to compensate me?" "I am a disciple of the 7th elder of the Fragmented Star sect. You, a mere mercenary group, think you can demand compensation from me? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" Despite being surrounded, the young man stands tall, retorting coldly, "The Fragmented Star sect, a formidable sect within the Great Chen dynasty, is home to many powerful individuals, and as a disciple of the 7th elder, the young man is undoubtedly a remarkable talent." The Mad Wolf leader's expression shifts slightly at his words. However, he quickly draws a 3-foot-long sword and lunges at the young man with ferocity. Simultaneously, a chilling command booms, "Kill him." In an instant, over 100 mercenaries from the Mad Wolf group draw their weapons and charge at the young man with ferocity. In the Black Forest, the strong reign supreme. If one possesses a precious treasure yet lacks strength, death is inevitable. Soon, under the relentless assault of the Mad Wolf leader, a perfected body refiner, and over 100 body refiners, the already injured young man is overwhelmed and beaten to death in mere moments. The sword in the Mad Wolf leader's hand delivers the fatal blow. This incomplete sword technique, truly satisfying. He withdraws the bloodied blade from the young man's back, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The surrounding mercenaries greedily eye the Spirit Heart Lotus in the corner. A second-tier treasure. They had never seen one in the Black Forest before, yet at this moment, someone voices their concern. "Leader, we have killed a disciple of the Fragmented Star sect. Won't that bring trouble?" trouble, the Mad Wolf leader snorts, a second-tier treasure is within reach, even if it's a disciple of the royal family, I would not hesitate to kill. Just thinking of the second-tier treasures auctioned at the Shention auction house makes my mouth water. Now that we have encountered this, it is a sure win, and I will certainly claim it. However, the Fragmented Star Sect is such a large organization, if they truly seek the culprit, it would not be impossible. The Mad Wolf leader's gaze darkens as he surveys the mercenaries, then declares, this Spirit Heart Lotus will be entrusted to the Shention auction house for auction. The Spirit Stones and will be divided among all of us present. Thank you, leader. The mercenaries cheer with delight, eagerly gathering around the Mad Wolf leader. However, some perceive the latter's insidious intentions. Time rewinds to the beginning. 80 The Shention auction house. Gu Fan emerges from the cultivation chamber and heads straight to find Zhu Huai. Master, you have emerged, Zhu Huai greets reverently. Currently, he is resolutely executing Gu Fan's decisions without a hint of defiance, as it has become evident that the Shention auction house has flourished under Gu Fan's leadership. HMM.Gu Fan nods, then inquires, how are the auction items prepared? Are there any treasures? None, Zhu Huai sighs and shakes his head. As always, just some mundane items. Hearing this, Gu Fan feels a twinge of disappointment. Just then, a brazen voice rings out from outside. Zhu's steward, the Mad Wolf leader, has come to auction treasures. Mad Wolf leader, Gu Fan and Zhu Huai exchange glances and promptly open the door to look outside. They see a maid standing with her head bowed, while the Mad Wolf leader scans the hall with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing the two emerging from the door, the mercenary leader raises an eyebrow and strides over. Master Gu, it has indeed been a long time. It feels like 3 autumns, the Mad Wolf leader greets with a hint of respect. He has spent a week in the Black Forest, and the most vivid memory is of the Black Serpent swallowing 3 spiritual sea realm cultivators in one gulp. Gu Fan nods in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Zhu Huai quickly interjects, Mad Wolf leader, may I inquire what treasure you wish to auction? This is not a place for idle chatter. Please come inside. Sensing something amiss, Zhu Huai promptly ushers the leader into a side room. Inside the room, the 3 sit together. The Mad Wolf leader wastes no time, retrieving a jade box from his storage ring and opening it. Instantly, a fresh fragrance fills the chamber. This is the second-tier low-grade treasure, the Spirit Heart Lotus. Upon seeing the treasure, Zhu Huai exclaims in surprise. Having been a steward for many days, he immediately recognizes the item. Indeed, it is the Spirit Heart Lotus. The Mad Wolf leader gazes at Zhu Huai and Gu Fan, the former visibly excited and in disbelief, while the latter maintains an expression of calm indifference. This causes the Mad Wolf leader's previously inflated pride to deflate, as he quickly realizes that Gu Fan has previously presented 8 such treasures. You intend for the Shention auction house to auction this? Gu Fan's voice cuts through the tension. Although his face remains placid, his heart stars with anticipation. If the Spirit Heart Lotus is auctioned by the Shention auction house, what kind of rewards will the system return? 3rd tier, Gu Fan feels a strong hunger for such high-grade treasures sweeping over him. Chapter 22, The auction. In response to Gu Fan's inquiry, the Mad Wolf leader's lips curl into a slight smile as he adopts a testing tone. Master Gu, if I were to entrust this treasure to the Shention auction house for auction, would your esteemed establishment be able to provide me protection? Protection for you, indeed, the Mad Wolf leader's eyes gleam. The Fragmented Star Sect is a powerful organization within the Great Chen dynasty, and since the young man was a disciple of the elder, his status must be significant. It stands to reason that it won't be long before the sect sends someone to investigate. Even discovering the cause of the young man's demise, as the instigator of the murder, the Mad Wolf leader is bound to be pursued by the Fragmented Star Sect. It is for this reason he probes whether the Shention auction house can offer him sanctuary. I'm afraid not. Gu Fan rejects him outright. While the Shention auction house could indeed protect him, it would not be wise to offend others for such a cause. Upon hearing this, the Mad Wolf leader's expression reveals disappointment. Nevertheless, he quickly regains composure, pushing the spirit heart lotus toward Gufan, a smirk playing on his lips. In that case, I entrust this treasure to your esteemed auction house. I assure you, I will not let you down. Mad Wolf Leader. Gufan replies with a smile. As night falls and stars twinkle, the city of Guanyang dazzles with lights. However, from above, one would notice that the street outside the Shentian auction house in the north of the city is bustling with activity compared to other areas. Exceptional night star grass, come see everyone, delicious royal city delicacies. Those who haven't been to the royal city must come and taste rare blades, an ancestral blade. Though it appears ordinary, it is a fifth-tier treasure. A myriad of people congregate here, most of whom are drawn by the now renowned Shentian auction house. With multiple successful auctions, the Shentian auction house's reputation has spread far and wide in Guanyang City. Even nearby sects, having heard the news, are rumored to believe that relics will soon be unearthed in the vicinity of Guanyang City, prompting the influx of second-tier treasures. Naturally, such news has attracted even more people to gather in Guanyang City. Outside the Shentian auction house, Miao Jiazhu, donned in a blue robe, gracefully alights from his carriage and strides toward the auction house, with onlookers respectfully parting to make way, simultaneously glancing with a hint of trepidation at the slender serpent coiled upon the shoulder of the Miao clan leader. It was impossible to ignore the infamous Blacksha snake, whose reputation had long since permeated the surrounding populace. Who among them was unaware that this diminutive creature had, with a single bite, devoured 3 formidable masters of the spirit sea? This act had catapulted the Miao clan leader to the pinnacle of prowess in Guanyang City overnight. Such an opportunity had arisen solely due to the Shentian auction house and its esteemed manager. Furthermore, the auction house had now conducted 8 consecutive events, each one culminating in the sale of a second-tier treasure. Tonight marked the 9th occasion. Why should this second-tier treasure not belong to him? With these thoughts in mind, the crowd around him pressed eagerly through the grand entrance of the auction house. Within the hall, the aisles were congested with a throng of people. This was a result of each incoming guest approaching the illustrious Gufan, seated at the forefront, to offer their greetings before proceeding to their designated seats. Undoubtedly, while the Miao clan leader held the title of the most formidable master in Guanyang City, it was the manager of the Shentian auction house who was regarded as the most esteemed individual in the city. Each second-tier treasure was sanctioned for auction by Gufan, making him a benefactor of considerable repute, deserving of utmost respect and acknowledgement. At this moment, the Miao clan leader approached Gufan, causing the surrounding crowd to part in reverence. Such was the esteem commanded by the foremost master of Guanyang City. In his presence, no one dared to act with impudence. Nevertheless, the Miao clan leader bowed respectfully and inquired, "My lord, how have you been of late?" Gufan regarded the Miao clan leader with a knowing smile, comprehending the source of his deference. It was likely due to the fact that the Blacksha snake still exhibited a propensity to adhere to Gufan's will. Even though the Miao clan leader had become the serpent's master through the use of a beast-taming talisman, the reality that the Blacksha snake categorized him as a secondary master remained unchanged. Perhaps this was a consequence of the system at play. However, since the Blacksha snake now belonged to the Miao clan leader, Gufan had no intention of meddling. After exchanging pleasantries, the notable figures of Guanyang City gradually began to arrive at the auction house. Among them, significant transformations had occurred over the course of the past 7 days. For instance, the Huang clan leader had successfully entered the Spirit Sea realm by leveraging the 4 symbols peel and subsequently acquired a second-tier defensive artifact. Though he still fell short of the Miao clan leader's prowess, he had undoubtedly emerged as a prominent figure within Guanyang City. Regrettably, the Lu clan had fallen from the ranks of the 3 major families, while another individual, having successfully ascended into the Spirit Sea through competitive bidding at the auction house, had risen to become one of the new 3 prominent families. The Shentian auction house had become a veritable land of opportunity for the various factions in Guanyang City. Some individuals sought to success by seizing the chances presented by the auction house, while others, unable to grasp the opportunities, faced gradual elimination. Time swiftly passed, and the atmosphere within the auction house began to quiet down. Soon, the 9th auction of the Shention Auction House in Guanyang City commenced. "Welcome everyone to this auction. I am the auctioneer, Xiang-in." With an air of remarkable confidence, Xiang-in surveyed the bustling hall as she smiled and introduced the event. As her words echoed through the space, the audience erupted in raucous applause, with playful suggestions of marrying Xiang-in floating through the air. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She waited for the hall to calm down before seamlessly transitioning into the main event. Announcing, "We shall now begin the auction with our first item, a vessel of pure spring water sourced from the Black Forest, entrusted to the Shention Auction House by an anonymous patron." A chorus of hisses erupted from the audience. Despite the cacophony of disapproval, the faces of the crowd revealed no signs of displeasure. After 8 auctions, they were well aware that genuine treasures were reserved for the climactic moments of the event, and that the initial items served merely as a prelude. However, with the unprecedented scale of this auction, some guests from afar remained oblivious to the underlying truths, prompting them to frown and voice their concerns. Spring water, taken from the Black Forest, can this even be auctioned? Is it not said that the Shention Auction House is the foremost auction house in Guanyang City? What gives? Are we being deceived? We came here for second-tier treasures, not mere bathwater from beasts. Is this all just a facade? The murmurs of discontent reached the ears of other patrons, who scoffed in response. "A facade? If you feel deceived, you are welcome to leave," they laughed. "I recall instances in previous auctions where individuals left early, only to return in embarrassment later. Let them go. If they leave, the competition may become less fierce." Indeed. Chapter 23, Departing Guanyang City. Upon hearing the derisive laughter from the crowd, those visitors from distant lands furrowed their brows. The remarks suggested a desire for them to vacate the premises. Was there something more to this? No one was a fool. If the Shention Auction House had garnered such wide acclaim, it must possess genuine treasures. With this in mind, they ceased their complaints and remained silent, observing intently. As anticipated, the spring water from the Black Forest was ultimately bid upon by a patron for the price of 5 spirit stones, igniting an atmosphere of exuberance within the hall. This scene left the newcomers baffled. Ordinary spring water, readily available throughout the Black Forest, and undoubtedly tainted by the countless filthy beasts residing within. How could this incite such fervent bidding among the people of Guanyang City? Was it possible that they simply relished this sort of thing? They exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, what transpired next within the auction house left them utterly astonished. The second item, also a common item, drew forth a frenzy of bidding among the assembly of cultivators, who swiftly claimed it within mere moments. Following this, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even the 9th ordinary items were similarly claimed by the eager patrons of Guanyang City, who appeared elated as if they had stumbled upon a great bargain. This spectacle left the newcomers feeling both incredulous and indignant. Rumors had circulated that the Shention Auction House had acquired a relic from the Black Forest, brimming with treasures, and that the auction house had organized daily auctions to showcase these items. Yet here they were, surrounded by nothing but mundane objects. Were these truly the treasures spoken of in whispers? Amidst such absurdity, the auction of the 10th item commenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed with the 10th item of this auction, which also happens to be the final item of the evening. However, before we do so, our esteemed manager of the Shention Auction House has some words to share with you all." Just prior to the 10th auction item, Xiang-in addressed the assembled, her voice resonating throughout the venue, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. The final auction item. Did this mean there would be no 11th? What was going on? Why was the manager, who typically remained shrouded in mystery, stepping onto the stage now? This was a significant moment. Such a composed individual as Gu Fan chose to appear at this critical juncture. I only wish to know whether this auction features any second-tier treasures. Ha ha ha. In my view, there is surely none left. The manager has already presented 8 second-tier treasures. Even if he hails from the royal city, it is implausible for him to produce any more. Precisely, it seems that the absence of second-tier treasures is why the manager has decided to address us. I was right. I mentioned before that he would eventually revert to the original rules. Isn't this the moment? The crowd buzzed with speculation over this unexpected turn of events. Many believed that the manager's appearance was a sign that he could not produce any more second-tier treasures, prompting him to take the stage at this crucial moment to deliver some formal remarks. Amidst the clamor, Gu Fan had already risen from his seat and made his way to the podium. Upon reaching the stage, Xiang Yin stepped back a few paces, yielding the center position to him. Once he had taken his place, Gu Fan spoke, his gaze complex as he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, after our time together, it is now time for farewells. Farewell? What farewell? Gu Fan's words rendered the crowd speechless, leaving them momentarily stunned. They could not help but exclaim, what is the meaning of this? Is the manager truly departing from Guanyang City? Surely not. The auction for second-tier treasures has only just begun. If he leaves, will there be no more second-tier treasures? I doubt there will be any more second-tier treasures tonight. The manager may have exhausted his supply of storage rings. That statement holds some merit. Gu Fan surveyed the hall. Indeed, after tonight's auction, he was destined to depart Guanyang City. The rewards from the 8 consecutive auctions had begun to lose their potency. To continue growing at the pace he desired, he needed to venture to cities with a greater abundance of treasures. Of course, he could still strengthen himself in Guanyang City, but the scarcity of resources rendered the process painfully slow. Moreover, it had been 15 days since he had left the royal city, and in another 15 days the Gu clan competition would commence. Disregarding the heir of the Gu family, the 6 years of oppression have finally borne fruit, and he is determined to reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to him. Even if he chooses not to contend for power, his identity will still be perceived as a thorn in the side of the esteemed elders within the Gu family. Thus, strengthening himself has become an urgent necessity. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan spoke once more, announcing that starting from this evening, the auction rules of the Shentian auction house would revert from a daily auction to a monthly one, and the commission rate would also be adjusted back to 5. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. The decision to revert the auction rules was unavoidable. While this might displease some, the impact is minimal. Moreover, after 9 consecutive days of auctions, the reputation of the Shentian auction house has grown exponentially, undoubtedly becoming the premier auction house in Guanyang City. Even if Gu Fan were to depart, this establishment would thrive on the strength of its newfound fame. Reverted? I knew it. Ha ha ha. The masters of the 2 major auction houses could not contain their laughter, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Their happiness was palpable. Fast, the formidable Gu Fan was set to leave, and now the Shentian auction house was reverting to its previous rules. Such an announcement undoubtedly alleviated the immense pressure that had weighed down upon both auction houses like a dark cloud. However, the next words that echoed from the stage caused the expressions of the 2 masters to darken instantly. Thanks to the esteemed master of the auction for the changes brought to Guanyang City during this time. Now, esteemed guests, we present the final auction item for today, the second-tier low-grade treasure, Lingxin Lotus. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second-tier treasure, auction. As the words fell, the previously hushed hall erupted into cheers. Indeed, Master Gu assured us that we would not be disappointed, and the final auction item is indeed a second-tier treasure, the Lingxin Lotus. An exceptional treasure that enhances a cultivator's aptitude and comprehension. Even a cultivator of mediocre talent can become a small genius after consuming it, effortlessly stepping into the spiritual sea, a priceless treasure. Finally, something more valuable than the previous second-tier items, everyone gazed fervently at the Lingshin lotus presented by the maid. Compared to the previous 8 second-tier treasures auctioned, this Lingshin lotus could easily rank among the top 3. This alone illustrates its rarity. Even those who traveled from afar could not suppress their excitement, clenching their fists in a desperate desire to claim it for themselves. 10,000 spirit stones, 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. My apologies, everyone. As a newcomer to Guanyang City, I hope you will grant me a small favor. I bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Treasures belong to those worthy of them. How can we yield to one another? I bid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, 40,000. The bidding frenzy within the hall was palpable. Local forces from Guanyang City and external factions clashed fiercely, driving the price of the Lingshin lotus ever higher. Soon, the bidding price soared to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. The external forces were exceptionally strong, even compelling the various factions of Guanyang City to unite against them, since the Lingshin lotus was being auctioned in Guanyang City. It rightfully belonged to them. How could they allow it to be taken away by outsiders? Consequently, within a brief time, the auction price surpassed the highest transaction amounts from the previous 8 auctions. Reaching 150,000 spirit stones, the tension between the two parties was palpable. Ultimately, however, the Lingshin lotus was forcefully claimed by the external faction at a final price of 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. This transaction price marked the highest ever in Guanyang City's history. In response, the various factions of Guanyang City felt a profound sense of regret. They did not care about the transaction amount. They were far more concerned that such a precious item as the Lingshin lotus had been seized by outsiders. It was a pity that they had already exhausted their resources during the previous 8 auctions. Otherwise, they might have contended further. Esteemed master of the auction, may we meet again by fate. Guanyang City is fortunate to have had Master Gu grace us with his presence. However, when I next travel to the royal city, I sincerely hope Master Gu will grant me the honor of an audience. Master Gu, thank you for your treasures. I have now entered the spiritual sea, all thanks to the items auctioned by you. May we meet again. After the auction concluded, the prominent figures of Guanyang City's various factions came forth to bid farewell to Gu Fan. They understood that their present fortune was largely due to his influence. Although this opportunity lasted only 9 short days, the transformation it brought was enough to impact their lives profoundly. Indeed, one might say that Gu Fan had altered the course of their lives. In response to their farewells, Gu Fan returned their gestures with deep bows and courteousness. Once they departed, Shu Huaicai approached, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Master of the auction, are you truly leaving Guanyang City? Naturally, then, if I may ask, where is Master of the auction headed? To the royal city. Gu Fan shook his head slightly, replying, please send a message back to the Gu family, stating that I am headed to the Shentian auction house in Yenshon County. Yenshon County. Zhu Huaicai was taken aback. Yenshon County governs 36 cities, among which Guanyang City is included. Moreover, due to its proximity to the Black Forest and the presence of 3 sects nearby, Yenshon County is extraordinarily prosperous, far surpassing Guanyang City in scale. Thus, it is only natural that the Shentian auction house is well established there, recognized as one of the more prominent auction houses among many. Gu Fan's choice of Yenshon County stems from the fact that it is currently ill-timed for him to venture to the royal city. Now at the second level of the spiritual sea, going to the royal city would be akin to walking into a den of tigers. The various elders had painstakingly driven him to the remote Guanyang City, risking a rift with the patriarch should he return now, especially at such a critical juncture before the grand competition. He might very well fall victim to the malice of the elders. It is known that he could perish due to the backlash of his god-devouring physique. Even if he were to die in the royal city, it would be attributed to his constitution. Would the patriarch truly take action against the elders simply because Gu Fan had perished? Thus, the most suitable place for Gu Fan is undoubtedly the bustling Yanshun County, which is even more prosperous than Guanyang City. Once he grows stronger there, he can return to the royal city with the means to protect himself. Having determined his destination and instructed Zhu Huaicai to send a message back to the royal city, Gu Fan promptly returned to his secluded meditation chamber. This auction featured a total of 10 items. As Gu Fan had not placed them for auction at the Shentian auction house, he received 10 rewards from the system. Although 9 of these were mundane items, the system's critical return ensured that at least one was a high-grade first-tier item, with the most valuable being the second-tier low-grade treasure, the Lingxin Lotus. After undergoing a 100-fold critical return, the Lingxin Lotus transformed into a mid-grade third-tier treasure, Tianluo Bullion. Compared to the Lingxin Lotus, the Tianluo Bullion can even manifest a phenomenon within the spiritual sea of a cultivator. The phenomenon of the spiritual sea, a unique treasure formed through extraordinary opportunities by those with exceptional talent at the spiritual sea level. It can store spiritual energy, and even the worst phenomenon is equivalent to the total spiritual energy of a cultivator at the spiritual sea level. Naturally, the better phenomena can store even more spiritual energy, and it must be noted that the quantity of spiritual energy directly correlates with a cultivator's strength. If one possesses abundant spiritual energy, even evenly matched opponents can be outlasted. As a god-devouring physique, Gu Fan, upon breaking into the spiritual sea, manifested a phenomenon resembling a black hole capable of storing 9 times his own spiritual energy, coupled with the vast expanse of his spiritual sea. His spiritual energy is unmatched among cultivators of the same realm. By consuming the Lingxin Lotus, Gu Fan can not only maintain the black hole phenomenon but also produce a lotus flower phenomenon. The benefits, of course, are self-evident. Most importantly, as a mid-grade third-tier treasure, it will also enhance his realm. With this in mind, Gu Fan settled cross-legged upon the meditation mat, focusing his thoughts as 10 treasures appeared before him. This reward did not include any techniques or martial skills, consisting solely of various treasures and elixirs, allowing Gu Fan to consume all 10 items. He then activated the god-devouring technique and began the process of consumption. Chapter 25: The resolution of the Gu family elders in the royal city. As Gu Fan immersed himself in cultivation in Guanyang City, in the royal city, the Gu family, one of the 7 great families of the Dacian dynasty, boasts a vast expanse even in the land of gold. With influence spread throughout the Dacian, the Gu family flourishes, adorned with exquisite pavilions and luxurious halls, where places of cultivation are rich in spiritual energy, shrouding the surroundings in beauty. At this moment, within a private chamber, the second elder of the Gu family suddenly furrowed his brow. Yanshun County, what does he intend to do? He had received news from Guanyang City, which conveyed that Gu Fan was headed to Yanshun County to take over the Shentian auction house there. Such news undeniably displeased the second elder. In his view, Gu Fan should be quietly awaiting his demise in Guanyang City. Why, just as the family competition approaches, was he suddenly stirring up trouble? Could it be that he still harbored unfulfilled ambitions? The second elder's gaze turned dangerously sharp. If anyone in the Gu family were to inherit the family legacy, it would undoubtedly be Gu Fan, the sole heir of the main lineage. However, ever since 12 years ago, when it was revealed that Gu Fan could not cultivate and would likely perish early due to his constitution, the esteemed elders of the family began to harbor various thoughts. Their respective lineages had all attained significant cultivation, yet the main lineage found itself without a successor. Why should the esteemed position of the family patriarch not be inherited by them? Though the present glory of the Gu family is attributable to the relentless efforts and sacrifices of the main lineage through generations, even to the point of giving their lives. Take for instance Gu Fan's parents, who perished on the battlefield during a dynastic war, garnering royal favor that helped the family weather a grave crisis. Yet, despite such a legacy, how could the Gu family allow a waste like Gu Fan to inherit? as the saying goes, the capable should rise to power. Thus, the Gu family ought to be led by the young talents of the various lineages. At this juncture, the most legitimate heir was required to travel to the prefectural city, which caused some inconvenience for the second elder. Consequently, he sent word to the other prominent elders to convene for a discussion. Deliberately omitting the aged patriarch from the proceedings, it was now the hour of the pig, and the elders were either cultivating or engaged in other endeavors. Thus, after receiving the second elder's summons, they arrived at the designated chamber only after a brief interval. Second elder, what is the purpose of calling us here? Inquired a rugged elder as he surveyed the 18 elders of the Gu family gathered in the room. The news from Guanyang City is that Gu Fan is to proceed to Yanshun Prefecture to take charge of the auction house there. The second elder stated. What? The elders gasped in astonishment. Was it not rumored that he was on the brink of death before his departure? How could he possibly have the strength to go to the prefectural city? Surely, this was not due to the family competition. As he seemed to be making one last desperate attempt, even if he were permitted to travel to the prefectural city, one could not guarantee he would not perish en route. The elders voiced their opinions. And even the most esteemed elder scoffed. That ignorant child, how could such a significant family matter be left to his whims? Let him await his demise in Guanyang City, at least then he would be allowed to enter the ancestral hall of the Gu family. Little did the elders know of the events transpiring in Guanyang City, nor were they aware that Gu Fan had awakened the devouring god body, thereby eliminating any risk of backlash, and had become the master of this divine physique. The remoteness of Guanyang City and its abundance of trivial matters led the esteemed elders to disregard its happenings. Thus, upon hearing that Gu Fan, who was supposedly on the verge of collapse, foolishly wished to travel to the prefectural city, their tempers flared. Elder, do you mean to refuse? The second elder inquired. Naturally, the esteemed elder replied coolly. As these words were uttered, the other elders nodded in agreement. With 15 days remaining until the family competition, it was best to avoid any further complications. They decided that Gu Fan should remain in Guanyang City. Seizing the opportunity, the elders began to probe. By the way, ninth elder, has your granddaughter returned? She has indeed returned. After 8 years of cultivation at the butterfly transformation sect, she has now broken through to the 8th layer of the spirit sea and is determined to contend for the position of patriarch. Haha, my incompetent nephew has also returned. He is now a co-disciple at the Flying Feather sect, and his martial skills, TSK, even I feel somewhat overshadowed. Seeking to draw attention, the esteemed elder's disciple Gu Tianga has been taken under the wing of the sect master of the Holy Sky sect since childhood, and upon his return he is recognized as the strongest among the younger generation. Indeed, his innate talents are remarkable. It is a pity, however, that the family treasures were bestowed upon that waste. Had it been Gu Tianga, his potential would have surely been even more extraordinary. One by one, the elders voiced their thoughts. Meanwhile, within a secluded training chamber of the Gu family, a young man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp as a blade, causing the air around him to tremble. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura radiated from his being, making even the walls capable of withstanding the divine concealment realm tremble slightly. Another breakthrough, the young man murmured. He was none other than Gu Tianga, the one spoken of by the elders. Time slipped away unnoticed as Gu Fan gradually opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the ominous devouring power that had enveloped the training chamber was retracted back into his being thanks to the awakening of the devouring god body. He now possessed mastery over this terrifying power, ensuring that incidents like devouring the surrounding walls would no longer occur. Feeling the increased vitality within his spirit sea, Gu Fan smiled faintly. I've reached the 4th layer of the spirit sea. Through the devouring of the heavenly lotus and 9 other treasures, he had advanced from the 2nd layer of the spirit sea to the 4th layer. This remarkable achievement was largely due to the vastness of his spirit sea and the reawakening of his extraordinary abilities. which allowed him to absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy to break through two small realms. Such a feat was indeed terrifying. A practitioner of his caliber was unlikely to be found anywhere across the entire Shention continent. Moreover, it was known that the devouring god body appears only once in an era, and since he possessed it, the Shention continent would not witness another, having acclimated to the power of the fourth layer of the spirit sea. Gu Fan resumed his practice of the radiant moon sword technique within the chamber. This had become his routine. In addition to devouring, he diligently practiced this top-tier swordsmanship daily, after several hours of training with the radiant moon sword technique. Gu Fan sheathed his sword and opened the door to the training chamber. He was preparing to set forth for Yanshun Prefecture. Chapter 26, Journey to the Prefectural City. Upon exiting the training chamber, Gu Fan encountered Zhu Huai in the hall. The latter's expression shifted upon seeing Gu Fan emerge from his secluded training. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and whispered, "Master, news has arrived from the royal city." "Oh," Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What does it say?" It says, Zhu Huai hesitated, glancing at the composed Gu Fan, before finally revealing, "The royal city has sent back a single word." "What word?" "Refusal." The word refusal indicated the veto of Gu Fan's endeavor to take charge of the auction house in Yanshun Prefecture. At this revelation, Gu Fan's eyes turned icy. He understood well who had issued this directive, the 18 esteemed elders, for if it had been conveyed through the patriarch, the message would not have been so curt. Nonetheless, even if the elders had rejected him, did Gu Fan strike one as a man to meekly await orders? If he could not oversee the auction house in Yanshun Prefecture, then he would establish his own. With a 10,000-fold return system at his disposal, no auction house in this world could rival his. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan instructed, "In that case, send word back to the royal city, requesting them to dispatch another auction master to Guanyang City." Having spoken, he turned to prepare his belongings. Zhu Huai, initially thinking Gu Fan had accepted his fate, soon realized the change in expression and exclaimed, "Master, this is a command from the royal city." "Nonsense command," Gu Fan muttered, turning sharply around a corner and disappearing from Zhu Huai's sight. Witnessing this, Zhu Huai couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Outside the gates of Guanyang City, atop a dilapidated carriage, Gu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the city walls. This city was the starting point of his journey into the Shention continent and the beginning of his transformation. Although he had only spent 10 days here, it was during this brief period that he evolved from an ordinary person, helpless and powerless, to a practitioner at the fourth layer of the spirit sea. The path he traversed was fraught with obstacles. As Gu Fan was lost in reminiscence, several patriarchs from prominent families, accompanied by familiar faces, approached under the leadership of the city lord. "Master Gu," the city lord called out. Interrupting Gu Fan's thoughts, he lowered his head and immediately noticed several individuals gazing at him with warm smiles, the heads of the Miao and Huang families, Lu family patriarch, and members of various mercenary groups. Though the leader of the Crazy Wolf Brigade was notably absent, seeing them, Gu Fan greeted them with a cupped fist and a smile. "How is everyone?" "Haha, Master Gu, you should have informed us before departing Guanyang City, so we could have come to bid you farewell." The Lu family patriarch, now reduced to a mid-sized family, laughed heartily. "Indeed, Master Gu, you are my benefactor, and it would weigh heavily on my conscience if I did not see you off." Huang Sheng echoed. Gu Fan's lips twitched slightly. "Farewell," the phrase struck him as rather odd. However, he quickly donned a smile, cupping his fist as he replied, "I appreciate your concern, but destiny will unite us again in the future. I must soon set forth, may you all take care." With those words he leapt into the carriage, and the coachman, Fubo, promptly tugged on the reins, causing the old carriage to sway as it began its journey forward. Observing the departure, the onlookers sighed softly. Even the city lord couldn't help but murmur, "This parting may indeed be the last." Before he could finish, a voice behind him struck him with astonishment. The opportunity has slipped away. How lamentable, my Lu family has fallen short this time. If only Master Gu could have stayed a few more days to hold a few more auctions, perhaps my Lu family could have soared. Opportunity, why did you not linger a few more days? I have sold off all my assets, only to await your departure. Alas, that this moment, in the royal city, the Gu family, did you say, that the young lad abandoned the auction house and journeyed to Yanshun County City? Within the grand hall, the esteemed elder of the Gu family set aside his affairs, frowning as he addressed the second elder. Indeed, we have received word back requesting us to dispatch another venue master to Guanyang City to take over the auction house. What is his intention? The elder's brows furrowed even deeper, having already dismissed Gu Fan from assuming control of the auction house in Yanshun County. Even if he travels there, the local venue master will surely disregard him. In that case, what is the purpose of Gu Fan's journey? The elder was perplexed. Is it possible that there are individuals in Yanshun County who seek to assist him? At this moment, the second elder spoke. His expression shadowed. If that is the case, it indicates that someone intends to take advantage of this opportunity to strike at the Gu family. Gu Fan is merely a pawn in their game. We must exercise caution regarding this matter, the elder nodded while stroking his beard, but he soon added, nonetheless, they are destined to waste their efforts. 15 days ago, I investigated Gu Fan's condition. He cannot hold out for long. Moreover, for the upcoming family competition, we must ensure absolute certainty. Indeed, the second elder nodded. I shall instruct the people of Yanshun County to give him a warning, compelling him to return to Guanyang City without causing any further disturbances. The two engaged in a discussion centered around Gu Fan. Not far off, Gu Chonga, clad in a black robe, raised his head and inquired, Elders, are you referring to that devourer of gods? Upon hearing this, the second elder turned his head, his eyes reflecting a peculiar recognition. Indeed, it is that devourer of gods. Gu Chonga raised an eyebrow and remarked that devourer of gods is now but a mere cripple. Is he truly worthy of such concern from both of you? Chonga, the elder chided lightly. Following his reprimand, he earnestly instructed, though he may be a cripple, he is still a member of the main lineage. We must drive him away from the royal city. Only then can the clan leader willingly bestow upon you the position of young patriarch after the family competition in 15 days. Hearing this, Gu Chonga nodded slightly yet remained indifferent. Even if that devourer of gods were in the royal city, he held confidence that the clan leader would entrust the position of young patriarch to him. In this world, it is the strong who hold sway. Coincidentally, he was entirely convinced that he was the most formidable individual among the younger generation of the Gu family. Yanshun County City, outside the city gates. A dilapidated horse-drawn carriage creaked as it approached. Gu Fan lifted the curtain and immediately beheld the powerful inscription of 4 characters, Yanshun County City, etched on the city wall. Young Master Gu, we have arrived at Yanshun County City. Where to next? Let us proceed to Shention Auction House. Understood. Chapter 27. A show of authority. Yanshun County City boasts a population exceeding 1 million. With 3 sects nearby, the atmosphere for cultivation is exceptionally rich. And every household takes pride in being affiliated with the 3 major sects, resulting in a plethora of cultivators within the city. The abundance of cultivators amplifies the demand for treasures, leading to the emergence of numerous auction houses competing fiercely within Yanshun County City. Among them, the 3 major auction houses reign supreme, while the rest are relegated to a subordinate status due to their lack of strength. Shention Auction House, situated on the bustling Juke Avenue at the city center, is flanked by numerous shops, and the street is teeming with people, creating a lively scene. At this moment, a rickety carriage made its way along the thoroughfare, inching forward amidst the crowd. Inside the carriage, Gu Fan drew back the curtain to gaze outside. To his astonishment, he noticed that 2/3 of the pedestrians on the street were cultivators. During his journey, he had also gathered some information about Yanshun County City. Although the city is rife with factions, the royal manor stands at the pinnacle. The royal manor has guarded Yenchon County City for a millennium, accumulating immense heritage over the ages, undoubtedly making it the foremost power. Following closely are the 5 great families, with over 1 million residents. A significant portion relies on these 5 families for their livelihoods. It is no exaggeration to say that if the 5 families were to become enraged, the entire Yenchon County City would tremble. This illustrates the extensive influence these families exert over every facet of Yenchon County City. Additionally, there are various mercenary groups within the city nestled in the western region of the Dacian dynasty. A mere 100 miles west of the city lies the depths of the Black Forest. Guanyang City is situated on the periphery of the Black Forest, where the surrounding beasts are not particularly formidable. However, around Yenchon County City one can readily encounter first-tier beasts, with second-tier beasts also frequently appearing. The proliferation of beasts, cultivators, and auction houses has led to the rapid growth of mercenary groups specializing in hunting beasts and seeking treasures deep within the Black Forest. Gu Fan is aware of over 100 mercenary groups of all sizes within Yenchon County City. This discovery fills Gu Fan with immense joy. Given the vibrant mercenary atmosphere, surely there will be even more precious treasures to be found. The second-tier treasures that were rare in Guanyang City might be encountered frequently in Yenchon County City. After all, the rarer the treasure, the better the rewards returned by the system. With these thoughts in mind, the carriage arrived at a resplendent auction house. Simultaneously, the driver, Uncle Fu, announced, "Young Master Gu, we have reached Shention Auction House." As Gu Fan stepped down from the carriage and cast his gaze upon the auction house, he noted that it was at least 10 times larger than the one in Guanyang City. The lavish decorations were unparalleled, and through the entrance he could glimpse the beautiful maidens within. Gu Fan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The Shention auction house in Guanyang City seemed almost rudimentary in comparison. Nevertheless, this was a county city, not a remote town that could be compared. Casting aside his distractions, Gu Fan promptly entered through the grand doors with Uncle Fu. "Young master, are you here to auction treasures?" A maiden at the entrance respectfully curtsied upon noticing the newcomers. Despite the young man's arrival in a shabby carriage, he exuded a unique and unparalleled aura that captivated the gaze of the experienced maidens. "Not quite." Gu Fan smiled slightly, surveying his surroundings before stating, "I have come to see the master of this auction house." To see the master? The maiden was taken aback. She raised her head and replied, "If you have any matters to discuss, you may instruct me, for the master is quite busy and I fear." Before she could finish, Gu Fan waved his hand and interjected, "My surname is Gu, simply inform him of my arrival." At these words, the maiden's pupils dilated in shock, her astonishment evident. Gu. She was acutely aware of the significance of this surname in the present context. It represented the backing of the Gu family behind Shention Auction House, which was one of the 7 great families even within the royal city. The master of this auction house was merely a subordinate of the Gu family. The young man before her was undoubtedly a scion of the Gu family from the royal city. Realizing this, the maiden dared not utter another word. She curtsied once more and hurriedly dashed inside. Once the maiden had departed, Uncle Fu leaned in and whispered, "Young master, arriving at this auction house at such a time, I fear the master may not grant you an audience." At Uncle Fu's words, Gu Fan merely smiled and remained silent, observing his demeanor. Uncle Fu sighed. The two then settled down to wait quietly in the front hall. As anticipated, half an hour passed, yet neither the master nor the maiden made an appearance. The surrounding maidens began to whisper among themselves, sensing something was amiss. "Young master," Uncle Fu's frustration grew, regardless of the circumstances. Gu Fan was a member of the main lineage of the Gu family. How could mere subordinates treat him with such disregard, making him wait in the front hall for half an hour? Just as Uncle Fu was about to persuade Gu Fan to leave, 2 figures entered his line of sight. The leading figure was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his expression devoid of emotion. Following closely behind him was the trembling maiden who had gone to relay the message. It appeared that this man was indeed the master of the auction house, ignoring those around him. The master approached Gu Fan and, with a sudden harshness in his tone, reprimanded, "Who permitted you to come to the county city? Are you aware that the elders have issued orders for you to remain in Guanyang City and not step out without permission?" The chastisement reverberated throughout the front hall, leaving the maidens in attendance startled and silent. Gu Fan's expression remained placid, yet a surge of anger bubbled within him, observing the disdainful reprimand on the master's face. Gu Fan suddenly smiled coldly, uttering, "Slap him." As the words fell, a shadow darted forward, accompanied by a resounding slap that echoed through the hall. Smack! Uncle Fu stood in front of the master, having delivered the blow himself. You dare!" Young Zong clutched his reddened cheek, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Uncle Fu. At that moment, however, a chilling command rang out once more, "Speak another word, and your mouth shall be silenced." Smack! Another crisp slap sounded loud enough to be heard even outside the auction house. Young Zong's face turned swollen and red, resembling a pig's head. Trembling, he pointed a shaking finger at Uncle Fu, yet before he could utter a word, the devilish voice echoed again, disrespectful. Another slap, smack! Uncle Fu's strike sent Young Zong tumbling to the ground, several bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. At the same time, an overwhelming aura swept across the entire auction house. Emanating from him, "I am the esteemed young master of the Gu family. How dare you, a mere individual, cast aspersions upon me? One more word and I shall have you punished." With his back straight and a cold expression, Fu Bo spoke. As his words fell, the entire venue was filled with trepidation. In the front hall, Young Zong looked at Fu Bo with a gaze filled with sheer terror. To be precise, it was the terrifying presence exuding from the latter. Such an aura he had only witnessed emanating from the Prince of Yanshan County, a formidable practitioner of the divine concealment realm. Did this not imply that Fu Bo, who had been standing behind Gu Fan, was also a practitioner of the divine concealment realm? The threat of being punished further intensified Young Zong's fear. Not far away, upon seeing Young Zong no longer flaunting his connections, Gu Fan let out a cold chuckle and turned to leave the auction house. His purpose for this visit was to gauge the attitude of the royal city towards him. It appeared that the 18 elders were likely unaware of his circumstances, as there had been no backlash to compel him to remain confined within Guanyang City without limits. Nonetheless, this had allowed Young Zong the sycophant to give him a warning. Since the royal city was not pressing him too hard, Gu Fan's plan to establish another auction house in Yanshan County could now be set in motion. The two of them soon departed, leaving behind the maidservants and a few guests in the front hall, who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. However, it was at this moment that Young Zong gritted his teeth and stood up. With a gaze filled with resentment, he watched the two departing figures and then summoned someone to instruct, "Follow them and see if they leave the county." "Yes, young Master Gu, where shall we head next?" Fu Bo asked, reverting to his slightly hunched posture. "Where to?" Gu Fan mused as he sat in the carriage. To establish another auction house sounds simple, yet it is fraught with challenges: the venue, decorations, reputation, auction items, and so forth. But these considerations were secondary, as what Gu Fan truly needed first was spirit stones. Without funds, one cannot make progress, especially in the bustling Yanshan County. During his time in Guanyang City, he auctioned 8 second-tier treasures and a 4-symbol spill. After deducting commissions, he had amassed a total of 230,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a sum, he could undoubtedly claim the title of the richest person in Guanyang City. Yet, in Yanshan County, that was not the case. Furthermore, these 230,000 spirit stones constituted nearly all of his wealth, as the treasures had been consumed to nourish his devourer body. Whether this amount would suffice to establish an auction house from scratch remained uncertain. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet Gu Fan quickly pinpointed the essentials, declaring, "First, let us investigate the details of the auction houses in Yanshan County, and ascertain the tier of treasures being auctioned. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Without doubt, Gu Fan was treading the path of understanding his competitors. In an auction house named Chenren, Gu Fan quietly observed an auction taking place. This establishment could be considered a medium-sized auction house in Yanshun County. Although it paled in comparison to the three major auction houses, the disparity was not vast. Moreover, he gleaned some information like Guanyang City. The auction houses in Yanshun County typically held auctions once a month, while a few smaller auction houses operated bi-weekly. They were insignificant in stature. This indicated that the auction house Gu Fan intended to establish would possess the first advantage of holding daily auctions. The second advantage became clear to Gu Fan after the conclusion of the Chenren auction. It was revealed that the highlight of this monthly auction was merely a low-grade second-tier treasure. A low-grade second-tier treasure. Gu Fan had encountered such items daily in Guanyang City. Meanwhile, the Chenren auction house, with its monthly auction, could only muster a single one. Furthermore, upon inquiring with the maidservants, Gu Fan learned that even the three major auction houses in Yanshun County, during their monthly auctions, only featured a highlight of mid-grade second-tier treasures. Mid-grade second-tier. Gu Fan dared not boast in Guanyang City, but in the treasure-rich Yanshun County he felt confident to encounter them daily, with two significant advantages in hand. Gu Fan left the venue brimming with confidence. He was certain that the auction house he established would soon gain renown in Yanshun County, potentially surpassing the three major auction houses and seizing the lead. However, all of this hinged on the successful establishment of the auction house. Subsequently, Gu Fan explored several bustling streets in Yanshun County, inquiring with the locals, only to discover that renting a sufficiently spacious plot for the auction house would require far more than 230,000 spirit stones. These prosperous streets were the domains of the 5 prominent families who rented out spaces on an annual basis. The location Gu Fan had his eye on commanded an annual rental fee of 300,000 spirit stones. 20-some thousand was utterly insufficient. As the night fell, Gu Fan had yet to find a suitable venue. At this juncture, the two of them settled down in a tavern for a meal, without accommodations in Yanshun County. They could only find a tavern to rest in as darkness enveloped the sky. Young Master Gu, if you require spirit stones, might I suggest a trip to the Black Forest? Fu Bo inquired softly from across the table. As a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, he could hunt a beast within the Black Forest, likely fulfilling Gu Fan's needs. However, Gu Fan shook his head, narrowing his eyes at a private room on the second floor. A smile crept across his face as he said, "Follow me upstairs." He had eavesdropped for nearly half a stick of incense, and the content of their conversation revealed that a small auction house was seeking to sell due to operating at a loss. A fully functional auction house for sale, this was nothing short of excellent news for Gu Fan. It would save him the time required to start from scratch, and time was precisely what he valued most. Inside the private room were two individuals. One, a rugged man, spoke in a deep, resonant voice, though he was now filled with anger as he declared, "I spent 17,000 spirit stones to establish this auction house. And over the years, its reputation has grown slightly. 15,000 spirit stones is simply unacceptable. Brother Yen, your words are misplaced. In my view, your auction house is worth at most 15,000, any higher would be sheer folly," countered a refined gentleman clad in a blue robe. Despite the rugged man's fury, he remained unperturbed, as if he had the upper hand in the negotiation. In truth, the rugged man was the leader of a mercenary group. And having been lured by the profits of the auction house, he had poured all his savings into its establishment. Yet, after several years, even with the profits from his mercenary group, he was left nearly destitute. Nevertheless, even 15,000 would allow him to recover a fraction of his losses. Just then a voice rang out from outside, "My good sir, I shall purchase your auction house for 17,000 spirit stones." With that, Gu Fan and Fu Bo entered the room. "Are you truly willing to offer 17,000? The rugged man stood up, filled with excitement. "Naturally, Brother Gong Lu, this gentleman is willing to pay 17,000. How much are you willing to offer? The rugged man, ever shrewd, sought to incite a bidding war to maximize his profits. However, the man named Gong Lu scoffed at this. He did not regard the rugged man. Instead, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Fan and coldly retorting, 17,000 spirit stones, someone is eager to be a fool, I am not interested. With that, he coldly exited. The rugged man expressed regret upon his departure, but then turned his attention back to Gu Fan. Good sir, 17,000 spirit stones, could you possibly raise your offer? Not possible, Gu Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head. With no competitors left, 17,000 was indeed the highest bid. The rugged man gritted his teeth, then considered. 17,000 it is, a small loss is better than a complete loss. He then declared, let us finalize the transaction now. Chapter 29 Shantian Auction House in Yenshun County, on Linan Street. Gu Fan looked at the sparsely populated street and couldn't help but shake his head. He had just come from Zhuke Street, which was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The stark contrast between the two streets explained why he had acquired the auction house for a mere 17,000 spirit stones. However, he believed that with his presence, Linan Street could very well rival Guanyang City in popularity. Casting aside these thoughts, Gu Fan and Fu Bo approached the auction house. Tianhu Auction House was its name. Upon gazing at the unimpressive gilded lettering on the signboard, Gu Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. With such an unappealing name, coupled with its location on the sparsely populated Linan Street, it was no wonder its business was lackluster. Reflecting on this, Gu Fan smiled at Fu Bo behind him, saying, Tianhu is far too unappealing. What do you think of Shantian, young Master Gu? Fu Bo appeared somewhat taken aback. Shantian was the name of the auction house under the Gu family's purview. Would it truly be appropriate for Gu Fan to bestow this name upon his own auction house? Nonetheless, it was undeniably a name of great grandeur. It is worth noting that the continent beneath their feet was called the Shantian continent. Then it shall be Shantian. Gu Fan nodded thoughtfully. Although the other auction house in Yenshun County was currently superior, he could not rule out the possibility of his surpassing it in the future. Having confirmed the name of the auction house, the two pushed open the door and entered. Though Tianhu Auction House was merely a small establishment, the rugged man had adorned it quite lavishly. While not as splendid as the Shantian auction house they had visited that morning, it was nonetheless quite impressive. One could assert that acquiring this auction house would enable immediate operations the very next day. Moreover, within the premises of the auction house there exists a steward. According to his account, everything at the Tianhu auction house remains in perfect order. Attendants, auctioneers, appraisers, and others are present, albeit temporarily absent from the premises. However, with just a mere notification, operations could resume seamlessly. At this moment, outside the Tianhu auction house, the guards assigned to follow Gu Fan were taken aback as they witnessed someone remove the signboard, subsequently replacing it with a new one. The 5 gleaming golden characters inscribed upon it were nearly blinding. Shantian Auction House. He was astounded, but soon an overwhelming rage enveloped him. The Shantian Auction House represents a formidable force throughout the Great Qian dynasty. Now, it appears that someone in sheer ignorance has adopted the same name, yet the guard quickly regained his composure. He had personally witnessed the elder who trailed behind Gu Fan, effortlessly incapacitating the owner with just a few slaps. Furthermore, the owner dared not utter a single word in protest, merely watching helplessly as they departed. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he refrained from intervening and instead turned to hastily make his way into the Shantian auction house. Inside the Shantian auction house, Yang Zong, wearing a grim expression, listened intently to the guard's report. The guard had followed Gu Fan for an entire day, detailing their movements and activities. What incensed Yang Zong was the undeniable fact that Gu Fan had not left Yenshun County. Instead, he had leisurely strolled around Yenshun County and even purchased an auction house, naming it Shantian. Humiliation. Yang Zong felt a profound sense of disgrace. He believed Gu Fan's actions were a deliberate attempt to insult him. After all, who would purchase an auction house and adopt such a name without reason? Yet Yongzong found himself powerless, for that elder was a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, a figure whose strength could only be rivaled by the county lord. What troubled Yongzong the most was the repeated admonitions from the royal city insisting that he must send Gufan back to Guanyang City. It now appeared that Gufan was intent on remaining in Yanshan County. If he failed to execute the elder's orders, would he not face dire consequences? Contemplating this, Yongzong felt increasingly restless, yet despite his agitation he could conceive of no strategy to compel Gufan to return to Guanyang City. All because of that elder. Sighing in despair, Yongzong could only relay the news back to the royal city. In the royal city, within the Gu family's private chamber, the 18 elders convened. Their expressions grave. Did that young man truly go to Yanshan County? This cannot be false. A letter from Yanshan confirms he has even purchased an auction house, naming it Xiantian. Upon this pronouncement, the faces of the elders darkened. The name Xiantian was one that no one dared to use in the great Qian dynasty, for it belonged exclusively to the Gu family. Just the mention of the Gu family would dissuade any thoughts of offense. Yet now, someone had audaciously adopted it, and worse still, it was a descendant of the Gu family's main lineage. This was undeniably a farce, a source of ridicule for their competitors. Realizing this, the elders erupted in anger. We cannot allow that young man to act recklessly. In my opinion, we must send someone to throw him back to Guanyang City. Indeed, though Gufu is a practitioner of divine concealment, that old man surely would not dare to defy our wishes. Gufu is the family patriarch. His anger could unleash repercussions that would affect us all. What then? Shall we allow him to wreak havoc in Yanshan County? Even if we do, what of it? Once the family competition concludes in half a month, and the young patriarch is selected, he will be powerless to alter his fate. Indeed, nothing is more critical than the family competition. One by one, the elders engaged in heated discussion. Finally, the most esteemed elder proclaimed he cannot endure for long. Even if he names the auction house Xiantian, in the end, he will be left with nothing but shame. We must ensure that nothing goes awry for the family competition in half a month. By the elders' command, the elders replied in unison. Meanwhile, far away in Yanshan County, Yongzong received the command. It consisted of merely 2 words: wait patiently. Upon reading this order, Yongzong let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was not required to take action against Gufan, he felt reassured, for he truly could not provoke that practitioner of divine concealment. Soon after, a sinister smile crept across Yongzong's face. How could Gufan, even with the assistance of that elder, possibly manage an auction house effectively? He would soon witness how he would be left in utter disgrace. The next day, inside the Xiantian auction house, Gufan stood in the main hall, facing the steward. Attendants, auctioneers, appraisers, and others. The steward, named Feng Su, displayed a respectful demeanor towards Gufan, at least not causing any trouble for him. After a round of introductions, Gufan waved for everyone to return to their duties, but retained Feng Su. Steward Feng, I wish to know more about the previous operations of this auction house. Upon hearing this, Feng Su promptly adopted a serious tone. Master, the Xiantian auction house traditionally holds an auction every half-month. Due to years of operation, it has gained a modest reputation, typically accommodating about half of the guests each time. The auctioned items predominantly consist of first-tier, mid-grade and high-grade treasures, although during prosperous years, there have been instances of first-tier top-grade treasures being auctioned. And what of second-tier items? Second-tier, master, to speak candidly, if there were second-tier treasures to be auctioned, this auction house would have long since gained notoriety. Listening to Feng Su's words, Gufan nodded slightly. It seemed that second-tier treasures were indeed quite rare in Yanshan County. However, what was most noteworthy was that this auction house had a stable clientele and consistent auction items. Most were first-tier, mid-grade and high-grade, essentially guaranteeing a return of second-tier treasures through the system. With a stroke of luck, it was even possible to receive more precious items as a reward. Once second-tier treasures were auctioned and the Shention auction house gained widespread acclaim, an influx of valuable treasures would undoubtedly surprise Gu Fan. With clarity in mind, Gu Fan then instructed Feng Su to lead him to the storage room of the auction house. Master, the previous owner, was eager to transfer the auction house and hastily held an auction 3 days ago, so, as they walked down the corridor toward the storage room, Feng Su spoke somewhat awkwardly. That Bali man was desperate to recover his losses and auctioned off all the items 3 days ago. Naturally, the storage room now contains only a few trivial items. Upon hearing his words, Gu Fan nodded lightly, choosing not to respond. Soon they opened the heavily weighted stone door and entered the storage room. Feng Su led the way, explaining, after 3 days of preparation, there are currently 4 auction items in the auction house. However, by the 12th day, we should be able to gather around 10 items for the auction. Approaching the cabinet where the auction items were stored, Gu Fan looked ahead. The 4 items available for auction were all first-tier, mid-grade treasures. In Guangyang City, first-tier, mid-grade treasures are a rare sight, yet here in Yanshan County, they had gathered 4 items in just 3 days. This was a small auction house. If it were a larger venue, would they not be able to acquire them with ease? Or perhaps even first-tier, top-grade items would be commonplace. What sort of precious items would emerge from the system's rewards after such treasures were auctioned? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Fan felt his breath quicken. He then commanded, in the astonished gaze of Feng Su, "Let us hold the first auction tonight as a trial." Tonight? Upon hearing this, Feng Su shook his head vigorously. "Master, this is utterly unfeasible." "Why so, Master?" "There are currently only 4 auction items available. This is simply insufficient for an auction." "I say it is enough." Gu Fan replied calmly. Based on his experience in Guangyang City, the value of auction items never hinged on quantity but rather quality. Even first-tier inferior items could yield second-tier treasures through the system's returns. Now, with first-tier mid-grade items, could it be any less? Aware of the existence of second-tier treasures, Gu Fan was determined to capitalize on this momentum to elevate the auction house's reputation, striving for widespread acclaim. "Master, are you truly resolved?" Seeing Gu Fan's unwavering stance, Feng Su stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether the man had lost his senses, insisting on an auction despite knowing the insufficiency of items. Do you believe this is a reasonable course of action? Prepare for it. The time is set for tonight. Gu Fan patted Feng Su on the shoulder before exiting the storage room. An auction not only requires treasures but also necessitates promotion. How shall we spread the word? The most direct and effective method is to loudly proclaim throughout Yanshan County that the Shention auction house will be hosting an auction for second-tier treasures tonight. Of course, the most crucial detail is that this Shention is not to be confused with another second-tier treasures. Is it true that the Shention auction house will hold an auction today? On the roadside, a passerby muttered as he picked up a piece of paper from the ground. The name Shention auction house was undoubtedly well known throughout Yanshan County. However, in his recollection, it seemed that just half a month ago, the Shention auction house had held an auction. That event had been bustling with activity, and the highlight was a second-tier mid-grade treasure, which had incited quite a frenzy. Yet, how could it be that only half a month later they were to hold another auction? The passerby unconsciously disregarded the annotation on the paper indicating Linen Street. Alas, there is no remedy. The reputation of the Shention auction house is far too formidable. And he merely regarded it as that establishment on Juke Street. Shaking his head, the traveler tucked the parchment into his storage ring. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of a multitude of others around him also stowing away their papers. Gu Fan's promotional strategy was indeed so straightforward. He boldly printed the news of the auction of second-tier treasures on paper and disseminated it widely throughout the entire Yanshan County city. It is believed that anyone who laid eyes upon it would indelibly remember the phrase Shantian auction house emblazoned upon it.in. Truth, Gu Fan was leveraging the fame of the Shantian auction house to bolster the reputation of his own establishment. Yet, even the meticulous Gu Fan could not have anticipated that the very notoriety of the Shantian auction house would lead these pedestrians to instinctively think of the one on Juke Street. As for Linan Street, given its obscure location, it was surely a mistake on the part of the Shantian auction house. Moreover, Gu Fan's promotional tactics were truly remarkable. The densely packed flyers had taken over the entirety of Yanshan County City. Anyone who was not entirely reclusive would have learned prior to nightfall that the Shantian auction house was to hold an auction. Naturally, the majority were prepared to attend that very night. Chapter 31. The auction commences in the dim light of the moon. Outside the Shantian auction house on Juke Street, throngs of people clogged the thoroughfare, their complaints echoing through the air. What is this? Was it not stated that the auction would take place today? How is it that upon arrival, we are not even permitted entry? What a farce, this Shantian auction house. How dare they toy with us? If it were up to me, that Yongzong ought to be taught a lesson and tied to the city gates, so he might learn his lesson. The collective sentiment was one of ire. The flyers clearly announced that the Shantian auction house would conduct an auction that very night. They had hurriedly abandoned all else to come here, only to be barred from entry. What is the meaning of this? Master of the auction house, what shall we do now? Inside the auction house, the steward, his face awash with anxiety, spoke urgently to Yongzong. It was not yet time for the auction, and they had not even prepared the items for sale. How could they possibly conduct an auction? Yet the crowd outside was unmistakably displeased with the Shantian auction house. Yongzong, feeling the flames of anger rising within him, could only manage a wry smile. At this juncture, he understood that the source of all this chaos was none other than Gu Fan. To him, it was clear that Gu Fan had orchestrated this entire affair solely to vex him. With this thought in mind, Yongzong, maintaining his composure, instructed those nearby to go outside and inform them that the auction is not being held by us. It is at the auction house on Linan Street. After speaking, Yongzong clenched his fists tightly. To vex him, he would soon see if the auction house that Gu Fan had just acquired could appease the anger of the crowd outside. After some stern words from the intimidating guards, the throng gathered on Juke Street gradually dispersed. Many among them, feeling aggrieved by the antics of the Shantian auction house, begrudgingly returned home. However, a small faction of individuals retrieved their papers anew and made their way toward Linan Street. Second-tier treasures, they were most eager for such items. On Linan Street, within the Shantian auction house, the hall was already filled to two-thirds capacity, although many of those who had seen the flyers instinctively aimed for Juke Street. There were still those who, attentive to detail, noted the annotation indicating Linan Street. Naturally, as the auction was set to begin, they arrived here. Master of the auction house, the hall is already filled with more guests than ever before. Should we not seize this opportunity to procure a few first-tier superior treasures for bidding? Feng Su inquired quietly of Gu Fan, who occupied the foremost seat. He was quite excited. In previous auctions, the hall had only been half full, but now it was nearly at capacity. Such an opportunity warranted significant investment in treasures for bidding to enhance the auction house's reputation. Absolutely not, Gu Fan firmly shook his head in refusal. These guests are primarily here for second-tier treasures. Even an abundance of first-tier superior treasures would serve no purpose. Besides, I lack the funds. Upon hearing this, Feng Su shook his head in disappointment just then. However, more guests flooded through the entrance. Shantian auction house. I recall this place was once Tianhu. Has it now transformed into Shantian? So this is where the second-tier treasures are being auctioned? How fortunate that I found it. Wait, it's almost full. Brother Zhou, come quickly and seize a seat. An increasing number of patrons streamed into the auction house. Having made their way from Juke Street, the attendants were bustling about, overwhelmed with the influx. Yet Feng Su quickly approached, his expression brimming with excitement as he welcomed them. Those who entered first had the chance to claim the few remaining seats in the hall, while those arriving later were left to stand in the aisles. This was an unavoidable predicament, as the former Tianhu had been a modest auction house with only nearly 200 seats. Nevertheless, even those relegated to the aisles bore it with patience, for the sake of second-tier treasures. They would endure any discomfort in silence. At the back of the hall, Feng Su's face glowed with exhilaration. The bustling atmosphere of the auction house was the pinnacle of his life, then all of this was thanks to Gu Fan. However, amidst his excitement, he was also plagued by worry, for he knew that these guests had come in search of second-tier treasures, but Feng Su was acutely aware that this entire affair was merely a ruse concocted by Gu Fan. Second-tier treasures, not only did they not possess any, but they had a mere 4 first-tier medium-grade items for auction. With this realization, Feng Su's earlier excitement swiftly evaporated, replaced by a deluge of cold dread. Within the auction hall, the crowd had nearly filled the entire space. The cacophony of voices resonated, predominantly discussing the anticipated second-tier treasures. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere, the auctioneer ascended the elevated stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. I am the auctioneer responsible for today's proceedings. Bu Yi was a youthful maiden of unblemished beauty, around 18 years of age, whose every smile and frown seemed to envelop the audience in a gentle warmth. Thus, as her words fell, the chatter within the auction house gradually subsided. For this auction, the Shuantian auction house had prepared 5 items for sale, the first of which, a maid gracefully approached the stage, and facing the audience, she opened the wooden box she held. Upon witnessing this, Bu Yi sweetly declared, "The first item for auction is a first-tier medium-grade martial technique, Great Buddha Palm. The starting bid is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 100 low-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence." The first-tier medium-grade martial technique. Upon hearing the announcement from the stage, the audience promptly began to place their bids. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1,001, 1,200, the bids rang out sporadically. While some in the audience frowned at the nature of the offering, they did not voice their discontent. A first-tier medium-grade martial technique as an opening item was indeed to be expected. Ultimately, the Great Buddha Palm was claimed by a patron standing in the aisle for 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Concurrently, Gu Fan's mind resonated with the sound of the system. First-tier medium-grade martial technique successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 1,000-fold critical return, obtaining a third-tier supreme martial technique, Diamond Demon Subduing Palm. Chapter 32, Diamond Demon Subduing Palm. The voice of the system echoed in Gu Fan's mind, and a look of unrestrained joy spread across his face. The 1,000-fold return, a third-tier supreme martial technique. In Guangyang City, he had endured 7 consecutive auctions without ever encountering such a multiplication of returns. It had led him to doubt the frequency of such opportunities in the future, yet unexpectedly, in his very first auction in Yanshan County, he encountered a 1,000-fold return. Had he known, he would have surely sought to auction a second-tier treasure. Feeling a twinge of regret, Gu Fan quickly regained his composure, his expression impassive as he continued to observe the proceedings of the auction. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the Great Buddha Palm. Next, we present the second item of today's auction. A first-tier medium-grade treasure, the feather sword. On stage, Bu Yi introduced the second item for auction, while the maid displayed the feather sword to the audience. One could see that the blade within the rectangular wooden box shimmered with elegance, exuding a subtle sharpness. It was evident that this feather sword was among the finest of first-tier medium-grade treasures. However, upon witnessing this, the guests below furrowed their brows and whispered among themselves, "Another first-tier medium-grade item. We had hoped for something extraordinary following the first, yet it seems we are met with yet another first-tier medium-grade offering. Do you think the rumors of second-tier treasures at this auction are mere fabrications?" In such a small auction house, could they truly possess second-tier treasures? The answer is uncertain, very uncertain. The murmurs were faint, yet they did not impede the progression of the auction. Bui then sweetly declared from the stage. The first-tier medium-grade feather sword has a starting bid of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 100 low-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. To behold is to wield a fine sword, yet it remains uncertain whether it can be employed to vanquish the monstrous beasts. I bid 3,000, 4,000, the bidding calls echoed in quick succession. However, the majority of onlookers regarded this spectacle with indifference. At the rear of the hall, Feng Su could not help but break into a cold sweat. He discerned that the two auction items were being contended over by regulars of past auctions. Meanwhile, the newcomers remained silent, even quietly beginning to question the auction house's credibility. Just moments ago, he overheard a guest nearby express doubt about the absence of second-tier treasures at this auction. This revelation startled him greatly. For, as the guest suggested, there truly were no second-tier treasures available for bidding. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of these individuals, they were not to be trifled with should they discover they had been deceived. Would they not wreak havoc upon this auction house, and as the steward, would he not be subjected to their wrath, perhaps even bound and silenced in the dark forest? The treacherous thoughts swirled in his mind, causing beads of perspiration to form upon Feng Su's brow. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. First call, 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Second call, 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Third call, congratulations to this esteemed guest for winning the bid for the first-tier medium-grade flying feather sword. Unperturbed by the somber atmosphere below, Bui announced with a sweet smile. She then continued, next up is the third item for auction, a first-tier medium grade. Before she could finish, a sudden chorus of inquiries erupted from the silent hall. Might I ask, Miss Bu, are there indeed any second-tier treasures in this auction? The speaker was a young man clad in white, his features as striking as jade, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. Those with keen eyes gasped in recognition. A member of the Yen family, one of the 5 great families. The presence of this youth indicated he was indeed a scion of the Yen clan. Having come to this venue, I recognize him, Yen Zai, the 7th son of the Yen family patriarch. He must be here to celebrate his father's longevity. The arrival of the Yen family scion sent a palpable chill through the crowd. Yet they quickly turned their gaze back to Bui, eager to learn whether second-tier treasures truly existed. However, upon hearing the young man's question, Bui's expression immediately turned pale. As a responsible auctioneer, she meticulously examined each item prior to auctioning. This time, she had undoubtedly only seen 4 items, as Gufan had mentioned 5 items for auction, with the last being a second-tier treasure. Consequently, Bui inquired of Gufan, who assured her with unwavering confidence, yet because the treasure was exceedingly precious, it could not be entrusted to others. Upon hearing this response, Bui realized that no second-tier treasure existed. She had not anticipated that such a handsome figure as Gu Fan would be a purveyor of falsehoods. Disappointment washed over her, but for the sake of the spirit stones, she chose to remain and oversee this auction. Faced with the inquiry from the Yen family patriarch's son, Bui found herself utterly at a loss. To conspire in deceit with Gufan against the Yen family, who would dare? Yet, to speak the truth would surely render her a fool unworthy of her position at any auction house. Overwhelmed by despair, she found herself in a dire predicament. At that moment, however, Gufan, seated at the forefront, rose gracefully and addressed Yenzai. I am the proprietor of this auction house. As he spoke, he turned to the assembled crowd. His demeanor calm and collected. Rest assured, esteemed guests, the the assistants of this auction will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Should my words be untrue, feel free to deal with me as you see fit. Upon the utterance of his words, the hall erupted into a flurry of commotion. The auction house owner personally declaring the presence of a second-tier treasure could hardly be a fabrication, otherwise, they would find it impossible to remain in Yen Mountain County. Upon hearing this, Yenzai fixed his sharp gaze upon Gu Fan, yet he soon smiled. If the proprietor guarantees it, I shall naturally believe it. However, should you deceive me, I wonder, can you withstand my wrath? Ah, my dear Yen. There exists no one in this world whose wrath I cannot endure, Gu Fan replied with a smile. Very well, Yenzai nodded and retook his seat. Nevertheless, he remained resolute that if Gu Fan dared to deceive him, he would ensure that the latter would not see the light of the following day. The exchange between Gu Fan and Yenzai effectively quelled the growing restlessness within the auction hall. Observing this, Abu Yi promptly steadied herself and, with a sweet smile, announced, "We now proceed to the third auction item, a first-tier medium-grade pill, little recovery pill. The starting bid is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. With each increment no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones, the little recovery pill is capable of restoring spiritual energy at twice the usual rate, making it a vital treasure for cultivators. Especially for mercenaries entering the dark forest, possessing a little recovery pill significantly increases their chances of survival." Thus, following Buyi's words, the hall erupted with a wave of bidding. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3,001, I bid 4,000. The fervor was palpable. However, this enthusiasm was primarily among the cultivators of the body refinement realm. While the little recovery pill was highly effective for them, it held little value for those of the spirit sea realm. Ultimately, the pill was won by a mercenary for 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the conclusion of the third auction item, Bu Yi swiftly announced the fourth item, although her smile remained charming. Internally, she was filled with trepidation. Once the fourth item was concluded, it would be time for the fifth. Proprietor, where is the second-tier treasure? At this moment, Gu Fan, seated at the forefront, had Fubao standing beside him. The latter leaned closer, whispering, "Young Master Gu, someone from Guanyang City has come looking for you." Guanyang City? Gu Fan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yes, young Master Gu, the person is waiting outside and appears quite anxious." Anxious? From Guanyang City? Gu Fan nodded slightly, then made his way toward the entrance with Fubao. However, as he departed, all eyes in the auction hall turned toward him. The final auction item was imminent. Why was the proprietor leaving now? Was he attempting to flee? Surely not. After all his meticulous efforts, was it merely to mock them? The guests exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with suspicion. Just then, a middle-aged man blocked their path, and a cold voice rang out. "Pray tell, where does the proprietor intend to go? Have you forgotten my earlier words?" Yenzai, seated with a nonchalant demeanor, cast a sharp gaze at Gu Fan's neck, his expression suggesting that he could unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, the middle-aged man, who was none other than Yenzai's bodyguard, suddenly stepped back in terror. He had blocked Gu Fan's path, but now he retreated step by step, his eyes wide with fear. The crowd watched in disbelief as Gu Fan and the stooped elder continued their steady advance, while the middle-aged bodyguard stumbled backward in a panic. Only once they had traversed the corridor did the bodyguard collapse. Blood seeping from his lips. Had one been able to see within his body, they would have discovered that this man, without any external assault, had sustained grievous internal injuries that would take him no less than 10 days to recover. All this, a consequence of Fubao's overwhelming presence. Many in the crowd felt incredulous, while others were filled with uncertainty, suspecting that Gu Fan and his companion had been responsible for the bodyguard's dire state. It was crucial to note that this bodyguard was a formidable expert of the spirit sea realm. Just then, Gu Fan turned to face the crowd, smiling as he addressed them. "Someone is seeking me outside. I hope you all can continue to enjoy the auction without too much concern for me." With that, he exited the auction hall. His words undoubtedly caused a shift in the expressions of the crowd. Gu Fan's statement was an implicit admission that the bodyguard's grievous condition was a result of their actions. To achieve such a feat without lifting a finger against a master of the spirit sea realm, what kind of power must one possess? Many felt a chill run down their spines, while Yanzai's countenance darkened. The middle-aged man was his protector, a master of the third layer of the Spirit Sea realm. It was essential to recognize that even the Yen family patriarch, at the seventh layer of the Spirit Sea realm, could not have inflicted such injuries so easily. Meanwhile, outside the auction hall, a somewhat familiar bodyguard respectfully addressed Gu Fan. "You are Feng Shan, the bodyguard from the Guanyang City Shention auction house." "Indeed, that is I," Feng Shan replied, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Then, what brings you to Yen Mountain County to seek me?" "Proprietor, individuals from the Broken Star sect have arrived." "The Broken Star sect?" "Indeed," they inquired with manager Zhu whether the Spirit Heart Lotus was being auctioned at the Shention auction house and asked where you were. Manager Zhu did not respond and sent them away. But judging by their demeanor, they appeared quite unwilling to leave. Feng Shan reported, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan furrowed his brow. The Suishing sect, if he recalled correctly, was one of the three sects surrounding the Yanshan County city. Moreover, the Lingxin Lotus seemed to have been entrusted to him for auction by the leader of the Mad Wolf group, who also inquired about the possibility of protection. It appeared that the leader of the Mad Wolf group had provoked the Suishing sect in his quest to acquire this treasure. Contemplating these matters, Gu Fan quickly decided not to dwell further. The auction house was merely a place for the normal exchange of goods. If the Suishing sect decided to trouble him over this, he bore no fear. Upon receiving the news, Gu Fan instructed Uncle Fu to take Feng Shan to rest, promising to return to Guanyang City at dawn the following day. He then stepped into the auction hall. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension. Although the fourth item for auction was a mid-tier first-grade martial technique, most people's focus lay elsewhere, on the second-grade treasures the auctioneer had left at this critical juncture. Clearly harboring ulterior motives and attempting to flee, were it not for their uncertainty regarding Gu Fan's strength, they would have pursued him to administer a thorough beating, some even contemplating murder. Nevertheless, the majority remained eager in anticipation of a second-grade treasure. While this hope was exceedingly slim, it still offered a glimmer of expectation, did it not? Amidst such a bizarre atmosphere, the auction of the fourth item concluded. Simultaneously, Gu Fan entered the auction hall. In his mind, he had already had three distinct notifications. The mid-tier first-grade Feiyu sword was successfully auctioned, and congratulations were in order for the host, triggering a 100-fold critical return, resulting in a low-tier third-grade Chenquan sword. The mid-tier first-grade Xiaohuan peel was successfully auctioned, with the host triggering a 50-fold critical return, resulting in a top-tier second-grade Dahuan peel. The mid-tier first-grade, congratulations to the host for triggering a 50-fold critical return, resulting in the top-tier second-grade martial technique, Fuhu 18 Hands. Chapter 34, the grand finale. Top-tier second-grade treasures. Top-tier third-grade, King Kong Descending Demon Palm. Low-tier third-grade, Chenquan Sword. Top-tier second-grade, Dahuan Peel. Top-tier second-grade, Fuhu 18 Hands. These were the rewards returned from the four items auctioned. In Guanyang City, the system typically returned treasures of at least a low-tier second-grade, while in Yanshan County City, the minimum return was a top-tier second-grade treasure. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. If the treasures auctioned in the future continued to rise in quality, the rewards would surely escalate as well. Gu Fan's heart swelled with excitement. He understood that the most pressing task at hand was to elevate the auction house's reputation. To do so, it was imperative to auction off the treasures currently returned by the system. So, what exactly should be auctioned? As he walked forward, Gu Fan pondered. With the current rewards, he possessed two swords, the Chenquan sword and the Wenxin sword. Additionally, he had two martial techniques, namely the King Kong Descending Demon Palm and the Fuhu 18 Hands. The artifacts and martial techniques, Gu Fan's gaze deepened. The artifact, the god-devouring body, could consume, but martial techniques could not. With this thought, Gu Fan's focus shifted toward the two martial techniques, the top-tier third-grade King Kong Descending Demon Palm and the top-tier second-grade Fuhu 18 Hands. Clearly, Gu Fan set his sights on the latter. Ascending the high platform, Gu Fan offered a slight smile to Bu Yi. The latter managed to muster a smile in return before taking a step back. Observing this, Gu Fan positioned himself at the center of the stage. Turning to address the audience whose eyes were fixated upon him. At that moment, a coarse voice rang out, "This auctioneer, after such a lengthy wait, are you deceiving us? Where are the second-grade treasures?" Gu Fan turned to the speaker and smiled. "Esteemed guest, please remain patient. The treasures are exceedingly precious, hence, they have been kept in my possession." With that, Gu Fan produced an ancient wooden box from the system space. He surveyed the crowd and was met with a sea of wide-eyed astonishment. Each gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Without further ado, he promptly opened the ancient wooden box. In an instant, a resounding roar reminiscent of a tiger's fierce growl echoed throughout the hall. "Ow!" The sound of the tiger's roar reverberated, catching everyone off guard and sending shivers down their spines. This sound seemed to possess a soul-invading force, instilling a deep-seated fear in all who heard it. Even the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators present turned pale, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Just moments ago, they had vaguely glimpsed a tiger the size of a small mountain. The tiger exuded a ferocious aura that rendered them immobile, fearful of disturbing its presence. Yet this formidable beast was swiftly subdued by a massive golden hand. At that moment, the illusion faded, leaving them to catch their breath. This vision was visible only to them. The body refinement realm cultivators in the hall merely felt the ferocity of the tiger's roar, unable to perceive anything beyond that due to their lower cultivation level. However, a low cultivation level did not equate to a lack of insight. Once they recovered from the shock of the tiger's roar, their eyes transformed into a deep crimson, reflecting their insatiable greed. Why? Because they all understood that such an extraordinary phenomenon could only be associated with a treasure of immense value. Observing merely a book within the wooden box, it was evident that it contained a martial technique. The fact that a martial technique could produce such an illusion indicated that it was at least a top-tier second-grade treasure. At that moment, Gu Fan introduced the fifth item for auction at the Shention auction house is the top-tier second-grade martial technique, Fuhu 18 hands. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. But top-tier second-grade martial technique. Every individual who grasped those 6 words stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions vacant as they stared at Gu Fan on the stage. How precious was a top-tier second-grade martial technique in Yenshon County City? The 5 great families had their hands in every aspect of the county, wielding immense power, yet even the most elite martial techniques from the mightiest of these families were merely top-tier first-grade. Even the county lord practiced a top-tier second-grade martial technique bestowed by the royal family. Without a royal bestowment, the county lord would not even be qualified to possess one, if that was the case for them. It was needless to say how the other forces in Yenshon County City fared. Therefore, the mere fact that such a small auction house was offering a top-tier second-grade martial technique was a shocking revelation for all present. The atmosphere in the auction hall ignited like a powder keg, erupting into fervor. Top-tier second-grade, top-tier second-grade. I never expected that in my lifetime I would witness such a martial technique. Worth it, indeed, a top-tier second-grade martial technique. The sound of that tiger's roar cannot be faked. Unbelievable. The 3 major auction houses have never before auctioned off such a martial technique. The highest was merely a top-tier mid-grade. What is this auction house? I must secure it. With it, my father will surely recognize my worth, and perhaps the position of the Yenshon clan leader will be mine. Is it possible to snatch it away, given the auctioneer's skill? It seems unlikely. How infuriating. Just 3 days ago, I exhausted my fortune, and now I can only gaze longingly at this treasure. Alas, the cacophony of voices echoed throughout the hall. Even the most composed individual could not help but flush with excitement in the presence of such a treasure. To their astonishment, there were no significant figures in attendance at this auction. The most influential among them was merely Yen Zai, the 7th son of the Yen family. This meant that perhaps they could seize an opportunity to acquire such a treasure. A top-tier second-grade martial technique, if cultivated proficiently, it could lead to immense success within the vast Dacian dynasty. Who could resist such a remarkable treasure? Noticing the atmosphere below grow increasingly fervent, Gu Fan promptly closed the wooden box and handed it to Bu Yi. The latter, still in a daze, appeared unable to comprehend the situation. However, once the box was in her hands, she quickly regained her composure. Upon witnessing the top-tier second-grade martial technique she held, the innocent auctioneer nearly dropped the box in shock. "Calm yourself," Gu Fan's soothing voice reached her ears. Upon hearing this, Bu Yi tightened her grip on the box and looked up to see Gu Fan's tranquil smile. "This Fuhu 18 hands shall be entrusted to you for auction." "Auction, indeed, an auction." Gu Fan nodded with a smile, offering her an encouraging glance before turning to step down from the platform. Bu Yi, witnessing this, felt a tremor of excitement course through her. To auction a top-tier second-grade martial technique, if bestowed with such an honor, Bu Yi would undoubtedly become renowned throughout Yanshan County City, and this was all thanks to Gu Fan. Chapter 35 Frenzy. The auction hall buzzed with excitement. The guests packed within the hall flashed with color, and after a moment of astonishment they began to yell in unison at the stage. "Miss Bu, when will the auction commence? Can it start soon?" "Indeed, we can hardly contain ourselves. If you delay any longer, we might draw our blades, seal the doors. No one else must enter or exit." The crowd was restless, eagerly clamoring for the auction to begin. Hearing their fervent calls, Bu Yi remained unperturbed, her sweet smile shining brightly as she addressed their expectant gazes. The starting bid for the top-tier second-grade martial technique, Fuhu 18 hands, is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the starting price of the top-tier second-grade martial technique, Bu Yi felt utterly bewildered. After all, such a treasure had never before been auctioned in Yanshan County City. However, she had visited the three major auction houses several times, where the starting bid for the second-tier mid-grade martial arts techniques was set at 500,000 spirit stones. Consequently, she called out the price of 500,000. The crowd, upon hearing this, were expressions of delight. They could hardly believe that such a precious second-tier top-grade martial technique could be so inexpensive in this auction house. It was indeed a bargain, and the opportunity to seize such a deal was too good to pass up. Soon the first bid rang out, 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to give the Yan family some face. I will be eternally grateful." Yan Zai stood up, clasping his fists towards those around him. He hoped that the people in the hall would be wary of the Yan family's reputation and grant him this favor. Unfortunately, if the head of the Yan family were present, these individuals might have hesitated before responding, but Yan Zai was merely the seventh son. Why should they yield to him? 61,000. The second bid followed suit. Yan Zai's expression instantly turned cold as he turned to see a middle-aged man in rough clothing lowering his bidding paddle. He was the leader of a mercenary group, although not particularly large in scale. He was not someone Yan Zai could easily intimidate. Seeing this, he coldly declared 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, 71,000, 72,000, 80,000, 81,000, 82,000. As others began to compete with Yan Zai, the crowd in the auction house immediately joined in. Since someone had taken the lead and challenged Yan Zai's authority, they naturally seized the opportunity to bid. In an instant, the entire auction house was filled with the sounds of bidding. Gu Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the people of Yanshan County would be so affluent. The prominent figures had yet to arrive, yet these relatively unknown individuals were able to produce nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. What he did not realize was that the reason these individuals could master such a sum was entirely due to the invaluable nature of the 18 tiger techniques. 1,000,000, if the big shots were present. They could easily throw down several million. Why? Simply because second-tier top-grade martial techniques were exceedingly rare. Leader of the mercenary group, do you truly wish to oppose the Yan family? Yan Zai said coldly to the mercenary leader who was bidding against him. At this moment, the bidding price had skyrocketed to 130,000 spirit stones, which coincidentally was the amount the mercenary leader had called out. Yan Zai felt cornered, as this was nearly beyond his limits. The Yan family could produce more money, but he himself could not. Young Master Yan, how could I dare to go against the Yan family? However, in an auction, the highest bidder wins the treasure. Are you intending to pressure me with your influence? The mercenary leader replied leisurely. As his words fell, those around them also voiced their support. Indeed, the highest bidder claims the treasure. Young Master Yan should not resort to threats, otherwise we shall be the first to object. Exactly, I too find the treasure irresistible. I bid 131,000 low-grade spirit stones. They could not stand the Yan family's attempts to intimidate others. At such a moment they believed it was essential to teach Yan Zai a lesson. Otherwise, he might take advantage of their good nature, believing them to be easy targets. Yan Zai was aware that he had incited public ire. He coldly snorted and called out 132,000 spirit stones. He no longer incremented his bids by 10,000, as it was simply unsustainable. 133,000, 134,000, I bid 135,000. The bidding continued to escalate after a prolonged and intense round of bidding. The fifth item was ultimately secured by the mercenary leader at a price of 140,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price undoubtedly set a new record in Yanshun County. Previously, the pinnacle had been 98,000 at the Shention auction house, where a second-tier mid-grade treasure was sold. However, the peak had now shifted. Even though it was still the Shention auction house, Yan Zai's gaze was exceptionally cold. After the third hammer fell, he left with a frosty expression. Of course, Yan Zai did not vent his anger on the auction house itself, but harbored deep resentment towards the mercenary leader. If the second-tier top-grade martial technique had been secured as a birthday gift for the head of the Yan family, he would have undoubtedly earned the admiration of the Yan family members. And now the mercenary leader had thwarted his ambitions. Moreover, the second-tier top-grade martial techniques were far too precious, so precious that the Yan family would not hesitate to resort to extreme measures to silence anyone who stood in their way. Therefore, Yan Zai's most pressing concern at this moment was to return and inform the Yan family of these developments. No one in the auction house was foolish after the mercenary leader acquired the treasure. The glances directed at him from the crowd turned increasingly perilous. The mercenary leader was acutely aware of this, yet his expression remained unfazed as he sat there calmly. As a seasoned individual, he knew that it was crucial not to act recklessly at this juncture. A moment of folly could expose his weaknesses for others to exploit. Soon as the fifth item concluded, the auction was drawing to a close. However, Gu Fan had not forgotten what he needed to do next. Following tradition, Gu Fan ascended the platform after the fifth item was sold and announced the upcoming rules of the Shention auction house. The commission would be one, there would be an auction every day, and each auction would feature second-tier treasures. Undoubtedly, such news sent shockwaves throughout the entire auction house. Master Gu, is what you say true? Every auction will feature second-tier treasures. A skeptical individual stood up to inquire. What I say is indeed true. Rest assured, everyone, I, Gu Fan, can guarantee that the final item at each auction will not be lower than second-tier. With Gu Fan's words echoing, the auction house erupted into a frenzy. Daily auctions featuring second-tier treasures, and could they possibly all be second-tier top-grade? Those who entertained such thoughts were momentarily taken aback by their own audacity. Second-tier top-grade, how could that be possible? Even the mere notion of daily auctions featuring second-tier low-grade treasures left them incredulous, let alone the more valuable second-tier top-grade. Nevertheless, Gu Fan refrained from elaborating further. After announcing the auction house's rules, he gracefully descended from the stage, while Feng Su and his team began to wrap up the proceedings. Chapter 36: The shock in the county as the auction came to a close. The news of the auction of second-tier top-grade treasures spread far and wide. Within the grand hall of the Yen family, one of the 5 prominent families of Yenshun County, the stern-faced head of the family set aside his affairs. His authoritative gaze fixating on Yenzai, the latter trembled slightly and lowered his head, responding, "Yes, father, it is another Shention auction house." The head of the Yen family furrowed his brow. Was there truly a second Shention auction house in Yenshun County? Yenzai, aware of his father's confusion, continued, "That auction house is located on Lin Nan Street. It was once called Tianhu but was renamed Shention after being taken over. The head of the Yen family displayed a keen interest. Such audacity in Dachien, could there truly be someone so bold? While others were unaware, he knew precisely who was behind the Shention auction house. However, that was not the primary concern at present. The head of the Yen family commanded, "Tell me everything in detail about the second-tier treasures." "Yes." Half a stick of incense later, the atmosphere in the grand hall was undeniably tense. Elders 7, 8, and 9. "You are all aware of the situation. You must ensure that we acquire the 18 tiger techniques before anyone else. If you succeed, I will reward each of you generously." In the hall, the head of the Yen family instructed the 3 elders before him. For the sake of the second-tier top-grade martial technique, he did not hesitate to dispatch 3 elders at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Once they had departed, the head of the Yen family began to contemplate the Shention auction house on Lin Nan Street. Auctioning second-tier top-grade martial techniques, he lamented why he had not attended. If he had, with his financial resources, he could undoubtedly have secured that martial technique. With it, the Yen family could ascend to new heights of power. At that moment, the guard dispatched to gather intelligence returned. "Family head, I have discovered that the auction house on Lin Nan Street has announced that there will be daily auctions, each featuring second-tier treasures." The guard reported daily, second-tier top-grade. The head of the Yen family gasped in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. "I must have misheard. It's just second-tier, not second-tier top-grade. Of course, in Yenshun County, who could possibly possess such an abundance of second-tier top-grade treasures? If anyone did, they would have already become the foremost power in Yenshun County, potentially even surpassing the county prince's residence." After pondering for a moment, the head of the Yen family's gaze turned inscrutable. He contemplated whether he should venture there tomorrow to investigate the truth. Aside from the Yen family, the other 4 prominent families also received the news. Their reactions mirrored that of the Yen family. As they too dispatched individuals to seize the 18 tiger techniques, moreover, they all took note of the Shention auction house on Lin Nan Street, intrigued to discover who could possibly auction second-tier top-grade martial techniques. Amidst this uncertainty, each family pondered whether they should personally investigate. The 5 great families received the news, and naturally, as the foremost power in Yenshun County, the county prince's residents also learned of it. The county prince, a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, personally inquired about the matter. Upon receiving the news, he merely instructed someone to investigate further the next day. It is not that the prince is indifferent to the second-tier supreme martial arts. On the contrary, he is quite concerned about them. If he were not, he would not have inquired. However, he is acutely aware of the rarity of such martial techniques. It is no exaggeration to state that within the entirety of Yenshun County, no one could consecutively produce 2 such items. Even his own royal residence cannot achieve that, let alone a mere auction house. As the turmoil continues to spread, various factions within Yenshun County receive the news. Prominent mercenary groups, astonished not only by the auctioning of second-tier supreme martial arts but also by the astonishingly low commission of merely 1, are equally intrigued by the fact that there is an auction every single day. This will undoubtedly save them considerable time for recuperation, demonstrating great consideration for those engaged in mercenary work. Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, the mercenary groups would not recklessly entrust their treasures to this new auction house. The three major auction houses are far more reliable, and the long-standing cooperative relationships cannot be easily discarded. Of course, some mercenary groups are quite satisfied with the new rules and hasten to Linen Street, eager to test the waters with a collaboration. If the mercenary groups are pleased, the major auction houses are decidedly displeased. Even the three prominent auction houses hold auctions only once a month. What audacity does this small auction house possess to conduct auctions daily? Is it merely because of that second-tier supreme martial arts? Although this has indeed left them astounded, with transaction volume surpassing all others in Yenshon County. Even the three major auction houses cannot guarantee the availability of second-tier treasures every day. Confusion, disdain, ridicule, and suspicion permeate the atmosphere among the various auction houses. Among them, Yongzong, the proprietor of the Shention auction house on Juke Street, finds himself in the most bewildering predicament. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Not only did Gufan's auction house use their name, but it also shockingly auctioned off second-tier supreme martial arts at a time when he believed they would be humiliated. The transaction volume of their auction items has even surpassed theirs. This is utterly absurd. Yongzong feels as though the world is collapsing around him. Unable to comprehend the situation, in desperation he sends a message back to the royal city. For he suspects that Gu Fan is auctioning off the Gu family's martial arts. In the royal city, within the side hall of the Gu family, all 18 elders are gathered, their expressions gravely serious. The second elder has summoned them with an unusually stern tone. What has transpired? Second elder, a message has arrived from Yenshon County, stating that young man has auctioned off our Gu family's martial arts. The second elder speaks, his face tinged with anger. What? Auctioning our Gu family's martial arts? How dare he? He must be captured and severely punished. He has committed a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, the elders express their outrage. However, one elder soon questions, but has that young man ever entered our Gu family's Wanfulu? Once this question is posed, the room falls silent as all eyes turn to the 17th elder, who is the guardian of the Wanfulu. The 17th elder solemnly shakes his head, stating that he has not entered Wanfulu, nor has the clan leader taken him there. However, he is often seen entering the library. Wanfulu is where the Gu family stores their martial arts and techniques. No one may enter without permission. The library, on the other hand, contains mostly inconsequential books and references, and any member of the Gu family can access it since he has not entered. From whence did the auctioned martial arts come? Someone poses this question. At this moment, the second elder speaks, indicating that the martial arts in question bears the sound of a tiger's roar. It is the second-tier martial arts tiger subduing 18 hands. Tiger subduing 18 hands, the sound of a tiger's roar, such a martial art, I have never seen it in the Gu family. The 17th elder takes over, shaking his head. As the guardian of Wanfulu, he is familiar with all the martial arts contained within, yet he has never heard of such a technique. If it is not a Gu family martial art, then where did Gu Fan acquire his martial arts? The elders furrow their brows. Could it be that someone is secretly assisting him? In the midst of the silence, one elder speaks up. Assisting him? Who? The elders' expressions grow stern. Assisting Gu Fan? Who would dare? And just as the elders are consumed with anger over this matter, the eldest elder ultimately concludes, we must send word back instructing those in Yenshon County to closely monitor him and ensure that we uncover who is secretly causing trouble. Even he believes that someone is aiding Gu Fan, using him as a pawn to disrupt the Gu family. Following the eldest elder's command, the elders respond in unison, clasping their fists. Chapter 37, Devouring. Fifth layer of the spiritual sea. Outside the Shention auction house on Linen Street, two shadows flicker and vanish without a trace. In an instant, this scene causes the elders of several nearby families to change their expressions drastically. They received the news and rushed to the Shention auction house with great haste. Little did they know, upon their arrival, their target, the leader of the martial arts group, had already been taken away by someone. And the speed of that individual left them in despair. The person who took the leader away is none other than Uncle Fu. After the auction concluded, this seasoned leader sought Gu Fan's assistance, promising that if he could be safely escorted out of the city to the Black Forest, he would repay the great favor in the future. To this, Gu Fan nodded in agreement, as the individual had left behind a sum of 1.4 million spiritual stones at the auction house. Helping him was but a small favor. Should we pursue at such speed? If you can keep up, then go ahead and chase. The group, with somber expressions, mutters their discontent before gradually dispersing. Among them, some elders, unwilling to abandon the second-tier supreme martial arts, closely follow the shadow. However, the speed of a cultivator at the divine concealment realm is too swift. After pursuing for a while, they find themselves unable to catch even a glimpse of the figure. Meanwhile, inside the auction house, Gu Fan, having garnered over 1 million spiritual stones, walks into the cultivation chamber amidst the reverent gazes of Feng Su and others. This auction returned 4 rewards in total. After deducting the auctioned tiger subduing 18 hands, there are still 3 items remaining in the system space: the diamond demon subduing palm, the Qian Quan sword, and the great return pill. Gu Fan intends to use the 3rd-tier supreme diamond demon subduing palm for his own cultivation, as his training thus far has been rather singular, limited to just the How You Sword record. By practicing palm techniques alongside sword techniques, he would have a sufficient repertoire. Moreover, both are 3rd-tier supreme martial arts. Speaking of sword techniques, Gu Fan now possesses 2 swords, a 2nd-tier supreme 1xn sword and a 3rd-tier inferior Qian Quan sword. According to his plan, he intends to reserve the 1xn sword for later devouring to enhance his realm, while the Qian Quan sword will be kept for his personal use. Thus, the only items he can devour are the 1xn sword and the great return pill. Both are 2nd-tier supreme treasures. And as a cultivator at the 4th layer of the spiritual sea, he will undoubtedly be able to break through once more. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan focuses his intent, causing 2 shimmering orbs of light to materialize before him. Simultaneously, a devouring force erupts from his acupoints, enveloping the entire chamber. As it begins to devour, time flows unceasingly, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the next day. As dawn breaks, the Shention auction house on Linan Street welcomes a new day. Concurrently, within the cultivation chamber, a golden palm imprint infused with boundless suppressive energy is absorbed into Gu Fan's body, the diamond demon subduing palm. Gu Fan murmurs this martial art differs from the How You Sword record. The latter involves mastering various sword techniques, while the diamond demon subduing palm requires one to comprehend the power of diamond demon subjugation to enhance the martial technique's potency. However, Gu Fan's exceptional talent allows him to grasp it in just one night, enabling him to execute the great palm imprint. Though it is not yet perfect, with further practice this martial art will surely unleash immense power in his hands. Besides martial techniques, by devouring the 1xn sword and the great return pill, Gu Fan has now stepped into the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the spiritual sea, and with just one more step, he can ascend to the 6th layer. Such speed is nothing short of astonishing, hence, Gu Fan eagerly anticipates tonight's auction. The news of the 2nd-tier Supreme Martial Arts auction from yesterday must have circulated throughout Yanshan County overnight. Moreover, the various rules should have spread widely as well. These rules, which risk offending numerous auction houses, will surely compel those possessing treasures to choose this venue, otherwise it would be an act of utter folly. With this in mind, Gu Fan opens the door to the cultivation chamber and steps out. At this moment, the Shention auction house has just opened its doors for business. Feng Su, the steward, is instructing his subordinates with a proud demeanor. Thanks to the auctioning of 2nd-tier Supreme Martial Arts, Feng Su has reaped significant benefits, not to mention the profits. The number of individuals who treated him to meat and drink last night was countless. With all this, he naturally walks with his head held high. Besides him, the other subordinates also appear rosy-cheeked and full of vigor. Previously, under the strict oversight of the head steward, their daily worry was when the auction house might close down. Now, however, things have changed. The auction of second-tier supreme items has brought them honor. As Feng Su is speaking on the stage, his peripheral vision suddenly catches sight of Gu Fan emerging from the cultivation chamber. He quickly wraps up his speech and hurries over. Master Steward, you have emerged from seclusion. Feng Su respectfully bows slightly as he speaks. Gu Fan nods in response, surveying the hall, and he soon notices something quite significant. That is, the auction house is simply too small. The entire hall has only 200 seats. Even with the congestion from last night, there were at most 300 to 400 people present. Gu Fan has participated in the Qianren auction, whereas for the latter, the medium-sized auction house in Yanshan County City typically accommodates around 800 attendees for each auction. It is reasonable to assume that the three major auction houses, which hold auctions monthly, can each fill at least 1,000 seats. The Shentian auction house has undoubtedly gained considerable renown. This evening's auction, without a doubt, will attract an even larger crowd drawn by the rumors of the second-tier supreme martial arts techniques. Gu Fan anticipates that at least several thousand individuals will flock to Linnan Street tonight due to the whispers surrounding these coveted techniques. Even such an estimate may be an understatement. Therefore, the expansion of the auction house is imperative. Coincidentally, Linnan Street is relatively secluded, surrounded predominantly by residential properties, which should not pose a significant challenge to acquire. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan promptly instructed his associates to see this matter through. However, unexpected complications arose along the way. The local residents, not lacking in acumen, upon realizing the rising fame of the neighboring auction house, began to demand exorbitant prices. No matter how Feng Su appealed to their emotions and reason, these individuals insisted on spiritual stones as their only form of currency. Faced with no alternatives, Gu Fan resorted to the 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones he had procured from yesterday's auction for the purchase. Thus, the issue of the auction house's space was resolved. After renovations, the main hall is expected to accommodate approximately 3,000 seats, ample for the needs of tonight's auction. 3,000, undoubtedly, if tonight's auction truly attracts such a multitude. This auction house will undoubtedly become the premier auction venue in Yanshan County City, and as dawn breaks, with ample time remaining, the entire auction house is sure to be transformed before the commencement of the event. Chapter 38 The major factions drawn by rumors. As night descends, adorned with countless stars and illuminated by vibrant lights, at the residence of the Yan family, the family elder addressed the clan leader with disbelief. Is it truly worth your effort to personally attend such a modest auction house? Even the leaders of the three major auction houses seldom make an appearance unless a significant treasure is being auctioned. The small auction house on Linnan Street merely struck luck with the auction of a second-tier supreme treasure. How could it possibly hold more? Since I have some free time, I might as well ascertain the truth behind it, replied Yen Nantion, the clan leader of the Yen family. His expression composed. In truth, his desire to attend stemmed from concerns that leaders from other families would also be present at the auction. Should a treasure be auctioned off to another family, the Yen family would find themselves in a precarious position. As he anticipated, within the four major families, the influential leaders whose slightest actions could cause a stir in Yanshan County City had already prepared to head towards Linnan Street. Second-tier supreme martial arts techniques. Having missed the opportunity the day before, they had no choice but to witness the marvel of this auction house. Linnan Street, once a sparsely populated thoroughfare, was now teeming with people. Brimming with excitement, the air was filled with discussions, and upon closer listening, one could discern that most conversations revolved around the second-tier supreme martial arts techniques auctioned the previous night, after a day and night of circulation. The news of the Shention auction house's auction of second-tier supreme martial arts techniques had spread throughout the city like wildfire. While not everyone in the city was aware, 7 or 8 out of every 10 individuals had heard the news. Consequently, as the information spread from one person to another, even the 3 major sects in the vicinity had caught wind of it, drawing countless young talents to descend from their mountains to attend this auction. The martial arts techniques that even the 5 major families did not possess, one can only imagine the throngs of individuals this auction has attracted. From an aerial perspective, it was evident that not less than 3,000 people were headed towards Lin Nan Street. And the number could be nearing 10,000, such is the allure of second-tier supreme martial arts techniques. At this moment, on Lin Nan Street, the owner of the Shention auction house, Yang Zong, sat in a carriage pulled by second-tier dragon-horned horses. His expression grave as he observed the bustling crowd around him. Indeed, he too had come to attend the auction. This was not only to discern who stood behind Gu Fan, but also because Gu Fan had become his competitor. With both auction houses located in Yenshon County City, the misfortunes of one would inevitably affect the other. The crowd he surveyed was a testament to how Gu Fan had eclipsed his own auction house. Among the throngs of familiar faces from the various factions, Yang Zong even spotted several young disciples from sections. This demonstrated just how far the news of the auction had spread. Moreover, as time continued to pass, the news would undoubtedly reach even further, attracting individuals from other cities. Yang Zong's face darkened as he contemplated the implications. If Gu Fan were to auction more than just one supreme martial arts technique, it would be catastrophic, yet Yang Zong still held confidence. Second-tier supreme martial arts techniques, not even the Shention auction house had ever auctioned one in Yenshon County City, highlighting their rarity. Surely, even Gu Fan's benefactor could not provide him with a second one. Could they? Suddenly, Yang Zong was jolted from his thoughts by a tremor beneath him. He lifted the curtain and peered out, only to behold a magnificent beast approaching at great speed, the Yan clan leader. Yang Zong's pupils contracted. The newcomer was undoubtedly the steed of the Yan clan leader, one of the 5 major families. In mere moments, he witnessed the leaders of the 5 major families arriving on their mounts. Concurrently, a commotion erupted not far off. The royal carriage of the county lord had arrived. What, even the royal family has come to this auction? Yang Zong's face paled. If this auction truly featured a second-tier supreme treasure, would they not be relegated to mere spectators? The presence of the royal family further unsettled Yang Zong. Even during the grandest events of the Shention auction house, such a congregation of dignitaries had never been seen. Yet Gu Fan had only been in Yenshon County City for a day, and already these influential figures were drawn to him. Yang Zong felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Rumor had it that Gu Fan was merely a waste. What merit or capability could he possess to orchestrate such a monumental event? It must be the influence of someone behind him, otherwise how could he have achieved this? Yang Zong murmured to himself. Seeking to regain his composure, before long the coachman announced their arrival at the Shention auction house. Hearing this peculiar proclamation, Yang Zong wiped his face and descended from the carriage. Before his eyes stood a breathtaking structure. Built from shimmering purple tremulous wood, adorned with colorful glass that radiated a dazzling brilliance, this sight alone rendered the architecture resplendent and magnificent. What a peculiar building! The crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. Particularly the young women, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Yang Zong, however, had a different focus. While the architecture was indeed striking, he noted that this auction house was vast, several times larger than the Shention auction house on Juke Street. This was primarily due to Lin Nan Street's remote location, where land was relatively inexpensive, allowing Gu Fan to invest only a few $100,000 spiritual stones to acquire it. In contrast, Juke Street, situated in the city center, commanded exorbitant prices. Even the Gu family hesitated to invest heavily in expanding their auction house. Consequently, Gu Fan's Shention auction house had now become the largest auction venue in Yenshon County City. Not only did it boast the largest area, but its interior was uniquely decorated, rivaling the other three major auction houses and, in some aspects, surpassing them. Gu Fan had even constructed pavilions, gardens, and tranquil water features. Enveloped in a serene mist that exuded an ethereal beauty, such an enchanting scene was undoubtedly unparalleled in Yenchon County City. Of course, the expenditure was roughly equivalent to that of a second-tier supreme treasure, amounting to over 1 million spiritual stones, yet the returns were exceedingly gratifying. As guests arrived, they wandered through the auction house marveling and exchanging astonished remarks. This was the most opulent auction house they had ever encountered. Should tonight's auction not disappoint, they would undoubtedly become regular patrons. All show and no substance, Yang Zong scoffed from a corner. What is the most critical aspect of an auction house? It is, of course, the quality of the auction items. Without that, all embellishments are merely an illusion, a fleeting mirage. Chapter 39. The opening. Outside the Shention auction house, the street was choked with a throng of eager attendees. And Feng Su, sweating profusely, began to doubt whether the line extended to the very end of Lin Nan Street. Since nightfall enveloped the city, Feng Su had been preoccupied with arranging the seating for the hall. Following the expansion, the main hall now boasted a total of 3,000 seats, with an additional 100 private rooms on the second floor, allowing for an approximate capacity of around 3,200 individuals. However, during a moment of respite, Feng Su glanced at the densely packed crowd and despairingly realized that there was simply not enough space. Currently, over 2,000 people were already seated in the hall. Yet at least another 10,000 remained outside, their cacophonous chatter creating the impression that the entire city had descended upon the auction. Despite this, Feng Su understood that the majority of these individuals would not be able to enter the auction house. Even if the aisles and gardens were packed, the auction house could accommodate no more than 5,000 to 6,000 individuals. Any more than that would be unfeasible. But what should be done now? With so many unable to enter, what if their frustration boiled over? While anxiously busying himself, Feng Su was oddly surprised to find that, as the crowd continued to swell, no such outburst of anger occurred. Upon realizing that the auction hall had reached full capacity, these individuals displayed an astonishingly obedient demeanor, merely expressing their grievances with a sigh before remaining rooted in place, gazing intently at the interior. Their expressions were akin to those yearning for someone to emerge from within, allowing them entry. How peculiar! Feng Su found himself utterly perplexed. What he failed to notice was an elderly man hunched over, surveying the entire scene with an air of authority from above the auction hall. Inside the auction hall, amidst the dimly lit ambience, approximately 5,200 guests engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes fixed on the young man seated prominently at the forefront. From the moment they entered, curiosity about the individual in that prominent position enveloped them. In the private chambers, the heads of the 5 prominent families and representatives from the royal mansion could not help but direct their gazes toward Gu Fan. Their presence here was not solely to partake in the auction but also to gauge the authenticity of the event. The second-tier exquisite martial technique had garnered attention solely for its auction at the Shention auction hall. Yet they had gone to great lengths in search of the individual responsible for presenting the martial technique for auction. However, despite their efforts, they remained unaware of the person's identity. Amidst this myriad of thoughts, the second auction at Shention Auction Hall commenced as scheduled. On the elevated platform, the auctioneer Bui gracefully ascended. Her youthful and charming visage radiated a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Yet in the next moment, she stumbled slightly, taking a few unsteady steps forward before regaining her balance, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Bui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In previous auctions, she had faced only a handful of insignificant figures, but today she stood before the elite forces of Yenchon County, not to mention the 5,200 attendees in the hall. Such a grand occasion would make anyone feel apprehensive. Fortunately, the audience remained silent regarding her awkward predicament. After smoothing her hair to alleviate her embarrassment, she stood at the center of the platform and proclaimed loudly, "Welcome, everyone, to the Shention Auction Hall for tonight's auction. I am the auctioneer Abu E." Following her introduction, the cacophony within the auction hall gradually subsided. Eyes converged upon Bu E, awaiting her next words. Confronted with the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Bu E continued. For this auction, the Shention Auction Hall has prepared a total of 11 items for bidding. Now, let us commence with the first item. Her words reverberated as a maid cautiously approached the elevated platform. Cradling a wooden box below, Gu Fan's gaze flickered. During the preparations for this auction, which spanned merely a day, over 30 treasures had been appraised. As he had anticipated, word spread quickly, leading to an influx of mercenary groups eager to auction their treasures. However, perhaps due to its unstable reputation, the Shention Auction Hall still paled in comparison to the three major auction houses in the eyes of these mercenary groups. Thus, none of the appraised treasures included second-tier items. After all, second-tier treasures were exceedingly rare and not easily encountered. Furthermore, as Gu Fan was new to this realm and yet to establish a solid foundation, even possessing such treasures would not sway these mercenary groups to favor him over the more reliable three major auction houses. Even if Gu Fan were to charge only a one commission, it would not suffice. Nevertheless, the 10 selected items for this auction, in Gu Fan's estimation, were of exceptional quality: 2 first-tier exquisite treasures and 8 first-tier superior treasures. Compared to the previous auction, which featured solely first-tier mid-tier items, this represented a significant improvement. Among them, the first item was one that even Gu Fan found somewhat covetous. Soon, Bu Yi's voice resonated from the stage. The first auction item is a first-tier exquisite treasure, the stalactite. The stalactite, derived from rare stalagmite, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, ultimately dripping from the stone, containing highly pure spiritual energy. Consuming it can elevate one's realm, making it a treasure for those in the body refinement stage aspiring to enter the spiritual sea stage. Moreover, it also possesses certain benefits for cultivators in the spiritual sea stage. The stalactite. Such an extraordinary treasure. If my memory serves me correctly, the last auction of the stalactite took place 6 months ago. Alas, I was outmaneuvered and failed to secure it. My venture to the sect was primarily to seek the stalactite, and I did not expect to encounter it here at the auction. It seems this treasure is destined for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for the stalactite is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. In response to Bu Yi's enthusiastic announcement, the bidding erupted into a fervor. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,100, the stalactite shall be mine. 10,200, in the hall, the 5,200 attendees fervently called out their bids for the first auction item. The spiritual sea stage is not easily attainable. Relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy could take an indeterminate amount of time. However, possessing a treasure capable of facilitating entry into the spiritual sea stage could significantly increase the likelihood of achieving that coveted realm in just 3 to 5 days. Given the rarity of cultivators in the spiritual sea stage, even in Yenshon County, they were vastly outnumbered by those in the body refinement stage. Thus, the stalactite, a treasure that could shatter the barriers to advancement, struck a chord with them. I bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone, I am a disciple of the Water Mirror sect, and the threshold to the spiritual sea stage is within reach. If you grant me this treasure, I shall not forget your kindness. You think you can break into the spiritual sea? Ha, I bid 30,000. What is the point of such bickering? I bid 50,000. Who dares to call again? In the auction hall, the bidding grew increasingly heated, yet, within the upper tiers' private chambers, numerous prominent figures were frowns. In room number 2, the patriarch remarked, "Such a rudimentary item, my Yen family's merchant group has acquired countless of these from the Black Forest. Complaints continued to pour forth, Yen Nantion, the most powerful member of the Yen family, having reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the spiritual sea stage, was only a step away from the 8th level. At such a crucial moment, attending an auction of this scale was utterly foolish. It is known that at the 3 major auction houses, half of the 10 items auctioned are second-tier treasures. Even so, the patriarch seldom attended. What merit does this auction house possess? At this moment, Yen Nantion's expression remained stoic. He couldn't help but feel regret for his hasty decision, even though the patriarchs of the 4 major families were present. What treasures could this auction possibly offer? First-tier exquisite items, these were merely suitable for the younger generation of the Yen family and held little significance for him. His efforts would be better spent cultivating within the clan. Breaking into the 8th level of the spiritual sea stage would prove more beneficial than any treasure. However, if a genuine second-tier exquisite treasure were to emerge, that would be a different story. But, is there any? The patriarch of the Yen family felt a sense of doubt. The prominent figures in the private chambers furrowed their brows in unison. As influential leaders, their time was of utmost importance. To squander it at this auction was a miscalculation, or rather, they were blinded by greed. With this thought, several individuals began to come to their senses and prepared to depart. 50,000 spirit stones for the first time. 50,000 spirit stones for the second time, 50,000 spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully bidding on the stalactite for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. On the stage, Bui announced the conclusion of the first auction item. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Gu Fan's mind, first-tier exquisite stalactite auction successfully. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100-fold critical return, earning a third-tier mid-grade 100-year stalactite. As the words fell, Gu Fan discovered a drop of luminescent, pearly liquid materializing in the system space. The 100-year stalactite, a product of the stalactite that had dripped down and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon over a century, holds a value that far exceeds ordinary stalactites. Even a single drop possesses astonishing efficacy. Gu Fan felt a surge of excitement. Just this single drop could elevate him to a minor realm. This does not even account for the 100-year stalactite's ability to cleanse marrow and enhance comprehension, and other miraculous effects. Indeed, the more precious the treasure, the greater the rewards from the system. With this in mind, Gu Fan could not help but feel anticipation for the upcoming auction items. Next, Bui cheerfully presented the second auction item, a first-tier exquisite heavenly material, white bone flower. White bone flower, a heavenly material for enhancing the innate qualities of infants. Gasp! This is a treasure capable of enhancing a cultivator's aptitude postnatally. If my newborn were to consume this, their future talent would surely soar to new heights. Quite satisfactory, though not overly astonishing. Its presence makes this trip worthwhile. Cultivator aptitude is divided into innate and acquired. Innate refers to the qualities one is born with, while acquired pertains to the enhancement of those qualities through the consumption of heavenly materials. Such treasures are among the most coveted in the realm of heavenly materials. Thus, when this item was put up for auction, an uproar erupted within the hall. Even the 100 or so private chambers on the second floor became markedly more attentive. Aptitude determines a cultivator's potential. Treasures that can enhance that potential are indeed extraordinary. Undoubtedly, the white bone flower is such a treasure. The auction for the first-tier exquisite heavenly material white bone flower begins at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000, 10,100 low-grade spirit stones, 10,200. The bidding call surged forth in a crescendo. Yet at this moment, within the second-floor elegant chamber, a resounding bid echoed. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As these words fell, a profound silence enveloped the entire venue. All present instinctively lifted their gazes, yet the identities of those within the chamber remained obscured. However, anyone capable of so effortlessly offering 100,000 spirit stones was undoubtedly a figure of significant power. The mere utterance of such a bid rendered the crowd mute, compelling them to observe silently. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones going once, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones going twice, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the head of the Song family for acquiring this white-bone flower. The announcement of the Song family head, one of the 5 esteemed clan leaders, caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the attendees. With such a formidable force in attendance, did they still harbor any hope of securing a treasure for themselves? Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the third item of this auction, declared Bui, a first-grade superior demon beast, the Crimson Cloud Ship. The moment her words rang out, a brief stillness fell over the auction hall. Guests stood momentarily dumbfounded before turning their attention to Bui, who appeared earnest. The Crimson Cloud Ship, a first-grade superior demon beast. How can it be of such a grade? Shouldn't there be more valuable treasures instead? It is well known that at auctions the items presented at the beginning tend to be of lesser quality, with progressively more valuable items appearing later. They had anticipated that even if the subsequent items were not of second-grade quality, they would at least be first-grade exceptional treasures. Rumors had circulated that this auction would feature second-grade treasures, yet it now seemed that everything presented was merely first-grade superior items. Was this not a deception? Even the powerful factions within the chamber expressed their astonishment. A first-grade superior item, did they truly need such mediocre treasures? No, this was no treasure, it was akin to common refuse. In an instant the auction hall erupted into a cacophony of discontent. Even outside, Feng Su could discern the murmurs of dissatisfaction amidst the tumult. On stage, Bui's expression grew slightly flustered. After so many years, she had never encountered such a situation. Thousands of attendees voiced their grievances, their gazes laden with discontent directed her way. Fortunately, Bui maintained her composure and quickly announced the Crimson Cloud Ship, starting bid of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,100, 5,002. A smattering of bids began to emerge. Although many within the hall expressed their dissatisfaction, a small fraction still desired the Crimson Cloud Ship. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing the Crimson Cloud Ship at the price of 13,000 spirit stones, Bui announced with a sweet smile. After a rather subdued bidding war, the first-grade superior demon beast, the Crimson Cloud Ship, was claimed by a tavern owner who sat down with a glimmer of delight. To acquire a 9th-level body refinement beast for just over 10,000 spirit stones. If I were to sell it at my tavern, it would fetch at least 70 to 80,000. Now, we shall present the fourth item of this auction, a first-grade superior martial skill, the Ghost Will Blade technique. Starting bid of 7,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 100. Bui announced the fourth item with great enthusiasm. However, as her words settled, the murmurs within the hall grew louder. Another first-grade superior item. Does your auction house truly possess no second-grade treasures? Are we being deceived? Many had come with high hopes of acquiring second-grade treasures, including numerous powers from Yen Mountain County and young disciples from the 3 major sections. Given the grandeur of this auction, one would expect to see more precious items, yet it appeared to fall short even of some local treasure shops. Just as despair swept through the crowd, a voice suddenly broke through. The head of the Yen family. Hearing this, the attendees turned their gazes to see Yen Nantion, the formidable head of the Yen family, descending from the 2nd floor. Making his way towards the exit, this prompted a ripple of shock throughout the hall. Not only Yen Nantion but other influential figures began to follow suit, leaving the elegant chambers one after another. The head of the Blowing Snow Academy was amongst them. The head of the New family was also departing. The heads of the 5 major families were leaving, save for the Song family head. All others were making their exit. It appeared they were departing due to the lack of valuable items at the auction. A few elders remained behind, yet the allure of second-grade exceptional martial skills had previously graced this auction. The exodus of these dignitaries sent shockwaves through the auction hall. The presence of so many top-tier powers had initially drawn admiration and awe for the grandeur of the Shention auction house. But now, witnessing their departure, the establishment's reputation plummeted to that of an ordinary auction house. Ultimately, it could not compare to the three major auction houses. In the midst of such thoughts, the auction continued. Congratulations to this guest for acquiring the first-grade superior ghost will blade technique for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bui maintained her composure, announcing from the stage. Although she appeared unfazed, the exodus of so many distinguished figures unsettled her inner calm. Nevertheless, the auction proceeded undeterred. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Gu Fan listened to the system's voice while keeping his eyes slightly closed. The first-grade exceptional treasure, the white bone flower, has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering an 80-fold critical hit. Returning, a third-grade low-grade white bone questioning flower, the first-grade superior demon beast, the Crimson Cloud ship, has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 50-fold critical hit. Returning, a second-grade exceptional ghost ship. The first-grade superior martial skill, the Ghost Will Blade technique, has been successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 50-fold critical hit. Returning, a second-grade exceptional square ghost blade. Thus far, Gu Fan's system space had accumulated a century's worth of stalactites. White bone questioning flowers, ghost ship, and square ghost blades. The departure of the Yen family head and others had not affected Gu Fan in the slightest. He had no intention of chasing after them to reveal that second-grade treasures would indeed be auctioned. For him, such matters were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the auction items did not go unsold, as that allowed him to receive the system's rewards. Following that, the auction of second-grade treasures would serve to elevate the auction house's prestige. Beyond that, everything else was mere trifles. With these thoughts in mind, the fifth auction item commenced. Time flowed like water, and the second session of the Shention auction house reached its 10th item. The departure of the Yen family head and others triggered a domino effect. As first-grade mid-tier treasures were auctioned one after another, the number of disappointed guests swelled. Naturally, those utterly disenchanted with the auction items began to follow in the footsteps of the Yen family head. Leaving the venue. By this point, even with seating for 3,000 in the hall, only 2/3 remained. The elegant chambers, once bustling, were now mostly vacant, with only a handful still lingering. In the Tianzi No. 5 room, an elder shook his head at the Song family head. Patriarch, it seems there truly will be no second-grade exceptional treasures auctioned this time. Now, among the 5 family heads, only the Song family head remained. This was primarily because an elder before him had enjoyed a drink with Feng Su the previous night and learned that second-grade exceptional treasures would indeed be auctioned. Moreover, despite the Song family being one of the 5 great families, they ranked at the bottom with significantly lesser strength compared to the other 4. Thus, the Song family was particularly eager to acquire a treasured item to avoid being ousted from the 5 great families. Did Manager Feng truly say such a thing? The elder hesitated. He did mention it, but he was quite inebriated at the time, so how credible can it be? Then let us wait a little longer. The Song family still held on to the hope of a second-grade exceptional treasure being auctioned. Meanwhile, in the Tianzi No. 2 room, an elder from the Yen family, who remained behind due to Yen Nantian's insistence, frowned and grumbled. Why is this still going on? He had been quite reluctant to attend. Had it not been for Yen Nantian's stubbornness, he would have preferred to cultivate within the clan. Of course, if the 3 major auction houses had claimed to auction second-grade exceptional treasures, that would have been a different story. With such thoughts, the Yen elder sighed and closed his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. At that moment, Bui smiled as she announced, "Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the 10th auction item. Next up is the Pai Siida assistants." As her words echoed, Gu Fan opened his eyes. Rising to step toward the platform, witnessing this scene, the once noisy hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Many recalled that the second-grade exceptional treasure had been in Gu Fan's possession the previous night. As he ascended the platform once more, a thought crossed his mind. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the figure stepping onto the high stage. Chapter 42, the grand finale, the Four Directions Ghost Blade. With each deliberate step onto the platform, Gu Fan made a decision regarding the treasures to be auctioned. A total of 10 auction items were successfully sold, and the system subsequently returned 10 rewards. Among these were 7 second-tier exquisite treasures, 1 third-tier inferior treasure, and 1 third-tier medium treasure. Naturally, Gu Fan opted to auction the second-tier exquisite treasures. Most of these treasures were rare materials and magical artifacts, with only one being a martial technique, the second-tier exquisite martial art known as the Four Directions Ghost Blade. While rare materials and magical artifacts could be devoured as nourishment by the devouring god body, martial techniques could not. The former contained abundant spiritual energy, which could enhance one's cultivation level upon consumption. However, martial techniques lacked spiritual energy, thus consuming them would yield no benefit. Moreover, as Gu Fan practiced swordsmanship, the blade techniques were of no use to him. Consequently, the Four Directions Ghost Blade, being a burden, was to be auctioned in exchange for spirit stones. Bu Yi gazed at Gu Fan as he approached, and a hint of surprise surfaced on her otherwise pale face. The incessant complaints echoing through the hall had been tormenting her state of mind. Now, witnessing Gu Fan take the stage, she finally felt a sense of reassurance. As Gu Fan drew near, he stepped back slightly to clear the center position for himself. Observing this, Gu Fan offered her a faint smile before turning to address the two-thirds of the audience present. What greeted him were pairs of wide expectant eyes brimming with anticipation. Without further ado, Gu Fan retrieved a wooden box from the system space. As he opened it, he cheerfully announced, "The 11th item of this auction is the grand finale." Before he could finish his sentence, the box was fully opened. In an instant, a chilling black mist erupted from the box, enveloping it entirely. Along with this dark aura, a wailing of spirits and the sound of blades clashing suddenly resonated throughout the hall. The atmosphere in the hall erupted into astonished exclamations. An extraordinary sight, another priceless treasure, comparable to the manifestation of the 18 tiger pacifying hands. It even hinted at something beyond. This was undoubtedly a treasure more formidable than the 18 tiger pacifying hands. I heard the wailing of spirits and the crisp sound of blades. What manner of treasure could this be? It must be nearing the third-tier treasure level. The imagination is staggering. Indeed, I had foretold that this auction would feature a priceless treasure. Ha ha ha, with those prominent figures having departed, who remains in the auction house to challenge my bid? The more than 3,000 guests remaining in the hall were both astounded and elated. They had indeed chosen the right venue. This auction house truly had second-tier exquisite treasures up for bid. Having narrowly missed out yesterday, they were determined to seize it today. Moreover, those influential figures had all left. The patriarch. It truly is a second-tier exquisite treasure. In the elegant room number 5, an elder gazed at the treasure emitting black mist on the platform, involuntarily taking a sharp breath before speaking to the head of the Song family. "Indeed, you have accomplished a great feat, third elder." The head of the Song family could not help but beam with joy. Among the 5 clan leaders, he was the only one present who could rival his financial prowess. However, he remained curious about what exactly this second-tier exquisite treasure was. Meanwhile, Gu Fan raised his voice from the platform, declaring, "The grand finale item is the second-tier exquisite martial technique, the Four Directions Ghost Blade." Martial techniques, blade techniques, patriarch. It is a lethal blade technique. Gu Fan's declaration elicited no response from the third elder, whose eyes had turned bloodshot with excitement. A second-tier exquisite martial technique, the Song family's ancestral technique, was merely of the second-tier superior grade. Bid, while they have all departed, we must swiftly acquire it, not only in the Song family's elegant room, but also in other rooms where individuals lingered. The expressions shifted dramatically as they realized the implications. A second-tier exquisite martial technique, had it truly gone up for bid, yet the leaders of their respective families had all departed. Patriarch, hurry back, the auction for the second-tier exquisite martial technique has begun, in elegant room number 2. An elder from the Yen family wore a grim expression, gripping the communication jade talisman tightly. He was desperately hoping for the Yen family patriarch to respond, for time in the auction was of the essence. Each moment precious beyond measure, and in the midst of this agonizing wait, the elder's anxiety escalated as the auctioneer's voice rang out the starting bid for the second-tier exquisite martial technique, the 4 directions ghost blade. Is 500,000 inferior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 1,000 inferior spirit stones. That was the cast starting bid. The elder's expression darkened further, veins bulging as he clenched the talisman in frustration. 1 million inferior spirit stones, this was the first bid. The Yen elder's face changed dramatically. He recognized that voice, it belonged to the head of the Song family. At the same moment, the crowd in the hall reacted to the announcement from the elegant room, their expressions shifting from 500,000 directly to 1 million. It was evident that the intent was to claim this martial technique decisively. However, voices soon arose in the hall, gritting their teeth. 110,000 spirit stones, 111,000, 112,000, as the auction calls echoed. The atmosphere in the auction hall ignited with fervor. Those with the means could no longer hold back, fervently bidding for the second-tier exquisite martial technique, 150,000 spirit stones. The head of the Song family fixed his gaze on the martial technique atop the platform. Regardless of how others bid, he resolved to outbid them by several tens of thousands of spirit stones. This was the perfect opportunity, with no competition from the 4 great clans. 151,000 spirit stones. 152,000, 160,000. Despite the departure of prominent figures from various factions, many capable individuals remained, and the bidding voices continued to rise. 2 million, the head of the Song family's voice carried an icy undertone. Nevertheless, the bidding did not relent. 210,000, this voice emerged from another elegant room. The head of the Song family's expression turned cold, and he promptly countered 250,000. 251,000, 260,000, 261,000. It became evident to the head of the Song family that the individual bidding against him was attempting to stall the auction. Waiting for their leader to return, a mere trick. With a cold smirk, he declared 3 million inferior spirit stones. Such a price left few capable of matching it. The crowd in the hall wore expressions of regret. They had anticipated a chance to seize an opportunity, only to discover that the head of the Song family had not yet left. 301,000, in elegant room number 2. The Yen elder's demeanor was grotesque, his hair standing on end as he bid, and then sent another urgent message to Yen Nantion, Patriarch. If you do not return soon, I will not be able to hold out any longer. Chapter 43, Conclusion. 80 This moment, in the auction hall, after the Yen elder had placed his bid, the head of the Song family temporarily ceased bidding. Observing this, the elder grew anxious and exclaimed, Patriarch, why are you not bidding? After a brief pause, the head of the Song family managed a smile. However, an announcement soon echoed through the hall. Yen elder, your bid does not comply with the auction house's regulations. Bu Yi spoke nervously from the platform. Upon her words, the auction house fell into a momentary silence. Non-compliance with the regulations, that was a polite way of saying he did not possess the required funds to place such a bid. Why? The Yen elder was momentarily taken aback, his mind solely focused on Yen Nantion. Upon hearing the response, he stammered, according to the auction house's knowledge, you do not possess sufficient spirit stones. Nonsense, can the Yen family not produce 3 million spirit stones? While the Yen family could, the elder had no authority to access such funds. After Bui's statement, she raised her voice once more from the platform, 3 million spirit stones from the head of the Song family. First call, damn it, the Yen elder's voice became increasingly irate. You little girl, do you know the consequences of offending the Yen family? Upon hearing this, Bui's face turned pale, however, just as the Yen elder finished his threat. A mocking voice interjected. Oh, I wonder what consequences there are for offending the Yen family. The speaker was Gu Fan, seated prominently, raising an eyebrow as he directed his gaze towards elegant room number 2. Humph, you young pup, let me tell you, obstructing the Yen family in any matter, that's enough. The Yen elder was prepared to continue his threat when a commanding voice interrupted him, the head of the Song family. The Yen elder's expression soured. Yen Wu, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. With the head of the Song family's words, the elegant room number 2 fell silent. Seeing this, the head of the Song family continued, Miss Bu, please proceed. After a verbal skirmish, the bidding concluded under the head of the Song family's directive. In reality, the reason the Yen elder had spoken so much was to buy time. The head of the Song family, being a man of great experience, saw through the ruse immediately. Moreover, he recognized that the opponent was merely stalling for time, prompting him to shout back, with the golden words of the head of the Song family resonating. The 11th item of the auction proceeded as usual. 3 million spirit stones going twice, Bui proclaimed loudly once more from the stage, this time free from the interference of the elder from the Yen family. The bidding fell silent for an extended period. Thus, Bui ultimately smiled and declared 3 million spirit stones going for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the head of the Song family for securing this second-tier supreme martial technique. The 4 directions ghost blade at the price of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. We've won it, head of the family, we have secured it. The elders of the Song family displayed immense excitement. How could they not be thrilled? From this moment forth, the Song family would be the first among the 5 great families to possess a second-tier supreme martial technique. Given some time, it would not be impossible for them to become the foremost family in Yenshun County. Phew, the head of the Song family exhaled softly. Ultimately, it was he who had secured it. The Song family had lingered at the bottom of the 5 great families for quite some time, and certain forces had been eager to make their move. Now, with the 4 directions ghost blade in his grasp, he was fully confident in elevating the Song family's strength to new heights. Even it was not beyond possibility to bring down the Yen family from their position as the foremost of the 5 great families. As the final auction item concluded, discussions erupted throughout the hall. A second-tier supreme martial technique, what remarkable entity was this auction house? Why had they consecutively presented 2 such treasures? Unknown, yet there was uncertainty if there would be more in the next auction. If there were, I would be willing to exhaust my entire fortune to acquire it. What a pity that this time it was claimed by the head of the Song family. Sigh. At that moment, Gu Fan ascended the stage once more, seizing the momentum to reiterate the auction house's rules. 1% commission, 1 auction per day. Tomorrow there will still be second-tier treasures available. Undoubtedly, these 3 pieces of news sent another wave of excitement sweeping through the hall. The various mercenary groups rejoiced at the fact that such a powerful auction house only charged a 1% commission. They had developed immense trust in the Shentian auction house, for who in Yenshun County could rival an auction house capable of auctioning second-tier supreme martial techniques. Furthermore, to have their treasures auctioned alongside second-tier supreme treasures was a matter of great honor for them. As for others, they were thrilled that there would still be second-tier supreme treasures up for auction the following day. Second-tier supreme, as long as there are any who would dare claim they could not secure it for themselves. In an instant, cheers erupted throughout the auction house. Within the cultivation chamber, the second auction of the Shentian auction house had drawn to a close. Gu Fan instructed Feng Su, the beaming steward, to take care of the concluding matters before hastily entering the chamber. In this auction he not only returned 10 precious treasures but also garnered 3 million low-grade spirit stones from the final sale. Since the auction house belonged to him, naturally there would be no commission taken. Setting aside thoughts of the spirit stones for the moment, Gu Fan focused his mind and gazed into the system's space. 3rd tier mid-grade, Centennial Stone Stalactite, 3rd tier low-grade, White Bone Inquiry Flower, 2nd tier Supreme, Phantom Ship, 2nd tier Supreme. Apart from the 4 directions Ghost Blade that was auctioned, Gu Fan now possessed 9 treasures ripe for devouring. However, Gu Fan's gaze fell upon the ethereal Phantom Ship. This 2nd tier Supreme Beast was at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm, merely a step away from entering the Divine Concealment realm. Furthermore, due to its exceptional talent, those of lesser cultivation could never perceive the existence of this Phantom Ship. Moreover, a beast at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm was even more formidable than the heads of the 5 great families. To devour it felt like a waste. Reflecting upon this, Gu Fan decided to utilize this Phantom Ship as his mount. The shabby cart was merely pulled by a mundane beast, slow in speed and causing considerable delays on the road. With this thought, Gu Fan concentrated and 8 radiant orbs materialized before him. Celestial materials, elixirs, magical treasures. How much would this enhance his cultivation? In the next moment, a terrifyingly potent devouring force erupted from his body's acupoints, enveloping the entire cultivation chamber. In an instant, the surroundings were shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Simultaneously, the sound of shattering echoed quietly within the chamber as the devouring commenced. Chapter 44, The Regret of the Major Forces. The night was as dark as ink. An hour had passed since the conclusion of the auction, and during this time, news of the auction had spread throughout Yenshun County with alarming speed. In every street and alley, discussions about the 2nd tier Supreme Martial Technique were rampant. Have you heard? The Xiantian auction house has auctioned off another 2nd tier Supreme Martial Technique. The Xiantian auction house, a 2nd tier Supreme Martial Technique? Indeed, however, it was the Song family's head who successfully bid for that 2nd tier martial technique. Pray tell, good sir, is this true? Is it true that the Xiantian auction house auctioned a 2nd tier Supreme martial technique? Absolutely true. I was there in person. The crowd was immense, and the bidding cries were deafening. Upon hearing this, the faces of several young disciples clad in sect robes changed drastically. They were disciples who had left the auction house early, hoping to find treasures elsewhere. Upon hearing this news, they were filled with profound regret. Who would have thought that the Xiantian auction house, which they believed was deceiving them, had indeed auctioned a 2nd tier Supreme martial technique at the last moment? Since departing from the auction house, they had found no treasures of comparable worth in the various treasure shops of Yenshun County. Thus, these sect disciples felt they had missed a significant opportunity. Aside from them, other major forces, including the head of the Blowing Snow Academy and the other 4 great families, were equally incensed. After the commencement of the 3rd auction, they had each departed in succession. Some even leaving their private rooms empty, showing no concern for what would be auctioned next. Yet it was precisely because of this action that they missed out on a priceless treasure that the Song family managed to seize. With this in mind, the various forces in Yenshun County were filled with regret and frustration. At this moment, within the Yen family's residence, bang, 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 the sound of shattering echoed sharply from within a hall. The 5th elder of the Yen family stood trembling in a corner, afraid to meet the furious gaze of Yen Nantion. After leaving the auction house, Yen Nantion had returned directly to the clan, immersing himself in cultivation, and had not received the message from the 5th elder, resulting in the 4 directions Ghost Blade being won by the head of the Song family. Ultimately, it was due to the 5th elder's unwillingness to accept this that he returned to the clan and disturbed the engrossed Yen Nantion, informing him of the situation, allowing the latter to finally learn of the events. However, even with this knowledge, it was too late. Yen Nantion's fury erupted and he began to rage within the hall. Why did you not inform me upon returning to the clan? He smashed a dish with a palm, glaring at the fifth elder, head of the family. There was only me present at the auction house. Even if I returned to the clan, I would not have made it in time. Even so, why did you not inform the auction house to delay for a moment, head of the family? When it comes to that auction house, I was met with their utter disregard. I had informed them. Yet the people at that auction house showed no respect for the Yen family. Clearly, they were currying favor with the head of the Song family. No respect, currying favor with the Song family. Yen Nanshan's expression turned cold, anger surged within him. The second-tier supreme martial technique had fallen into the hands of the Song family. If they were to cultivate it successfully, even if he broke into the 8th layer of the spirit sea, he would not be a match for the head of the Song family. Moreover, it was even more critical that he, Yen Nantion, practiced swordsmanship, while the head of the Song family practiced sword techniques. A precious jewel tarnished, he felt immense dissatisfaction, at this moment filled with hatred towards the Shention auction house. The fifth elder quietly transmitted a message: head of the family, that auction house is a veritable fat sheep. Upon hearing this, Yen Nantion immediately turned to look at him. The fifth elder's eyes glinted with greed as he slowly spoke. I have investigated. The 2 supreme martial techniques auctioned by that house were not entrusted to them by anyone, but were their own treasures. Moreover, the master of that auction house has just arrived in Yenshon County. Where could he have obtained such treasures? I suspect. The fifth elder's gaze was enigmatic, prompting Yen Nantion to interject. You suspect he had a fortuitous encounter, thus acquiring second-tier supreme martial techniques? Exactly, head of the family. At the conclusion of the auction, that master even boasted that there would be more treasures available for auction tomorrow. As these words fell, both men in the hall exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Head of the family, what if we? Absolutely not. Yen Nantion resolutely shook his head. The Yen family was the foremost family in Yenshon County, and countless eyes were watching them. If they were to rob the Shention auction house, trouble would undoubtedly follow. Furthermore, the name Shention auction house seemed rather troublesome. That name was not to be trifled with, especially considering the master was surnamed Gu. Yet, how could there truly be a descendant of the Gu family who came to Yenshon County to establish the Shention auction house? With this thought, Yen Nantion sighed. We cannot act directly, but we can use others to achieve our ends. Head of the family, do you mean find the poison snake den? They specialize in this kind of business, and it would be entirely justified for them to take action at the auction. Additionally, send 2 other elders along as well. Understood. Head of the family, the poison snake den, a notorious bandit force rampant within the great Qian dynasty. They would dare to rob even the royal city, let alone Yenshon County. Simultaneously, in the dark forest outside Guanyang City. No, please don't kill me, a desperate wail echoed, and in an instant the shouting man had his head severed by a single sword strike. As he gazed at the unwillingly dying figure, the faces of those clad in the attire of the Shattered Star sect finally displayed signs of disturbance. 7th elder, this is the last mercenary from the Mad Wolf Mercenary Corps. By killing him, the one who harmed our junior brother will be left with only that Mad Wolf leader. Indeed. A white-haired elder nodded indifferently, then inquired, has Gufan been located? In response to the 7th elder, the sect has sent word. Gufan has already arrived at Yenshon County City. Yenshon County City, precisely. He has established a Shention auction house there. Then let us return and seek him out. Understood. As these words were spoken, over 100 members of the Shattered Star sect set off towards Yenshon County City. Meanwhile, in a dark and profound cultivation chamber, a gaze akin to the nascent sun shone forth. Spirit Sea. I've reached the 8th level. Gu Fan murmured. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Major Mercenary Corps. The 8th level of the Spirit Sea. After devouring 8 treasures, Gu Fan had ascended from the 5th level to the initial stage of the 8th level. Among these, the century-old stalactite played a significant role. Just a single drop enabled him to break through a small realm. Otherwise, he might have just barely stepped into the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. Now, with his realm at the 8th level, Gu Fan was considered one of the foremost experts within Yanshun County City, apart from the well-known Yanshun County King, a practitioner of the Divine Concealment realm. Gu Fan's power was unrivaled in the county. Moreover, the third-tier supreme technique, the Haoyue sword manual, and the diamond demon-slaying poem he practiced were no trifles. Reflecting on this, Gu Fan rose from his mat and began to cultivate these two martial skills. The Crimson Sun began its slow ascent. Within the Shention auction house, the door to the cultivation chamber was opened. Instantly, a piercing sword aura emanated from within. Fortunately, there were no bystanders, otherwise such a sharp sword aura would surely have caused injury. Moments later, the sword aura dissipated and Gu Fan strolled out of the chamber. In the hall, aside from the busy maidservants, he did not see Feng Su, the steward. Noticing this, Gu Fan inquired of a blushing maid. "My lord, Steward Feng has taken a mercenary co-leader who came to auction treasures to the side hall. I see." Gu Fan smiled faintly, leaving the flustered maid behind as he proceeded to find Feng Su. In the side hall, Feng Su was enthusiastically handing a cup of tea to a robust man before him. This man was the leader of one of the top 10 mercenary corps in Yanshun County City. A practitioner at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea. "Steward Feng, I hope my early arrival is not a disturbance," the man, Ho Tu, greeted warmly with a cupped fist gesture. "Not at all. Leader Ho is a rare guest at our auction house." Feng Su, I'm delighted to have you here." As they engaged in cordial conversation, Gu Fan entered the room. Upon seeing him, Feng Su quickly rose, respectfully introducing Leader Ho. "This is our esteemed host of the Shention auction house." "My lord, this is Leader Ho, esteemed host." "Leader Ho, please have a seat." After the customary pleasantries, the three settled in the side hall. "Esteemed host, I, Ho Tu, have come because I heard some rumors about your esteemed auction house. But I am unsure if they hold any truth." Ho Tu's expression grew serious. "I wonder which rumors you refer to." "Leader Ho, regarding commissions, a daily auction, and that your esteemed auction house will auction a second-tier supreme treasure tonight." Ho Tu's piercing gaze fixated on Gu Fan as if trying to decipher something from his expression. In response, Gu Fan smiled gently. "Indeed, that is true. The second-tier supreme treasure is also genuine." "Indeed, half." Ho Tu exhaled heavily. Then retrieved a rectangular jade box from his storage ring, sliding it across the table towards the two. "A second-tier mid-grade treasure, the soul-chasing bow." His Feng Su's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening as he stared at Ho Tuesday. "A second-tier mid-grade treasure, that is typically a piece. There are assistants at the monthly auctions of the three major auction houses, yet it appears here at a small auction house just 2 days ago." Feng Su was both astonished and overjoyed. Although the auction house had already sold 2 second-tier supreme treasures, he had never witnessed one before, and now it was presented right before him. To be candid, this treasure was initially intended for the 3 major auction houses, but upon hearing the rumors of your esteemed auction house, I, Ho Tu, naturally wished to collaborate with you, my lord. Besides this soul-chasing bow, there is also a complimentary second-tier low-grade martial skill, soul-chasing archery. As Ho Tu stated, within the jade box, alongside the soul-chasing bow, there was indeed a matching martial skill. Both the treasure and the martial skill formed a set, the value of which could rival that of a second-tier upper-grade treasure. "What do you think, gentlemen? Are you satisfied?" Ho Tu inquired with a smile. "Very satisfied." Feng Su nodded eagerly. "Leader Ho, may I ask if this treasure is entrusted to our auction house for sale?" "If the auction of the second-tier supreme treasure is indeed genuine, then I shall certainly entrust it to you for auction." At this point, Ho Tu chuckled, closing the jade box and pushing it back towards himself. This gesture clearly indicated his lack of trust in the Shention auction house. "Unless, Leader Ho, please speak plainly." At that moment, Gu Fan, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. He smiled at Ho Tu and said, "Little you, come out and greet Leader Hou." As these words left his lips, Ho Tu's expression turned serious. He furrowed his brow for a moment but did not see the second-tier supreme treasure he anticipated. My lord, Ho-Tu asked in confusion. However, in an instant he felt a terrifying aura brewing behind him. His complexion turned pale as he swiftly turned to look, only to find a shadow slowly solidifying. Moreover, as this shadow appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the side hall. This is the pinnacle of the spirit sea. Ho-Tu's face changed dramatically, his voice filled with shock. As his words fell, the shadow before him gradually took form, transforming into a pitch-black ship. This demonic beast's fur resembled ethereal mist, its horns and pupils entirely black, as if it could vanish into thin air at any moment. Upon recognizing the full appearance of the demonic beast, though terrified, Ho-Tu realized he did not know the name of this creature. As if sensing his confusion, Gu Fan leisurely introduced a second-tier perfected demonic beast. The phantom ship. It comes and goes without a trace. There is only this one in the entire Xinjiang domain, the phantom ship, not only in the Xinjiang domain, but it is also seldom seen in most regions of the Xiantian continent. As for the reason, Gu Fan chose not to elaborate further. What a treasure! Ho-Tu's complexion turned crimson, his eyes glinting with greed, yet, moments later, he could only let out a bitter laugh. Greed? This was a demonic beast at the pinnacle of the spirit sea. Killing him would be a trivial matter. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Ho-Tu then respectfully said, "My lord, in that case I shall entrust the soul-chasing bow and the soul-chasing archery to your esteemed auction house for sale." "That is certainly agreeable." Gu Fan nodded with a smile. What kind of treasures could the second-tier mid-grade soul-chasing bow and soul-chasing archery yield? Gu Fan was uncertain, for this was also his first auction. Emerging from seclusion, he had secured an excellent auction item. As time passed, perhaps due to the Xiantian auction house's reputation reaching new heights, by the time night fell, all 10 auction items were prepared. One item, the soul-chasing bow, comparable to second-tier upper-grade treasures, the soul-chasing archery, 3 second-tier lower-grade treasures, then 6 first-tier supreme treasures. These comprised the 10 auction items. While they may not rival the 3 major auction houses, they were certainly not far off. Moreover, Gu Fan's auction house held auctions daily. Given the rush of time, to have prepared these treasures was a clear indication that the Xiantian auction house's reputation in Yanshan County City had surpassed the 3 major auction houses, becoming the foremost. Chapter 46. A citywide gathering. Is the Xiantian auction house indeed ranked first in Yanshan County City? This is not merely Gu Fan's assertion. It requires the judgment of the people within the city. As night fell, the third auction event of the Xiantian auction house was about to commence. On Linnan Street, throngs of people surged forward, densely packed as they made their way towards the auction house. The entrance of the street was a constant influx of individuals arriving from all corners, rushing towards Linnan Street. At this moment, prominent streets like Juke Street in Yanshan County City were nearly deserted, with even the shops closing their doors, all heading towards Linnan Street. It could be said that the cultivators of the entire city were converging on Linnan Street. This scene even stirred the Duke's residents, forcing them to dispatch city guards to maintain order. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. However, even with the city guards stationed, scuffles were inevitable. As long as there were no life-and-death struggles, the situation remained somewhat manageable under the city guards' control. Outside the auction house, a sea of heads surged, a seemingly endless crowd blocking the entrance, leaving only a narrow passage leading into the auction house. The air was filled with exclamations of awe, elevating the atmosphere to a peak of excitement. Is that the head of the Song family? The head of the Song family has arrived again. Just yesterday, I successfully acquired the square ghost blade, and it seems today I am eager to procure yet another treasure. However, attempting to seize an opportunity tonight will not be an easy feat. The crowd buzzes with excitement. Amidst the clamor, the head of the Song family strides into the auction hall, his face aglow with delight. Ever since he secured the square ghost blade last night, the Song patriarch has commenced his training in swordsmanship. He has not abandoned his sword techniques but aspires to master both sword and blade. Should he achieve mastery over the square ghost blade, combined with a lifetime of sword practice, he is confident he can defeat Yen Nantian. The head of the new family has also arrived. He left early yesterday, missing out on the second-tier supreme martial arts, but now he returns, likely intent on acquiring a treasure this time. Look, the head of the Yen family has also come. And the beautiful dean of the Blowing Snow Academy, these individuals left before the end of yesterday's event, now they return, truly shameless. Shoo, keep your voice down, we must not let them hear us, in the midst of the crowd. Yen Nantian, just dismounting from his steed, casts a displeased glance at the one who spoke. He then strides into the auction hall. Tonight he has pressing matters to attend to and will not be bothered by trivial gossip. As Yen Nantian enters, numerous representatives from major factions follow suit. The presence of so many influential figures signifies that today's auction is indeed grand. Indeed, it is a pity that we cannot enter the main hall and can only spectate from outside. Oh, look over there, are those individuals from the three great sects? They truly are. This demeanor suggests they are likely elders. His elders from the three great sects have graced this occasion. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers erupts in astonishment. Members of these sects seldom descend the mountains unless for significant matters, yet this auction has drawn them here. We see the elders from the three great sects accompanied by several young disciples. Stepping toward the auction hall. Seventh elder, have there been any updates? When will they arrive? An elder inquires, returning to ninth elder. The seventh elder and the others are en route, comes the reply. Well, we shall not wait for them then. With that, the crowd begins to enter in an orderly fashion. At the Shention auction hall, in the main hall with seats and private rooms combined, a total of 3,200 notable figures from the Yenshon County have gathered. If we consider those outside and even on the streets, the number of attendees may well exceed 100,000. In such a splendid gathering, it would not be an exaggeration to say that all cultivators in the city have come here. As the conversations resonate within the hall, the auctioneer, Bui, gathers her courage amidst the comforting murmurs and steps onto the elevated platform. The moment her figure appears, the entire hall falls silent, countless gazes converge upon her. Bui lives up to expectations and proclaims in a clear voice, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Shention auction hall." This is the third auction event, featuring a total of 11 items for bidding. Without further ado, let the third auction begin. The first item up for bid. The voice of Bui echoes through the auction hall. At this moment, a maid ascends the platform holding a rectangular jade box. Second tier mid-grade treasure, soul pursuing bow. As she speaks, the jade box opens, revealing a stunningly clear azure bow that captivates the eyes of all present. Instantly, the crowd erupts in excitement. A second tier mid-grade treasure, hiss. What an impressive opening bid for a second-tier mid-grade item. Truly deserving of its reputation as a venue for second-tier supreme treasures, it is indeed worth the journey. How fortuitous. As I am currently practicing archery, this treasure is perfectly suited for me. Such a grand spectacle. Esteemed guests, accompanying this treasure is a corresponding martial technique, the second-tier low-grade soul-pursuing archery. Bui enthusiastically announces once more. A matched treasure, hiss, with the bow and the martial technique. If one were to acquire it, they could learn archery from scratch. What a marvelous treasure. Ninth elder, who would have thought this trip down the mountain would yield rewards typically reserved for the inner sect competition? The atmosphere in the hall ignites with fervor. A second-tier mid-grade item. This is typically the highlight of the three major auction houses, yet here it is presented as the opening item. In a sense, this might be Shention auction hall declaring its supremacy over the three major auction houses. Such a display undoubtedly darkens the expressions of the heads of the three major auction houses. The starting price for the second-tier mid-grade soul-pursuing bow is set at 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. With each subsequent bid requiring a minimum raise of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, I bid 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. for 10,000, I bid 500,000, archery treasure, I intend to secure it at 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. In mere moments, the auction hall is filled with a cacophony of bidding voices. The sounds of calls and countercalls resonate from both the main hall and the private rooms, for even the 5 great families are keenly interested in a second-tier mid-grade treasure. 700,000 low-grade spirit stones, 800,000, esteemed guests, I implore you to show some leniency. I bid 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As this declaration reverberates through the auction hall, an immediate hush falls over the crowd, yet it is but a fleeting moment before the bidding fervor reignites. 1,110,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1,200,000, Chapter 47, Tianhe Commerce Alliance Senior Brother, may I borrow 500,000 spirit stones? A disciple from the Tian number 8 private room anxiously addresses his junior brother, bid as you wish. If it falls short, I shall cover the rest. Thank you, senior brother. The disciple's face brightens, and he promptly calls out 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones, as his voice echoes. A chorus of dissent arises within the auction hall. Even those in the surrounding private rooms occasionally express their discontent with shaking heads. A second-tier mid-grade treasure, even with a corresponding martial technique, does not warrant further bidding. It is worth noting that the first second-tier supreme martial technique only concluded at 1,400,000 spirit stones. While that instance lacked the presence of prominent figures, this price is already commensurate with the soul-pursuing bow. 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones for the first time, 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones for the second time, 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to the guests in the Tian number 8 private room for securing the first treasure of this auction. Simultaneously, within Gu Fan's mind, the successful auction of the second-tier mid-grade matching treasure. The soul-pursuing bow triggers a notification. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 500-fold critical hit, obtaining a third-tier supreme sun-pursuing mystic bow and sun-pursuing archery technique. The third-tier supreme sun-pursuing mystic bow, sun-pursuing archery technique. Upon hearing the system's announcement in his mind, Gu Fan, though elated, pauses in surprise. Not only has he acquired the third-tier supreme treasure, the sun-pursuing mystic bow, but he has also obtained the third-tier supreme martial technique. The sun-pursuing archery technique, aside from the initial 10,000-fold critical return of the creation golden pill, this reward ranks as the most generous return ever. Such a precious item, if consumed, would indeed be a waste. With this thought, Gu Fan momentarily sets it aside, focusing on the ongoing auction. Next up for bid is the second item of this auction, the second-tier low-grade elixir, Spirit Recovery Pill. On stage, Bu Yi joyfully announces, Spirit Recovery Pill, an elixir to replenish spiritual energy during battle. It seems acceptable, but I had expected this auction to feature at least second-tier mid-grade treasures. Alas, at least second-tier mid-grade, are you dreaming? Even the 3 major auction houses cannot achieve that. And no one in Yanshan County can either. Indeed, the starting price for the second-tier low-grade Spirit Recovery Pill is set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100,000, 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 120,000. As Bu Yi's voice fades, the auction hall is soon filled with the sounds of bidding. Although some express disappointment upon realization, they understand that second-tier mid-grade treasures are rare and hard to come by. Even the 3 major auction houses would reserve such items as the grand finale. For this auction house to present it as an opening item shows great ambition. At this moment, in the Tian number 2 private room, the head of the Yan family, Yan Nantian, sits at the center, surrounded by numerous elders and younger members. Almost all of the important figures of the Yan family are present, however, as the Spirit Recovery Pill is auctioned. Some young members frown, and one of them, with a glint in his eye, promptly flatters Yen Nantion, saying, "Father, this auction house is quite ordinary, for I believe that even if there were a second-tier supreme treasure up for bid, you should wait until the last moment to attend." Upon hearing this, the surrounding younger generation eagerly chimes in. Indeed, such treasures are abundant in the Yen family. It is merely a waste of your time. Esteemed Patriarch, how could this mere Shention auction house possess the worth to warrant your esteemed presence? Listening to the words of the younger generation, the elders furrow their brows. They did not come here merely to bid on treasures. Rather it was, at that moment, Yen Nantion's expression darkens, and he turns to admonish the few who had spoken out. "Nonsense, we are here to conduct business. How dare you juniors presume to dictate our actions?" Upon these words, the younger generation trembled in fear, their faces displaying shock. They had intended to flatter Yen Nantion, who in the past would have merely laughed heartily in response, creating an atmosphere of mutual delight. However, this time they had unknowingly stirred a hornet's nest, provoking the usually gentle head of the Yen family into a furious rage. Yen Nantion, of course, was incensed. He had expected that calling upon the people from the serpent's den would yield some benefits after the matter was settled. Little did he anticipate that upon learning the truth, they would nearly turn against the Yen family. The root of the issue lay in Yen Nantion exposing the secrets of the Shention auction house. Igniting the greed of those from the serpent's den. A fortuitous encounter, particularly one involving second-tier top-grade martial arts. Naturally, the serpent's den had set their sights on the Shention auction house, unwilling to share any spoils with the Yen family. However, considering the Yen family's status as local overlords, they allowed the Yen family to act independently, taking whatever they could seize. Thus, the Yen family mobilized almost their entire force, after reprimanding several young members. Yen Nantion looked down from above. In a corner, he spotted a dozen fierce-looking individuals sitting quietly in their seats like guests. They were the people from the serpent's den. Wait for the opportune moment, and act once they make their move. Yen Nantion silently communicated to the elders around him. "Yes, head of the family, congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully bidding on the spirit replenishing pill for 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next up is the third item of this auction, a second-tier low-grade demon beast, the flame bird." As Buyi's words fell, a palm-sized crimson bird appeared before the crowd. A flying demon beast of the second layer of the spiritual sea. What a remarkable find! Such treasures are sure to attract the attention of powerful factions. We stand no chance. They are always coveting anything that can take to the skies. Wherever flying demon beasts are available, there they will surely be found. So what? This time I, Yen Lauba, will secure this little bird. The starting bid for the flame bird is 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increase not less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 150,000, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Look, those fellows are indeed emerging. I, Yen Lauba, bid 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yen Lauba, resembling a butcher, cast a sidelong glance at those individuals before calling out his bid. 260,000 low-grade spirit stones, 300,000. This esteemed brother, our Tianha Merchant Alliance, is quite eager for the flame bird. Oh, how about you let it go to us? You, then let it be with you. Hearing the mention of the Tianha Merchant Alliance, the previously defiant Yen Lauba felt a twinge of fear and ceased his bidding. Then I must thank you, esteemed brother. Our Tianha Merchant Alliance bids 310,000 low-grade spirit stones. 310,000 bidding for a second-tier demon beast. To be honest, this price is already somewhat inflated. However, the attendees showed no surprise, for over the years, the Tianha Merchant Alliance had become infatuated with flying demon beasts. Wherever such beasts were up for sale, there they would be seen. 310,000 low-grade spirit stones for the first time, 310,000 low-grade spirit stones for the second time. 310,000 low-grade spirit stones for the third time. congratulations to the Tianhe Merchant Alliance for winning the bid for this flame bird, with Buyi's hammer sound falling, the second-tier low-grade demon beast. The flame bird was claimed by the Tianhe Merchant Alliance. However, at this moment, Gufan, with his eyes slightly closed, opened them to gaze at the others. If I recall correctly, this alliance seems to belong to the royal faction. Chapter 48 Apro. After a brief glance, Gufan quickly withdrew his gaze and focused on the space within the system. The second-tier low-grade spirit replenishing pill was successfully auctioned off. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 50-fold critical hit. Returning, a second-tier top-grade Lontion Jade for alchemy, the second-tier low-grade demon beast the flame bird was successfully auctioned. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Returning, a third-tier low-grade demon beast, the golden feather eagle. Following the successful auction of 3 items, Gufan also received the sun-chasing Xian Bao Lantian Jade for alchemy, and the golden feather eagle. Among these, the third-tier low-grade demon beast, the golden feather eagle, delighted Gufan the most. For this was a demon beast at the peak of the third layer of the divine concealment realm. It is worth noting that even the local lord of Yanshan County had only entered the divine concealment realm 3 years prior. Given his talent, he had reached his limit and would not grow further. The golden feather eagle, without a doubt, was now the most formidable expert in Yanshan County. Even Fubo, also at the third layer of the divine concealment realm, would likely not match the naturally gifted golden feather eagle. In other words, Gufan was now virtually invincible in Yanshan County, unmatched by anyone. However, despite this, Gufan was not yet satisfied. Thus far, only 3 out of the 10 auction items had been completed. With this thought, he directed his gaze back to the stage below. The 4th auction item was to be presented, a first-tier top-grade body refinement pill. Body refinement pill, first-tier top-grade. What is going on? Why are the auction items getting progressively worse? This is only the 4th item, and it's already a first-tier. By the 6th item, will it not be a first-tier mid-grade? According to your reasoning, the 8th item would be a first-tier low-grade. Without a doubt. As Buyi's words fell, a wave of discussion erupted throughout the auction house. In the hall, among the private rooms, there were a total of 3,200 individuals, more than half of whom were cultivators of the spiritual sea realm. Essentially, all the notable figures in Yanshan County were present. Would such individuals truly care for first-tier treasures? As the discussions grew more fervent, Buyi's expression remained unchanged, having gained experience from the previous 2 auctions. She was now prepared for this. Subsequently, Buyi spoke again. The starting bid for the first-tier top-grade body refinement pill is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increase not less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 20,000, 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 30,000. The bidding soon became scattered. Although it was merely a low-value body refinement pill, some younger participants were filled with delight. Before long, this first-tier top-grade pill was sold for 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 5th auction item, the 6th auction item, the 7th auction item. Time flew by, and soon the auction reached its 10th item. Tightening her grip on the amplification artifact, Buyi could not help but feel weary. As the auction items slid from second-tier low-grade to first-tier top-grade, the voices of doubt in the hall constantly disturbed her state of mind. Were it not for her prior experience, she might have begun to tremble while speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th auction item from the Shention auction house is a first-tier top-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, Xian in spring water. Xian in spring water, the mirror-like treasure resembling stalactites. Indeed, alas, such a treasure is only useful for those in the body refinement realm, offering little to us in the spiritual sea realm. Sigh, this is already the 10th item, why is it still a first tier? Where are the second-tier treasures? Are there none left? Unsurprisingly, as another first-tier top-grade treasure was auctioned, a chorus of skepticism erupted in the hall. Even the most composed individual would feel a twinge of frustration after so many first-tier treasures. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, no one in the hall chose to leave. On the contrary, those waiting outside were eagerly anticipating entry, hoping to witness the competition among the major factions for potential second-tier treasures. The last incident involving the Yen family had spread like wildfire throughout Yenshon County. If indeed second-tier treasures were auctioned, even if they could not win the bid, they would still have the opportunity to participate in the competition among the various factions. Shen in Spring Water, starting bid is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increase not less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 60,000. The Shen in Spring Water is just what my clan's younger generation needs for breaking through. 61,000 low-grade spirit stones, 62,000, 63,000. The bidding grew somewhat lively in the auction house. However, in the private room on the second floor, representatives from various factions were expressions of doubt. At this moment, within the Song family's room number 5, a refined young man fanning himself with a folding fan asked with some perplexity, "Oh father, is there truly no second-tier top-grade treasure left to auction at this event?" "I do not know." The Song family head gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Currently, this auction had consecutively sold 6 first-tier top-grade treasures. Other than the initial 3 that garnered their attention, the subsequent items had all been rather lackluster. 4 major factions of first-tier treasures held little significance. They could easily acquire such items through their own means or merchant caravans. Why would they need to attend an auction to bid? Thus, the series of first-tier top-grade treasures had proven exceedingly dull for them. Were it not for the lessons learned from the last event, it was likely that the various private rooms would have emptied by now. However, even so, these factions, filled with great ambition, could not help but question whether there would be any second-tier top-grade treasures left for auction. If not, they would feel as though they were being toyed with by this auction house. If there were. At this, the various powers shook their heads in unison. Given the current signs, the hope of auctioning a second-tier top-grade treasure appears exceedingly bleak. Even the head of the Song family, who previously held a favorable view of the Su Ntin auction house, now feels a profound sense of loss of confidence. Why? Because Gu Fan had previously stated that this auction would feature second-tier treasures. Yet, thus far, the Su Ntin auction house has indeed auctioned second-tier treasures, and has even auctioned off 3 pieces consecutively. Even if the auction were to conclude at this point, they have not lied. Furthermore, considering the extreme rarity of second-tier top-grade treasures, could this once obscure auction house truly possess 3 such items? Not only the Song family but also other major powers, including members of the 3 great sects, are furrowing their brows in concern. It seems that noticing my frequent visits, those behind Gu Fan have sensed trouble and begun to conceal themselves. In the private room, Yongzong murmured with deep-set eyes. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for securing the 10th auction item of this event, the Shenin Spring Water, for 73,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the thoughts swirled within the auction house, Bu Yi smiled and announced the conclusion of the 10th auction item. With her words, a profound silence quickly enveloped the entire auction house, including those outside in Lin Nan Street. Everyone understood that this auction would feature a total of 11 items. Now that the 10th item has concluded, it will soon be revealed whether the grand finale is indeed a second-tier top-grade treasure. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, the gaze of over 3,000 individuals fixated intently on the foremost figure. Simultaneously, in Gu Fan's mind, the successful auction of the first-tier top-grade treasure Shenin Spring Water triggered a 60-fold critical hit, returning the second-tier top-grade treasure Shenin Spirit Water. Chapter 49, The Grand Finale. Shenin Spirit Water. Shenin Spirit Water, a second-tier top-grade treasure, is naturally a priceless gem. If Shenin Spring Water is the sacred water for practitioners transitioning from the body-refining realm to the spirit sea realm, then Shenin Spirit Water is the sacred water for those in the spirit sea realm, Transitioning into the more arduous divine storage realm, the Prince of Yenshon lingered in the Spirit Sea realm for 30 years, expending countless efforts throughout his life, and only barely stepped into the divine storage realm. Becoming the foremost expert in this city, however, Shenin Spirit Water can allow a perfected practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm to step directly into the divine storage realm. Had the Prince of Yenshon obtained this treasure 30 years ago, perhaps he would have ascended to even higher realms by now. Nevertheless, despite its immense value, Shenin Spirit Water holds little significance for Gu Fan. As a devouring god body, he does not require such transitional treasures. For all heavenly materials can serve as his transitional treasures. At the forefront, Gu Fan's gaze was profound. Since it held only nominal value for him, he might as well use it for the 11th auction item to garner more spirit stones. Surely the allure of the divine storage realm would drive the auction house's patrons into a frenzy. With this thought, Gu Fan promptly opened his eyes, stood up, and stepped onto the stage in the hall. All eyes converged upon Gu Fan. When they saw him rise and walk towards the stage, everyone widened their eyes, fixated on his figure. Some even exhibited signs of excitement. Regular patrons understood that if a second-tier top-grade treasure truly existed, it would generally be entrusted to the auctioneer, and now that he was approaching the stage, there was a significant chance that a second-tier top-grade treasure would be auctioned. With this thought, the prominent figures in the hall and private rooms suppressed their emotions, fearing that speaking out might disturb this moment, worrying that their thoughts were mere illusions. Soon on the high platform, Bu Yi stepped back with a radiant smile, and Gu Fan stood centrally, facing the entire auction house. Observing the sea of eager eyes, a wooden box materialized in his hand. Esteemed guests, the 11th auction item of this event. Before he could finish speaking, the wooden box opened, revealing a jade vial, a vial identical to that of the recently auctioned Shenin spring water. Simultaneously, a refreshing and fragrant aroma swiftly permeated the entire auction house, even enveloping Lin Nan Street. What a delightful fragrance! What could this be? Why does it resemble the Shenin spring water? Could it be the Shenin spring water itself? The identical jade vial, the same intoxicating scent. This shouldn't be, should it? Listen, even those outside are discussing this fragrant aroma. It is well known that the scent of Shenin spring water cannot travel such distances. So, what is this? Everyone widened their eyes, exchanging glances, their hearts already filled with a premonition. Then, they heard Gu Fan's voice resonate. Second-tier top-grade heavenly material treasure, Shenin spirit water. This declaration swept through the auction house and the street outside, plunging the area into an eerie silence. After a long moment, gusts of astonishment reverberated through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the hall and private rooms, countless prominent figures displayed expressions of shock. Following that, their faces paled, and they exclaimed, "Second-tier top-grade heavenly material treasure, Shenin spirit water. The sacred water for entering the divine storage realm." Is it truly so? According to legend, consuming such sacred water can defy destiny and allow one, even with limited potential, to break into the divine storage realm, unlocking infinite possibilities. That is the divine storage realm. One thought they would languish in the spirit sea until death, but now they encounter such a treasure. The divine storage realm is within reach. I will stake everything, even if it costs my life. I must secure it. No one can stop me. The crowd within the auction house descended into madness. Their eyes were bloodshot, akin to gamblers. Shenin spirit water almost guarantees that any perfected practitioner of the spirit sea can break into the divine storage realm. Such a precious treasure, if it were not at the auction house but in the Black Forest, everyone here would fight desperately for it. Therefore, even outside the auction house, a palpable restlessness surged. Those outside, having heard the words from within, were eager to rush in and participate in the bidding, disregarding all else. Fortunately, Feng Su did not falter at a critical moment. After much persuasion and agreeing to allow everyone to participate in the bidding, the situation calmed somewhat. Consequently, nearly 100,000 individuals joined the auction. Of course, many among them were blinded by greed. Given their abilities, most could only run as spectators. Father, Shenin Spirit Water, if we secure this item, in 10 years you will be the second Divine Storage Realm practitioner in Yenshon County. In private room number 5, a refined young man was utterly exhilarated, speaking excitedly to the head of the Song family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Song family could not help but beam with joy. However, soon after, his expression turned grave. Shenin Spirit Water is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Whoever possesses it has nearly predetermined the future landscape of Yenshon County in 10 years. That would place them almost on par with the Prince of Yenshon. Such glory, even at the cost of bankruptcy, would not be considered a loss. Then, since the treasure is so precious, the pressure in this auction will undoubtedly be immense. The Song family had already spent 300,000 yesterday. And given their inherently weaker standing compared to the other 4 great families, their chances of success are not very high. However, the head of the Song family may lack in many respects. But his determination to risk everything remains. With this in mind, the master of the family, who had just secured the 4 directions ghost blade, began to display a fierce demeanor, similar to private room number 5. Figures from all major powers in the auction house felt the weight of greed but also recognized the formidable challenge ahead. Shenin Spirit Water is far too precious. The ensuing bidding will certainly be fraught with danger at every turn. However, among them, at the head of the Yen family in private room number 2 felt the most relaxed. He knew what would happen next. With the presence of the poisonous snake pit, no one would be able to secure this treasure. And his Yen family, almost fully mobilized, might just be able to claim the Shenin Spirit Water. At most, he was only concerned about the individual in private room number 1. Meanwhile, in private room number 1, the first to arrive and never having opened his eyes, the Prince of Yenshon suddenly spoke as the auction item was announced. The steward beside him immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Shenin Spirit Water, not only a sacred water for transition but also capable of elevating practitioners in the Divine Storage Realm. Chapter 50, 1 million. As the atmosphere within the auction house reached a fever pitch, Buyi's sweet voice resounded from the high platform, where only one person remained. Esteemed guests, the second-tier top-grade heavenly material treasure, Shenin Spirit Water, has a starting bid of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Her voice was akin to a celestial melody. In an instant, the cacophony within the auction house ceased, replaced by a series of muted bidding calls. "I bid 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Esteemed guests, if you could grant me a favor, I can persuade our sect leader to hold a recruitment conference in a few days." A recruitment conference? Ha ha ha, esteemed elder, you may be thinking too simply. I bid 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Only those with inadequate qualifications would covet such an opportunity. For us who aim to enter the Divine Storage Realm, such matters are trivial. 610,000 low-grade spirit stones, 620,000, 630,000. No one cared about the recruitment conferences of the 3 great sections. If their younger generation possessed talent, they would naturally be accepted into the sects. If not, even a recruitment conference would be of no use. Stepping into the realm of divine concealment is the lifelong aspiration of countless cultivators. Now that the opportunity lies before them, do they truly believe that a mere discipleship conference could deter them? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. In an instant, the entire auction hall resonated with the fervent calls of bidders. And not only within the hall, but even outside on the bustling streets, voices rose and fell in a symphony of excitement. This is the allure of the Shenin Spirit Water, 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. A voice suddenly pierced through the cacophony, plunging the hall into a momentary hush, for that voice emanated from the second floor, the esteemed room 1. if my assumptions hold true, the speaker is none other than the steward of the Duke's manor. The Duke's manor, being the most prestigious force in Yenchon County, naturally commands unparalleled respect throughout the city. Thus, the bid from the Duke's manor silenced the auction hall, albeit only temporarily. Steward Rong, I find myself utterly captivated by the Shen in spirit water. So I must apologize for my eagerness. I bid 110,000 lower grade spirit stones. Indeed, I too am quite taken. 120,000 lower grade spirit stones, haha, 121,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duke himself holds this in high regard, so I must apologize. The Duke's manor bids 200,000 lower grade spirit stones. As these words fell, the hall was enveloped in silence. With only Steward Rong's voice drifting languidly through the air, the Duke himself is quite fond of it. Does this imply that the Duke is indeed present in the esteemed room? With this thought, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. How long has it been since the Duke of Yenchon County graced the auction hall with his presence? The sole great cultivator of the divine concealment realm in the city has actually descended upon this auction house. What should we do? If the Duke speaks, will we not provoke his displeasure? Even if he were displeased, could we simply withdraw? After all, this is the Shen in spirit water. Whispers of concern filled the air, and faces turned grim. I bid 210,000 lower grade spirit stones. At this moment, a sudden voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes towards the source, revealing that the bidder was none other than a representative from the three great sects. Indeed, at this juncture, only the three great sects could act without trepidation. 211,000 lower grade spirit stones, 212,000, 200, and, as the three great sects disregarded the Duke's standing, the bidding war escalated within the auction hall, and soon the price soared to 3 million. This price already rivaled the Four Directions Ghost Blade, which was purchased by the Song family master the previous night. Nevertheless, the price continued to climb amidst the fervor. 310,000 lower grade spirit stones, 320,000. The Duke's manor bids 350,000. Steward Rong's voice resonated once more, causing the expressions of the five great families to darken. Just moments ago, they had been the most enthusiastic bidders, but now they realized that this proclamation from the Duke's manor served as a warning. In terms of financial capacity, the five great families were evenly matched with the Duke's manor, yet in terms of strength, the Duke of Yenchon County, being a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, easily overshadowed them. Now that the opportunity to enter the divine concealment realm was at hand, possessing such a treasure could potentially allow them to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Duke in the future. But at this pivotal moment, the Duke's manor was issuing warnings. Father, what should we do? Bid. The Song family master gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with determination. 360,000 lower grade spirit stones. Boom! The declaration sent ripples through the auction hall, for it marked a confrontation between the five great families and the Duke of Yenchon County. This situation was nothing short of astonishing. 361,000. 362,000. This was the voice of the Su family master. 363,000. This came from the Feng family master, but where is the Yen family master? Why is he not bidding? Could it be that he is fearful? The Yen family, being the foremost among the five great families, would never cower at such a moment, so why is he silent? Perhaps he is preparing for a final confrontation with the Duke's manor. The discussion surged within the hall, and every face bore a grave countenance. They all understood that the battle unfolding in the Shention auction hall would undoubtedly shape the dynamics of Yenchon County for the next decade. The weight of this critical matter enveloped them, suffocating in its intensity. 400,000. Steward Rong's voice was calm as he made his bid. 410,000, 420,000. 430,000. The major families continued to bid, their foreheads glistening with sweat. 500,000. Gasp! The Duke's manor has bid 500,000. Do they truly possess such wealth? No one knew However, it seemed the five great families were nearing their limits. The Yen family had yet to place a bid. Indeed, a tense atmosphere hung over the hall and the bustling streets outside. No one could have anticipated that merely attending an auction would ignite such fierce rivalry among the top powers of Yenshon County. With tensions mounting to the brink of violence, and just as the major families grappled with the mounting pressure, a voice more startling than any before suddenly erupted within the hall. 1 million. As these words echoed, the entire assembly fell into a state of stunned silence. 1 million, such a staggering sum of spirit stones, even the Duke's manor would hesitate to claim they could muster. Who could be the audacious bidder? All eyes turned to the corner, where a group of imposing figures slowly rose. Among them were several with ghastly scars, their gazes cold and devoid of compassion, exuding an air that suggested they were not there to participate in the bidding. Upon hearing such a price, even the auctioneer, Bui, appeared taken aback. 1 million, such a price I have never encountered nor dared to imagine. In the stillness of the auction hall, Bui stammered, "Is this esteemed guest truly bidding 1 million lower-grade spirit stones?" As her words fell, all eyes turned toward her. The leader of the group merely regarded her with a faint smile, yet offered no reply. This demeanor unmistakably indicated that they were merely toying with the proceedings. After glancing at Bui, the leader shifted his gaze toward the second-floor private room, murmuring, "Were it not for pressing matters, I would truly wish to witness the spectacle in Yenshon County, the clash between the five great families and the Duke, such a rare sight." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the auction hall gasped in shock. Such arrogance, to claim that the conflict between the five great families and the Duke's manor was merely a performance. In an instant, everyone was left speechless by the audacity of the statement. This commotion undoubtedly captured the attention of the various factions gathered in the second-floor rooms. Within room 5, the Song family master fixed his gaze upon the speaker, hesitating momentarily before he finally asked, "May I inquire, who might you be?" As he spoke, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, neither willing to yield an inch. "Who am I? Ha ha ha, I am Shigang of the Poison Serpent Cave." Shigang. As these words fell, the crowd collectively fell into a stupor. Shigang, is he the notorious leader of the Poison Serpent Cave sought after by the royal family? The royal family's pursuit, the Poison Serpent Cave? Gasp, they are indeed notorious outlaws. What manner of individuals are they? The Poison Serpent Cave, an organization formed by powerful cultivators who have offended the royal family, engages in murder and plunder without restraint. At times, they dare to seize royal properties and eliminate all who stand in their way. Such terror, as the details of the Poison Serpent Cave were revealed, the entire auction hall quickly grasped the identity of the individuals before them. Meanwhile, the voice of the Song family master, tinged with apprehension, echoed through the hall. "Shigang, this is Yenshon County, where even the Duke resides. I advise you to tread carefully." He. The Duke? Shigang's tone dripped with mockery as he retorted, "He is hardly in a position to concern himself with my affairs." As these words fell, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The Duke, unable to protect himself, with this thought, Shigang's gaze focused on room 1, where he awakened his own powers, channeling his spirit energy for this confrontation. Should he dare to act recklessly, not only would he fail, but he would also sustain lasting injuries that would be difficult to recover from. In other words, at this moment, I alone stand as the one who is divine concealment. As the words divine concealment left his lips, an immense aura erupted from him, sweeping across the auction hall. Countless individuals turned pale, retreating in panic under the weight of this overwhelming presence. And just then a calm voice cut through the tumult. "Shigang, you have overstepped." Instantaneously, the oppressive force that had engulfed the auction hall began to wane. I in the hall. Shigang turned his gaze toward room 1. A smile gracing his lips, yet a trace of solemnity flickered in his eyes. "Duke, do you intend to impede me?" Silence ensued. After the Duke made his statement, no further words were exchanged. Observing this, Shigang chuckled lightly. Very well, I have no intention of harming anyone present, or however should anyone attempt to obstruct me, do not blame me for disregarding the Duke's standing, although the Duke of Yenshun County was awakening his own powers. However, should one dare to risk everything, it might just render Shigang unable to secure any favorable outcome. Nevertheless, even so, if anyone were to obstruct his quest for treasure, Shigang would not hesitate to annihilate them on the spot. The dozen or so individuals lurking in the corners were indeed members of the poisonous snake cave. In that instant, the entire auction hall fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to utter a word. With the entire crowd subdued, Shigang shifted his gaze towards room number 2 in the VIP section. Master Yen, what are you waiting for? If not now, when, Master Yen? What does this imply? Could it be that Master Yen is also involved? Is the Yen family also conspiring with the poisonous snake cave to seize control of the Shention auction house? Countless individuals were struck with horror upon hearing this proclamation. The Yen family is the foremost clan in Yenshun Prefecture. And yet they resort to such despicable tactics. How audacious of Shigang! Within the VIP room, Yen Nantion was instantly consumed by fury. He had intended to wait for the poisonous snake cave to make the first move before causing chaos in the auction hall with some trivial items. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, little did he expect the opposing party to expose him so soon. What would the people of Yenshun Prefecture think of the Yen family after this? How would the awakened prince of the prefecture deal with him? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and the elder beside him anxiously implored, Master, what shall we do? What shall we do? What shall we do? Damn it, we must seize it. Yen Nantion gritted his teeth. The auction hall held second-tier supreme treasures, not to mention the Shen in spirit water. If he were to obtain them, he would become a formidable figure in the realm of divine concealment. And with a bit of careful maneuvering, all would be well. With his decision made, the window of room number 2 shattered, and the members of the Yen family surged forth in unison. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Master Yen is a man of grand ambitions. Shigang erupted into hearty laughter upon witnessing this. However, when Yen Nantion approached him, his face was a mask of coldness. Indeed, the Yen family had joined the fray. The world is in decline. Even the foremost clan is engaging in such underhanded dealings. It truly shames me. Alas, this auction house is already small in scale. I wonder if these desperate rogues will resort to violence. My lord, what should we do? In one of the VIP rooms, the manager of the Shention auction house spoke with unease to Yang Zong. He was aware that the individuals about to be robbed were from the Gu family. If something were to happen to them in Yenshun Prefecture, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yang Zong's gaze was somber. As the one sent by the elders to monitor Gu Fan, he understood the profound discord between the two parties. The elders of the Gu family undoubtedly wished for Gu Fan's demise. So, at this juncture, what course of action should be taken? Offending anyone, but especially the elders of each lineage? In the VIP room, Yang Zong sighed deeply. Chapter 52, The Star-Shattering Gate. Master Yen, please proceed. Shigang wore a smile. Undeterred by Yen Nantion's frosty demeanor. In his mind, the Yen family was merely a pawn to be utilized as a shield, still hoping to profit. What a dream! Yen Nantion shot a cold glance at Shigang. The forces sent by the poisonous snake cave included a first-level divine concealment practitioner, 9 ninth-level spirit sea practitioners, along with several others from the spirit sea realm. Such strength could easily sweep through Yenshun Prefecture. While contemplating, Yen Nantion's gaze shifted to the stage, more specifically, to the Shen in spirit water held by Bu Yi. Gradually, his eyes gleamed with greed. With a light leap, he dashed towards the stage with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was about to leap onto the high platform. However, just then a shadow flickered and suddenly appeared before him. At the same time, Yen Nantion felt a powerful force strike his abdomen. sending him hurtling backward until Shigang caught him, barely stabilizing him. Yet, upon landing, Yan Nanshan's expression darkened. He was a perfected practitioner of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea, who could possibly send him flying with a mere palm strike. Realizing this, he looked up, and upon seeing the figure standing on the stage, the countenance of the Yan family master changed dramatically. "Master Yan, what is it that you wish to discuss? Is there truly a need to resort to violence?" Gu Fan, with one hand behind his back and a smile on his face, addressed Yan Nantion. The previous strike had indeed been delivered by him. Yan Nanshan's expression shifted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the one who had sent him flying was so young. He was on the verge of entering the 8th level of the Spirit Sea, and yet Gu Fan had dispatched him so easily. Was he not even stronger? But how could that be? Even the most talented of his clan would only barely enter the Spirit Sea by the age of 20. It was indeed Master Gu. It was he who had just struck Yan Nantion. The Yan family master was a formidable figure of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea, and this young Master Gu appeared to be at least at the 8th level, no, perhaps even at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Such a terrifying individual, it was hard to believe, considering he appeared no older than 18. How could one possess such profound mastery? They had underestimated him. The surrounding onlookers were filled with astonishment. It should be noted that from the moment they first encountered Gu Fan, he had maintained an innocuous smile, leading them to believe he posed no threat, merely fortunate enough to auction off a second-tier supreme treasure. Yet now, the power he displayed was utterly inscrutable. Even the prefectural prince appeared slightly astonished, for he too could not discern Gu Fan's realm. This was due to the peculiarities of Gu Fan's cultivation method. How could it be? How could it be? Was he not a useless person within the VIP room? Yang Zong's expression shifted constantly. Countless individuals within the auction hall were left in utter shock, murmuring amongst themselves. However, as a cold snort echoed through the hall, silence quickly ensued. Humph! Shigang's eyes had transformed into vertical slits. Surveying the crowd, anyone who met his gaze was compelled to lower their heads in trepidation. The leader of the poisonous snake cave was incensed. How dare anyone in the small Yanshan prefecture defy the poisonous snake cave? Shigang's hair stood on end, morphing into a multitude of snarling serpents, each flicking its tongue menacingly. He turned to Gu Fan on the stage, his tone grave. "Master Yan, go up and sever the hand that struck you. Should you dare resist, I shall have you tortured to death. Your head shall adorn the city gates." As his words fell, the entire hall's expression shifted. Nevertheless, while Yan Nanshan's heart burned with rage, he retained his composure. How could an obscure individual possess such power? His mind raced, and he then turned to Shigang with a somewhat altered expression. "Brother Shi, that individual, his surname is Gu, and this auction house is also called Xiantian, and what of it?" The Gu family from the royal city. Yan Nanshan's pupils quivered with a hint of fear. He had pieced it together. A young man from the Gu family had established the Xiantian auction house. The most troubling aspect was that the owner of the establishment on Juke Street had not even uttered a word of protest. This was highly unusual. The most unusual of all was Gu Fan's strength. At the very least, he was at the 8th level of the Spirit Sea. Who else in the chain, aside from those from the royal city, could achieve such a feat? So many coincidences converging upon one point were almost glaringly indicative that Gu Fan was indeed a member of the royal city's Gu family. "I command you to sever his hand." Shigang paid no heed to Yan Nanshan's words, his cold vertical pupils fixated upon Gu Fan's gaze. Yan Nantion was suddenly gripped by a chill sense of discomfort enveloping him. He understood that if he did not act, Shigang would turn on him. With this thought, Yan Nanshan's expression hardened, and he turned to Gu Fan with icy resolve. A gleaming long knife appeared in his hand, shimmering with a cold light. Second-tier upper-grade, cold moon blade. Yan Nantion had wielded this blade to behead countless foes. Gripping the cold moon blade, Yan Nanshan's eyes turned bloodthirsty. A descendant of the royal city's Gu family. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. with that thought he prepared to launch himself at Gufan with ferocity. However, just then a commotion erupted from outside the auction hall. Following that, a voice rang out from beyond. Yen Nantian, do you dare provoke someone from the royal city's Gu family? Do you truly believe that Shigang can withstand the Gu family's might? The words were laden with reproach akin to a longtime friend offering counsel. Yen Nantian turned to see Elder Seven from the star-shattering gate, accompanied by over 100 young disciples marching in with great momentum. Brother Yi, what did you just say? Yen Nanshan's expression shifted slightly. I said, Elder Seven gestured towards Gufan on the stage, reiterating, the person you wish to harm is a direct descendant of the royal city's Gu family, his. Upon hearing this, Yen Nantian gasped in shock. Realizing the implications, his complexion paled, and he staggered backward a few steps. Clang, the cold moon blade clattered to the ground. Yen Nantian stared in disbelief at the figure standing tall on the stage. It truly was a descendant of the Gu family. What had Elder Seven just stated? The owner of this auction house is from the royal city's Gu family, one of the 7 great clans. Indeed, moreover, he is a direct descendant, destined to become a core figure within the Gu family, such a significant presence. One must not judge by appearances. I have underestimated him. I wondered why a Shention auction house had emerged without incident. It turns out this was the true master. The poisonous snake cave has indeed encountered a formidable adversary. This is the royal city's Gu family. The affairs of the royal family are numerous, leaving little time to attend to them. However, the Gu family is different, with influence spread throughout the chain. Should they truly seek to provoke the serpents, then it would take but a few days to eradicate them. Behold, even Shigang's countenance has turned ashen. Chapter 53. Uncle Fu takes action. Master Yen, go forth and sever one of his hands. Shigang, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light, directed the visibly anxious Yen Nantian. Sever, sever. Yen Nanshan's eyes glazed over, his lips quivering. Just moments ago, he was contemplating the act of severing the hand of a scion of the royal Gu family. Such a thought was utterly reckless. Even the Prince of Yenshan dared not provoke the Gu family without cause, yet here he was not only provoking them but announcing his intent to take a life within the very city of Yenshan. Such audacity would surely invite the Gu family's wrath. This thought coursed through Yen Nanshan's mind, his expression shifting from sheer panic to one of determination. At this moment he was deeply conflicted, weighing the decision to eliminate Gu Fan and then flee into obscurity. Meanwhile, the formidable cultivator Shigang urged him on, further tormenting his already frayed nerves. I and the auction house, as all eyes were fixed upon this unfolding drama, Yen Nantian suddenly found himself staring blankly at the cold moon blade at his feet. With a sudden motion he reached down, grasping the hilt of the long knife. What folly! The head of the Yen family was courting his own demise. After all, this was the Gu family of the royal city. Even if he were to escape into the Black Forest, the Gu family would surely hunt him down. All of this was Shigang's fault. He was forcing the patriarch's hand. Shigang, he too would not escape. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, yet Yen Nantian suddenly gritted his teeth, turning the blade inward, and struck at his own right arm. Swish, the blade flashed, a bloodied arm soared into the air. Yen Nantian did not merely sever a hand. He had taken off his entire arm. His face turned pale as he leaped lightly to the ground below the platform. In front of the multitude he bent his knee and knelt. Master Gu, it is my folly to have provoked you, and I stand ready to face your judgment. I implore you, spare the fruits of my family's centuries of toil. With those words he presented the hilt of the blade before Gu Fan. The head of the Yen family has begged for mercy. This was the proper course of action. Had he followed Shigang down this dark path, the Yen family would have faced utter ruin. Indeed, the Yen family's legacy, built over centuries, would not forgive him. Yet alas, Yen Nantian was most skilled with his right hand, and now that arm was severed at the root, what future lay ahead? Thinking of the future was futile. He must first navigate this immediate crisis. The heirs of the great families were all arrogant and domineering, and one strike from them could easily claim his life, countless spectators whispered in hushed tones. However, in a corner, Shigang clapped his hands repeatedly, his expression cold as he gazed at the kneeling Yen Nantion. Well, what a splendid head of the Yen family, what a magnificent Shention auction house. Master Yen, have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? I commanded you to sever a hand, yet here you are, groveling before them. If you are so utterly useless, then there is no need for you to continue living. As he spoke with chilling indifference, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his vertical pupil, shattering the severed arm into dust. A cultivator, even with an arm severed at the root, could recover it within a day with the aid of medicine. However, should the arm be pulverized, he would truly become a one-armed man. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, the Yen family members' eyes turned red with grief. Shigang glanced at them with indifference before directing his gaze toward the figure on the platform. What of the Gu family? My serpent's den dares to slay even royalty, let alone you, the Gu family. Oh, you hold my Gu family in such contempt? A voice tinged with arrogance rang out. The onlookers beheld as Yongzong, accompanied by his underlings, descended gracefully from the second-floor private room. His proud eyes looked down upon the grim-faced Shigang, the master of the Shention auction house. Yongzong, he had no choice but to make an appearance. The seventh elder of the Broken Star sect had exposed Gu Fan's identity. If this servant of the Gu family failed to support Gu Fan, it would be tantamount to confessing to all that the Gu family was in trouble. Thus, Yongzong could no longer remain a passive observer. With Yongzong's presence, it seemed that Shigang would be compelled to retreat. Indeed, just as the crowd's expressions brightened. A loud slap echoed as Shigang struck Yongzong down to the ground, then proceeded to stomp his head into the earth. A mere servant dares to speak to me in such a manner. Humph, gasp. As they witnessed the master of one of the three major auction houses being so easily subdued, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Shigang's demeanor was clearly one of murderous intent. Would the people in the auction house be slaughtered by these ruthless outlaws? Just as panic spread among the throng, Gu Fan grew weary of the cacophony within the auction house. He cast a casual glance at Shigang, who was preparing to take action, and commanded, Uncle Fu, eliminate these flies that disrupt the auction house's order. I shall retire to my cultivation. Do not disturb me unless necessary. With that, he strode toward the cultivation chamber behind the auction hall. Now that the rewards from the system had been received, Gu Fan had no inclination to linger any longer. However, as Gu Fan unexpectedly departed, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Pray tell, a band of outlaws was present, and he still had the composure to cultivate. Meanwhile, even the onlookers were in a state of panic, yet the very person who had been robbed remained unfazed. Absurd, utterly absurd. Was he planning to flee? Flee? This was a scion of the royal Gu family. Even if Shigang had the audacity, he would not dare strike. Did you all catch what he just said? It sounded like he called for someone named Uncle Fu. Indeed, I heard it clearly. The master called for Uncle Fu to deal with some flies. Who is Uncle Fu? Who are the flies? The auction house buzzed with speculation, each mind racing with questions. Who was Uncle Fu? Who then were the flies? At that moment, a calm voice resonated throughout the hall. Yes, young Master Gu.as. The voice rang out. A portion of the guests in the hall were horrified to see an elderly man in plain clothing, his back slightly hunched, whose expression instantly turned grave. Even his previously stooped posture straightened like a spear. His cold gaze swept over the members of the serpent's den, and then a torrent of imposing aura suddenly radiated from his being. This is the third layer of divine concealment, Shigang cried out in terror. The third layer of divine concealment. Shigang was utterly aghast and filled with dread. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each minor level. It is not an exaggeration to say that a cultivator at the third layer of divine concealment could crush him as easily as one would a chick. But why would such a formidable cultivator appear in Yenshon County? What an overwhelming presence. Who is this person? He appears to be even stronger than Shigang. Could he be the Uncle Fu mentioned by the master of the Gu family, if memory serves? He seems to be the master's driver, right? It cannot be wrong, gasp. The crowd in the auction house was equally horrified. The aura emanating from the newcomer was utterly terrifying. Merely sensing a fraction of it made them feel the chill of impending death. And this powerful cultivator was merely the driver of the master of the Gu family. Before they could contemplate further, they were left in shock as the previously arrogant Shigang suddenly thudded to his knees before Uncle Fu. Exclaiming in panic, "Senior, I beg you, spare my life." As a wanted man of royal descent, Shigang had survived countless times through his ability to bend and yield. Thus, despite his intense hatred for Uncle Fu, who obstructed his quest for treasure, he instantly knelt in a show of submission for the sake of survival. However, Uncle Fu paid no heed to Shigang's plea. Instead, he addressed the assembled crowd with a chilling voice. "Young Master Gu commands, all who disturb the order of the auction house must die." Within the Shention auction house, the deep imprint left in the ground still radiated residual power. The entire hall, as well as Linan Street, fell into silence, all stunned by Uncle Fu's decisive action. With but a single imprint of spiritual energy, the members of the Serpent's Den, no matter how desperately they resisted, could not withstand the descending force. Being crushed into mere ash, this scene was enough to instill terror in the hearts of all present, and this formidable individual was merely the driver of the master of the Gu family. After unleashing his power, Uncle Fu then attempted to mimic Gu Fan's smile, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, just a few insignificant flies. Young Master Gu has ordered me to handle them. Now that the matter is resolved, please continue the auction, and do not be overly concerned." As he spoke, Uncle Fu's gaze shifted toward the now pale-faced Feng Su. The latter was inexplicably jolted, and upon noticing Uncle Fu's gaze, he instantly comprehended the situation. He wiped his stiff face and forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears, hastening forward to exclaim, "Ha ha ha, esteemed guests, please take your seats. It is merely a couple of flies. Now, what shall we auction next?" "Master Feng, it is the Shen in spiritual water." "Indeed, the Shen in spiritual water. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now auction the Shen in spiritual water. The 5 great families are still a step behind." Who would have thought it would ultimately be auctioned off by the Duke's mansion had the Yen family not involved themselves in the matter of the venomous snake cavern? Perhaps this time the Shen in spiritual water would have truly been won by the 5 great families. Speaking of the venomous snake cavern, such a terrifying bandit force has been roaming for over a decade, yet they unexpectedly fell in our Yen Mountain County. Who made the mistake of provoking those they should not have? Indeed, the Gu family of the royal city is not to be trifled with. Just look, a single coachman from Gu managed to annihilate all the members of the venomous snake cavern. Alas, it is a pity for the head of the Yen family, who has exerted pressure in Yen Mountain County for so many years, only to end up provoking Master Gu and dragging the entire Yen family down with him. It is also his excessive greed. The current Yen family is likely to plummet to the bottom of the 5 great families, never to regain its former glory. Outside the auction house, the diverse crowd was engaged in discussions regarding the events that had transpired. It can be said that today's occurrences were fraught with twists and turns, the most shocking being the identity of the auction house owner, Gu Fan. Who could have imagined that this Master Gu was a member of the royal city's Gu family? Had it not been for the hurried arrival of the 7th elder from the Shattered Star sect to inform everyone, the bloody events in Yen Mountain County might have escalated further. Meanwhile, within the side hall, Gu Fan slightly closed his eyes. Before him sat the 7th elder of the Shattered Star sect. Gu Fan, do you truly not intend to reveal the whereabouts of the Mad Wolf Captain? The 7th elder inquired. How am I to inform you, esteemed elder? Gu Fan replied coldly. The Mad Wolf Captain met with you before his disappearance, and the Spirit Heart Lotus was also auctioned by you. How could you possibly be unaware? Gu Fan stated flatly. The Shention auction house only engages in transactions all else is beyond our purview. The seventh elder glared icily at Gufan. His purpose in seeking out Gufan was to ascertain the whereabouts of the Mad Wolf captain. If you kill my disciple, I will ensure you pay for it in blood. Gufan, do not think that just because you are a member of the Gu family you can brazenly shield the enemies of the Shattered Star sect. Moreover, you are merely a wretched creature expelled from the Gu family. Without the support of the Gu family, I could easily have you captured and delivered to the law enforcement hall, with a swift motion. Gufan finally opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unwavering as it fell upon the seventh elder. Throw him out, he commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the seventh elder's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could retort, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him immobile. The powerful force then surged towards him, uncontrollably propelling him towards the exit of the auction house. Third, the seventh elder crashed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, realizing with horror that his internal organs were damaged. Seventh elder, the seventh elder has been injured. His lung injuries. Medicine, quickly, medicine. Outside the auction house, chaos ensued. Inside, Gufan wore a cold expression. His displeasure was not due to the seventh elder's humiliation of him, but rather the exposure of his identity. Now virtually everyone of note in Yen Mountain County knew he belonged to the royal city's Gu family. Such news would surely reach the royal city before long. His cultivation and profound realm would undoubtedly pique the interest of the various elders within the Gu family, inciting jealousy, perhaps even a desire to eliminate him. Gufan surmised that if the elders of the Gu family were confident in their own junior being the future clan leader, their murderous intent towards him would be exceedingly fierce. For instance, the great elder whose lineage was Gu Tianga was rumored to possess exceptional talent. Such a prospect for the future clan leader would surely ignite the great elder's desire to kill. Before long, assassins would likely be dispatched to Yen Mountain County. The only solution, within the side hall. Gufan's eyes darkened. Chapter 55, Departing for the Royal City. The shock of the Gu family elders. The only solution is to enter the tiger's den alone. Outside the royal city, the Gu family elders can act without caution, at most being a bit more discreet. However, within the royal city, not only are the Gu family's adversaries watching them, but the aging clan leader currently holds sway over the entire family. Even if the various elders are fervently intent on killing him, while he remains within the clan, these individuals will be constrained, unable to act. Furthermore, Gufan is no longer a helpless pawn, observing the rewards returned from the system space. Gufan felt a sense of tension ease within him. In this auction, aside from the Xian in spiritual water that had been auctioned off, there remained 9 rewards in the space. A top-tier item of the 3rd rank, sun-chasing dark bow and sun-chasing archery. A low-tier item of the 3rd rank, golden feather sculpture. A top-tier item of the 2nd rank, blue-field jade alchemy. A top-tier item of the 2nd rank. Apart from the 2 third-tier items, the other 7 were all 2nd-tier top treasures. Moreover, due to Gufan's prior experience, he had chosen auction items that could be devoured upon return. Thus, he was able to consume 7 2nd-tier top treasures this time. However, now was not the time for consumption. With this thought, Gufan promptly exited the side hall. In the main hall, Feng Su was currently attending to the concluding matters of the auction. Gufan called him over to a corner and, amidst Feng Su's astonishment, calmly stated, "I shall be leaving Yen Mountain County tonight. From now on, the affairs of this auction house will be entirely entrusted to you." Leaving Yen Mountain County, Feng Su's face was filled with disbelief. Indeed, Gufan produced a wooden box from the system space. "Time is of the essence. Listen carefully. At tomorrow's auction, you will revert the rules of this auction house, whether it is bi-monthly or monthly. That shall be your decision." This wooden box contains a 2nd-tier top treasure to be used as the finale for tomorrow's auction. Handing the wooden box to Feng Su, Gufan couldn't help but sigh. He had established this auction house from scratch, and in a mere few days it had become the foremost auction house in Yen Mountain County. Ultimately, he held a deep affection for it and hoped it would continue to thrive. However, all he could do now was this. Additionally, Gu Fan's actions were also aimed at creating a contingency should he ever find himself in a dire situation. This auction house could provide him with a glimmer of opportunity for resurgence. In any case, Gu Fan had to leave for a broader, more splendid stage, outside Yen Mountain County, at the city gates. In midair, the gigantic golden feather sculpture concealed within the ominous clouds let out a cry. And with a powerful flap of its massive wings it soared towards the Black Forest. This time, Gu Fan did not intend to head directly east into the royal city but rather to enter the Black Forest. Taking a wide detour, battling his way through the beast-infested terrain, having cultivated up to this point, Gu Fan had never engaged in combat nor truly fought, though he had reached the Spirit Sea realm and wielded third-tier top martial skills. His true combat prowess remained an unknown. Moreover, with 10 days remaining until the family competition, this ample time was perfect for him to experience bloodshed and accumulate battle experience. With this in mind, Gu Fan's eyes sharpened as he sat atop the colossal beast. As Gu Fan anticipated the news of the auction house owner in Linan Street being a member of the royal city's Gu family rapidly spread throughout Yen Mountain County after the auction concluded. The various factions' informants in the county were taken aback and hastily relayed the information back to the royal city, naturally causing a stir that resonated with countless individuals that night. At the Gu family estate. Within the side hall, all 18 great elders gathered, each displaying a grave expression. Some exuded an overwhelming aura, their presence formidable. You must all know by now that Gu Fan has not only established a foothold in Yen Mountain County, but he has also begun to cultivate, and his realm is profound. The great elder spoke with a chilling tone, his eyes icy wide. As these words fell, the expressions of the elders grew increasingly solemn. Great elder, how can this be? Is he not the devouring god body that could not cultivate? I wish to know as well, the great elder snorted coldly. When he left the royal city, I had already assessed his condition. He was clearly on the brink of death, yet now 20 days have passed, and not only is he alive and well, but his realm has also reached at least the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. 20 days, how is that possible? Hiss. As the great elder's cold words echoed, a wave of astonished gasps filled the side hall. Even the most experienced elders had never heard of anyone advancing from an ordinary person to the 7th level of the Spirit Sea in just 20 days. This was no longer shocking, it was revolutionary, impossible. He must have been possessed by a terrifying power. Indeed, he is no longer a member of the Gu family. The former main lineage Gu Fan is dead. Kill him. Anyone daring to possess a descendant of the Gu family, no matter the distance, must be dealt with. One by one, the elders were filled with righteous indignation. However, at that moment, even if one were to be possessed, have you ever heard of such terrifying cultivation speed in this world? An elder spoke indifferently. This must be the devouring god body. Moreover, he is already capable of cultivation, with astonishing talent. Why not allow him to return to the Gu family and take over this family business? Indeed, such talent has undoubtedly surpassed Gu Tianga by several folds. It is only fitting. Fragmented voices began to arise. However, this distinctly different proposal caused a division among the elders present. Among the 18 elders, the majority clamored for the removal of the possessed Gu Fan, while a minority believed that the extraordinarily gifted Gu Fan should take over the Gu family. This was because, within their lineage, there seemed to be no young successors with the potential to become the Gu family's junior patriarch. Since there was no such aspiration, they naturally positioned themselves from the perspective of the entire Gu family. Ridiculous, the second elder scoffed, deciding to ignore these individuals. He turned to the elder in charge, stating, in my opinion, we should eliminate Gu Fan. As these words fell, all the elders turned their gaze towards the elder in charge. The latter's murky eyes obscured his intentions. However, soon a voice emerged from his lips. Since he has been possessed, we should send someone to eliminate this fiend. In the Patriarch's Hall, has the elder truly sent someone to kill a member of our main lineage? Yes, Patriarch. Alas, send the clan guards. We must ensure the survival of our main lineage's sole heir. Chapter 56. No one trials the following day in Yenshon County City, at the Shention Auction House. As on previous occasions, tonight's fourth auction gathered all prominent forces from Yenshon County City. Individuals from other counties had also rushed over upon hearing the news. Linnan Street was once again packed to the brim. Gu Fan had fulfilled his initial promise, yet the current popularity of Juke Street paled in comparison to Linnan Street. However, there was a slight regret. Within the hall, the various forces were unable to spot the familiar figure in the forefront. The first position stood empty. After inquiring with Manager Fong, the factions learned that the host Gu Fan had already departed for the royal city. This left everyone feeling regretful. With such sentiments, the auction quickly reached its climax. Esteemed guests, the 11th item for auction in this event is a second-tier supreme treasure, Purple Light Sand. Purple Light Sand, a second-tier supreme material for forging treasures. Without a doubt, the atmosphere in the hall quickly became fervent once more with the auctioning of a second-tier supreme treasure, initially thinking that with Gu Fan's departure the auction house would no longer feature such treasures. They were surprised to find otherwise. However, just as the atmosphere in the auction house reached an exhilarating peak, the group of uninvited guests abruptly descended upon the venue. Buzz. A massive and overwhelming aura swept across the entire auction house, causing the faces of all present to change drastically. Divine Concealment Masters, not just one but 7, hiss. What on earth is happening? Is the venomous snake cave here to cause trouble? Fool, does the venomous snake cave possess such strength? The hall erupted in alarmed discussions. Even the Prince of Yenshon County appeared pale and heavily burdened. 7 Divine Concealment Masters, such strength could easily crush him here. At that moment, from the air a hoarse voice inquired. Gu Fan, where is he? Gu Fan? Upon hearing this name, all present fell into a momentary stupor before whispering among themselves, this name seems to belong to the host of this auction house. Indeed, it is he. These individuals come with ill intentions. They must be here to trouble the auction host. Yet, did not Manager Fong say that the host had already left for the royal city? Suddenly, the 7 Divine Concealment Masters focused their gaze on the individual who had just spoken. Simultaneously, their fearsome aura locked onto him. The person's expression changed drastically, cold sweat breaking out, and he dared not move. Did you just say he went to the royal city? And no, indeed, my lord. Manager Fong said the auction host left for the royal city. As the precise words were uttered, before the individual could breathe a sigh of relief, the aura of the Divine Concealment Masters pressed him down to his knees, causing his entire body to tremble. That was not all. The 7 Divine Concealment Masters seemed to be exceedingly furious, their aura sweeping through the entire auction house, causing weaker individuals to vomit blood and turn pale. Fortunately, one among them opened his eyes and nodded toward the man in the center. There is indeed no one in the auction house. He must have left. A chilling snort reverberated. Before long, these uninvited guests trembled and vanished from the air. Accompanying their departure was a terrifying aura that many had never encountered in their lives. This is the Divine Concealment Master. What kind of individuals has the auction host provoked to elicit such terror? Even the county prince wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured. After leaving the Shention auction house, the 7 Divine Concealment Masters did not exit Yenshon County City. They recklessly swept their divine senses across the entire city, suspecting that Gu Fan was hiding within. Meanwhile, deep within the black forest, a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air erupted beneath an ancient tree. The resting beast suddenly trembled violently, then stiffened, completely devoid of breath. This was a ground-splitting lizard at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, a forest demon deeply feared by cultivators. This type of beast could conceal itself in various environments, and its innate talent allowed it to restrain its aura, making it nearly undetectable. Yet now, such an exceptionally skilled beast had not only been discovered but had also been killed on the spot without the slightest awareness. The one who struck it down was a sharp weapon that pierced through the ground-splitting lizard's head. At this moment, 10 miles away, young Master Gu truly possesses astonishing talent. Within a single day, he has already mastered archery. Uncle Fu gazed at Gu Fan, who stood on a tree branch. The arrow that had just slain the ground-splitting lizard had indeed been shot by him. Perched on the branch, Gu Fan slightly grinned. At this moment, he held the sun-chasing bow with a quiver slung over his back. This appearance undoubtedly indicated that he was practicing the sun-chasing archery. This archery style is quite intricate. Had it not been for his remarkable comprehension, he could not have grasped the techniques so swiftly. Stepping into a realm coveted by countless individuals, when the heart is in tune, the arrow follows. Indeed, it is said, killing without form. However, he was still merely a novice, barely able to slay beasts at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. If it were against a divine concealment master, Gu Fan felt uncertain. Currently, his realm still lingered at the initial stage of the 8th layer of the spiritual sea. The treasures within the system space remained. Yet Gu Fan had not immediately devoured them. There was no rush. There were still 10 days until the family competition. With this in mind, Gu Fan lightly leaped down from the giant tree branch, landing beside Uncle Fu. Young master, are you truly going back to the royal city? Indeed. Gu Fan glanced at Uncle Fu, who seemed hesitant to speak, then said, there must be an explanation. If the family competition designates a junior patriarch, my identity will undoubtedly become a source of concern in their eyes, and they would wish to eliminate me without hesitation. Ultimately, it is the elders of the various lineages harboring ill intentions. It is just right. I shall go this time to extinguish these thoughts one by one, ensuring peace throughout the world. The matter is as simple as that. I end the family competition if he can suppress all the younger generations favored by the various lineage elders on the spot. Even if these elders harbor ulterior motives, they will have to bow their heads before the facts. In this way, Gu Fan will no longer have to hide and can instead utilize the Gu family's power to swiftly enhance his strength. Otherwise, in the future, it would be the Gu family and Gu Fan at odds. Young master, if the elders of the various lineages go too far this time, I, Gu Fu, shall be the first to fall before you. Haha. Upon hearing this, Gu Fan laughed heartily. How could it be so ruthless? Not all the elders are fools. After conversing for a while, Gu Fan and Uncle Fu continued deeper into the Black Forest. This time he aimed not only to engage in more combat but also to test the strength of third-tier beasts. Chapter 57, Half-Step Divine Concealment in the Royal City, within the Gu family. In the side hall, what to do? How should we proceed? In my opinion, is he not coming to the royal city? Then let us ambush him outside the city gates. Foolish, do you truly believe the patriarch is unaware of our intentions? What if the patriarch knows? Currently, among the Gu family, my influence as the 18 elders is far more substantial. Fool. The second elder's finger trembled in anger. Do you think that is why he became the patriarch? He fought his way through. Even if he has not acted for many years, he is not someone we can casually provoke. The numerous elders erupted into a cacophony of arguments. This was due to the report from the individuals dispatched, stating that Gu Fan was already on his way back to the royal city. A person expelled from the royal city was now returning. Why? The answer was already evident at the forefront, although the elder in charge kept his eyes closed. His aura was chillingly cold. After a long while he finally opened his eyes and surveyed the entire side hall. Instantly, the clamor subsided. If he wishes to return, let him return, the elder in charge slowly spoke, a shadow flickering within his murky eyes. Return. On this long journey, let us see if he can survive the hands of the 7 divine concealment masters, under the elder's command. After confirming that there was no Gu Fan in Yenshon County City, the 7 divine concealment masters began their search around the vicinity. One individual, convinced that Gu Fan would act contrary to his nature and cowardly retreat to Guanyang City, set off in pursuit. The seven pursued him from various directions, yet none ventured towards the Black Forest. This was due to the fact that traveling from the Black Forest to the royal city not only required a detour but also necessitated a deeper journey into the forest's depths, a place even they dared not explore too deeply. Moreover, with only 10 days to reach the royal city, it seemed far too hasty, rendering it entirely implausible. Ironically, this self-assured decision allowed Gu Fan to calm his mind and focus intently on honing his combat prowess amidst his battles. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 10 days had elapsed. In a certain secluded area of the Black Forest, shrouded in a green miasma, a deafening wolf howl erupted within the eerie, shadowy haze. Pairs of terrifying eyes emerged from all directions, encircling a young man exuding a palpable aura of menace. The young man stood bare-chested, his pale skin marred by gruesome wounds that bore witness to the brutal fights he had endured over the days. Clutching a 3-foot-long sword that gleamed ominously, he held the hilt lightly against his back, his cold gaze fixated not on the surrounding wolf pack but on the formidable Wolf King ahead. The third-tier beast, the Tsongwe Wolf King, in terms of cultivation it equated to the second layer of the divine concealment realm. At this level one could awaken their innate powers, making them incredibly formidable, like the Prince of Yenshan, who could suppress over 100 cultivators at the perfect spirit sea stage even before awakening his abilities. After such an awakening, one could only imagine the extent of his power. As far as Gu Fan was aware, throughout the entire Dacian dynasty, no cultivator had ever triumphed over a major divine concealment practitioner while at the spirit sea stage, let alone escape from one. However, Gu Fan scoffed at this notion. For the past 10 days, he had engaged in combat with numerous third-tier beasts. In the early stages of the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea, Gu Fan had already been able to match third-tier beasts using the Haoyue Sword Manual and the King Kong subduing demon Pom. As his battle instincts sharpened, he soon began to strike with lethal precision. Now, he could navigate such encounters with ease. He had even managed to seize the initiative using his sun-chasing arrow technique, ultimately exhausting and decisively slaying a beast of the first layer of divine concealment. Yet he could only contend with first-layer beasts. Encountering those of the second layer or above would necessitate fleeing with the assistance of Fubo. Now, having just received rewards from the devouring system and acquired various precious resources within the Black Forest, his cultivation had progressed from the early 8th layer of the Spirit Sea to the brink of the divine concealment realm. He was merely a step away from entering this esteemed realm. Alas, this final step proved to be exceedingly difficult, as Gu Fan felt tremendous resistance during his breakthrough. Thus, he set aside his ambition to reach divine concealment, choosing instead to test his combat strength in this location. The Tsongwe Wolf King, with a brilliant glimmer in his eyes, Gu Fan prompted the Tsongwe Wolf King to emit a sharp howl. In an instant, the densely packed wolf pack seemed to respond, howling in unison before baring their teeth and charging furiously towards Gu Fan, a mere swarm of ants. Gu Fan snorted disdainfully. The wolves encircling him were nothing more than insignificant creatures of the spirit sea and body refinement realm. To him, dispatching them was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. At most, it would be a minor inconvenience. With this thought, he flicked his wrist and unleashed the first sword technique from the Haoyue Sword Manual, the Sword of the New Moon. Before the eyes of onlookers, the radiant moon began to rise amidst the green miasma, while a fierce sword aura emanated from it, instilling terror among the approaching wolves, who instinctively tucked their tails in fright. Howls of despair erupted as the moon rapidly expanded under the sword's tip, quickly enveloping the surrounding wolves. The devastating sword energy surged forth, mercilessly claiming the lives of countless Tsongwe wolves within moments. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 Tsongwe wolves were left as mangled corpses, their blood painting a gruesome tableau. Gu Fan's expression remained unchanged. Slaying such a horde was far preferable to allowing them to attack the city. With determination he pointed the tip of his sword at the heavily burdened Wolf King, the blade humming softly. The Tsangwe Wolf King, now imbued with intelligence, witnessed the demise of its pack and its eyes blazed crimson with fury. In the next instant it transformed into a blur leaping towards Gufan. A crescent moon gleamed upon its forehead, unleashing a brilliant beam aimed at Gufan's neck. Innate powers. Gufan's expression turned grave. According to the Beast Codex, the Tsangwe Wolf King's innate ability was known as the Crescent Blade. Its razor-sharp edge could effortlessly pierce the formidable defenses of creatures of the same realm. Given its potency, Gufan dared not underestimate it. With unwavering resolve, he invoked the second sword technique from the Haoyue sword manual, the Sword of the Waning Moon, a crescent moon, resembling an arched brow, ascended from the Chen Kuan sword, while a terrifyingly sharp sword aura locked onto the Tsangwe Wolf King before him. Clash, crescent met crescent, swordsmanship collided with innate powers. The cataclysmic shockwave erupted between them. Gufan's expression shifted as he braced himself, but even so, he was pushed back several steps, carving a shallow trench into the ground beneath him, wiping the blood that trickled from his mouth. Gufan looked ahead. The Tsangwe Wolf King bore numerous gruesome wounds inflicted by the sword energy, yet it struggled to remain standing, revealing a hint of weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Gufan reacted with remarkable swiftness. Stepping forward to deliver a palm strike, the King Kong subduing demon palm, a torrent of oppressive energy surged forth as a massive golden palm imprint coalesced in midair, descending upon the Tsangwe Wolf King. The Tsangwe Wolf King emitted a low whimper, its eyes flashing with a fierce resolve as it lunged for Gufan's neck, attempting to take him down with it. Gufan chuckled coldly. Leaping into the air to land atop the massive palm imprint, the charging Tsangwe Wolf King, taken by surprise, collided headlong with the overwhelming palm. Boom! The Tsangwe Wolf King's defenses, already feeble, were utterly crushed by the King Kong subduing demon palm. Even upon hitting the ground, the palm imprint relentlessly ground it into the earth. Chapter 58, The Royal City within the Green Miasma. The dark, ominous energy had now replaced the verdant haze. A terrifying force of devouring energy erupted, consuming the corpses of the Tsangwe wolves and their king alike. Devouring god body, nothing escapes its grasp. Even living beasts could be devoured, provided they weren't slain by a single strike before the act. After a brief interval, an avalanche of darkness was absorbed into Gufan's body. He opened his eyes, glancing down at his chest. A concealed black portal at his heart quietly closed once the devouring concluded. Retreating into his being, still insufficient, Gufan murmured. The portal at his chest was his first personal secret realm. When fully opened, it would allow him to ascend to the divine concealment realm and awaken his innate powers. Yet, even after devouring the slain beasts, the portal had only slightly opened, not fully. At this point, Gufan felt the arduousness of cultivation weighing heavily upon him. He wondered if reaching the royal city would accelerate his training pace. Suddenly, Gufan's expression shifted. Sheathing his sword, he turned and hastened towards the edge of the green miasma. There were still 100 miles to the royal city, and he was uncertain whether the family competition had already commenced. Above the black forest, a colossal golden beast soared through the skies, darting away with lightning speed. As a third-tier flying beast, its velocity was astonishing. Each beat of its wings sent a stream of air slicing through the atmosphere, grazing Gufan and Fubo like a blade. Fortunately, at the spirit's stage, one could project their spiritual energy outward, forming a protective barrier around themselves. While the two were en route, a fleet of flying ships ahead sensed the approaching golden feathered eagle, hurtling towards them at an alarming pace. Leader, trouble is brewing. What is it? A terrifying beast is coming from behind. Its aura indicates it is a third-tier beast. A third-tier beast? A middle-aged man in luxurious robes furrowed his brow. Stepping out of the cabin to survey the situation, upon scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he indeed spotted a fearsome beast approaching. However, atop the beast, two human cultivators stood resolutely. As this leader's spiritual sense brushed over Gufan and Fubo, The latter's expression turned icy, his presence surging. When traveling outside, it is most unwise to probe others with one's spiritual sense, as it reveals the target's true nature and is exceedingly disrespectful. The owner of the spiritual sense quickly realized that Gu Fan and his companion bore no ill intentions. Upon seeing Fu Bo's unwavering expression, he sheepishly withdrew his spiritual sense. On the back of the golden-feathered eagle, Fu Bo whispered to Gu Fan, "Young Master Gu, ahead lies the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, judging by their trajectory. They are likely heading to the royal city as well." Upon hearing this, Gu Fan nodded and instructed the golden-feathered eagle to veer slightly to the right. He was eager to return to the Gu family and wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The golden-feathered eagle was remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, they approached the merchant fleet, nearly ready to pass them. Just then, the leader of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance suddenly projected his voice through spiritual sense. "Esteemed guests, I am the leader of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance. Might I inquire if you would consider selling this flying beast to our alliance? Rest assured, both of you, the remuneration is indispensable." A hint of covetousness flickered in the words of the alliance leader. Despite his status as a deity concealed in shadows, he could not suppress the fervent desire within him for the golden-feathered eagle. I and the Great Qian Dynasty third-tier demon beasts are already exceedingly rare. Not to mention the golden-feathered eagle, a flying demon beast, which is a treasure beyond price even in the royal city. Apologies. A voice, languid and ethereal, echoed in the mind of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance leader. In the next moment, the golden-feathered eagle flapped its wings and left the fleet of flying ships far behind. I and the last encounter, although this leader wore a look of regret, a glimmer of confusion danced in his eyes as he stood at the bow of the ship, murmuring to himself, "That person, why does he resemble the god-devouring body of the Gu family from before? It truly is he." Beside him a young girl appeared silently. "Little princess," the Tianhe Merchant Alliance leader turned, his expression shifting immediately, and he lowered his head in respect. The Tianhe Merchant Alliance belongs to the royal clan, now governed by the young princess. However, what made this deity-concealed practitioner more cautious was the bond between the young princess and Gu Fan. 18 years ago, due to the royal family's favor for the parents of Gu Fan, who perished in battle for the dynasty, coupled with the rumors surrounding Gu Fan as the Gu family's prodigal son since childhood, the royal family decreed a marriage pact between the young princess and Gu Fan. However, 6 years ago, due to Gu Fan's physical condition, this engagement was annulled and replaced with Gu Tian Gu of the Gu family. The young princess, he felt somewhat constrained, unsure of what to say. "There is no need for such formality," the young princess, veiled and with eyes as clear as water, continued, stating that her arrival in the royal city was perhaps due to the Gu family's family competition today. Nevertheless, even though he has begun to cultivate, 1 month is simply too late. With her words concluded, she gracefully stepped towards the cabin. The royal city, as the very heart of the entire dynasty, is also its most prosperous locale. The city itself is vast, divided into the outer and inner city, given that dozens of sects traverse the royal city, and with over 100 merchant alliances and thousands of mercenary groups mingling within. The population here swells to over 10 million, making it the most vibrant area of the entire dynasty. Such a large population naturally gives rise to numerous factions, among them, the Wei royal family stands as the undisputed ruler of the Great Qian Dynasty, holding the title of the most powerful force within the royal city. Beneath them lie the 7 great families situated in the inner city. The industries of these 7 families span across the Great Qian, encompassing various domains. Coupled with their formidable strength, their influence is indeed formidable. Additionally, there are over 100 merchant alliances and thousands of mercenary groups. The vast number of these factions is largely due to the overwhelming presence of practitioners within the royal city, resulting in a tremendous demand for treasures. It is no exaggeration to say that in the royal city, practitioners and spiritual sea cultivators are as numerous as the stars, even the deity-concealed practitioners. so rare in county cities, can occasionally be seen here. Consequently, this thriving demand has spawned countless merchant alliances and mercenary groups, all seeking treasures from across the great Chen dynasty for these practitioners. Naturally, treasure sanctuaries, auctions, are also plentiful within the royal city. Just the outer city alone boasts hundreds of well-known auction houses, not to mention the lesser-known ones catering to smaller practitioners, with various factions intermingling. Conflicts run rampant, from skirmishes among practitioners to disputes between families, merchant alliances, mercenary groups, and even the royal family cannot escape the inevitable power struggles. It can be said that while the royal city is prosperous, its atmosphere is equally treacherous. A moment's negligence could lead to being devoured without a trace. At this moment, outside the royal city, a massive demon beast, resplendent in golden hues and with wings spread wide as if to obscure the sky, descended slowly under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Chapter 59. He has returned. Royal City, Gu family. In the martial arena, spectators filled every seat, the crowd as dense as the clouds, tens of thousands of guests gathered here. The cacophony so loud it seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Today marks the day of the Gu family's grand competition, a significant occasion for selecting the young clan leader among the guests. From the royal family to the 7 great families, various merchant alliances, and mercenary groups, nearly every faction has sent representatives to witness this monumental event. Naturally, all the major forces within the royal city are eager to discover who the future leader of the Gu family will be. At this moment, on the elevated platform, several elders whispered among themselves, "Have they still not located Gu Fan?" "No, the 7 of us have scoured the vicinity of Yenshun County multiple times, not even catching a glimpse of that rebellious child. He likely won't be coming." The elders' murky eyes gleamed with delight. 10 days have passed, and Gu Fan seems to have vanished completely. Even the essential routes leading to the royal city have been monitored. Yet there has been no sign of him, and now, with the competition about to commence, even if Gu Fan were to appear, he would likely be too late, as such thoughts crossed their minds. The younger generation of the Gu family too were gathering on the platform. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Gu family, the guards stationed at the gate suddenly froze, pointing at 2 figures approaching from the distance. Speaking in hushed tones, "It is him, he has indeed returned." The guards beside him turned to look, and upon recognizing the person, their pupils involuntarily constricted. Immediately, a portrait appeared in their hands, unmistakably featuring Gu Fan's clear visage. Days prior, the elder had instructed the guards of the Gu family that if they spotted Gu Fan returning, they must do everything possible to keep him outside the gates, even if it meant resorting to violence. Furthermore, the guards of the Gu family are under the jurisdiction of the elders. Thus, upon seeing that familiar face, the guards at the entrance became vigilant. What should we do? Should we inform the elders? Such trivial matters do not require the elders' concern. The competition is of utmost importance, and the 2 of us can handle this matter. Moreover, this Gu young master is merely a waste. In that case, let us injure him severely and hand him over to the elder. But Gufu, there is no need to worry. This is the Gu family, and I, Gufu, would never dare to obstruct us. The 2 guards exchanged thoughts and, in their discussion, had already decided Gu Fan's fate. Just then, Gu Fan and his companion, moving with incredible speed, arrived at the entrance. "Halt!" One guard's expression turned icy as he backed. "This is the Gu family residence. Anyone who enters without permission shall be killed." With the word "kill" uttered, the formidable aura of 2 fully realized spiritual sea cultivators erupted. Gu Fan, expressionless, merely glanced at the 2 guards radiating menace before continuing forward without pause. Impudent! Another guard's eyes flashed with malice, and he drew his long knife, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the 2. The oppressive aura of a 3rd-tier deity concealed practitioner weighed heavily upon them, causing their bones to tremble, rendering them immobile. At the same time, Gu Fan, unfazed, passed through the two guards. He raised his eyes to see the plaque above the entrance, adorned with two gilded characters, Gu Residence. In that moment he could vaguely sense a profound and weighty aura emanating from the inscription. After scrutinizing the two characters, Gu Fan suddenly smiled. Then, he stepped through the gate after a month's absence. He has returned once more. Behind him, Gu Fu's icy voice resonated at that moment. Those who defy the hierarchy shall be punished. Gu Fu, how dare you? No. The screams echoed. Gu Fu emanated an astonishing aura of menace. Gu Fan is a direct descendant of the Gu family of unparalleled status, yet these two guards dared to draw their blades. They are simply deserving of death. Following closely behind Gu Fan, he entered through the gate. The path from the entrance to the martial arena of the Gu family was still some distance away. Along this route, as Gu Fan passed, the guards and maidservants of the Gu family looked on with bewildered expressions. They all knew that Gu Fan had been relegated to a remote town to await death a month prior. Why had he returned at such a crucial moment for the Gu family? Moreover, some of them still remembered the frail figure like a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Could this truly be the same Gu young master before them, though his appearance had not changed? His demeanor now radiated the grace of a refined gentleman, coupled with days of combat experience. His eyes sparkled like stars, shining resplendently. How could such a significant transformation occur in just a month? Some were filled with astonishment, while others swiftly spread the news of Gu Fan's return. In the martial arena, the expressions of several elders shifted simultaneously, directing their gazes towards the elder. The latter is still wearing a smile. Sensed their stares and turned to frown. What is it, elder? He has returned. He, who? The elder's heart was still filled with confusion, but in the next moment, he realized who they referred to, and his expression changed dramatically. What should we do? Stop him, the elder resolutely uttered those two words. However, in the next instant, another elder gazed in a certain direction, dumbfounded. I fear it may be too late. As those words fell, the surrounding elders turned to follow the gaze. And they beheld, not far away, of an elderly man and a young one were striding powerfully towards the martial arena. Simultaneously, a voice of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Gu family prodigy, a rugged man exclaimed. His voice filled with disbelief, barely able to contain his astonishment. The spectators within the arena, upon hearing the sound, turned their heads in unison. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, a moment of disbelief washed over the thousands present. Their pupils dilating in astonishment. It was the Kirin of the Gu family. Was it not said that he had been cast aside by the Gu family and expelled from the royal city? How could he possibly be seen here again? After all, he was a waste of potential, having squandered 12 years of the Gu family's time before being banished from the royal city just a month prior. Such rumors were evidently unfounded. This imposing presence could hardly be likened to the so-called waste of the past. Observing his steady breathing, it was clear he had become a practitioner. Was he here for the Gu family competition? Surely not. The expressions of the Gu family elders indicated that this time, the Gu family was poised to face a considerable upheaval. Chapter 60, the competition commences in the sitting area. The 18 elders of the Gu family were expressions of varying emotions. Their gazes fixed intently on Gu Fan as he approached. It was clear that he had returned at this opportune moment to start trouble during the competition. However, what puzzled the many elders was how he had managed to traverse from Yenshon County to the royal city. Beside him, the second elder, visibly furious, could not help but voice his concerns. Elder, how could he have eluded our blockade and arrived here unnoticed? No one understood better than they how many had been dispatched by the elder to prevent Gu Fan's return to the royal city. Even some critical members of the Gu family had been stationed along the crucial routes to lie in wait. It was almost certain that Gu Fan's appearance would have reached the ears of the elders. The elder's eyes darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly murmured, "The Black Forest, the Black Forest." the second elder gasped upon hearing this, his disbelief palpable as he regarded Gu Fan.to travel from Yenshon County to the royal city via the Black Forest necessitated a lengthy detour along the borders of the Dacian dynasty. Not only was the journey perilous, but it required venturing deep into the treacherous depths of the Black Forest, teeming with numerous ferocious beasts. Encounters with third-tier monsters were commonplace, and a moment's inattention could result in a fatal demise. Did Gu Fan possess the audacity and strength to traverse the Black Forest? Just as this doubt surfaced in his mind, the second elder could only manage a bitter smile. He had already arrived at the Gu family. With all the vital routes heavily guarded. If he had taken the Black Forest, how else could he have made it here? Clearly, his intentions were far from benign, the elders recalling the dangers Gu Fan must have faced on his arduous journey. Exchanged solemn glances. As he listened to the cacophony of murmurs from the guests and felt the scrutinizing gazes of thousands upon him, Gu Fan smiled, his eyes glancing upward at the multitude of young talents from the Gu family gathered on the platform above. "Are you all prepared to be subdued by me?" he declared with a radiant smile. Though his words carried an unmistakable air of dominance, the 100 young participants of the competition initially furrowed in confusion at the return of this so-called waste. Now widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing Gu Fan's proclamation. What did he just say? To subdue us single-handedly? Absurd. After a month away, he must have lost his mind. How could the gods have allowed him to intrude and disrupt the Gu family competition? Such arrogance! A chorus of indignation erupted from the young members of the Gu family, their outrage palpable as they questioned the audacity of a waste to speak to them in such a manner. At that moment, from the center of the arena, a young man clad in black martial attire suddenly opened his sharp eyes and regarded Gu Fan. He scrutinized the former Kirin of the Gu family and then smirked. Uttering the words conceited, those 4 words encapsulated his disdain. Gu Fan shifted his gaze to this individual and inquired, "Are you Gu Tiange?" Gu Tiange made no response, merely casting a final glance at Gu Fan before closing his eyes once more. Too disdainful to engage in conversation. Gu Fan smiled faintly, nodding slightly. "That's just as well. A spirited disposition often indicates considerable strength." Over the past 10 days, he had been honing his skills against beasts and had yet to spar with any practitioners. Gu Fan, just then, as he pondered, a furious voice rang out from the sitting area. He turned to find the familiar second elder standing in a rage. "Why have you returned? Why have I returned?" Gu Fan replied with a smile, "Naturally, I have come to participate in the family competition." "Does the second elder believe I am not permitted to return for the Gu family competition?" His words struck at the heart of the matter. As a direct descendant of the Gu lineage, if he were barred from participating, it would indeed reflect the elders' ambitions and their excessive oppression. The second elder's face turned ashen at this realization. In this assembly of all forces in the royal city, if word of such an incident spread, the elders of the Gu family would find it nearly impossible to maintain a reputable standing thereafter. "No one has said you cannot return," the elder finally interjected, his voice calm. "However, your health is in jeopardy, and to rush back to the family under such conditions to participate in the competition." The second elder was concerned for Gu Fan's well-being. Cautioning him, "You must understand, the arena is a battleground where blades and swords are unforgiving." "To that, I am grateful for your concern, elders," Gu Fan replied with a beaming smile. The elder's words were subtly veiled threats. Nevertheless, it was true that the arena was fraught with danger, and as Gu Fan discreetly glanced at Gu Tiange, "Elder, are you truly allowing this child to compete? What if not? However, he is a direct descendant, and his current cultivation level is at least at the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea. Even if he cannot claim victory, the Patriarch would surely bestow upon him the title of young clan leader. To bestow it upon him, he must first survive. Since he has returned, there is no need for him to live again." The elder's voice was cold and indifferent. Simultaneously, Gu Tiange on the arena stage opened his eyes and exchanged a glance with the elder. Nodding indifferently. It could be said that if Gu Fan survived this family competition, the position of young clan leader would undoubtedly be his, a fact beyond contention and impossible to refute. Direct descendants are inherently the heirs to the patriarch's legacy. The purest bloodline of the Gu family flows through them, harboring the innate divine abilities of the clan, capable of being passed down through generations. In contrast, the collateral branches are mixed, their bloodlines less pure, resulting in their divine abilities being weaker and less potent than those of the direct line, unless by some fortuitous chance they awaken a stronger innate ability. Yet, such fortuitous encounters are rare indeed. Thus, to ensure the position of clan leader, the only viable choice for the elder was to see Gu Fan perish on the arena stage, the most prudent decision available to him. As the elders exchanged thoughts through their minds, Gu Fan too directed his gaze towards the elder patriarch seated at the forefront. The elder, his frail eyes now opened, regarded Gu Fan with a complex expression. A practitioner of the divine concealment realm can live for a millennium. This patriarch, having lived for over 600 years, was already nearing his end. Gu Fan surmised that had it not been for the patriarch's concern for the Gu family and for him, the last remaining descendant of the direct line, he would have long since passed away. The patriarch ultimately did not rest easy. In the same moment, a voice resonated through the air announcing the Gu family's clan competition now begins. As the words echoed, the clamor of swords and blades filled the arena. Chapter 61, The Might of the Various Elders. With the clash of swords ringing out, Gu Fan adopted a more serious demeanor as he stepped onto the arena stage. He was indeed here to participate in the competition, yet just a month ago, he had been nothing more than a waste. Now, to step forward seemed unwise. Indeed, if he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation, then in the mere span of a month, he likely hadn't even entered the spirit sea. Meanwhile, Gu Tiange, upon his return, was rumored to have broken through to the half-step divine concealment realm, eclipsing the younger generation of the Gu family. Are you also out of touch with the news that you do not know this child has already reached the 7th tier of the spirit sea? The 7th tier of the spirit sea, how could that possibly be? It is utterly absurd. In Yanshan County, this child repelled the head of the Yan family, who was nearly at the 8th tier of the spirit sea. The news has spread far and wide, and it is confirmed. Gasp. A month to reach the 7th tier of the spirit sea. Can such a miraculous feat truly exist? Miraculous, let us not forget, his physique is the god-devouring body. Even so, he is still leagues away from Gu Tiange, who stands at the half-step divine concealment realm. He is no match for him. I fear he is destined to perish at Gu Tiange's hands. Within the arena, discussions surrounding Gu Fan had not ceased since his arrival. 6 years ago, the royal city was abuzz with tales of the Kirin of the Gu family for a full 12 years. It is well remembered that on the day of Gu Fan's birth, an extraordinary phenomenon was witnessed throughout the royal city. Countless individuals bore witness to that awe-inspiring spectacle, and nearly everyone knew that a child of extraordinary talent had been born into the Gu family, destined for greatness. Even though 6 years had passed since his meteoric rise had dimmed, the name Gu Fan remained resounding. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, the 5th elder of the Gu family, serving as the judge, proclaimed loudly, the focus of this family competition lies in assessing the character and strength of the younger generation. You must not engage in harmful actions that would tarnish our familial bonds. The top 10 disciples in this competition will each receive a second-tier premium spirit-enhancing pill. The third-place winner will also receive a third-tier low-grade martial technique or skill. The second-place winner shall receive 2 volumes of third-tier low-grade martial arts or techniques. As for the first place, the 5th elder directed his gaze towards Gu Tiange, who shall receive a third-tier low-grade breaking barrier pill and a volume of a third-tier high-grade martial art or technique. As these words fell, the 100 young talents on the martial stage gasped in astonishment. The rewards were simply astounding. A second-tier premium pill is immensely valuable. In the treasure shop, such a pill would require at least several million spirit stones to acquire. Even within the Gu family, those who have not contributed merit could not hope to obtain one. Even for the distinguished youths of various lineages, it would be a luxury to possess a single second-tier premium peel in a year. Yet now, merely by ranking among the top 10 in this grand competition, such rewards were within reach, a condition far more lenient than expected. Furthermore, the rewards for the top 3 positions were even more precious. Third-tier techniques and martial arts within the sect, the 7 great families, or the royal family. If one had not yet entered the divine concealment realm and was not loyal and trustworthy, it would be impossible to acquire. All of this clearly indicates the grandeur of this competition. However, the reward for the first place, not only the young generation of the Gu family on the martial stage, but also the tens of thousands of guests seated, and even other members of the Gu family, all understood the breaking barrier peel, and the third-tier high-grade martial arts was specifically prepared for Gu Tiange. The breaking barrier peel would allow Gu Tiange to step into the divine concealment realm. And the third-tier high-grade martial arts, which only the clan leader could cultivate, were laid bare before him. If not for the elders giving them to Gu Tiange, who else could it be? To allow a junior to cultivate martial arts meant for the clan leader was essentially preparing for Gu Tiange to become the future clan leader. Even the clan's secret techniques, could they be interfered with now? In a corner, Gu Fan murmured with a heavy heart, aware that with the old clan leader no longer in charge, the 18 elders had gradually begun to seize control of the entire Gu family. Do you have any questions? The 5th elder surveyed the 100 young talents and spoke solemnly. None. Very well, then I shall explain the rules of this competition in detail. The 100 young disciples of the Gu family will compete by drawing lots in a format, ultimately determining 50 winners. After which, is that clear? Then let us proceed to the drawing point. One by one, the young disciples stepped forward to draw from the wooden barrel held by the 5th elder. 13. 28. Who is 28? Oh no, I actually have to compete against Yaogu. He drew 6, I drew 6. He. Some impatient individuals began to shout around. Meanwhile, Gu Fan glanced at the lot in his hand. 49. This means he would face off against the one who drew 49. This competition felt exceedingly slow. In truth, Gu Fan would prefer to suppress all the young disciples of the Gu family in one go. However, it must be acknowledged that the royal city and the Gu family were not places where he could act recklessly. Moreover, his strength was insufficient to ensure his own safety in the royal city. If he drew too much attention and provoked a fierce backlash from the elders, it would be foolish to put himself in harm's way. 1. Prepare for battle. At that moment the 5th elder commanded. Gu Fan and the others stepped down from the stage, allowing the two to compete. Standing below, Gu Fan prepared to earnestly observe the battle between the cultivators. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a cold-faced youth not far away, who was staring at him with piercing eyes, exuding an air of menace. So this is 49, Gu Fan mused silently, without further thought. He redirected his focus back to the martial stage. Up there, the battle had already begun. The 5th elder transmitted his thoughts. This child has encountered Gu Want, and he may very well be eliminated in the first match. Someone who entered the 7th layer of the spirit sea in just a month is not so easily dealt with. The elder shook his head. But what if he concedes as soon as he steps up? If he were to tarnish the Gu family's reputation in such a manner, and the old clan leader still wishes to pass the position of young clan leader to him, then from today, it would mean replacing the clan leader. The elder turned to the 2nd elder. Such words undoubtedly conveyed to the 2nd elder that for the position of young clan leader, he was willing to sever ties with the clan leader. Moreover, the timing was in his favor. Even if Gu Fan unexpectedly returned to the Gu family, it would not change the momentum favoring Gu Tiange to become the young clan leader. The 2nd elder's eyes could not help but tremble. Replace the clan leader? Only the great elder had the audacity to speak such words. Of course, it would be more accurate to describe it as greed rather than courage. Contemplating this, the 2nd elder shifted his gaze towards Gu Fan on the martial stage. In battle, ultimately, he would be slain by Gu Tiange, who was half a step into the divine concealment realm. To avoid battle, how could such a timid person become the young clan leader if the other elders joined forces with the great elder? How could Gu Fan alone withstand this overwhelming force? Chapter 62, Terrifying Battle Awareness. Time passed swiftly among the guests. Discussions arose in waves. The current young generation of the Gu family was indeed stronger than in previous years. Indeed, yet among them a Gu Tianga stood out as the strongest. His opponents at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea could not withstand even a single blow from him. Perhaps the rumors hold true. The third prince once boasted at a banquet that Gu Tianga was the most powerful and talented among the young generation in the royal city, even revealing in private to his confidants that Gu Tianga possessed an extraordinary physique. Observing his moves, one could sense an indomitable force. His physique should not be underestimated. Indeed, at this moment the family competition had already seen several rounds of contests, over 100 young prodigies worthy of being from one of the 7 great families exhibited profound realms and martial arts, captivating the audience with their impressive skills, especially Gu Tianga, who with a single strike sent an opponent from the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea tumbling off the stage. Moreover, it was evident that he was holding back his strength, yet even so, the opponent fell and coughed up blood, panic-stricken. This clearly demonstrated his formidable prowess. The great elder Tianga's talent is indeed astonishing, even with merely the cultivation of a third-tier low-grade technique. His combat prowess is already remarkable. If he were to cultivate the clan leader's techniques, he would likely become even more formidable in the future. I believe it is not beyond reason, even if he were to challenge the divine concealment realm. It would not be impossible. I recall that throughout the great Qian dynasty's history, no one has ever been able to challenge the divine concealment realm from the Spirit Sea. Right, if Tianga truly achieves such a feat, our Gu family may soon become the foremost family in the dynasty. Such nonsense. The divine concealment realm is not so easily surpassed. You must remember not to boast about him. If you become too arrogant, it may lead to disaster, and it will be too late for regret. Just as the elders were praising him, the great elder suddenly frowned and reprimanded, though he was quite pleased with the flattery directed towards Gu Tianga. However, to boast to such an extent as to suggest that even a great cultivator in the divine concealment realm could be challenged was indeed harmful. Those within the family understand their own affairs. Gu Tianga may rely on his physique, and if he were to cultivate higher techniques and martial arts, perhaps he could escape with his life under a great cultivator of the divine concealment realm. Yet to claim victory, or even to draw with someone who has just entered the divine concealment realm is utterly impossible. This chasm is as vast as the heavens, insurmountable. Moreover, not only Gu Tianga cannot do it, but no one in the future shall be able to. The other elders, upon hearing this, turned their heads in embarrassment. They had only been praising Gu Tianga's prospects of becoming the young clan leader. And now, faced with the great elder's rebuke, they felt their faces turn red with shame. Meanwhile, on the martial stage 49, in the blink of an eye, the family competition had reached the 49th match. Hearing the 5th elder's call, the 18 elders seated could not help but fix their serious gazes upon the stage. 49. It was now Gu Fan's turn. Upon hearing his name called, Gu Fan immediately opened his eyes, glanced at the old clan leader at the front, and then stepped onto the martial stage. He could sense that all the guests who had grown somewhat weary from the Spirit Sea battles were now fixated on him with intense scrutiny. At this moment, the royal family was watching him, the 7 great families were watching him, and all other factions, including every member of the Gu family, were also observing this once renowned prodigy of the Gu family. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fan's gaze sharpened as he stepped into the center of the martial stage. Opposite him, Gu Wan, at the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea, had already arrived fast and was now looking at him with a cold expression. Gu Fan, considering our past friendship, if you choose to concede and admit defeat, I can allow you to live gracefully. Otherwise, as these words fell, Gu Wan revealed a long knife in his hand, cold air swirling around it. Locking onto Gu Fan. Gu Fan paid no heed to his words, instead his eyes remained glued to Gu Wan. His gaze shamelessly scanned the entirety of his opponent, particularly focusing on his head, neck, and the joints of his limbs. After days of battling beasts in the dark forest, including encounters with third-tier divine concealment realm creatures, Gu Fan had developed a combat awareness of targeting the opponent's weaknesses upon encountering an enemy. Had it not been for the presence of the fifth elder, he would have already been itching to strike down Gu Wan, this ant-like beast prancing before him. However, Gu Fan's silence only caused Gu Wan's brow to furrow. You must decide quickly. Once the battle begins, you must know that my blade does not recognize anyone. Gu Fan remained silent. As the gaze of Gu Wan radiated a frigid light, he turned to regard the fifth elder beside him. The individual known as Gu Wan, a master of the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea and a disciple of the second elder, was a formidable opponent. One could only speculate on the outcome of this encounter between the two. With Gu Fan at the 7th layer of the Spirit Sea facing off against Gu Wan, the odds were decidedly stacked against him, especially considering Gu Wan's experience in the sect and Gu Fan's solitary position. It appeared that his chances of triumph were rather slim, yet it must be noted that he had previously repelled a practitioner nearing the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea with a single strike. As you are aware, this was someone on the brink of attaining the 8th layer. As Gu Fan and Gu Wan took their positions on the martial stage, the attention of the entire arena was fixated upon them. At that moment, the fifth elder stepped back, casting a glance at Gu Fan, who seemed to regard Gu Wan as prey, before shifting his gaze to Gu Wan, who was looking at him, seemingly urging him to announce the commencement of the match. An unsettling premonition gnawed at him, but there was no time for contemplation. He bellowed like thunder, "The duel begins." No sooner had the words left his lips than the fifth elder attempted to retreat a few steps, allowing the battleground to belong to the two competitors. Yet before he could act, he stood transfixed, watching in disbelief as the moment the word "begin" was uttered, Gu Wan had barely turned his head when Gu Fan, with an unnerving swiftness akin to that of a leopard, lunged forward. His right hand seized Gu Wan's neck, and with a brutal elegance, he forcefully slammed him down onto the unforgiving stone floor. The sound of impact echoed like a thunderclap as Gu Wan's head met the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, accompanied by the anguished cries that reverberated throughout the silent arena. Witnessing this scene, the fifth elder gasped in shock. The 8th layer of the Spirit Sea, Gu Wan, had been so effortlessly subdued. It must be noted that the spiritual energy emanating from Gu Fan was merely that of the body refinement stage and nothing more. This implied that a practitioner at the body refinement stage had audaciously defeated Gu Wan, a master of the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea, in an instant, leaving him groaning in pain. Devoid of any immediate thought of resistance, the window of opportunity presented was ample enough to snap Gu Wan's neck or even sever his head as a trophy. Such was the terrifyingly acute combat awareness displayed. Chapter 63, The Fortune Draw. A body refinement practitioner overcoming an expert of the Spirit Sea. In a different time, this would have been dismissed as sheer fantasy, yet now, the spectacle unfolding on the martial stage unequivocally confirmed its authenticity. How could this be possible? It was no illusion. Just moments ago, Gu Fan had utilized the spiritual energy of the 9th layer of body refinement to defeat Gu Wan, who was at the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea. Without so much as a chance for retaliation, this was combat awareness. Such a level of awareness could only be honed through the crucible of life and death experiences, and for one of Gu Fan's age, it was a talent unmatched by any ordinary individual. How utterly terrifying. If my assumptions are correct, he has only been out of the royal city for a month, and yet he possesses such combat prowess. There can be but one explanation: his innate talent is extraordinary. The disparity is immense. Countless spectators were left in awe, rising to their feet to gaze upon the martial stage enveloped in dust. As the haze began to lift, it revealed Gu Fan, his right hand gripping Gu Wan's neck, his knee pinning down the latter's Spirit Sea position, rendering him utterly defenseless. Were this a battle to the death? Gu would have surely perished by now. This situation not only stunned the onlookers but also left the elders of the Gu family with solemn expressions. It must be the result of his training in the Black Forest. The second elder speculated telepathically, prompting nods of agreement from the others who felt the pressure mounting. Not only was his cultivation speed astonishing, but his grasp of combat awareness was equally swift and adept. It is worth noting that 18 years prior Gu Fan had never engaged in combat and was nothing more than an innocuous lamb, yet after merely 10 days in the Black Forest he had cultivated combat awareness equivalent to that which would take others decades to achieve. Such innate talent is truly terrifying. If given time, he could potentially become a significant threat. With this thought, the Grand Elder felt a surge of urgency and turned his gaze towards Gu Tiange. The latter, too, was astonished by Gu Fan's displayed combat awareness, his eyes widening as he faced the once innocent scion of the Gu family. Upon sensing the Grand Elder's gaze, Gu Tiange immediately looked over. Receiving the silent command, "Eliminate him," the Grand Elder's voice dripped with malice. Hearing these words, Gu Tiange nodded slightly. He had intended to eliminate Gu Fan, and this reminder from the Grand Elder underscored the necessity of ensuring absolute certainty in his actions. Subsequently, Gu Tiange closed his eyes. For him, despite Gu Fan's formidable combat awareness, it was the realm of cultivation that ultimately determined the outcome of a battle. Gu Fan's victory on the martial stage after recovering from his shock. The fifth elder quickly regained his composure and declared the result. Upon hearing this proclamation, Gu Fan released his grip on Gu Wan's neck, standing up and turning to exit the arena. He had employed close quarters subjugation because it was the simplest and most efficient method. A single strike to incapacitate the enemy was the combat skill he had honed through relentless slaughter over the past 10 days. However, just as he took a few steps, the discontented voice of Gu Wan reached him. "I refuse to accept this." At that moment, Gu Wan bore the deep crimson imprint of 5 fingers on his neck. Rising from the ground, his face contorted with indignation, he glared at Gu Fan and exclaimed, "You attacked me by surprise. Had I not been careless, you wouldn't have been able to withstand my blow." Gu Fan maintained an impassive expression, merely turning to regard him. Not far away, the fifth elder's face was cold as he stated, "You lost, and that is final." "No, I have not lost, fifth elder. Allow me another chance. I can defeat him with a single strike." "I reiterate, you lost." The fifth elder's frustration mounted. "Get off the stage, you useless fool. I expected you to teach Gu Fan a harsh lesson only to find you utterly incapable. If not for the family competition, you would have met your demise long ago." As he observed Gu Wan's begrudging descent from the stage, the fifth elder's expression turned expressionless as he announced 54-8-54. The duel continued. The shockwave generated by Gu Fan quickly dissipated, though the onlookers were astonished by Gu Fan's lethal combat awareness. They understood that a practitioner's cultivation level remained paramount. In no time, the first round of duels concluded and the victorious 50 young members of the Gu family were to draw lots once more for the second round. This time they would determine the 25 strongest individuals from among them. Unsurprisingly, Gu Fan, with his years of combat awareness, once again triumphed on the martial stage with a single strike, although his opponent was prepared and had remained vigilant since stepping onto the stage. Gu Fan nonetheless advanced with predatory grace, his fingers effortlessly grasping his opponent's neck and violently slamming him to the ground. No one who had been seized by Gu Fan had ever escaped his clutches. And he utilized the least amount of spiritual energy to dispatch his foes with utmost efficiency. Remarkable, at such a young age he has already cultivated this level of determination. Given time, he may yet carve out a place for himself in the royal city. Unfortunately, from the looks of the Gu family elders, it appears they may seek to end this child's life. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the 25 victors stood upon the martial stage. Drawing lots. A13, is that the order? Gu Fan murmured to himself, his expression inscrutable. He was the last to draw, and he emerged with a ticket, one that granted him entry into the final round. This grand competition encompassed 6 rounds, with the final round set to determine the 3 strongest individuals among the younger generation of the Gu family. This ticket allowed him to challenge the 3 strongest of the younger generation in the final round, thereby contending for the coveted crown. However, how could someone as fortunate as Gu Fan draw such an important lot? He glanced up at the 5th elder, only to find the latter fixated upon him. At that moment, upon meeting Gu Fan's gaze, the 5th elder instinctively turned away as if caught in a guilty act. Realizing this, Gu Fan smirked. This was an attempt to prevent him from feigning defeat in the subsequent rounds and avoiding confrontation with Gu Tiange. If he were to evade such confrontation, then Tiange would naturally lack the opportunity to eliminate him on the martial stage. Gu Fan had grown weary of these predictable duels when the final round arrived. He intended to decisively suppress the so-called strongest 3 of the younger generation of the Gu family in front of thousands of guests and the elders of the Gu family. Chapter 64, The Old Patriarch indeed. Has he drawn it? The Grand Elder and 5th Elder reserved the fortune ticket for the end, allowing Gu Fan to draw it. Very well, let him savor this moment, and let Tiange take his shot. This would not undermine the potential of this Gu family prodigy. Time flew by, and the sun was nearly setting. On the martial stage, Gu Tiange unleashed a dazzling golden light from his fist and struck. Bang! The individual before him felt an overwhelming force surge through his body, and with a pained expression he was sent flying off the martial stage. Gu Tiange, victory. He advances to the 6th round, the 5th elder promptly announced. Simultaneously, Gu Tiange cast a dispassionate glance at Gu Fan, who had just emerged victorious. After several rounds of combat, the 5th round of the Gu family competition had concluded, and the next to follow would be the final 6th round, where the strongest 3 among the Gu family's youth would be determined. The recognized mightiest among the semi-step divine abodes, Gu Tiangu, the pinnacle of the ninefold spirit sea, Gu Gao Yuan, another master of the ninefold spirit sea, Gu Ren. Additionally, there is Gu Fan, who drew the fateful lot. He has the option to challenge one opponent. Should he triumph, he shall advance to the final 6th round to vie for the crown. However, Gu Fan, possessing the fateful lot, may also forfeit and yield, granting the final stage to the other 3. It is for this reason that Gu Tiangu has fixed a provocative gaze upon Gu Fan. He does not wish for Gu Fan to concede out of fear of their overwhelming strength. Gu Fan, will you take up the challenge? The 5th elder also turned his gaze towards Gu Fan. Upon this inquiry, all eyes in the arena converged upon Gu Fan. Surely, it would be unwise to challenge. How could one from the sevenfold spirit sea contend against these formidable figures, each at the peak of the spirit sea? Should he choose to concede, the Gu family's pride would be reduced to a mere jest. Yet a jest is preferable to courting death, for it seems the Grand Elder covets his life. Moreover, a true man knows when to bend or stand firm. Conceding here could allow for future redemption. Countless whispers flitted through the crowd. Meanwhile, Gu Fan in the arena revealed a smile and resolutely declared, I shall fight. With that single word, the attention of the entire assembly was drawn to him. Foolish, extraordinary talent, yet lacking in wisdom, hardly a cause for fear. The timing is not opportune, yet he still presses forth. What a brazen fool! The guests all shook their heads. Even the 5th elder appeared astonished. Even the dimmest among them should recognize the targeting of Gu Fan. Why then would he still choose to engage? Could it be a reckless plunge into despair, a resignation to fate? Do you truly wish to battle? Naturally, I shall fight. Such courage is commendable. The 5th elder nodded in approval, then inquired, Gu Tiangu, Gu Gao Yuan, Gu Ren, whom do you wish to challenge? As he spoke, the 3 immediately turned their gazes toward Gu Fan. Among them, Gu Ren's expression was the most indifferent, being the weakest of the trio. It was anticipated that Gu Fan would choose him, yet, as Gu Ren contemplated, Gu Fan's gaze fell upon Gu Tiangu, stating, I choose Gu Tiangu. Gu Tiangu, he wishes to challenge Gu Tiangu? Indeed, this is the strongest of the younger generation within the Gu family. How can this be? Has he lost his senses? Does he truly wish to court death? Alas, how far the once mighty Gu family has fallen. Now reduced to seeking their own demise, it is truly lamentable. Countless spectators were left in shock. Gu Tian Gu is the strongest among the Gu family. Even within the royal city, the third prince has acknowledged him as the mightiest of the youth. Yet, despite this, Gu Fan still wishes to confront him. Apart from seeking death, none could fathom that Gu Fan merely wishes to end the battle swiftly, for Gu Tian Gu is undeniably weak. He has observed several of Gu Tian Ji's fights. His spiritual energy is feeble, his moves clumsy, riddled with flaws. With a single strike, Gu Fan could defeat him, and to waste time battling the other two would be unwise. Very well, you shall face Gu Tian Gu. The fifth elder, seemingly fearful that Gu Fan might retract his statement, proclaimed loudly for all to hear. Having made his declaration, there was no turning back. Gu Fan smiled slightly, unfazed, and prepared to ascend the stage. However, at that moment a voice of authority suddenly resonated throughout the arena. Wait! As those words fell, an invisible pressure swept through the arena, enveloping all within its grasp. In an instant, the thousands present, all changed countenance. They opened their mouths to speak, yet found their voices caught in their throats, unable to escape. The power of sealing, a divine abode master, struck dumb by the inability to articulate, turned to observe the figure seated at the forefront. Not merely him, but every individual within the arena gazed in astonishment at the patriarch of the Gu family. At that moment the elder had opened his eyes. This display, coupled with the terrifying force of sealing, unequivocally revealed that this power emanated from the elder. Not far away, the grand elder reacted most swiftly. His face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief as he turned to the patriarch. For 18 years. Since his injury, this patriarch had not intervened nor managed the affairs of the Gu family, yet now, it was clear that the patriarch acted in response to Gu Fan's impending duel, which posed a lethal threat. Moreover, he had not merely made an appearance, his awakening had instilled dread among the elders of the various branches toward the main lineage, the sealing power unique to the bloodline of the Gu family within the royal city awakens in every member upon entering the divine abode realm. However, the sealing powers awakened in the branch families are severely flawed. Only those of the main lineage awaken the purest and mightiest variant. This implies that, at his peak, the elder could easily suppress the other branches. Thus, in this moment, the grand elder's previously unrestrained gaze transformed into one of sheer panic. Truly, the might of the main lineage is overwhelming. Chapter 65 Battle. The patriarch remained unaffected by the surrounding gazes, his frail eyes quietly observing Gu Fan. He was unaware that Gu Fan had already entered the semi-step divine abode due to the consuming nature of his divine nerves. One could not discern Gu Fan's depth unless they surpassed two major realms. After 18 years, he chose to act once more, not wishing to see Gu Fan continue to battle. In 1 month. He had ascended from being unable to cultivate to the sevenfold spirit sea. Such talent is indeed terrifying, and it is only fitting that he becomes the Gu family's young patriarch. Should anyone dare to obstruct this, he would exhaust his remaining strength to ensure Gu Fan's path was cleared. Nevertheless, as he gazed at Gu Fan, the words he wished to utter to dissuade him remained unspoken. Gu Fan's eyes radiated an unrestrained defiance, embodying an indomitable will. With such eyes, who in the world could he not confront? Gu Fan and the patriarch locked eyes. He understood that should this end now, the position of young patriarch would undoubtedly be his. Yet he did not come here merely for that title. His purpose was to eradicate the remnants of his unfulfilled ambitions. Only by vanquishing these shadows could he refine his will, rendering it purer, paving the way for a more distant and stronger future. After a long moment, it seemed the patriarch discerned the meaning behind Gu Fan's gaze. He nodded with some measure of approval but remained reluctant for Gu Fan to contend with Gu Tian Gu, who had already stepped into the semi-step divine abode. The disparity in realms is too great, continuing would be tantamount to courting death. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the fifth elder, declaring, "This battle shall be between Guren and Gufan." Patriarch, the fifth elder stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. He wished to point out that Gufan had chosen Gu Tiangu, yet the patriarch's expression remained unyielding, merely gazing steadily at the fifth elder, who promptly bowed his head in submission. Despite the patriarch's 18 years of inactivity, the elders of the various branches still harbored a deep-seated fear of the main lineage. Previously, their audacity had grown due to the successive overreach of the elders, gradually seizing control of the Gu family, compounded by the patriarch's silence. Now, even injured, the patriarch's intervention was formidable. Naturally, these elders felt like mice confronted by a cat, startled and on edge. Was it not said that the patriarch's injuries had rendered him incapable of action? Who knows? Judging by the intensity of his pressure, his realm seems undiminished from years past. He must have fully recovered. If he were truly well, with the patriarch's former temperament, would he so easily bring matters to a close? Indeed, at the very least, the Gu family's young phoenix should be safe this time. Yet, who can say for certain? As the patriarch retracted his pressure and closed his eyes once more, the arena began to murmur quietly. Meanwhile, upon the martial stage, the Gu family competition's sixth round, the first match, Gufan vs Guren, as the fifth elder's words fell, the two leapt onto the stage. Guren's eyes were icy. He felt that Gufan's choice to challenge Gu Tiangu was a blatant insult. "Do you remember what you said upon your arrival, to suppress us all with one hand? In a moment I shall show you what true suppression looks like." As he spoke, Guren's right hand transformed, growing rock-like scales. One hand to suppress. How fortuitous, for he had dedicated his life to mastering the art of palm techniques. Gufan remained silent. Since the patriarch had spoken, he would first engage this individual. Moments later, the fifth elder stepped back, casting a glance at the two who were fixated on each other, then declared, "The contest begins." Stone rock palm. With that declaration, Guren sprang forward, raising his right hand to crush Gufan's head. Gufan's eyes flickered with light as he closed the distance, delivering a fierce palm strike to Guren's armpit. Simultaneously, he severed the flow of spiritual energy within Guren's meridians. The once formidable stone-like palm before him rapidly dimmed, as if it might vanish at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Gufan's 5 fingers curled into claws, once again seizing Guren by the neck, and then forcefully slammed him down onto the stone floor. Bang! Gufan emerged victorious. The fifth elder stared blankly at Guren, who was pinned to the ground, howling in agony. This time, Gufan, still at the 9th level of body refinement, had once again triumphed over Guren, who was at the 9th level of the spiritual sea, surpassing him in a manner more impressive than ever. How terrifying! He had crossed an entire major realm. This young man possessed an unparalleled talent for combat. If he were to undergo further training, it would not be inconceivable for him to become the war god of Dachien. "Elder, what shall we do?" With this battle concluded, even if Gufan concedes, the position of young clan leader will undoubtedly belong to him. The elder took a deep breath, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. The sudden actions of the old clan leader had taken him by surprise, and even more astonishing was the fact that his strength had not diminished with age, now that the battle had concluded. It was indisputable that Gufan, with his strength, would become the young clan leader. Even if some were dissatisfied, it was unavoidable, unless Gu Tiangu were to confront Gufan and silence him. Yet the latter would surely anticipate this. What if he considered instead, "Must we truly resort to violence?" Just as he clenched his teeth in frustration, Gu Tiangu hurried to the stage. On the martial stage, Gufan's voice echoed once more. The elder turned his gaze and was taken aback to see that Gufan's eyes were fixed upon him. "Is he aware of my intentions?" The elder's heart raced. Before he could ponder further, he saw Gu Fan shift his gaze away. Gu Tian Gu, do not delay, come forth to be subdued by me. If you wish to battle Tian Gu, you must first pass through me. Not long after Gu Fan's words fell, Gu Gao Yuan leaped onto the martial stage with a cold snort. Gu Tian Gu, meanwhile, had just opened his eyes, observing the two with indifference, useless, seeing his lack of reaction. Gu Fan let out a light scoff. He then turned his attention to Gu Gao Yuan before him. Gu Fan, although your combat talent is formidable, I cultivate a second-tier supreme defensive martial technique. You cannot defeat me. A radiant aura surrounded Gu Gao Yuan as he showcased his proud martial skills. Second-tier supreme, among the peers of the Gu family, those capable of mastering such techniques do not exceed 3. Gao Yuan, do not act recklessly. Upon seeing Gu Gao Yuan take to the stage, the fifth elder immediately scolded in anger. His presence at this time was tantamount to disrupting the significant affairs of the elders. Had he not been a remarkable talent from his lineage, the fifth elder would have long since expelled him. Since he has taken the stage, let the battle commence. Gu Fan spoke calmly. Defeating Gu Gao Yuan would leave only Gu Tian Gu among the strongest of the younger generation of the Gu family. Moments later, the fifth elder stared blankly at Gu Gao Yuan, who lay crushed on the ground, howling in despair. He could not fathom how his most powerful descendant, a genius who trained in the second-tier supreme martial technique of the Holy Heaven sect, could be so easily defeated. Even if he were to lose, they should have been able to exchange a few blows. Right after a long pause, the elder finally muttered, Gu Fan wins, once again victorious. 2 of the 3 strongest of the Gu family had been so effortlessly defeated. Only Gu Tian Gu remained. Could he truly still be so formidable? I fear not. Gu Tian Gu is at the half-step divine concealment. Gu Fan has only utilized the strength of the 9th level of body refinement. If he were to unleash his full power, a victory would not be out of reach. Foolish, even at half-step divine concealment, he is not to be trifled with by a mere spiritual sea practitioner. As Gu Fan once again decisively defeated Gu Gao Yuan, the crowd erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. The prowess he displayed was simply astonishing. To combat the spiritual sea with body refinement was a feat known in the Dacian dynasty's history. But that was against those at the first or second level of the spiritual sea, and they were often weaker opponents. How could anyone have ever seen a spectacle like Gu Fan's? Challenging the complete realm of the spiritual sea. Chapter 66, Unrestrained Flourish. Gu Tian Gu, come forth quickly, I shall suppress you with a single palm. On the martial stage, Gu Fan's voice resonated with extreme arrogance. Elder, he is courting death. The second elder's face bore a hint of delight as he whispered to the elder beside him. Observing Gu Fan's brazen demeanor on the martial stage, the elder couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. No one understood better than him how powerful Gu Tian Gu truly was. Although he might still fall short against a divine concealment master, within the realm of the spiritual sea, Gu Tian Gu's half-step divine concealment was virtually invincible. Moreover, Gu Fan was merely at the 7th level of the spiritual sea. Should the two engage in battle, he was confident that Gu Tian Gu could eliminate Gu Fan within 10 exchanges. Once this Gu family's prodigy was out of the way, the elder had countless methods to seize the position of young clan leader. With this thought, he turned his eyes to Gu Tian Gu. His gaze filled with urgency. Below the martial stage, Gu Tian Gu's expression was cold and stern. Sensing the elder's gaze upon him, he stood up, planted his left foot, and soared into the air, directly leaping onto the martial stage. He regarded Gu Fan, who looked at him as if he were prey, with eyes filled with murderous intent. Another palm to suppress him, another insult as a waste. Gu Tian Gu, known as a genius, was already seething with rage. Trust me, you will die a miserable death. Hearing the frigid voice echoing in his mind, Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. The chilling words had been transmitted from Gu Tian Gu. And Gu Fan too became engulfed in the thrill of insults, vocally berating his opponent before the thousands of attendees opposite him. Gu Tianji's expression darkened completely. Elder, isn't it time to start? He turned and coldly questioned. His tone left no room for politeness. The fifth elder felt a twinge of irritation but chose to swallow his displeasure, maintaining a neutral expression as he began to announce the Gu family grand competition. Sixth round, third match, Gu Fan Gu Tiangu. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Tianji's body. His eyes were ablaze with murderous intent, and a long spear shimmering with golden light materialized in his hand. The golden light spear technique, the spear's tip radiated a sharp energy, emanating a murderous aura that engulfed the entire martial arena. Gu Fan, today I will show you what it means to be someone beyond someone. And heaven beyond heaven. Gu Tianji's long hair billowed behind him as he spoke coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust the spear toward Gu Fan's chest with a fierce gust of wind. This was a second-tier supreme spear technique, combined with a third-tier low-grade artifact. Gu Tiangu was unleashing his utmost strength. It is over. Gu Tiangu, filled with killing intent, appeared to wish to eliminate that Gu family's prodigy with a single strike. Such a powerful martial technique could even rival a third-tier low-grade skill, and combined with a third-tier low-grade artifact, Gu Fan faced a dire situation. Where is the old clan leader? Why doesn't he intervene? The elder observed. The guests were all grave in countenance. Meanwhile, the fifth elder clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the glimmering spearhead. Kill him, Tiangu, he murmured under his breath. Too weak. Gu Fan shook his head in disappointment. At this moment he caught sight of the old clan leader, whose previously calm face now bore a hint of urgency, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair as if he would spring into action at any moment. It is time to bring this to an end. With this thought, Gu Fan murmured, and as his words fell, an even more powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping outward with unrestrained force. Buzz, the stone floor capable of withstanding the might of a divine concealment, trembled under the pressure. A fierce wind arose, and dust began to swirl. In an instant, Gu Fan's aura surged to its peak on the martial stage. This was unmistakably the seventh level of the spiritual sea. Yet, even so, the entire arena was left in shock. It truly was the seventh level of the spiritual sea, but why did his aura seem to surpass that of Gu Tiangu at half-step divine concealment by a considerable margin? How curious. The seventh level of the spiritual sea could emanate an aura deeper than that of a half-step divine concealment practitioner. It is likely more than that. This aura was approaching that of a true divine concealment practitioner. But why? In my lifetime, I have perused countless tomes and have never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Thousands of guests rose to their feet, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at the audacious Gu Fan on the martial stage. Without a doubt, the aura radiating from him was that of the seventh level of the spiritual sea, yet this very realm exuded an aura that was far more profound and terrifying than that of Gu Tiangu. But how could this be possible? No one wished to believe the scene before them. Some even slapped themselves in disbelief, questioning whether they were caught in an illusion. Yet no matter their actions, the truth remained. Everything was indeed real. Moreover, an even more astonishing scene on the martial stage continued to shock the powerful figures present. Damn it! Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Gu Fan, Gu Tianji's expression darkened, and he cursed in frustration, but it was too late for any further reaction, as the spearhead was already poised to pierce Gu Fan's chest. As he approached, a voice of disdain echoed in his ear. You are too weak, you waste my time. Gu Fan had lost all interest in continuing to play along. With a gentle lift of his palm, he unleashed the diamond demon suppressing palm. The power of this third-tier supreme martial technique caused Gu Tianji's eyelids to twitch. Above the martial stage, a massive golden palm imprint materialized out of thin air, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Gu Tiangu felt a certain dryness in the circulation of his meridians, and even his movements were met with a resistance that impeded him. Nevertheless, despite this, Gu Tiangu remained unwilling to yield. Kill, kill, kill. As he uttered these three words, his hand, clutching the gun, lunged forward, poised to pierce Gu Fan's chest. A mere mayfly attempting to shake a tree. A chilling voice reverberated through the air, and a golden palm imprint descended from the heavens, as if it were tearing through the fabric of reality, suddenly appearing above Gu Tiangu's head. Then, it came crashing down with a ferocious force. Gu Tiangu was struck directly by the golden imprint, the overwhelming power causing him to spew blood and collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Yet this was not the end. The Vajra demon-suppressing palm contained an infinite aura of suppression, and even the ground of the competition stage, which could withstand the attacks of divine concealment practitioners, could not endure. Being ruthlessly driven deep into the earth, bang, 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 the continuous sounds of collision echoed throughout the martial arts arena, the ferocity of the attacks shrouding the stage in a thick cloud of dust. Countless onlookers could only watch as the protective aura of the martial arts stage gradually dimmed. Ultimately, it left behind only a five-fingered imprint radiating golden light. This undoubtedly indicated that the martial arts stage had been utterly shattered by the golden palm imprint. Chapter 67, The Conclusion of the Competition. As the dust settled, what lay before the eyes of the thousands of guests was a deep pit occupying half of the martial arts stage. At the bottom of the pit, Gu Tiangu, who had just displayed an invincible aura, was now gasping for breath, visibly gravely injured. Without immediate medical attention, his life would be in jeopardy. Upon witnessing this, countless individuals inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with horror. With a single palm strike, Gu Fan, who had been lauded by the third prince as the strongest of the younger generation in the royal city, was defeated. Moreover, this was accomplished while Gu Fan was at the 7th level of the Spirit Sea, triumphing over a powerful practitioner at the threshold of divine concealment. Such a scene was nothing short of terrifying. The 7th level of the Spirit Sea. If he had reached full mastery of the Spirit Sea, he might have even been able to contend with a grand practitioner of divine concealment. Indeed, observing the formidable martial skills, if he were to face a slightly weaker practitioner of divine concealment, he would surely defeat them. I cannot believe I am witnessing such a prodigy in battle. The guests within the arena were all individuals from the various factions of the royal city. If they were so astonished, one can only imagine the magnitude of shock from Gu Fan's prowess just moments ago. Among the seats, the 18 elders were expressions of disbelief, utterly unable to accept the reality before them. They had thought Gu Tiangu was the strongest and had even prepared barrier-breaking pills and high-grade martial techniques for him, all in anticipation of his future ascendancy to the position of clan leader. Yet now, the one they had placed such high hopes upon was defeated by Gu Fan, whom they had deemed a waste. With a single unstoppable palm strike, the impact was so profound that the martial arts arena fell into a stunned silence for an extended period. Time passed, and within the seats the great elder stammered. Great elder, his mind was a blank slate, even forgetting to send a message. Beside him, the great elder's face still bore a hint of joy, believing that Gu Tiangu's invincible momentum would soon lead to Gu Fan's demise. However, the current scene left him utterly incredulous. Why had he lost? The great elder murmured inaudibly, years of preparation culminating in nothingness. He could neither accept nor believe the spectacle before him. Just then, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the bottom of the deep pit on the martial arts stage, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that swept through the air. Tiangu, the great elder's expression shifted, his consciousness sweeping outwards, yet the next moment his face changed. No, a furious roar erupted simultaneously. The golden light on the martial arts stage became even more dazzling, blinding those present. When the golden light faded, what appeared before the crowd was an immensely imposing Gu Tiangu. He floated in the air, his robe tattered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes were filled with a murderous intent, locking onto Gu Fan below the first level of divine concealment. Someone exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the aura exuded by Gu Tiangu was unmistakably that of a grand practitioner of divine concealment. He had exhausted his vitality to forcibly break into the realm of divine concealment. From within the crowd, one person articulated the reason, and upon hearing it, the multitude turned pale. Forcing oneself into divine concealment at the cost of one's vitality was a perilous path that could ruin one's foundation. Tiangu, why would you do this? The great elder's face twisted in agony. Gu Tiangu was a golden spirit body. With such a physique, he had the potential to reach the fourth realm of cultivation, Yuanshan realm. His talent was unrivaled in the land of the Daqian dynasty, yet having damaged his foundation, the Yuanshan realm was now a distant dream. I will kill you. Gu Tiangu's expression twisted with rage. His pupils crimson with bloodlust. With those words he gripped the broken spear and charged towards Gu Fan. The two instruments spear, the spear shimmered with golden light, and combined with the profound spiritual power of the divine concealment realm. This weapon was now exponentially stronger than before. A desperate struggle, clang, the sound of the sword being drawn echoed. Countless witnesses beheld a brilliant flash of sword light in the AIR.IN midair. The immensely terrifying Gu Tiangu had his right arm severed at the root. Crashing to the ground with a wretched howl. My hand, Gu Tiangu cried out in agony. However, in the next instant, Gu Fan had already closed the distance, aiming a sword strike to sever Gu Tiangu's head. Stop! An even more terrifying aura enveloped Gu Fan, the dense space seeming as if it would crush him to death at any moment. The great elder had intervened. Within the sixth, the great elder's face contorted. His gaze wavering. At this moment, he could feel the sharp gaze of the old clan leader locking onto him. Should he strike against Gu Fan, the old clan leader would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, as Gu Fan had decisively defeated Gu Tiangu, over half of the 18 great elders had turned their attention away, indicating they had abandoned support for his bid to become clan leader. In an instant, the situation had become exceedingly dire for him. Gu Fan, this is a family competition. Do not lose sight of familial ties. The great elder finally uttered this statement. The words from his mouth signified his silent acknowledgement of Gu Fan as the young clan leader. Simultaneously, it implied that the great elder's faction was on the verge of collapse. As night descended, the family competition of the Gu clan came to a close. In front of the main gate, figures were numerous. The individuals from various factions, having witnessed Gu Fan's ascension to the young clan leader, promptly departed. It was indeed a day worth remembering. If the clan leader were to learn that someone had transcended realms from the spirit sea to defeat a grand practitioner of divine concealment, he would surely regret not having attended. Indeed, for countless years, no records had ever described someone accomplishing such a shocking feat. In my view, Gu Fan's name will undoubtedly be inscribed in history, echoing through generations. There has been none like him before. As for whether anyone can replicate this in the future, that remains unknown. Did you all capture this event with the recording stone? If so, please provide me with a copy so that I may show those scoundrels within the clan what it means to be a prodigy. The Gu clan's Chilin truly has only been misnamed, never misidentified. Having been passed down for 12 years, it is now a title that fits its bearer. I dare say that lad is not worthy of being a son. Why, have you ever seen someone ascend from an ordinary person to the 7th level of the spirit sea in a month? I think not. Moreover, his strength is so terrifying. You mean to say the Gu clan has been deceiving us since 12 years ago? There is no such thing as a waste. It has all been a smokescreen devised by the Gu clan. Precisely. If that is the case, he cannot be considered a son. Chapter 68. The young clan leader of the Gu family. Events of the past. Within the martial arts arena, the crowd had dwindled with the young clan leader ceremony concluded. The various elders came forth to exchange pleasantries with Gu Fan before departing with their respective disciples. As for Gu Tiangu, he was taken away by the great elder for medical treatment. Missing the ceremony entirely, now only Gu Fan and the clan leader remained. "Come with me," the old clan leader said, leading Gu Fan away. In the clan leader's hall, the old clan leader brought Gu Fan into a hidden stone door. Guiding him inside, after walking along a secret passage for a short while, they arrived at a concealed chamber. "Clan leader," Gu Fan began, but the old clan leader interrupted. "Do not speak yet." The old clan leader gazed into Gu Fan's eyes. His gaze sharp. "Tell me, why do you refuse to accept the position of young clan leader?" Gu Fan opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback. He had completed the young clan leader ceremony with a smile, showing no sign of reluctance regarding the position. So how did the old clan leader know that he did not regard the role of young clan leader with any significance? "Do you harbor resentment towards the Gu clan?" Seeing him silent, the old clan leader continued. "Not at all," Gu Fan replied, shaking his head. If he held resentment, he would have long since taken flight to distant lands, quietly growing stronger, only to return and annihilate the Gu clan. Ultimately, Gu Fan and the various elders each had their own positions. A month ago, he had been a waste. Was it not too much to think that he would harbor boundless hatred simply because the family's treatment had worsened? Wishing to eradicate the entire Gu clan, except for those who wished him dead. "As long as you do not harbor resentment, that is good," the old clan leader said, nodding with some relief. "But why do you not wish to become the young clan leader? Do you understand how vast the power of the Gu clan is, and how extensive the resources it controls? Once I am gone in the future, within the Dacian dynasty, you could shake the ground. And even the royal family would be concerned." Listening to these words, Gu Fan smiled faintly but did not respond. "Do you think the Dacian is too small?" the old patriarch suddenly spoke, laughing heartily without waiting for Gu Fan's response. It had been many years since he had laughed so freely. "Patriarch, there is no need to mind." The old patriarch's laughter faded, and his expression instantly turned grave. "Your lack of resentment towards the Gu family and me is what pleases me the most. At this juncture, you are capable of cultivation, possessing exceptional talent. You should certainly comprehend what transpired 18 years ago." 18 years ago, indeed, the old patriarch nodded solemnly. "Are you aware of how your parents met their demise? On the battlefield, yes, and yet no. Your parents perished on the battlefield, but the ones who killed them were not the enemy. Rather, there were others involved, others." Gu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could utter another word, the old patriarch activated a projection stone, and a scene materialized before them. Wah, 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 the sound of a baby's cries echoed in the chamber. Within the image, a wrinkled infant appeared. For reasons unknown, Gu Fan felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. "This is you, born upon the battlefield." The old patriarch's voice resonated. The image swiftly shifted. "Kill!" The resounding cries of battle filled the air, revealing countless soldiers clad in armor charging forth. In the sky, a swarm of cultivators traversed the clouds, their various artifacts glimmering. A battlefield, Gu Fan murmured. "This is the army of the Dacian dynasty, alongside the sect cultivators within its borders." Moreover, he spotted his parents amidst the chaos. Compared to the portraits he had seen in his youth, the figures in the scene radiated a more vibrant aura. "Watch closely," the old patriarch suddenly commanded. At that moment, a massive hand appeared in the overcast sky, ruthlessly descending upon the army of cultivators. Wherever it passed, countless cultivators were crushed into a bloody pulp. Gu Fan's parents, their expressions shifting to one of horror, began to descend towards the ground. However, this giant hand had them in its sights. In an instant, the two still in midair were suppressed by the colossal hand. The screams erupted, flesh and blood flying. "They are dead." The old patriarch's voice was low and laced with fury. "The master of that hand transcends the realm of divine concealment. No one in the two great dynasties has reached such heights. The ones who killed your parents were not merely others, who continue watching." the scene transitioned to a military camp, where several women gently rocked a sleeping infant. This infant, unmistakably Gu Fan, was nestled in slumber. The atmosphere was serene, a stark contrast to the battlefield scene prior, yet at that moment the massive hand reappeared in the sky, descending towards the infant. As if transported to the scene, Gu Fan felt an overwhelming terror grip his heart. His pupils trembling, yet his gaze burned with murderous intent. "He wishes to kill you," the old patriarch spoke once more. However, Gu Fan realized that the old beggar still appeared, which surely indicated some unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, in the projection, an old beggar emerged, snatching up the sleeping Gu Fan, his figure flickering and vanishing from sight. The giant hand was remarkably swift, crushing the women into a mushy puddle. "Who?" an enraged voice boomed. The hand immediately pursued the fleeing beggar, yet the old beggar's speed was astonishingly fast, disappearing further away within mere breaths. Behind, the furious voice of the hand's master echoed, "I will surely kill you." Gu Buzz, the scene concluded. In the chamber, only Gu Fan's heavy breathing could be heard. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Who is he?" "The supreme elder of the Holy Heaven sect," the old patriarch provided the answer. 18 years ago, this old beggar suddenly appeared at the Gu family, handing me you and this projection stone before departing. Upon examining the stone, I noted that the hand's master uttered only one word, "Gu." "Once I ensured your safety." I left Dekian the next day to seek news of the hand's master. After spending many days, I ultimately discovered that he is indeed the supreme elder of the Holy Heaven sect. Since that day, he has inexplicably entered seclusion and has yet to emerge. However, I believe that upon his eventual emergence, he will undoubtedly seek you. "Seek the Gu family," the old patriarch's words echoed hauntingly. To his surprise, Gu Fan's eyes were devoid of fear. Only a singular question arose: what is his realm? Yuanshan, 9 heavens. Yuanshan is a grand realm following divine concealment, having begun the cultivation of the soul. With terrifying combat prowess, Chapter 69, taking over the auction house. The Holy Heaven sect is a prominent sect within the Qinyang domain, vastly stronger than many sects within the Dekian dynasty. This is primarily due to its sect master being a Yuanshan realm cultivator. Even within the Dekian dynasty, the formidable divine concealment cultivators can only serve as outer elders. As for inner elders, only those of the Yuanshan realm may hold such positions. Gu Fan was aware of these matters regarding the Holy Heaven sect because many young members of the Gu family had joined its ranks. For instance, Gu Tiange and Gu Gaoyuan, two of the most talented youth from the Gu family, were disciples of the Holy Heaven sect. Gu Tiange, due to possessing a golden spirit body, was even a direct disciple of the sect master. The supreme elder of the Holy Heaven sect desires his death. Moreover, many of the younger generation from the Gu family have taken refuge beneath the Holy Heaven sect's banner, with such thoughts swirling. Gu Fan's gaze darkened. It was inconceivable that the old patriarch had orchestrated this in secret. After all, the Dekian dynasty is a region influenced by the Holy Heaven sect, and joining it made sense. Much like the royal family's third prince, who was also a disciple of the Holy Heaven sect, and an inner disciple at that. Furthermore, the old beggar, the one who had saved him in the projection, was indeed the same individual who had provided him with the ancient texts. Coupled with the massive hand that had slaughtered his parents, it all cast a shadow of peril over Gu Fan. With this in mind, Gu Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he addressed the old patriarch. "Patriarch, I wish to take over the family's auction house." "The auction house?" the old patriarch queried, perplexed. "Gu Fan, your cultivation speed is extraordinarily rapid. I presented the projection stone for you to focus on your training, lest trivial matters impede your progress. Moreover, the royal city's auction house is under the jurisdiction of the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder, just recently, he had severed Gu Tiange's arm and intended to take his head. Such egregious acts could not go unpunished, especially now that Gu Fan wished to take over the Grand Elder's auction house. If Gu Fan were to say this in front of him, The latter would likely be incensed, ready to crush Gu Fan's head. Contemplating this, Gu Fan furrowed his brow. He suppressed his realm to the 7th level of the spiritual sea, wishing not to provoke the Grand Elder too much. Although the old patriarch wore a look of confusion, he sighed and said, "Do you truly wish to take over the auction house?" Gu Fan nodded. "Very well." The old patriarch shook his head. "The royal city's auction house is of paramount importance to the family. Even if I were to speak to the Grand Elder, given his current anger, he would undoubtedly refuse. However, the outer city's auction house, with some pressure, he may acquiesce." "Thank you, Patriarch." Gu Fan expressed his gratitude. The Gu family had 2 auction houses in the royal city, one in the outer city and one in the inner city. The outer city, housing approximately 7 to 8 million people, accounted for 2/3 of the royal city's population, making it a hub for various powers, although it was somewhat inferior to the inner city. It was the most suitable place for Gu Fan at this moment. Moreover, given the old patriarch's injuries, should he engage in further conflict, it could hasten his demise, not to mention even the outer city dwarfed Yanshan County by a considerable margin. With that, Gu Fan departed. The next day, after a night of recuperation, Gu Fan set out for the outer city upon receiving the old patriarch's command. As he anticipated, despite his takeover of the auction house, he sensed 2 auras of divine concealment clashing for at least the duration of an incense stick. Ultimately, the slightly weaker Grand Elder yielded and granted Gu Fan control of the outer city's auction house. If he truly wished to claim the inner city's auction house, it would likely require the old man's life. As Gu Fan rode in the carriage, his gaze turned icy at the thought. The events that transpired in Yanshan County had already been relayed to him by Feng Su, sending 7 divine concealment cultivators to kill him and driving him from the royal city to Guanyang City. Such grievances were monumental. Before long, the voice of Fu Bo sounded from outside. "Young master, the Shention auction house has arrived." Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Fan took a deep breath, lifted the curtain, and stepped outside. On either side of the road, passers-by stared at him, or rather at the carriage being pulled by an unseen force. Those of lower cultivation could not perceive the fully realized spectral ship. The Gu family's auction house in the outer city was situated by the western city gate. Upon returning to the royal city, Gu Fan had landed at this very gate, as it was the closest to the Black Forest, naturally attracting the most diverse array of powers. The overseer of this auction house was a corpulent middle-aged man with squinted eyes. Exuding an air of deep cunning, a person of considerable experience. "Young master," Gugu, bending low, approached with a face full of civility. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Gu Fan glanced at him, nodded, and then stepped into the auction house. As the royal city's auction house, the Gu family had constructed it to be quite expansive, compared to the grand and elegant establishment that Gu Fan had invested heavily in at Yanshan County. This auction house exuded an even more impressive aura. After making a few inquiries, Gu Fan learned that this auction venue held auctions bi-weekly, each attracting approximately 10 to 20,000 attendees, with a total of 50,000 seats available. This meant that only about half could be filled. The fierce competition within the royal city's auction scene was palpable. There were over a dozen auction houses of similar scale to Shention located in the outer city. Although they lacked the same renown, they had developed a considerable operation over the years. Furthermore, in the western, southern, eastern, and northern regions, there were approximately 1,000 auction houses of varying sizes. Thus, it was quite commendable that Shention auction house could gather 10 to 20,000 participants at each event. It is noteworthy that the items auctioned in the outer city typically comprised second-tier, mid-grade and high-grade treasures, with only the most exceptional items reaching the second-tier top-grade status. Gu Fan's own auction house in Yanshan County also featured top-tier items as the highlights. Undoubtedly, this information weighed heavily on Gu Fan's mind. There was no doubt that taking over this auction house would necessitate daily auctions. If he were to wait for a fortnight, he could scarcely fathom how many treasures he might lose. Conversely, holding daily auctions would yield 10 items each day, and if they were still first-tier treasures given the system's nature, the return of second-tier treasures was inevitable. With this thought in mind, Gu Fan turned to the smiling Gu Gu and inquired. Manager Gu, have the auction items previously sent here included any first-tier treasures? First-tier treasures, young master, can such items even be deemed treasures? Even second-tier low-grade items are not something our auction house would accept. Not even second-tier low-grade items. Pray elaborate. Chapter 70, The Third Prince, Wei Wuxuang. Young master, at present, this auction house acquires its treasures through two channels. One is from various mercenary groups or other individuals, and the other is from the Gu family's caravan, which ventures into the Black Forest to seek out treasures. As for second-tier low-grade treasures, we simply do not accept them regarding the speed at which we gather auction items. We typically receive one second-tier mid-grade or high-grade treasure each day. After evaluation by an appraiser, we then decide whether to include it in the auction, listening attentively to Gu Gu's detailed explanation. Gu Fan understood that this auction house received second-tier mid-grade or high-grade treasures daily, while top-grade treasures were exceedingly rare, usually arriving only once every month or two from external sources. Most were actually sourced by the Gu family's caravan from the Black Forest before being brought to the auction house. This was primarily due to the overwhelming number of large auction houses in the outer city. After a series of layers of distribution, Shention Auction House found itself in its current situation. However, if its reputation were to rise, or if it were to ascend to the status of the premier auction house in the outer city, it was highly likely that treasures sent to other auction houses would also find their way to Shention. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. Today marked the day of Shention Auction House's auction after a 2-week hiatus. This meant that today there would be 10 items of second-tier mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade treasures up for bidding. Hope for divine treasures was on the horizon. Just as Gu Fan contemplated how to manage this auction house, a guard rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, the third prince wishes to see you." The third prince, indeed, it was the third prince, Wei Wuxuang. Gu Fan's expression shifted, and he instructed, "Take him to the side hall, I shall be there shortly." "Yes, young master." As he watched the guard depart, Gu Fan recalled the old patriarch's admonitions from the previous day, which emphasized that if the third prince sought him out, he should not make any guarantees but merely delay the conversation. Remembering the cold gaze of the old patriarch, Gu Fan understood that this was due to his involvement in the struggle for royal power. Upon entering the side hall, Gu Fan saw the imposing figure of the third prince, Wei Wuxuang, seated at the head. At the age of 40, Wei Wuxuang had entered the Holy Heaven sect for cultivation in his youth and had now reached the third level of the divine concealment realm. Returning to the great Qian dynasty for practical experience, third prince, Gu Fan clasped his fists and offered a slight bow, intending to take a seat nearby. However, the third prince rose with a broad smile, approached Gu Fan, and grasped his hands, exclaiming, "The Gu family's children, I witnessed your performance at the grand competition yesterday. Your demeanor rivals that of the outstanding talents I've seen in the sect. I am unworthy of such praise." "Ha ha ha, why the modesty? Please, take a seat." Once seated, the third prince continued, "Gu Tiange and I are both disciples of the Holy Heaven sect. Gu Fan, if you are interested, I could recommend you to join the Holy Heaven sect. With your talents, you would undoubtedly secure a place among the co-disciples in the future. Join the Holy Heaven sect." Knowing the tensions between him and the Grand Elder, Gu Fan realized that the third prince's visit must have ulterior motives. With a faint smile, he shook his head in refusal. "What a pity. Gu Tiange, a direct disciple of the sect leader, has fallen to your hands. If word of this got out, the sect leader would surely be delighted. If both of the Gu family's children were to be under his banner, your future would be limitless." Wei Wuxuang continued to prattle on, and Gu Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, finally asked, "Third prince, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxiang grinned. This was precisely the response he had been hoping for. Gu Fan, considering your extraordinary talents, I shall reveal to you, among the 7 great families in the royal city, 5 now support me, Wei Wuxiang. Before long the Shang family will also abandon the first prince and stand behind me. Moreover, I am an inner disciple of the Holy Heaven sect. The momentum is in my favor. If you were to be my vanguard in the future, you would undoubtedly have a place in the Qingyang domain. Wei Wuxiang's words were utterly brazen, even daring to speak of the Qingyang domain. Yet Gu Fan merely smiled and shook his head. Momentum, vanguard, a place no one in this world can ever compel me to serve. In Guanyang City he could shift the balance of power among the 3 great families. In Yanshan County he could alter the dynamics among the 5 great families. Similarly, even in the royal city he could reshape the influence of the 7 families, including the royal family. The momentum lies with Wei Wuxiang. No, the momentum lies with him entirely, at his discretion. With this in mind, Gu Fan prepared to dismiss his guest. Gu Fan, Wei Wuxiang, perceiving the underlying meaning, narrowed his eyes. You are newly returned to the royal city. You may not be aware, the old patriarch of the Gu family does not have much time left. Once he passes, with no one to keep the Gu family in check, what will you do? Third Prince, Gu Fan's gaze remained calm. As I have just returned to the royal city, I am not well acquainted with everything, thus, your words, I fear, are misplaced. As these words fell, the side hall fell into a heavy silence. Wei Wuxiang's narrowed eyes locked onto Gu Fan, then he suddenly smiled. Indeed, you are worthy of being called the Gu family's children. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave, with a smile. Wei Wuxiang departed with his entourage. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Fan chuckled softly, then exited the side hall. Wei Wuxiang, Gu Tianga, both were disciples of the Holy Heaven sect, and given the timing there was surely something amiss. However, despite this he remained unconcerned. It had been over 10 days since the last auction, and he was already suffering considerable losses. With this thought, Gu Fan began to focus on the auction preparations, casting aside all other matters. Outside the Shentian auction house, one attendant remarked, "The third prince is so disrespectful, perhaps I should find an opportunity. Do not act rashly." Wei Wuxiang waved his hand to refuse. He glanced at the carriage waiting outside and the ghostly ship resting with closed eyes. A faint smile gracing his lips. This individual is stubborn, believing himself to be exceptionally gifted, when in truth, he is merely a fool. The 5 great families all respect me. Soon, the Shang family will also recognize the situation and come to my side. With the addition of Gu Tianga's faction, the forces at my disposal will be tremendous, and if I were to summon my fellow disciples from the sect, even toppling this small dynasty would be but a matter of convenience. How could the useless first prince contend with me, the insignificant Gu family rife with internal strife? How could they possibly oppose me? This is the momentum that I shall unleash. The grand momentum approaches, and any who dare to defy it are merely seeking their own demise. Upon concluding his declaration, Wei Wuxiang turned and stepped into his carriage. However, before departing he instructed those around him, "I am quite interested in that ship. Have it delivered to my chambers shortly." Yes, Third Prince. Chapter 71. Uncle Fu is injured. As night fell, the western city gate buzzed with activity. Within the Shentian auction house, shadows flickered as the long-awaited auction, held after a 2-week interval, commenced. However, due to another large-scale auction taking place concurrently, attendance at Shentian was somewhat diminished, with only around 10,000 people present. In a venue with a capacity of 50,000. The sparse crowd was evident. Gu Fan, however, was not particularly concerned. Even with just 10,000 attendees, it was still 3 times the number he had seen at his auction house in Yanshan County, which had only 3,000 patrons. Yet he felt a twinge of irritation at the third prince's audacity, as he had dispatched someone to seize his mount. Uncle Fu had been outside at the time. And that individual acted without restraint, brazenly attempting to take away the fully developed ghostly ship. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Fu immediately stepped forward to intervene. Who would have thought that the individual in question was even more audacious? Boldly declaring that the third prince held a keen interest in the phantom ship, he warned that meddling in such matters would yield dire consequences. Undoubtedly, the third prince aimed to seize Gu Fan's steed. Fu Bo would not permit such an act of thievery, leading to an immediate clash between the two. As they engaged in combat outside the auction venue, the individual possessed a cultivation of the 5th tier, while Fu Bo, at only the 3rd tier, stood no chance against him. With a single strike, Fu Bo was left spitting blood, and even now, he remained in the secluded chamber, nursing his injuries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the guardians within the auction hall, not only would Fu Bo have been gravely wounded, but the phantom ship would have been brazenly snatched away by the third prince. Gu Fan understood the rationale behind the third prince's actions. He sought to teach Gu Fan a lesson, to make him aware that in the royal city it was Wei Wuxiong who wielded the true power. With such thoughts in mind, the auction commenced. The esteemed guests, welcome to the Shentian auction house. I am the auctioneer, Zhu Miao. From atop the platform, an elegant woman with an oval face and flawless skin that resembled ancient jade spoke loudly. As her words echoed, the cacophony of the auction hall gradually subsided. This auction featured 11 items. Zhu Miao glanced at Gu Fan as she spoke, intending to inform the attendees, as per his instruction, that the final item would be a low-grade 3rd-tier treasure. However, the manager, Gu, insisted that she proceed with the auction as usual. Disregarding Gu Fan's request, faced with this dilemma, Zhu Miao could only compromise by announcing that there were 11 items without revealing the nature of the final treasure. Gu Fan furrowed his brow slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Gu, who squinted his eyes, a smile plastered on his face. Upon noticing Gu Fan's gaze, he immediately feigned reverence. 11 items for auction. Why was there an additional one this time? I don't know. I've participated in the Shentian auction for decades, and there have always been only 10 items. This time, it must be something extraordinary. Indeed, it seems so. Such an exception must indicate a precious treasure up for bid. As the attendees engaged in discussion, Zhu Miao continued. Now, we will proceed with the first item of this auction, a 2nd-tier mid-grade movement technique, Mizong Step. The starting bid is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 500,000, an exceptionally rare movement technique. I bid 510,000 low-grade spirit stones. 600,000, 610,000 movement techniques are far more precious than offensive or defensive skills. It is no exaggeration to say that a 2nd-tier mid-grade movement technique holds a value comparable to that of a 2nd-tier upper-grade offensive skill. In critical moments, movement techniques can save one's life, particularly for mercenaries frequently venturing into the Black Forest. Movement techniques are of utmost importance. Thus, after a fervent bidding war, the first item, Mizong Step, was ultimately sold for 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Simultaneously, Gu Fan's mind registered the success of the Mizong Step auction, congratulating the host for triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning a 4th-tier upper-grade movement technique, Kongming 7 flashes. Upon hearing this long and hard voice, a wave of joy surged within Gu Fan. The mention of a 1,000-fold critical hit stirred even more excitement within him. Kongming 7 flashes, a 4th-tier upper-grade movement technique. Such a skill would be coveted not only by the Gu family but even by the royal family of the Qian. Moreover, it is the most precious type of movement technique. Throughout his training, Gu Fan had never cultivated a movement technique. During his trials in the Black Forest, he had already recognized his shortcomings when confronted by fast-moving beasts. He often found himself exerting extra effort to defeat them. Even in moments of life and death, he had been unable to escape, relying solely on Fu Bo to carry him to safety. With the coming 7 flashes, should he master it, he could remedy his deficiencies. Perhaps he could even become the fastest cultivator in the Dacian dynasty, even if he were to face a stronger opponent. He could rely on his speed to flee. As such thoughts swirled in his mind, the auction of the second item commenced. Next up, we have the second item, a second-tier upper-grade magical artifact crafted by the royal city's second-tier artifact master. Gong Si, the Qingfeng sword. Master Gong is said to forge only once a year, and each artifact he creates boasts exceptional quality and top-tier value. Indeed, if this Qingfeng sword is truly crafted by Master Gong, it could rival a second-tier supreme-grade artifact, a marvelous treasure. Zhu Miao, smiling gracefully, then announced the Qingfeng sword starts at 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 600,000, 1 million low-grade spirit stones, gasp, 1 million, who dares to bid such a high price? Luo Han, he is particularly fond of artifacts crafted by Gong Si, and as a practitioner of swordsmanship, he must have set his sights on this treasure. Even so, what of it? I bid 1,100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After a fierce bidding war, the second item was eventually sold to Luo Han for 2,700,000 low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, the second-tier upper-grade Qingfeng sword was auctioned successfully, congratulating the host for triggering a 100-fold critical hit, returning a third-tier mid-grade artifact, Qinghong sword. Gazing at the 3-foot-long sword returned in his mind, Gu Fan was not only elated but also struck by an idea. Artifact masters, given that the auction house is a hub for treasures, combined with the return system, why not gather a group of artifact masters for his own use? Moreover, not just artifact masters, but also alchemists. As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Fan's gaze soon returned to normal. The most pressing matter now was to break through to the divine concealment realm and awaken his innate abilities. Chapter 72, Cold Pool Blood Crystal. Next, we present the third item of this auction, a second-tier upper-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, Cold Pool Grass. Within the auction hall, Gu Fan observed the wooden box being carried by a maid. Inside it, a small blue grass, emanating a chilling aura, swayed gently. Cold pool grass is known for its healing properties and its use in alchemy, but its effectiveness is limited to those in the second-tier Spirit Sea realm and has little effect on cultivators of the Divine Concealment realm. Gu Fan placed such importance on the cold pool grass because of the injuries sustained by the old patriarch, and Fubo the old patriarch had not elaborated on his injuries. But having failed to recover for nearly 20 years, his condition was likely grave. As for Fubo, who had protected him for 18 years, his internal injuries would not heal in less than 10 days to half a month. Thus, Gu Fan was naturally eager to procure this heavenly material for healing. The auction began swiftly. Second-tier upper-grade heavenly material, cold pool grass. Starting bid is 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 600,000, I bid 610,000. 620,000. The bidding voices in the hall were sparse, with only a few individuals and some alchemists participating. However, this was to be expected. Who would spend such a fortune on a cold pool grass that holds little significant value? After a brief span of time, the cold pool grass was sold for 1,700,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second-tier upper-grade heavenly material, cold pool grass, was successfully auctioned, congratulating the host for triggering a 200-fold critical hit, returning a third-tier upper-grade heavenly material, cold pool blood crystal. The cold pool blood crystal, nurtured for a millennium in the cold pool, can only yield a crystal the size of a fingernail. When consumed, it enhances vitality and prolongs life. Additionally, it can be utilized for healing, alchemy, and artifact forging, with extensive applications. Gu Fan gazed at the fist-sized crimson crystal within the system space and smiled faintly. A crystal of that size would require at least 10,000 years to cultivate. Moreover, the cold pool blood crystal is a treasure of extraordinary value. Simply extending life is enough to make countless individuals covet it. even driving them to madness. Gu Fan had learned of its significance from ancient texts. To his knowledge, the last appearance of the cold pool blood crystal in the Deqian dynasty was a millennium ago. And it was only a grain in size, ultimately seized by the Wei royal clan. With this thought, Gu Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For Fu Bo's injuries, even merely drinking water infused with the cold pool blood crystal would facilitate swift recovery. As for the old patriarch, even if he were on the brink of passing due to his injuries tomorrow, consuming the cold pool blood crystal would prolong his life. The old patriarch is the backbone of the Gu family. He absolutely cannot be allowed to falter. Should anything untoward occur, Gu Fan firmly believed that the Gu family, which had gradually stabilized under his suppression of the younger generation, would collapse into chaos in an instant. The Grand Elder might even take drastic measures against him. As time passed, one item after another was auctioned off. This time, the Shention auction house had prepared 1 second-tier mid-grade treasure, 8 second-tier upper-grade treasures, and 1 second-tier supreme-grade treasure as the grand finale. In Gu Fan's mind, the system's notifications rang out 9 times, signaling that the 10th return was imminent. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. This little magic palm must surely belong to me. 3 million for a second-tier supreme-grade martial technique. I bid 3,100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 320,000, 330,000. Within the hall, bidders were eagerly raising their voices, yearning for the second-tier supreme-grade martial technique. Even among the younger generation of the Gu family, there are no more than 3 individuals skilled in such martial arts. It is evident how precious such techniques are to the people of the outer city. 3,400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ladies and gentlemen, the little demon palm is sought after by my Zhou family. Zhou family head, it seems you think acquiring the treasure will be easy. I offer 3,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Captain Hufeng, very well, my Zhou family bids 4 million low-grade spirit stones, 4,100,000, 4 million. Upon reaching such a price, the Zhou family head, with a fierce glint in his eyes, turned to the bearded Captain Hufeng. Captain Hufeng, my Zhou family offers 4,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you have the guts to exceed this price, the little demon palm will be yours. Captain Hufeng sneered. I'm truly sorry, Zhou family head, but my purse is rather light. This treasure will have to belong to you. He. Witnessing this scene, those around could only shake their heads. This Captain Hufeng is clearly inflating the price, knowing the Zhou family desperately needs a second-tier supreme martial technique to bolster their clan. I heard that yesterday the two of them had a falling out over a treasure. And now it seems true enough. Indeed, the rumor seems to be related to the stone egg, which was ultimately snatched by the Zhou family head. 4,600,000 for the first time, 4,600,000 for the second time, 4,600,000 for the third time. Congratulations to the Zhou family head for successfully bidding for this second-tier supreme martial technique. The little demon palm, from the high platform, a melodious and elegant voice resounded simultaneously. The second-tier supreme martial technique, the little demon palm, was successfully auctioned, and the host was rewarded with 100-fold critical hit. Returning, the third-tier upper-grade martial technique, the overbearing demon palm. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in Gu Fan's mind. Within the system space, the face shrouded in swirling black mist gradually materialized, as if grinning wickedly at Gu Fan. An anomaly manifested. As this visage slowly faded, an ancient stone book appeared before his eyes. Overbearing demon palm, 3 ominous black characters, resembling peculiar runes, slowly spiraled on the stone book. This is a third-tier upper-grade martial technique. Gu Fan's eyes glimmered darkly. Among the 10 auction items, none of the treasures returned were below the third tier. It was simply terrifying. However, now was not the time to study the treasures. Gu Fan scanned the auction hall. As the auction of the 10 items concluded, the entire hall erupted into a cacophony. The 11th item was approaching. One could only wonder what the Shention auction house would present next. Without a doubt, It must be exceptionally precious, even more so than the little demon poem. Indeed, yet even the finest treasures are mere second-tier supreme items. They cannot exceed the third tier. Such treasures can only be auctioned in the inner city. Even if a third-tier item were genuinely auctioned, could you afford it? How could one not afford it? Such fanciful thoughts, as if anyone in the outer city would be foolish enough, if such treasures truly existed. They would have long been sent to the inner city, where the people are the pinnacle of power in the royal city. It must be, perhaps, a heavenly material or earth treasure, if it's a broken mirror item. Then I would sell everything to secure it. Chapter 73, Third-tier martial technique, 6 in-finger techniques. Listening to the discussions within the hall, Gu Fan focused his mind in the system space this time. The system returned only 3 third-tier lower-grade treasures, of which 2 were devourable heavenly materials, while only 1 was a martial technique, the third-tier lower-grade. 6 in-finger techniques. Gu Fan would never use middle or upper-grade treasures for auction. Thus, he concentrated on this martial technique. Now, the more precious the treasure one wishes to auction, the more the reputation of the Shention auction house would rise to become the foremost in the outer city. Gu Fan was exceedingly envious of the 3 third-tier treasures returned by the system. With this thought, he rose and walked toward the high platform. Just as Gu Fan approached the high platform, a shadow suddenly blocked his path. Gu, the person before him was none other than the rotund and grinning Gu. "Young master, may I inquire where you intend to go?" he asked with a smile. Gu Fan frowned slightly. "Why do you block my way, young master? The auction matters are of utmost importance. I would appreciate it if you could remain seated. Should anything go awry, I fear I would have trouble explaining to the clan leader." Gu maintained his smile. "How absurd. I am the host of this auction house. Any matters will be my responsibility." Gu Fan's expression turned cold. "You are merely an attendant. How dare you obstruct my path?" Gugu's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes narrowed into slits. "Young master, the last auction item is already being brought up by the maid." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Fan raised his head and saw a maid carrying a jade plate toward the high platform. Upon the plate, radiant light shimmered. Indeed, it was a second-tier upper-grade treasure. This was Gugu's ploy to circumvent Gu Fan and auction off another second-tier upper-grade item. "You dare?" Gu Fan's eyes turned fierce, and a cold shout startled Gu, causing him to tremble. Yet Gu Fan had no time to deal with him. He extended his right hand, giving a slight tremor that sent Gugu's corpulent body stumbling aside. With a few swift steps, he leaped onto the high platform, arriving beside the maid. "Young master," seeing Gu Fan's expressionless face, the graceful maid couldn't help but turn pale. "You may leave now," Gu Fan said softly. "Yes, young master," she complied and hurriedly ran down the platform. However, upon seeing Gugu's fierce expression, she nearly burst into tears. Gu Fan coldly regarded Gu, who, upon noticing the gaze, immediately donned a smile, standing respectfully to the side, allowing the maid to pass. "What a crafty Gu Fan pondered, planning to confront him after the auction concluded. As his thoughts turned, Gu Fan approached the auctioneer. "Ju Miao." "Young master." Gu Fan cast a glance at her and then gestured to indicate he wished to speak. Upon seeing this, Ju Miao reacted quickly, her face adorned with an elegant smile as she addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, next the esteemed host of the auction house, Gu Fan, will present to you." 2 phrases resonated throughout the hall, causing a stir. Gu Fan, why does that name sound so familiar? Such ignorance. This is none other than the famed Kirin child of the Gu family from a few years back. Indeed, you may not know, but it's rumored that at yesterday's Gu family competition, this individual displayed overwhelming strength, defeating Gu Tianga, who had returned from the Holy Heaven sect. A truly terrifying prowess, defeating Gu Tianga, the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the royal city. Precisely. Does that mean he is now the young master of the Gu family? As the news spread, it quickly became known throughout the hall that the young man on stage was indeed the current young master of the Gu family. The Gu family, one of the 7 great families of the royal city, possesses immense power. Naturally, those present, being citizens of the royal city, were well aware of this. Thus, for a moment everyone in the hall looked at Gu Fan with a mix of respect and trepidation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Shention auction house. For this auction event, for the 11th auction item, we are pleased to present a third-tier lower-grade martial technique. Gu Fan's voice rang out clearly, swiftly echoing throughout the auction house. A third-tier martial technique. Did I hear that correctly? What did the young master of the Gu family just say? A third-tier lower-grade martial technique, such a precious treasure. Could it truly be so? They might not know, such martial techniques should rightly be auctioned in the inner city. Why, could it be? The hall was abuzz with excitement. Some, skeptical, stood up to inquire. Young master, may I ask if what you say is true? Naturally. Gu Fan smiled slightly. In his hand an ancient book materialized. As soon as the book appeared, a wave of bone-chilling cold emanated from it, swiftly enveloping the entire auction house. The chill was so penetrating that those with slightly weaker cultivation could not help but hug their bodies, their lips turning pale. Such an anomaly. Hiss. It truly is a third-tier martial technique. Even I, at the 9th level of the spirit sea, can feel the frost from the cold, if I am not mistaken. This must be a third-tier technique of exceptional quality. Nearly 10,000 people were left in disbelief. A third-tier martial technique? No matter how boldly they imagined, they could not believe that this auction house would present a third-tier treasure. For the outer city had not auctioned a third-tier treasure for many years, no, for nearly a century. Now that it has emerged, naturally, everyone felt incredibly excited. For those in the inner city, while third-tier treasures are rare, they are not entirely unseen. However, for those in the outer city, a third-tier treasure could be cherished and passed down through generations. Uncle Shi, quickly send some spirit stones to the Shention auction house. Remember, do not tell anyone. How infuriating. My mercenary group has long since entered the Black Forest. If we were in the royal city, we could surely gather the spirit stones to bid for this martial technique. A third-tier martial technique. If I were to successfully bid for it, I could establish a foothold in the royal city. As the authenticity of the third-tier martial technique was conclusively verified, nearly 10,000 individuals within the auction hall descended into a frenzy. They called upon friends eager to gather more spirit stones, yet some lamented, deeply regretting that such a treasure was beyond their reach. Others voiced their grievances against the Shention auction house, questioning why the auction of third-tier treasures was not made public, leaving them unprepared to witness such invaluable items being claimed by others. In this fervent atmosphere, Gu Fan entrusted the 6-in-finger technique to Zhu Miao and, with a faint smile, descended from the elevated platform. However, upon noticing the stiff expression of Gu below, Gu Fan's gaze turned icy. How dare anyone thwart his plans? Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Chapter 74. The curtain. The 11th item up for auction at this event was the third-tier inferior martial technique. The 6-in-finger technique. The starting bid was set at 1 million inferior spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 100,000 inferior spirit stones. Zhu Miao's complexion glowed with vitality. Her voice, though composed, could not conceal the excitement it harbored. 1 million inferior spirit stones. Esteemed guests, this treasure is a coveted prize for the Zhou family, so please consider your bids carefully. The first to place a bid was the head of the Zhou family. Having already secured a second-tier exquisite martial technique, he now rose with eyes ablaze, exclaiming, "Humph, the Zhou family head is greedy, but I shall not comply. I bid 110,000 inferior spirit stones." Hey, I, the Tiger Phoenix leader, bid 120,000, 130,000. Instantly, the auction hall was filled with fervent bidding sounds. With millions of spirit stones at their disposal, nearly all attendees were capable of participating. Thus, amidst nearly 10,000 individuals, each appeared to be bidding with wild abandon, as if they were on the brink of madness. In mere moments, the price of the 6-in-finger technique soared to a staggering 3 million. However, even at this exorbitant figure, the voices of bidders showed no signs of dwindling. This was primarily due to the immense rarity of third-tier martial techniques. It is no exaggeration to state that the value of a third-tier treasure far surpasses that of a second-tier exquisite item by tenfold. Even 100-fold. Ascending this tier meant distinguishing oneself from the multitude of millions and embarking on a new journey. This explains why third-tier treasures are exclusively auctioned in the inner city. Having not graced the outer city for nearly a century, they are simply too precious, monopolized by the 7 great families, unwilling to let them circulate freely. 4 million inferior spirit stones, by bid 5 million. 5 million. Zhou family head, if I am not mistaken, you previously spent several million on that second-tier treasure, and now you lack such wealth, do you not? At this moment, within the auction hall, as the Zhou family head called out 5 million. The Tiger Phoenix leader suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. Indeed, just moments ago he spent several million on a second-tier exquisite martial technique. False claims. In my view, such a person should be expelled from the auction hall. Precisely, the surrounding crowd chimed in with similar sentiments. Humph, the Zhou family head scoffed coldly. The reason these individuals sought to expel him was undoubtedly due to their own insecurities triggered by his actions. However, unfazed, he let out a cold laugh and produced the stone egg from his storage ring. He directed his gaze toward Gu Fan, who occupied the foremost position, and inquired, "Esteemed auctioneer, might I ask the value of this stone egg if it were to be entrusted to your auction house?" Upon hearing his voice, Gu Fan opened his eyes and looked over. As his gaze fell upon the stone egg, his pupils contracted in surprise, for within it a trickle of tranquil blood suddenly surged with warmth. As if celebrating something. Bloodline. Gu Fan's mind raced with thoughts. The Gu family bloodline contained sealing powers, and as he stepped into the semi-divine realm, he felt a subtle restlessness during his cultivation, yet he had never experienced such a sensation. Where even his blood felt a surge of warmth. Esteemed auctioneer, to speak frankly, this item was obtained from a precipice 10,000 feet high, where a peculiar force could elevate my realm from divine concealment to physical tempering. It is truly remarkable. The Zhou family had gradually recounted the origins of the stone egg. However, a derisive laugh interrupted his narrative. Zhou family head, this was clearly discovered by me. How has it now become yours? The Zhou family head shot a cold glare at the Tiger Phoenix leader but chose silence, instead focusing on Gu Fan. The latter stroked his chin, nodding slowly before stating with a smile. If that is the case, Zhou family head, if you could share the location of that precipice with me, I shall value this stone egg at 5 million inferior spirit stones. 5 million, gasp. Upon hearing Gu Fan's audacious declaration, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Merely a stone egg of uncertain worth, coupled with a piece of information, was valued at 5 million. No wonder those mercenary groups were overflowing with wealth. Excellent, esteemed auctioneer, you are truly magnanimous. The Zhou family head's face lit up with joy and he surveyed the surroundings, sneering. Esteemed guests, do any of you still dare to claim I am misrepresenting the price? Upon uttering this, the crowd fell silent. Nevertheless, the Tiger Phoenix leader cackled and declared, Zhou family head, I too covet the 6-in-finger technique. By bid 510,000 inferior spirit stones, 520,000, 530,000. 540,000, the bidding war reignited with fervor. Gu Fan promptly closed his eyes. Naturally, he was eager to uncover the true nature of the stone egg. However, for now, it was not his possession. Thus, it was best not to let external matters disturb his tranquility. 9 million inferior spirit stones for the first time. On the elevated platform, Zhu Miao's graceful smile radiated with brilliance. The price for the third-tier inferior martial technique. The 6-in-finger technique had now reached 9 million inferior spirit stones. Such a figure undoubtedly marked the highest price of her auctioneer career. As the price approached 9 million, the calls for bids gradually diminished. This was due to the overwhelming surprise at the auction of a third-tier treasure, leaving many unable to gather such an amount in a short span, especially since the top forces from the outer city had not attended. Otherwise, in comparison to the prices for third-tier inferior treasures in the inner city, it would likely require at least 15 million to secure 9 million inferior spirit stones for the second time. 9 million inferior spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to the Zhou family head for successfully bidding on this third-tier inferior martial technique, the 6-in-finger technique. Zhu Miao struck her gavel for the third time. Below, the Zhou family head's face was radiant with joy, and he exhaled a heavy breath. 9 million, while it depleted his entire fortune. He had secured a third-tier martial technique at this price. He had struck gold. Congratulations, Zhou family head, you are surely on the path to success. Indeed, the surrounding crowd echoed with congratulations. The Zhou family head beamed with delight, engaging in pleasantries with each individual. As this auction was drawing to a close, Gu Fan opened his eyes and leaped onto the high platform, beaming at the nearly 10,000 guests below. Esteemed guests, henceforth the Shentian auction house shall hold an auction every day. I kindly ask that you spread the word about the auction of third-tier martial techniques far and wide. I would be immensely grateful. 3 sentences flowed from his lips, causing the auction hall to tremble with excitement. May I ask the esteemed auctioneer, will there truly be third-tier treasures auctioned tomorrow? A timid voice inquired. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the high platform. Gu Fan smiled faintly, surveying the crowd before responding softly, indeed, there will be. With those 4 words, the crowd fell into a stupor. Chapter 75, the news spreads outside the auction hall. As the event concluded, nearly 10,000 guests streamed out, their figures bustling and their discussions lively. Do you think the Shentian auction house will really auction third-tier treasures tomorrow? It seems unlikely to be a hoax. After all, who guaranteed it? That is none other than Gu Fan, the young patriarch of one of the 7 great families in the royal city. He would not deceive us. Indeed, given his status, he has no reason to mislead us. I just fear he is merely drumming up excitement. He is the young patriarch, why would he concern himself with our opinions? Regardless, I plan to return home and gather spirit stones, if there truly are third-tier treasures. I must acquire them. Indeed, the Zhou family head was fortunate, merely 9 million secured a third-tier inferior martial technique. I suspect it won't be long before the Zhou family rises in rank and becomes one of the 10 great families of the outer city. With the 6-in-finger technique, this outcome is all but assured. Third-tier martial techniques are the domain of divine concealment cultivators. However, this does not imply that body refiners or spirit sea cultivators cannot train in them. Rather, only those in the divine concealment realm have access to such techniques. In the royal city, how many divine concealment cultivators are there? If one were to count meticulously, there are likely around 1,000. With a population close to 10 million, the royal city harbors merely 1,000 divine concealment cultivators. This stark reality illustrates that for the vast majority of the populace, third-tier martial techniques exist solely in legend. Never having been witnessed, the Shentian auction house situated at the western city gate of the outer city previously showcased only second-tier exquisite items. Now, with nearly 10,000 individuals discussing the auction of the third-tier inferior martial technique that transpired that night, one can only imagine the magnitude of the shock reverberating through the nearly 8 million residents of the outer city. In every street and alley, there are individuals engaged in discussions about this matter. Even within the confines of their homes, friends arrive with palpable excitement to share every detail. The name Xuantiang Auction House has naturally spread like wildfire throughout the outer city, becoming virtually ubiquitous. Undoubtedly, within a single night, the reputation of Xuantiang Auction House has suddenly transformed into a fervent symbol in the outer city. In the past, Xuantiang Auction House was indeed well known in the outer city. Yet its fame was rather modest, primarily due to the overwhelming number of auction houses in the vicinity. Even the 3 major auction houses gained their title solely because of their widespread presence in the vast realm of Dacian. However, to claim they rank among the top 3 in the royal city would be rather dubious. Are you referring to the Zhuantiang auction house located at the West City Gate, Captain? It cannot be false. The news has spread like wildfire outside. Tonight they auctioned off a low-grade third-tier martial skill, which was ultimately snagged by that scoundrel, the patriarch of the Zhou family. How many spirit stones? 9 million, to acquire a third-tier martial skill for less than 10 million. Back in the inner city, a low-grade third-tier elixir was auctioned off for nearly 20 million. Indeed, Captain, we have suffered a great loss within a mercenary group. Upon hearing this news, the captain felt his mind swell in disbelief. Followed swiftly by a pang of heartbreak, their mercenary group ranked among the top 100 out of over 1,000 in the outer city, having been active in the Black Forest for so many years. Unlike those affluent families, they could certainly gather 1 million or 2 if needed. Had he ventured to the Zhuantiang auction house at that time, that low-grade third-tier martial skill would have rightfully belonged to him. Although this captain is a cultivator of the first layer of Shenzong, his practiced martial skill is merely of the second tier's finest quality. This reveals just how deeply tormented he is at this moment. Captain, the word is still spreading outside that tomorrow the Zhuantiang auction house will auction off a low-grade third-tier treasure. More? Indeed, Captain, the news has gone wild outside. Please issue an order to summon all the mercenaries under my command back to me. Yes, Captain, such dialogues played out across various factions in the outer city. A third-tier treasure, for them, they would risk everything to acquire it. This is not about robbing the auction house, it is about sacrificing all to seize the immensely valuable third-tier treasures. Contrarily to the excitement of the major factions in the outer city, the various auction houses were filled with dismay.